In the most chaotic era of Hong Kong Island, gangs rose like forests. The line between black and white blurred, and order was dictated by fists. He had once been a lowly Sajijai, trampled on in the streets, and nobody whom no one spared a glance. Until the system awakened. 100,000 Guowozai Legion has been unlocked. From that moment on, the rules of Hong Kong Island were completely rewritten. In a single night, the power structure on the streets was reshuffled, and all the major societies were forced to reorder their ranks. The O Division and the police were forced to reassess the situation, and the whole of Hong Kong Island stepped into a new era of gangs. He was no longer a pawn, but the one who would decide the rules of the board. This was a tale of rebirth, system domination, and the construction of an underground empire. The 1980s. Xiangjiang. In a remote, dimly lit alley. A man lay on the ground, short in stature and slender in build, motionless. His body was drenched in blood, his face deathly pale, as if he were a corpse. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. No one knew how much time had slipped by. He did not move at all. Boom. A muffled clap of thunder exploded overhead. Immediately raindrops began to fall. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour crashed down. Bean's eyes drops hammered his body, washing away the blood. Hiss. Minutes later, a faint groan squeezed out of his throat. His fingers trembled first, and then his eyelids slowly opened. Where am I? What is this place? Wasn't I drinking with my friends in a KTV? He struggled to sit up and swept his gaze around. Strange walls, a slick wet floor, a rusted iron gate. His expression was utterly blank. The moment he moved, agony surged through his entire body, forcing a sharp intake of breath. Damn, who beat me up like this? Did I get ambushed after blacking out? Just as he was puzzling over it, another sting. My head, it hurts. He clutched his skull in torment, as though it were about to split open. Within seconds, a flood of memories surged into his mind. The pain on his face slowly gave way to shock. He understood. He had transmigrated. Transmigrated, he murmured in disbelief. Soon the memories aligned clearly. The original owner of this body was also named Chun Dao, a stowaway from the mainland who had slipped into Hong Kong. Driven into a corner, he had joined the gang, he Lianxing, becoming a bottom-rung Sajijai, barely scraping by. Yet the original Chun Dao had been timid and fearful, unable to slaughter even a chicken, much less swing a blade at a man. In the Jianghu, respect went to the ruthless. The softer he was, the more he was trampled. Not only did rival gangs bully him, even his own fellow Sajijai frequently humiliated and beat him in public. This time he had been beaten to death simply because he glanced twice at Porquo's woman in the bar. Porquo flipped out on the spot, and his men dragged Chen Dao into this alley and beat him to death. As the memories settled, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Dao's eyes. The transmigration might be bizarre, yet all he felt now was a blaze rushing straight to his head. What a wretched life, he thought. He wiped the blood and rain from his face, his expression turning dark. In his previous life he had feared neither heaven nor earth. He did not seek trouble, but he never shrank from it. Now that he had arrived, he was Chun Dao, the Sajijai of Xiangjiang and Lianxing. He stared into the wet, frigid alley, his voice low, yet sharp. Interesting. Hong Kong. From today onward you will understand. Evil meets evil, retribution, that is no joke. He was no stranger to this era. He had watched Young and Dangerous and chased every episode of The Greed of Man. The blades, blood, and street brawls in Hong Kong cinema were long etched into his youth. Coupled with the original Chun Dao's personal experiences, he had already seen through the rules of the Hong Kong underworld in the 1980s. Only hard fists earned recognition, soft fists meant a cheap life. Thinking of this, he let out a cold laugh. Ding. A crisp electronic chime rang in his mind out of nowhere. He froze, his heartbeat suddenly quickening. Far too familiar. Wasn't this the standard system that accompanied transmigrators in novels? The thought had barely formed when a mechanical voice spoke again. Scanning host. Host matched successfully. Binding in progress. 1, 10. Seconds later, binding complete. Reputation value mass army system has been activated. Reputation could summon troops and strengthen them. The moment this line echoed in his mind, Chun Dao's lips could not help but curl upward. Since he was here, he might as well commit himself to the grand game. This era belonged to the societies, he would simply ride the current. The system was his greatest backing. After a while the smile faded from his face, but his gaze grew colder, infused with a ruthless edge. With the system on my side, things become much simpler. Since this is an era ruled by gangs, I will follow their rules. He lifted his eyes toward the direction Porquo had just left, his voice soft, yet razor-sharp. Porquo. Fine, you came crashing into me first, so I will start with you. In this line of work, who did not dream of climbing upward? Chen Dao's goal had always been to stand at the apex. Following the original memories, he returned to the Tongzilu, the old cramped tenement building. Pushing open the door of the rental room, barely 10 square meters in size, he dug out a clean set of clothes, stepped into the cramped bathroom, and washed the dried blood from his body until it was gone. Then he sat at the edge of the bed, fumbled for a pack of cigarettes, lit one, took a deep drag, and closed his eyes to think. Before long, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Those 10 years of hard training in combat in my previous life are finally going to pay off. With that, he stubbed out the cigarette, crouched down, and groped under the bed, pulling out a rusted dagger. He frowned at it, then found a whetstone and patiently honed the blade. Only when the edge gleamed with a cold light did he nod in satisfaction. He tucked the dagger into his waistband and concealed it carefully beneath his jacket. Then he rose and stepped out. Tonight blood would be drawn. When he walked out of the Tanzalu, the rain had already dwindled to a fine drizzle that pattered lightly against his body. Chun Dao shook the droplets from his clothes, checked the dagger at his waist once more, then pulled up the hood of his sweatshirt to cover his head. With a casual motion, he lit another cigarette and flagged down a taxi by the roadside. To the Tsimsha Sui night market. The driver blinked, then quickly tried to ingratiate himself. "Oh, young man going out to have fun. Don't go to Tsimsha Sui. I'll take you somewhere better. Safe, lively girls as fresh as spring water, guaranteed satisfaction." Chun Dao understood at once the man was a pimp hauling customers to underground venues for a cut. He could not be bothered to argue. Tsimsha Sui. Night district. "Hey young man, listen to me. If you keep talking I won't pay." His tone dropped, and the driver fell silent at once, shrugging as he started the engine. Half an hour later the taxi stopped at the outer edge of Tsimsha Sui. Chun Dao tossed a Hong Kong banknote onto the front seat, pushed the door open, and strode inside. Tsimsha Sui was one of the juiciest slices of territory in Xinjiang. Night markets, bars, dance halls crowded the streets. Most expensive, most bustling, and most chaotic. Anyone with a bit of ability loved to come here to show off. Pork was no exception. At this hour the nightlife blazed with harsh lights and roared with voices. New deal. Days guaranteed pleasure. Get lost. If I see you again I'll break your legs. Do you even know who I am? Though it was deep into the night, the street was noisier than daytime. Hustlers, foul-mouthed quarrels, sudden scuffles. It all played out in constant rotation. Passers-by glanced once and moved on, and no one spared a second look. They had long grown numb to such scenes. Walking among them, Chun Dao listened to the cacophony. There was no disgust in his eyes. Instead, a trace of familiarity and excitement surfaced. This was Xinjiang in the 1980s. After the ICAC brought down Louis Locke, the old structure of collusion between police and triads collapsed. On the surface, the gangs lost power. In truth, they grew even more frenzied. They no longer bothered to hide, charging wildly through the city, putting no one in their eyes. Even the glamorous movie stars shining on the silver screen were to them nothing but playthings to summon and discard at will. Among these forces, the Ni family was the most reckless, daring even to kill police officers. This was the final frenzy of Xinjiang's underworld. For ordinary citizens, it was a nightmare. But for Chun Dao, this was the golden age. At last he could do everything he had ever wanted to do. He steadied himself and drew in a deep breath. He swept his gaze around. The lights of dozens of clubs burned bright. Narrowing his eyes, he thought for a moment, then headed toward the venue Pork, while most often frequented in his memories. That place was under the control of He Lianxing. Most of the lookouts and small brothers there recognized Chun Dao. After all, he had once been notorious for being easy to bully. Anyone could step on him, anyone could bark orders at him. "Chun Dao, what are you doing here?" As soon as he drew near, 7 or 8 gangsters swarmed around him. One small brother with a cigarette dangling from his lips gave him a sidelong glance and sneered. "You think this is a place you can enter? You got the cash for it." Mocking laughter erupted at once. Another man stepped out, pointing at Chun Dao as he laughed loudly. "I heard Porkhua just beat him until he was sprawled on the ground. I thought he'd still be lying on a bench by now. Who would have thought his life is this tough? Even cockroaches can't outlive him." Their laughter grew louder. Chun Dao said nothing, simply watching them in silence. They had no idea that the world had already changed. Their taunts grew more brazen. "Came back for another beating after the last one. Trash will always be trash. You really have a tough life. We can't even beat you to death." Chun Dao's brows knit tighter and tighter, yet he still forced down the fire in his chest. He had serious business to deal with today and would not waste time tangling with this troop of clowns. He lifted his foot and started walking inside. "Stop right there," a harsh shout came from behind. Chun Dao halted and slowly turned his head. A Gue strode over with several underlings at his back, swaggering arrogantly. "What's with the mute act? You can't hear when I'm talking to you. Who said you could go in? Tired of living?" A Gue crushed his cigarette underfoot and spat on the ground, his brows drawn together in a vicious glare. Expressionless, Chun Dao walked forward a few steps and stopped in front of a Gue, his tone calm. "Where's Porkhua?" A Gue froze, instinctively taking half a step back. "Something's wrong. This brat is way too tough today." In the past, whenever he saw him, Chun Dao would only bow and scrape or shrink back timidly. How had he suddenly become a different person? Feeling his pride slip away, a Gue immediately hardened his expression, planted his legs wide, and pointed at his crotch. "You want to ask? Fine. Crawl under my crotch, and I'll tell you." The onlooking lackeys burst into raucous applause and hoots. "Crawl then. Hurry up, stop dawdling. What are you staring for? Move. Go on." Chun Dao's brows sank. "Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish." His right hand flashed to his waist like lightning, drawing a dagger. His gaze turned icy as he thrust straight for a Gue's lower abdomen. There was a wet sound. "Ea!" A Gue screamed in agony, the grin on his face freezing, his features filled with disbelief. The corner of Chun Dao's mouth curled faintly as he raised his left hand, extending one finger and gently pressing it to his lips. Should take a deep breath. The more agitated you get, the faster your blood flows, and the quicker you die. Now tell me, where is poor Hua? Agui's face turned pale. You're insane. Chen Dao didn't respond. His hand flipped, and he drove the dagger in again. Another wet sound. Agui's whole body began to convulse. I'll ask you one last time. Where is he? The whole place fell deathly silent. Everyone stood rooted to the spot. The Chen Dao before them tonight was terrifying. Was this really the same Chen Dao? Timid conflictiverse, someone anyone could bully. What on earth had happened to him? How had he suddenly become so ruthless? Everyone was stunned, even forgetting to resist. Cold sweat streamed down Agui's forehead. His face was deathly pale, his breathing ragged from pain, his mind even more muddled. Had this man gone mad? The dagger in Chen Dao's hand was still lodged in his belly. With the slightest added force, it could end his life. How would Agui dare to move? Gritting his teeth, he stammered, Chen Dao, wake up. Do you even know what you're doing? Have you forgotten the rules of if you injure a fellow member, even if Guanzai-san is your boss, he can't protect you? Rules. Chen Dao let out a cold laugh. It sounded so nice on their lips. Back when the original Chen Dao was publicly humiliated and kicked around by his own people, why had no one mentioned these so-called rules? And now they were using them to oppress him. Ridiculous. He gave Agui a sidelong glance, his tone flat. You really couldn't keep a low profile, could you? As soon as the words fell, the dagger was suddenly ripped out with a hiss and plunged into Agui's abdomen a second time. Chen Dao's strikes were frighteningly precise. All 3 stabs avoided vital organs, yet each was deep, accurate, and merciless. Looking down at the curled-up, groaning Agui, he gave a faint smile. The blood loss is my doing. Now it's your turn to decide whether you want to live. These 3 stabs aren't fatal, for now, but give it 10 more minutes, and you'll bleed out. I don't have much patience. I'll ask one last time, where is poor Hua? Agui trembled all over. This was not the Chen Dao he knew. Those eyes were as cold as blades. He truly meant to kill him, not merely scare him. Agony tore through his gut, his vision darkened, his lips turned bluish. If he didn't get help soon, he really would die. Fear overwhelmed him, and he blurted out, He's still in the old private room. Yet inside, waves crashed wildly. This piece of trash had truly changed. Changed into something far too ruthless. Tonight something big was bound to happen. Only then did the dozen or so underlings around them snap back to their senses. They immediately spread out, forming a ring around Chen Dao and Agui. Let go of our boss. Chen Dao, are you looking for death? Chen Dao. Without another word, Chen Dao grabbed a fistful of Agui's hair and yanked his head back, at the same time pressing the dagger hard against his neck. The cold blade kissed his skin. Tell them to move. A chill ran down Agui's neck, and his soul nearly flew out of his body. He immediately roared at his underlings. All of you get the hell back. Can't you see I'm in his hands? Boss. Moved. The underlings looked at each other at a loss. Seeing Chen Dao's expressionless face and the terrifying darkness in his eyes, none of them dared rush him. They could only back away. Without pausing, Chen Dao dragged Agui along and strode deeper into the club. A dozen men trailed after them, trembling so hard they barely dared to breathe. No one had imagined that the Chen Dao, who usually didn't even dare raise his voice, would actually hold Agui at knife point tonight. No one dared act rashly. After all, the hostage was still in his hands. There were still quite a few of Agui's men inside the nightclub. As soon as they saw their boss being dragged along, they rushed over and surrounded them. Brother Agui, what happened to you? Someone's here to stir up trouble. Grab whatever you can. Who dares cause trouble on Lianxing's turf? But when they saw clearly who was holding him, their voices suddenly died away. Isn't that Chen Dao? What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Something's off about him. Chen Dao turned a deaf ear, gripping Agui tightly as he walked steadily toward the private rooms. If anyone blocked his path, he simply tightened his grip on the dagger, drawing a red line of blood on Agui's neck. Agui screamed in pain and cursed them himself, forcing the crowd to part. Soon after, Chen Dao stood before the door of a private room. The door of this particular room was especially soundproof. No matter how noisy it was outside, nothing could be heard inside. Poor Hua is really in there. Agui nodded repeatedly. Brother Chen, let's talk this out. He's definitely inside. Let me off this once, and I swear I won't report this. Chen Dao shook his head and smiled faintly. Don't be in such a hurry. Then he turned and swept a glance over the few underlings clustered behind him. If any of you takes a single step forward, Agui dies on the spot. The underlings looked at one another, all of them stiff where they stood, not daring to move a muscle. Then Chen Dao yanked Agui forward, shoved open the private room door, and strode inside. With a heavy bang, he slammed the door shut behind them. The men outside immediately crowded up to the doorway, but none of them dared push the door open. Is that really Chen Dao? How is he like a completely different person now? One underling couldn't help muttering under his breath. No one answered. None of them knew what was going on. By rights, after being with Lianxing for so long, Chen Dao shouldn't just refrain from hitting people. He even shook when killing a chicken. Yet tonight, what had happened to him? After a while, another man whispered, he's simply not the Chen Dao we knew anymore. Something big is going to happen tonight. The others all nodded in agreement. After all, word of Chen Dao being beaten half to death by poor Hua had already spread. For him to suddenly become this hard, this ruthless, and come straight to their doorstep. It was obvious he was here for vengeance. No one knew what was happening inside the private room, but it definitely wouldn't be anything ordinary. What do we do now? Force our way in. Force your ass in. If Brother Gue ends up killed by Chun Dao, who's going to take responsibility? Everyone started talking at once, the hallway descending into chaos. At last someone slapped his forehead. Shit. Call Chun Dao's boss, Guanzai-san. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Seventh brother, what are you in such a rush for? Tonight I'll show you what I can really do. Seventh brother. On the sofa, a man and a woman were cuddled up flirting. The man was a Chi Pourquoi's trusted confidant, and the one who had beaten Chun Dao the worst last time. Pourquoi himself was nowhere to be seen in the room. Just as the two of them reached a critical moment, bang. A heavy thud of a door slamming shut made them both jump in fright. A Chi abruptly jumped up from the sofa, roaring, "Damn! Who is it?" Entering without knocking, tired of living. No one responded. He frowned and glanced towards the door. In the dim light, a figure stood quietly there. The face was indistinguishable. A Chi cursed as he walked over. The closer he got, the clearer the person at the door became. Damn. Chun Dao, are you looking for death? He wore a contemptuous expression, completely ignoring the fact that behind Chun Dao was a Gue, and he didn't even notice the pool of blood on the ground. Chun Dao ignored him, quickly scanning the private room. Besides a Chi and two escort girls, there was no one else. Zhu Rohua was absent. He frowned. Seeing himself being ignored, a Chi's anger surged, pointing at Chun Dao and cursing, "Damn. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? You really have a hard bone, can't be killed. Are you looking to get beaten again?" At that moment, the escort girl who had been cuddling with a Chi also twisted her waist and approached softly, asking, "Brother Chi, who is this?" She snuggled up to him, her voice sweet and sticky. A Chi casually pinched her waist and sneered, "Just that useless person I mentioned to you." After saying that, he pushed her aside and strode towards Chun Dao. "Damn. Why are you pretending to be mute while I'm talking to you?" Chun Dao's brow furrowed. "Looking for death." As soon as the words fell, he sidestepped and swung. A Gue was slammed to the ground with a thud. A Chi was taken aback. He never expected there was someone hiding behind Chun Dao. Before he could take a closer look, he suddenly felt a chill in his abdomen, followed by excruciating pain. He staggered back 2 steps and looked down. A dagger was stabbed into his lower abdomen. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chun Dao. "Chun Dao, are you insane?" Chun Dao quietly looked at him and gently shook his head. "A Chi, you were the one who hit me the hardest that day, weren't you? Remember this. Next life, don't bully honest people. Are you crazy?" A Chi was Zhu Ruo's most capable underling, much stronger than an ordinary thug. He had been careless earlier, which resulted in being stabbed. The wound wasn't deep, he wouldn't die immediately. But Chun Dao's cold words completely enraged him. He gritted his teeth, reached for the dagger handle, and with a SHSH sound pulled it out. Blood gushed out, but he seemed to feel no pain, his eyes reddening as he lunged at Chun Dao. "You're the one looking for death. They'll cripple you today. A useless person dares to strike." In the blink of an eye, he charged in front of Chun Dao, raising his hand for a stabbing motion straight at the heart. But he didn't know. Chun Dao was no longer the Chun Dao who would not fight back when beaten. When the blade tip was just an inch from his chest, Chun Dao sidestepped and swiftly seized the Chi's wrist, twisting it fiercely. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was crisp. The dagger slipped from his hand, and Chun Dao caught it effortlessly. Before a Chi's scream could finish, Chun Dao kicked him behind the knee. Bang! He knelt down on the spot. Chun Dao, what are you doing?" At that moment, a Chi was truly panicking. He caught sight of a Gue lying on the ground, covered in blood, unmoving. He suddenly understood the person before him was no longer the Chun Dao he knew. Chun Dao squatted down, grabbing a Chi's hair with his left hand while pressing the dagger against his neck with his right, speaking softly. "I told you in the next life, don't bully honest people." A Chi trembled all over. You dare to kill me. My boss Zhu Rohua won't let you go." Chun Dao smiled. "What a coincidence. I'm here to find him today. Don't worry, he'll be here soon to accompany you." The nearby escort girl had already been frightened awake, her mouth agape, her body going limp as she collapsed to the ground. Chun Dao glanced at her, his tone calm. "In the next life, don't encounter me." Just as the words fell, he covered a Chi's mouth with one hand and slowly dragged the dagger across with the other. A Chi struggled desperately, kicking a few times before quickly going still. Nearby, a Gue was horrified. He could barely crawl, yet instinctively scooted backward, his teeth chattering. This person really dares to kill. Why so ruthless all of a sudden? He couldn't bear to think further, but firmly remembered one thing: never provoke this person. Chun Dao ignored him, wiped the blood off the dagger, and turned to approach the escort girl who was sitting on the ground trembling. Don't kill me. I beg you, spare me. I really don't know anything," she cried while shrinking back, her nails digging into the floorboards. Chun Dao took a few steps forward, squatting in front of her, his index finger raised to his lips. "Show. I won't kill you, but you have to answer me one question. Do you understand?" The girl nodded vigorously. "Where is Zhu Rohua?" Chun Dao looked around, but saw no one, speaking lightly. She was so scared, she almost lost control, her fingers trembling as she pointed to the bathroom door next to them. At that moment, ugh! A sound of dry heaving came from inside. Chen Dao stood up, smiled. Found you. Chen Dao. Just as Chen Dao lifted his foot towards the bathroom, a Gue suddenly called out to him. Chen Dao paused, glanced back at him. What? Want to protect him? I mean not. Not at all. A Gui's tongue was tied, trembling all over. Chen Dao's gaze was too cold, piercing like a knife. He took a deep breath and forced himself to say, Brother Chen Zhurohua is after all a member of the gang. If you really kill him, the higher-ups definitely won't ignore it. As he spoke, he kept watching Chen Dao's expression. In truth, he wasn't considering Chen Dao at all. He was merely afraid of getting into trouble. Zhurohua, no matter how incompetent, was still a leader with dozens of subordinates. If this happened on his turf, even if the big shots didn't say anything, who could guarantee that no one would come after him? Besides, what if the police came to investigate? Would his place still be able to operate? Seeing Chen Dao remain silent, a Gue had no choice but to persuade again. A Qi is already dead. The anger should have been vented. How about we just let it go? Let Zhurohua pay some money so everyone can save face. That's enough. Chen Dao's voice deepened, directly interrupting. Don't force me to turn against you. He didn't take a Gui's word seriously at all. Killing Zhurohua could indeed invite trouble. But so what? In this world, what mattered was strength. If Zhurohua got taken down, he could only blame himself for not being tough enough. Moreover, he had repeatedly bullied the original owner. If it really escalated to the gang, the reasoning would be on Chen Dao's side. Whoever had the strongest fist would have the final say. After saying that, Chen Dao left without looking back, heading straight towards the bathroom. At that moment, a voice came from inside. A Qi. I'm calling you. Are you deaf? Quick, hand me a cigarette. He spoke unclearly, his tongue thick, clearly drunk, completely oblivious to the trouble outside. After waiting for a long time without response, he got angry, and with a creak, pulled the bathroom door open. As soon as the door was cracked open a bit, Chen Dao was already standing at the doorway. He grabbed the door panel. You damn, bang. The door was violently kicked back, hitting Zhurohua in the face as Chen Dao stepped inside. A Gue stood nearby, his heart racing. The more he looked, the more he felt he had underestimated Chen Dao before. Today he truly understood what it meant. Silent most of the time, but terrifying when he made a move. Is this still the Chen Dao that he knew? If someone said he had become a different person, he would believe it. A Gue swallowed hard, staring at the dim bathroom doorway. It was too dark inside and nothing could be seen. All that could be heard was the muffled sound of things hitting the ground, followed by several gut-wrenching screams. It was indeed the voice of Zhurohua. The cry made one's scalp tingle, and a Gue was drenched in cold sweat. Just as he hesitated about whether to go closer, the next moment, bang! The bathroom door was pushed open again. Chen Dao walked out leisurely, dragging Zhurohua behind him. Zhurohua's face was covered in blood, his eyes swollen to slits, his nose crooked, and his clothes were covered in footprints. A Gue was stunned and immediately dismissed the thought of stepping forward to advise him. He didn't want to die yet. You dare hit me, Chen Dao? You are finished. I will definitely kill you. Zhurohua cursed as he was dragged out of the bathroom. Chen Dao frowned and kicked him hard in the stomach. Zhurohua curled up like a shrimp, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground in agony. Chen Dao glanced at the private room, walked over to the nearby table, picked up a bottle of strong liquor, and squatted down in front of Zhurohua. Splash! The entire bottle of liquor was poured over his face. The alcohol mixed with blood seeped into the wounds, and Zhurohua's features twisted instantly, letting out a piercing scream. You bastard. The intoxication faded, leaving only excruciating pain. Chen Dao, if you have the guts, kill me. Today, if you let me go, I guarantee. If I don't kill you, I won't be surnamed Hua. Chen Dao, I will skin you alive and chop you into pieces to feed the fish. Zhurohua held his face flushed red, his nose blue and eyes swollen, still stubbornly lifting his neck, looking fearless. In his eyes, Chen Dao was still the same old Cgio who could be easily manipulated. Chen Dao was not angry, but instead smiled and raised his hand to slap his thick cheek. What's the rush? Today in this private room, you can't get out. Want to kill me? Sure. Wait until your next life to be reborn and come back after you have practiced well. As soon as the words fell, Zhurohua's pupils suddenly constricted, his body stiffened, and he truly panicked. What are you going to do? Chen Dao's voice was soft but sharp as a knife. I want to rise to power. Therefore, I will use your life as a stepping stone. In the underworld, what one seeks is a reputation. How to become famous the fastest. The simplest way. Eliminate a notorious tough guy, and the name will instantly echo throughout the harbor. Zhurohua is that stepping stone. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Dao smashed the liquor bottle with a loud crash, grabbed a sharp shard of glass, and yanked Zhurohua's hair, forcefully pressing him down. Zhurohua struggled desperately, but all that flabby flesh was of no use. He couldn't break free. Chen Dao pressed his knee against the back of his neck, and the glass blade cleanly sliced open his windpipe. Blood gushed out hot and pungent. Zhurohua's eyes bulged, his throat gurgled, and moments later, he lay completely still. The accompanying waitress collapsed on the ground, shaking so much she couldn't speak. Even Agui's face turned pale, his calves trembling. It was ruthless. Truly ruthless. Chen Dao didn't even glance at them. After dealing with Zhu Rohua, he immediately heard the system prompt in his ear and his reputation points soared. He could recruit followers now. In the underworld, what does one rely on? Brothers. Initially, he thought this system was too ordinary while others had divine skills and mystical powers. When they crossed over, he was only given the ability to recruit lackeys. But then he thought about it and understood what era is this. An era full of gangs where one licks blood from the knife's edge. There are no mystical techniques or spells, only machetes and sheer numbers. At this moment, having more people is the true strength. And He Lianqing. A joke. If he had 100,000 brothers under him, what was a mere He Lianqing? If he really pulled up 1,000,000 brothers, OG wouldn't dare to show up and the British side would have to think twice. Thinking of this, Chun Dao smiled and casually dragged a chair over to sit down. Do you have a cigarette? Huh. Ague was stunned. Cigarette. Ague immediately scrambled up his hands, shaking so much he could barely hold the cigarette box. Half of his upper pocket was soaked in Zhu Rua's blood. He picked out a dry one, handed it over with both hands, and tremblingly lit it. Chun Dao took a deep puff, slowly exhaling the smoke, while his gaze swept toward Ague. He said nothing. But just that one look made Agui's back chill, and he turned to retreat to the corner, keeping his distance. Two were already lying on the ground, and he didn't want to become the third. Chun Dao ignored him quietly, smoking, his eyes closed, sitting perfectly still. Ague was confused. What is he doing? Meditating. Is now the time to meditate. Why isn't he running? He secretly glanced at the private room door and quickly withdrew his gaze. He didn't dare. The current Chun Dao was no longer the old Chun Dao, and Chun Dao didn't care what Ague was thinking. He closed his eyes, starting the first recruitment in his mind. Soon the corners of his mouth slightly rose. The system prompt sounded clearly. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully recruited 15 little brothers. Position, ordinary lackey. Traits, absolutely loyal, fearless of death. Done. At the same time in the nightclub, in a dim, unnoticed corner, a faint white light suddenly flashed. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. 15 men in black suits, expressionless, appeared silently there. They said nothing, their gazes cold as ice, like knives that had killed before without being drawn. Should we go now? Yao Ge hasn't spoken. Someone's coming. Scatter. No orders, don't show yourselves. After a few words, the 15 men immediately melted into the shadows and vanished. Not long after they left, several of Agui's subordinates, holding flashlights, swayed over. Strange, I clearly heard something moving here just now, but why is there nothing? Don't scare yourself, let's go. What happened in the private room? Is Ge still alive? Did that Chun Dao really kill Zhu Rohua? Who knows? But tonight's Chun Dao is really off. The voices faded away, slowly becoming... Inside the private room, Chun Dao slowly opened his eyes. He had sensed the 15 new auras outside, and the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. Tonight no one could touch him. Ague saw him wake up, his body trembling, unable to stand steady. Chun Dao extended 2 fingers toward him. Ague understood instantly and hurriedly handed over a cigarette. Chun Dao lit it, took a puff, and then slowly turned to look at Ague. Without saying a word, just that gaze made Ague's scalp tingle. A glance to the side revealed Zhu Rohua lying next to him, dead eyes still open. His heart sank, and he panicked completely. This was no longer the Chun Dao who bowed his head to everyone. He had taken down 2 people with a wave of his hand, his face unchanged, as if he had just crushed 2 ants. Ague regretted it deeply. If he had known, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter, even if it meant death. He swallowed hard, his throat moving. Seeing Chun Dao still staring at him, he braced himself and spoke up. Gulp. He swallowed again, trembling as he said, Chun, Brother Chin, I will have the people outside clear the way immediately. You should run. Zhu Rohua and Achi are after all members of the gang. You killed them, and the gang will never let you go. Hurry and run. Seeing Chun Dao unmoved, he hurriedly added, as long as you spare my life, I will arrange everything for you. Money, cars, and routes out of the port. Chun Dao just smiled upon hearing that. Escape? What for? This place is rather nice. He extinguished his cigarette and smiled faintly. You wouldn't think this is over, would you? Agui's entire body stiffened. Not over yet. Don't do anything reckless. He desperately retreated until his back thudded against the wall, leaving him no way to escape. He was terrified. This Sijio kid who had been trampled for 10 years could really punch a hole in the sky when he got serious. Chun Dao offered no explanation, only saying, you'll find out soon enough. Then he fell silent. He knew in his heart he wanted to rise to power. He wanted to become famous in battle. Things like killing brothers requires 3 stabs and 6 holes, and expelling and uniting victories. All nonsense. Back then, when D publicly tormented Guan Zai's son, which of the uncles dared to speak up? Be ruthless, and there's a way to survive. Be ruthless, and no one dares to interfere. Chun. Brother Chun. Agui's voice trembled. He just wanted to slap himself. How did he get involved with such a living Yama? Brother Chun, the people outside have probably already notified Guan Zai's son. If we don't leave now, it really will be too late. Oh. Chun Dao crossed his legs, leisurely examining Ague with a calm expression. Guan Zai's son. How fortuitous. Saves me the trouble of looking for him. Then we'll wait for him to come. Chen Dao's lips curled into a smile, but that smile quickly turned cold, his gaze sharp as a knife. Wasn't he in this predicament because Guanzai's son turned a blind eye? When Chen Dao was publicly humiliated and beaten, if only Guanzai's son had said one word to stop it, the original owner wouldn't have lived like a dog. Now, it's time to settle the score. At this moment in a gambling den in Simsha-sui. 3 sides. 3 sides. 3 sides. Blow. Beautiful. At a blackjack table, the leader of Heilian Sheng, Guanzai's son, was laughing heartily as he gathered a pile of chips into his arms. In front of him, the chips piled up like a small mountain, and he was grinning ear to ear. He had won big this round. Suddenly, one of his subordinates leaned in. "Boss, something's happened." "Shut up." Guanzai's son snapped without turning around, casually slapping a few chips on the table. "Don't you see my luck is great right now? Get lost. Even if the sky falls, don't bother me." After saying that, he reached for the cards. The subordinate hesitated for a moment, but bent down to whisper quickly in his ear. Guanzai Sen's face darkened instantly, his hand freezing midair as he silently withdrew the chips he had just swept in. "Son Gu, there's no turning back on this bet." "What? Want to get beaten up?" "No. I wouldn't dare." The others at the table recognized him as the leader of Heilian Sheng, and no one dared to speak up, all lowering their heads in silence. Guanzai's son snorted coldly, ordering 2 subordinates to exchange the chips for cash, then turned to leave with the messenger. Once outside, he lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, his temper boiling over. What the hell is Chen Dao doing? Causing trouble again? Does he think he has a long life? Next time we clash, push him to the front. If he dies, so be it. After cursing for a while, he extinguished the cigarette, and turned to his subordinate. So what did he do this time? Agui's people just called, saying Chen Dao barged into Agui's territory and stabbed him several times, and now he's hiding in Pourquoi's bar. After a pause, he added, "I heard Pourquoi just beat him half to death this afternoon, so this time he might be out for revenge." Revenge? Guanzai almost thought he misheard. Chen Dao dared to stab Agui. He even dared to find Pourquoi to fight. He froze for 2 seconds, then spat. "He's gone mad." With a wave of his hand, he said, "Let's go check it out." A van stopped at the entrance of the nightlife venue a few minutes later. Guanzai jumped out and gestured to a subordinate pacing back and forth at the door. "Where is he?" Upon seeing him, the subordinate's eyes lit up, rushing over to shout, "Sen Go, you finally made it." Chen Dao has gone crazy. He first stabbed Agui, then killed his way into Hua Ji's territory. As he led the way inside, he added more to the chaos. Guanzai's son was already furious, and the more he listened, the angrier he got. Damn, did he take some drugs? Where is he? I want to see if he can turn the sky upside down this time. As they reached the door to the private room, the subordinate stopped. "Sen Gu, he's inside, refusing to let us in. He said if anyone comes in, he'll chop Agui first." Guanzai's son frowned, growling, "Damn it." He kicked the private room door open and strode in with a dozen subordinates. "Chen Dao, has your brain gone waterlogged?" As Guanzai's son pushed open the door, he saw Chen Dao sitting at the table eating. Chen Dao looked up at him, standing up with a smile. "Sen Gu, you're here." That calm demeanor only fueled Guanzai. He scanned the room, but didn't see any sign of Pourquoi. But a strong smell of blood suddenly assaulted his nose. He immediately frowned. He pointed at Chen Dao and cursed, "You tired of living? Do you know where this place is? How dare you run wild on the gang's territory? You really have some guts." As he spoke faster, saliva nearly sprayed onto the table. Chen Dao stood there expressionless and silent. Guanzai cursed for several minutes until his throat went dry, then suddenly remembered the main point. He looked around again and still didn't see Pourquoi. Frowning, he angrily shouted, "Where is he? Where's Pourquoi? Hand him over first. We'll settle accounts later." Chen Dao smiled lightly before finally speaking. "I can't hand him over." "What do you mean?" Chen Dao didn't answer. He turned and picked up a plastic bag from the table, and under Guanzai watchful gaze casually tossed it to the ground. The bag hit the ground with a thud. Out rolled a head, stopping right at Guanzai feet. He looked down, it was Pourquoi. He staggered back 3 steps, his back chilled, staring at Chen Dao's calm face, his heart racing. This person really dared to act. Is Pourquoi really dead? Before Guanzai could regain his wits, Chen Dao stepped forward, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Finished cursing. Guanzai stood frozen, a sentence stuck in his throat. Seeing him silent, Chen Dao exhaled another puff of smoke. "Now it's my turn to speak." What do you want to do?" Guanzai heart raced. The person in front of him was terrifyingly unfamiliar. Was this still the obedient Chen Dao? But he was the boss and couldn't show fear here. He took a deep breath, mustering up his courage to step forward, sneering. "Chen Dao, who do you think you are?" After a pause, his eyes filled with disdain. "I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Chen Dao lit another cigarette, his gaze falling on the head on the floor, his tone calm. "Pourquoi almost killed me, and now I've killed him. This ends our grudge. Next, it's time to discuss my matters." He raised his eyes, looking directly at Guanzai. "With him dead, all his places, subordinates, and territory belong to me. Are you out of your mind?" Guanzai finally regained his composure, laughing out loud after hearing this. Taking a deep drag from the cigarette his subordinate handed him, retorting, "Who do you think you are? A Seijo kid daring to claim territory. Just because you killed someone, you think you can rise to power? Dream on." Chen Dao did not get angry. This statement already said it all. Without real consequences, Guanzai-san would not back down. He extinguished the cigarette, and raised his hand, slapping twice. Suddenly a commotion erupted outside the private room. Who's there? Stop right there. Ah! Dozens of burly men burst through the door, brandishing cleavers. Guanzai and his men froze in place. One underling leapt forward and shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" But the burly men ignored him entirely, bowing in unison toward Chen Dao and shouting in chorus, "Brother Dao." Guanzai's men instantly erupted into chaos, hands flying to their waists. Clatter! In one swift motion, the dozen men surged forward, each pressing a cleaver's razor edge against the throat of one of Guanzai's underlings. Their leader stood 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and thick-muscled beneath his black attire. His voice was low and gravelly. "Move, and you die." Guanzai and his men, stiffened, breath held tight, blades cold against their throats. Then, clap, clap, clap. Chen Dao strode forward at his own pace, halted before Guanzai, and gave 3 slow, deliberate claps before smiling and speaking. "Brother Sun, these men are my brothers. When I command them to act, they don't blink." He didn't utter the word kill, yet the sheer unflinching brutality behind his words struck Guanzai with chilling clarity. Yet he was, after all, the master of Lianqing Hall. How could he bow before a mere 4th-generation recruit? He sneered, "Chen Dao, have you truly lost your mind? You've already taken down Zhu Rohua. Now it's my turn." Deep down he held Chen Dao in utter contempt. The same Chen Dao who once lowered his head to everyone who dared not retort, even when berated. He refused to believe this man would dare strike him down for real. Chen Dao smiled faintly. They still didn't understand him. He crushed his cigarette stub into the ashtray. "Tonight I ascend. Zhu Rohua's territory, I claim it." He paused, then locked eyes with Guanzai, gaze piercing like a blade. "Give it willingly, and I'll call you Brother Sun. Refuse, and right now I'll sever your head and wear it as my crown." The final words dropped like shards of ice. Guanzai flinched, throat dry, swallowing hard without thinking. The young man before him, his eyes had changed. His aura had changed, no longer that spineless wretch of old. Yet disbelief still burned in his chest. Could a 4th-generation recruit truly slay a hall master? "Trying to frighten me," he scoffed. "I'm standing right here. Go on, try it." Chen Dao said nothing. He held Guanzai's gaze for 2 seconds. Then his eyes darkened and murderous intent surged like a rising tide. "You seek death." Before the words fully left his lips, he seized Guanzai's hair, dragged him to the table, snatched up a dagger from its surface, and drove it deep into the palm of Guanzai's left hand. Puffed! Blood spurted, splattering across the wooden tabletop. "Ah!" Guanzai's scream had barely escaped when one of his underlings lunged forward. "Restrain them." "Yes, Brother Dao." The burly men barked in unison. "Cut!" Steel flashed. Screams tore through the air. Within 3 minutes, every one of Guanzai's dozen men lay sprawled across the floor, maimed, bleeding, limbs broken. Guanzai trembled violently, heart hammering against his ribs. This man truly had no regard for his own life. Chen Dao, do you have any idea what you're doing?" "Kill me, and the Triad will flay you alive." "You're digging your own grave." Chen Dao frowned. Still refusing, he grabbed a porcelain bowl and smashed it squarely against Guanzai's forehead. Crack! The bowl shattered, blood streamed down his temple. Chen Dao didn't pause. Snatching up a liquor bottle, he brought it down. Crack! 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 3 brutal blows, all striking the same spot. Guanzai collapsed, face drenched in blood, limbs gone slack. Chen Dao pressed a hand firmly against the back of his skull and leaned and closed locking eyes. "I offered you a choice long ago." His gaze flickered over Guanzai's grotesquely contorted face, then twisted into a cold, mirthless smile. "You chose death, didn't you?" With that, he gripped the hilt of the dagger embedded in Guanzai's palm and twisted it savagely. Erg! Agony exploded through Guanzai's body. Muscles convulsed, sweat poured like rain, panic overwhelming him utterly. Chen Dao's voice, when he spoke again, was glacial, its lethal chill seeping straight into Guanzai's marrow. Guanzai's pulse spiked. This man would act. Refuse, and he'd truly be dead. Worse still, Zhu Rohua was already dead. Instinct screamed at him to yield. Yet reason pulled back. He was a hall master, Chen Dao's direct superior. To kneel now would shatter his dignity beyond repair. "Chen Dao, have you forgotten the Triad's code? If I die, the entire organization will hunt you without mercy." He sought to wield the Triad's authority like a weapon. This time, however, he misjudged Chen Dao entirely. Chen Dao stilled, face blank, eyelids unmoving, not even a flicker of reaction. His gaze swept across the groaning men littering the floor, then settled on a young underling. He crooked a finger. An ally instantly understood, grabbed the youth by the hair, yanked him forward, slammed him onto the floor before Chen Dao's feet, and thrust a cleaver into his hand. "Hold him down." Chen Dao nodded toward Guanzai. 2 men rushed forward, gripping Guanzai's shoulders and arms with iron force. Chen Dao crouched, blade tip resting against the youth's throat. "What are you going to do?" "Boss, save me. Boss, help, somebody." The youth thrashed wildly, Just as he turned his head, Chen Dao seized his skull and slammed it down with a sickening thud. Guan Zizhen jolted violently. Chen Dao glanced back, smiling. Then, instantly, steel flashed. A head rolled. Blood sprayed across the floor. Several drops splattered across Chen Dao's cheek. He rose, wiped his face with the back of his hand, and walked to the next underling. Dragged him up by the hair, pressed the cleaver's edge to his throat. The man broke down sobbing, shaking, uncontrollably collapsing to his knees, and begging for mercy. Chen Dao didn't spare him a glance. His eyes remained locked on Guan Zizhen. You think the Triad frightens me? Before the words fully faded, the blade slid slowly across flesh. SHHK. A crimson line bloomed, and the youth crumpled lifelessly. So before Guan Zizhen's very eyes, Chen Dao slaughtered 4 of his men, one after another. Dripping with blood, Chen Dao stepped before Guan Zizhen, tossed the crimson-stained cleaver down with a metallic clang at his feet, and murmured softly, "Now, can we speak properly?" Guan Zizhen's knees buckled. He nearly collapsed. His face paled to ash, lips, trembling, breath ragged and shallow. At last he understood this wasn't intimidation. It was execution. Chen Dao had changed. Ruthless, swift, absolute. He couldn't hold on any longer. After a strained silence, the words burst out, "Chen Dao, you're merciless. I yield. I misjudged you utterly." He paused, then hurried on. "Fine. Zhu Rohua's territory, his men. All yours. Let me up." Chen Dao drew a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled slowly. Not enough. What a... That offer is void. He flicked ash from the tip. Now double it. Keep the territory. And add 200,000 for your life. Guan Zizhen's breath caught. His chest tightened, threatening to shut down entirely. Chen Dao exhaled another plume of smoke, raised 3 fingers. 300,000. You? 400,000. Guan Zizhen opened his mouth, then swallowed the protest whole. His face flushed purple, knuckles white with strain. After a long, heavy silence, he squeezed his eyes shut, drew a deep breath, and roared, "Fine. I'll pay. 400,000. Down to the last cent." He had surrendered. There was no path left but surrender. Chen Dao made his terms unmistakably clear: no payment, no end. 400,000 was no trivial sum. Yet in his heart he knew precisely what mattered more, life or... In the corner, Ah Gue slumped weakly against the wall. Hearing Guan Zizhen's capitulation, his mouth fell open, shock freezing him speechless. This... Chen Dao has lost his mind. He murmured to himself. He had assumed the matter would end once he killed Ro Zhuhua. Who could have foreseen that Chen Dao would even extort the boss himself? That fearless, unyielding ferocity bore no resemblance whatsoever to the timid, cowering Chen Dao of before. At that moment, Chen Dao waved his hand. His 2 underlings instantly released Officer Sun and stepped back. He stubbed out his cigarette and nodded in quiet satisfaction. "Now that's more like it. Brother, send my apologies for the inconvenience. Had you agreed earlier, you'd have spared yourself this beating." His tone was as light and casual as if discussing the weather. Officer Sin's chest tightened with rage, yet not a single word dared escape his lips. In his eyes, Chen Dao was no longer human. He was a soul-reaping specter. What monstrous act might he commit next? He had no desire to die here, senseless and uncomprehending. His gaze locked onto Chen Dao, silent, unmoving. Chen Dao paid him no mind, reached out, and deftly plucked a mobile phone from his pocket. "Brother Sun, don't entertain foolish notions. I guarantee, if you call for help, I'll send you ahead of them." With that, he tossed the phone onto the table before him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Officer Sun wrenched the dagger from his hand. Blood gushed forth with a sharp, wet sound. Ignoring the agony, he snatched up the phone and, hands trembling, dialed a number. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Officer Sun wrenched the dagger from his hand. Blood gushed forth with a sharp, wet sound. Ignoring the agony, he snatched up the phone. "Send Jimmy with 400,000 to ransom me." After rattling off the address, he hung up without another word. Is that acceptable now? He was utterly terrified. His pride shattered, his defiance extinguished. There was no choice. This man truly would kill without blinking an eye. If provoked, he might well perish on the spot. Chen Dao nodded. "Very good." Then he strode calmly to the sofa, reached beneath the table, retrieved a cold chicken leg, and took a deliberate bite. Brother Sun, care for some? Officer Sun froze, his chest constricting anew. How could this man treat such a life-or-death confrontation so lightly? What on earth had transpired? How had he transformed overnight into something so terrifying? This was no longer the demeanor of a subordinate. It was the bearing of a Triad patriarch. Officer Sun would have believed it had someone told him Chen Dao led the entire branch. How then had he ever taken him in? Helpless and heavy-hearted, he fell silent. Chen Dao didn't press him further, lowering his head to continue eating. Not long after, a knock sounded at the door. Outside, one of Ghost's underlings peered in, voice quavering, "Brother Chen Dao? Jimmy's arrived." How? Chen Dao casually tossed aside the chicken bone, wiped his hands with a napkin, and said, "Let him in." The door swung open. Jimmy entered carrying a black plastic bag, the very 40,000 inside. The moment he stepped across the threshold, his gaze swept over the corpses strewn across the floor, and his brows shot upward. Then his eyes landed on Chen Dao, and he froze. Isn't that Chen Dao, eh? What's he doing here? He barely knew Chen Dao, had only glimpsed him twice from afar and heard whispers about him. That useless low-level grunt. Yet the man standing before him radiated not a trace of weakness or timidity. Stunned though he was, Jimmy didn't pause. He handed the bag to one of his own underlings. As Officer Sin's most trusted enforcer, running casinos, arranging ransoms, such tasks were second nature to him. He delivered the money swiftly and cleanly, uttering not a single unnecessary word, asking not a single question. He knew full well Chun Dao wanted only the money. Any idle chatter would only jeopardize the deal. Chun Dao watched the cash change hands, then slowly lit a cigarette and lifted his gaze to study Jimmy. His expression remained calm, yet held a subtle, almost imperceptible note of approval. This efficiency impressed him deeply. A short while later, he extinguished his cigarette, rose, and walked toward Jimmy. Jimmy stood motionless. "You're Jimmy. I've long heard you're reliable, meticulous, flawless. Today proves the rumors true." Chun Dao spoke easily, offering him a cigarette with a faint smile, "Interested in working for me?" At those words, Officer Sin's face paled instantly. To poach a man right under his nose. Such blatant disrespect was unforgivable. Fury boiling over, he exploded, "Chun Dao, you bastard, don't push your luck." Chun Dao whirled around and struck him. Crack. A deafening slap echoed through the entire private room. Officer Sin staggered, stunned, into absolute stillness. Chun Dao's face was stone, cold, unblinking. His voice low and venomous, "Speak again, and I'll sever your hand." "You?" Officer Sun trembled with rage. But the moment his eyes met Chun Dao's, his throat clenched tight, and the rest of his words died unspoken. Only when he'd fallen silent did Chun Dao turn back to Jimmy, and smiled again. "Think it over. Work for me, and you'll never touch dirty work. Just focus on making money for me." He understood Jimmy perfectly. Not a stranger, but a man known intimately despite their first meeting. In his past life, he devoured Hong Kong crime films, and already knew Jimmy's story, a legitimate businessman who joined the Triads only because, lacking patronage, he'd found himself stranded in this ruthless world. He loathed violence, cherished commerce, and possessed a razor-sharp intellect. Sure enough, Jimmy's eyes flickered, clearly stirred, but only for an instant. Was this a joke? His boss still stood right there. To defect openly was treason, punishable by the Triads. He paused briefly, lit his cigarette, drew a slow, deep breath, and shook his head apologetically. "Thanks for the offer, Brother Dao, but I'm doing just fine where I am." Then he turned to Officer Sun. "I've brought the money. May I take the boss now?" Chun Dao showed no sign of anger, merely shrugged. "Of course. I keep my word." He stepped aside. Jimmy hurried forward, steadying the unsteady Officer Sun, and guided him toward the exit. Just before reaching the doorway, Chun Dao called out, "Wait. If you change your mind, find me at Ro Zhu Hua's former territory. The door will always be open." Jimmy hesitated, nodded once, and escorted Officer Sun out of the nightclub. Once they'd vanished into the distance, Ghost, huddled in the corner, was deathly pale, swaying from blood loss. Seeing Officer Sun walk out alive, he finally exhaled in relief, staggered upright, and whispered, "Brother Chin, no, I mean Brother Dao, may I go now? Nearly forgot about you." Chun Dao glanced his way. Blood still seeped from Ghost's abdominal wound, his vision blurred, his knees buckling. Chun Dao waved dismissively, "It's over, go." Ghost nearly wept with relief and bolted for the door, only to stumble, legs collapsing beneath him just beyond the threshold. The underlings guarding the entrance rushed forward to catch him. "Brother Ghost, are you all right? Can you hold on, Brother Ghost?" "Brother Ghost." Too weak to speak, Ghost merely waved them off, then suddenly raised his arm and slapped the youth supporting him across the face with a sharp crack. "What are you all staring at? Get me to the hospital now. Do you all want me dead?" Before the echo faded, his men sprang into action, hoisting him up and rushing him out of the nightclub. Inside the ambulance, a young underling could contain himself no longer. Clenching his jaw, he growled, "Brother Ghost, this can't stand. What is Chun Dao? A nobody. How dare he treat you like this? I'll gather men tonight. We'll finish him." Others immediately chimed in. "Yes. Cut him down. Chun Dao's a coward. Take him out. Brother Ghost, this humiliation can't be swallowed." Their fury mounted, yet no one noticed Ghost's face darkening deeper and deeper. Suddenly, crack, another thunderous slap landed on the same youth's cheek. "Shut up, or do you wish?" Ghost snarled, eyes blazing with menace. Silence crashed over the vehicle like a wave. He drew a slow, measured breath, voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Do you truly believe the Chun Dao standing before you today is the same man he once was? We were completely mistaken. He is not a waste, he is truly ruthless. After enduring for so long, he takes down a whole group in one move. Such a person." He paused, refraining from uttering the last words. "I can't provoke him." But he was well aware Chun Dao was no longer some. He knew his own worth. His subordinates merely managed the scene and chased ordinary debtors too timid to tackle. But what about Chun Dao? The dozen or so men in black who stormed into the private room moved swiftly and decisively, taking down Guan Zaisen's men in just a few moves. They were elite, not cannon fodder. And what about his side? All just fillers. How could they compare? Yet moments later, Agui's lips suddenly curled into a cold smile. Chun Dao is indeed formidable. Surviving now guarantees his future greatness. But the premise is that he must survive tonight. Chun Dao, you are too hasty. He murmured to himself with a bit of skill, have you forgotten the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth? Chen Dao wanted to make a name for himself, but first he had to get past Guanzai-san. Guanzai-san has suffered such a significant setback, he will never let it go. None of the masters from Liansheng are easy to provoke. No matter how incompetent Guanzai-san is, he still holds weight among the masters. At this moment, inside the night venue, a young man in black hurried into the private room, slightly bowing to Chen Dao. Bro Dao Agui has taken his men and left. Chen Dao nodded, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Another young man hesitated before speaking. Bro Dao, should I take some people to deal with Agui? Worried he might come back. No need. Chen Dao shook his head. He was merely a local tyrant who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Today's situation was enough to keep him awake at night. He dared not act. The real person he needed to keep an eye on was someone else. He waved his hand, called the night manager. Yes. The young man responded and left. He pointed to the several corpses on the ground. Clean it up, leave no traces. Soon the bodies were taken away, blood stains wiped clean, and the private room returned to normal. The door was pushed open. The young man from earlier brought in a woman, around 30, dressed in a cheongsam, exuding a competent aura. Chen Dao looked up and asked, are you the owner of this night venue? Chen Dao sized up the woman, a smirk forming on his lips as he asked. A woman who can run a night venue in this day and age must have seen quite a bit. Although slightly intimidated, she quickly nodded. Hello, big brother, I am the owner here. Feel free to give any instructions. From today onwards, I will be in charge of this place. Agui is gone. Do you have any objections? Huh. She was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. As a boss, it doesn't matter who runs the venue. The key is who collects the money and who can truly settle matters. Tonight Agui was supposed to be in charge, but things turned out this way. The customers all ran scared. How would business continue? She had already heard about what happened earlier and knew that the young man in front of her in his 20s was swift and ruthless. How could she dare to refuse? Yet she was still a bit scared. No objections. It's just speak your mind. Chen Dao leaned back with his legs crossed, casually swirling his wine glass before downing the red wine. The woman gritted her teeth and finally spoke. Big brother, you just confronted Guanzai-san. He definitely won't let it go. My small shop can't withstand being smashed. I will take care of his matters. Chen Dao raised his hand, gently interrupting her. He understood her concerns, fearful that Guanzai-san would retaliate, smashing the shop and hurting people. But he had already planned for this little matter. Letting Guanzai-san go was not an act of kindness, it was intentional. Just taking down a mere pig, his reputation wouldn't be loud enough. Guanzai-san's weight is enough to serve as a stepping stone. What he wants is prestige. The bigger the matter, the louder the name, the more soldiers. Once he could muster 100,000 people in one go, let alone Liansheng, even OG would have to weigh their options. By then Hong Kong would belong to the Chen family. Meanwhile, the owner stared into Chen Dao's eyes, her heart trembling. In her 30s, having crawled through the night scene for years, she had seen her fair share of thugs, brawlers, and small leaders. But none like him. Young with a deep gaze, not many words, but ambition that couldn't be concealed. The earlier hard fight further proved he was not just all talk. She suddenly felt clinging to this big thigh might truly be an opportunity. At this moment, Chen Dao spoke again. You don't need to worry about the rest, or I will handle it. You only need to answer. Do you agree? His tone was light, but left no room for negotiation. The owner, wanting to build connections, dared not shake her head, immediately nodding. From now on, I will rely on Big Brother for support. The amount previously promised to Agui will remain unchanged. Chen Dao did not respond, but silently took a puff of smoke. She felt a tightness in her heart, immediately understanding the implication, and quickly added, I'll add another 10%. An additional 10 points. What do you think? Chen Dao finally nodded. All right. You can leave now. I will take care of the troubles in the shop. Ooh, I won't take this money for nothing. The owner let out a long breath, respectfully retreating. Once the door closed, Chen Dao walked to the window, hands behind his back, gazing into the distance with a slight smile. Guanzai-san, it's time to act, isn't it? Senga, don't disappoint me, he murmured to himself. Turning, he sat back on the sofa. Several waiters brought in a few bottles of fine wine. He leisurely poured a glass, sipping slowly as he waited. Meanwhile, on the other side, after getting into the car, Guanzai-san and Jimmy headed straight back to their territory. As soon as he entered, Guanzai-san finally let out a sigh of relief. He treated his wounds simply and walked into the clinic. Damn it, has that little bastard Chen Dao gone mad? He slammed the table, shouting angrily, does he think I, Guanzai-san, am a soft persimmon? The several young men beside him stood with their heads down, not daring to say a word. Jimmy handed him a bottle of cold beer. Son, go have a drink to cool down. Guanzai-san took it, tilting his head back, chugging a large mouthful, and his anger finally subsided a bit. But he still couldn't understand. Why was Chen Dao suddenly so ruthless? It was like he had become a different person. However, no matter how puzzled he had to get to work. He was a master of Liansheng, and being slapped in the face in public was something he couldn't tolerate. He coldly laughed and told Jimmy, call OG and report that Chen Dao has committed murder. Jimmy nodded, immediately dialing the phone, reporting the case as per Guanzai-san's instructions. After hanging up, Guanzai's son sneered, Chun Dao, do you really think that killing a few people will allow you to sit in my position? My money is not something you can touch at will. You embarrass me, and I will make sure you end up in jail. This time don't think you can get out. 20 minutes later at the night venue. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing sound of police sirens grew nearer. Several police cars quickly parked surrounding the night venue. The shop was already empty with only a few waiters frozen in place from fear. The owner quickly recognized who they were coming for and ran towards the private room. In the private room, he pushed the door open, panting, Bro Dao. The cops are here. Hurry and hide. Chun Dao was holding a wine glass, and upon hearing this, he merely raised his eyes and smiled. Guanzai's son. Is this the move? How boring. The owner was anxious, wringing her hands about to persuade him again, when Chun Dao raised his hand, signaling her to be quiet. I'll handle this matter, you can leave first. The owner opened her mouth, seeing Chun Dao's calm demeanor devoid of panic, and ultimately had to swallow her words, silently exiting. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open. A dozen armed police officers rushed in, instantly surrounding Chun Dao and his underlings. The leading officer scanned the room impatiently and said, Who is Chun Dao? Chun Dao stood up and replied calmly, I am. Someone reported you for involvement in a murder case, come with us. Before he finished speaking, several police officers had already closed in on him. The surrounding underlings tensed up, hands on their waists, eyes sharp. The officers immediately raised their guns. The sound of the bolts clicking echoed. Get down, hands up high. Move, and we will shoot. But the underlings remained unmoved, not even blinking, waiting for a signal from Chun Dao. These were the people summoned by the system, absolutely loyal. They would follow orders without question. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, Chun Dao spoke, his voice soft, yet making everyone pause. Step back. The underlings immediately retreated a half step. Chun Dao turned to the officer, giving a slight smile. Sir, I have always abided by the law. Less talk. Return to the station to record your statement. Sir, I didn't kill anyone. He gestured sideways. It was him. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. A man in black stepped forward, holding a bloodied machete. The officers immediately shifted their guns, all aimed at him. The underling didn't even glance at the police, directly throwing the knife down at the leading officer's feet, speaking calmly. I killed him. It has nothing to do with Brother Dao. The knife is here, and I disposed of the body in the sea. He insisted that he acted alone. The leading officer was taken aback, momentarily stunned. He turned to look at Chun Dao, his expression complex. He knew well, this was just someone Chun Dao had pushed forward to take the blame. But since someone had confessed, he didn't want to waste more effort. For these gang members, destroying evidence had long been routine. The deceased was not an ordinary person. They were involved in gangs. Deaths were just part of the game. He snorted, coldly staring at Chun Dao. Kid, you have guts. Don't let me catch you next time. Chun Dao shrugged. Not. The officer was too lazy to continue the back and forth, waving his hand. Arrest him. Several officers immediately moved forward, pinning the underling down. The underling didn't struggle. The officer walked over as usual, asking a few simple questions, preparing to take the suspect away. At that moment, the new officer, Chun Jiejun, stepped forward. Sir, this person is suspicious. He can't be the murderer. Having just joined the police force, he didn't yet understand the concept of taking the fall. Filled with youthful zeal, he pointed directly at Chun Dao. You're the mastermind behind this, aren't you? He is at most an accomplice. Chun Dao frowned slightly, but remained silent. Chun Jiejun felt even more convinced. So let me ask him a few questions alone. The leading officer was already impatient with Chun Jiejun trying to show off, but in front of everyone he could only nod. Chun Jiejun signaled the other officers to loosen their grip, then focused on the underling, pointing at Chun Dao and saying, I know you were pushed forward. Do you know how long you'll be in prison for taking the blame? At least 20 years, possibly a death sentence. Does it seem worth it? Confess and you'll receive leniency. Resist and you'll be treated harshly. As long as you tell the truth and become a witness, I can help you get out quickly. Do you really want to die for your boss? He continued with a mix of soft and hard tactics, trying to pry open the underling's mouth. After hearing this, the underling merely shot him a sideways glance, remaining silent. Chun Jiejun, suppressing his frustration, asked, If you tell the truth, the station will protect you. He can't harm a hair on your head. He thought the underling was afraid of Chun Dao's retaliation, which was why he was holding firm. Meanwhile, Chun Dao had returned to the sofa, watching quietly, his expression relaxed. These underlings were all provided by the system with a loyalty level of 100%. Whatever he said they would do. Trying to make them turn against him. Absolutely impossible. After waiting for a while, seeing Chun Jiejun still making no progress, Chun Dao chuckled. Sir, are you thirsty? There's wine here. Take your time with the interrogation. I have plenty of time. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiejun's face turned pale with anger. He turned sharply towards the underling, his voice tense. Are you really planning to go to jail? Think about your family. Think about your friends. If you go to prison, what will happen to them? The underling responded expressionlessly, only saying softly, I have no family and no friends. Chun Dao on the side couldn't help but laugh. The leading officer frowned, unable to watch any longer. The loyalty of this underling was so profound that even he, an experienced officer, was a bit surprised. After so many years in the force, he had rarely seen anyone willing to take the blame like this. It was clear they were covering for someone, yet there were no flaws to grasp. No evidence, no way to act. Enough, he interrupted Chen Jiejun. Wrap it up, take them away. But what? You've asked for half a day, what have you gotten? Chen Jiejun still wanted to argue, but he was left speechless by this remark. He could only take a step back and watch the police place the handcuffs on the underling and escort him out. He turned to Chen Dao, feeling a heaviness in his heart. This man was too ruthless and precise, clearly not lifting a finger, yet he controlled the entire situation. Chen Jiejun had his suspicions, but without evidence, the underling had confessed on the spot, and no matter how unwilling he was, he could only let him go. Chen Dao stood up, leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of white smoke, smiling as he asked, "Sir, is there any more problem? If not, I'm in a hurry and need to leave first." Chen Jiejun remained silent, quietly stepping aside. As he stepped out the door, he saw Chen Dao and a few underlings leaning against the roadside smoking. He initially intended to pretend not to see them, but Chen Dao took the initiative to approach, casually flicking the cigarette, but to the ground. "Sir, just a reminder, before you arrest someone next time, it's best to verify the facts first. If you arrest the wrong person, I have many brothers, and I'm afraid something might happen." With a smile on his face, there was a sting in his words. Chen Jiejun glanced at him coldly and replied, "Thanks. Next time I'll personally ensure you go in." After saying this, he got into the car and drove off. Chen Dao stretched lazily. At that moment, the nightclub owner hurriedly approached, sweat glistening on his forehead. "Dao Ge, the person has left. Truly gone." Chen Dao handed over a piece of paper saying, "This is my number, call me if anything comes up." The owner took it with both hands, nodding repeatedly, too afraid to ask more questions. Chen Dao waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to stop a few taxis. The original owner was so poor that he didn't even have a bicycle, let alone a car. It's about time to buy a few vehicles. He looked up at the lights of Xiangjiang, feeling elated. Let's go reclaim our territory. Soon he led more than 10 little brothers directly to the turf of Zhurohua. News spread rapidly within the gang. Within just a few hours, the entire underground world of Xiangjiang knew Chen Dao had cut down Zhurohua, taking out several of his underlings, and even forced Guan Zixin to publicly yield his territory. Other gangs might let it slide, but as soon as the Sijio brothers from Lianxing heard about it, they could no longer sit still. At a street-side stall, a dozen young men with bare chests were gathered, drinking and boasting. All of them were Sijio brothers from Lianxing. "Have you heard? Chen Dao took out Zhurohua and snatched his turf." Chen Dao, eh? Which Chen Dao, eh? Who else could it be? The worthless one nobody respected before. Upon hearing that Chen Dao killed Zhurohua, all of them gaped in disbelief. Did he really do it? Did he dare to act? And killed several people at once? This is still the same weakling I knew. You bet. Even Ague was stabbed 3 times and is still lying in the hospital. When did he become so tough? Everyone chimed in, getting more animated. At that moment, a thug suddenly raised his hand, signaling for silence. Once everyone stopped talking, he lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "This matter is not as simple as it seems. I was there drinking in Agui's turf, and I saw it with my own eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room perked up their ears. "Hurry up and tell us. Quick, say it. Stop keeping us in suspense." The man cleared his throat and slowed his speech. "Can you guess why he was able to take Zhurua's turf? Isn't it because he killed someone? Nonsense." He spat. "Is turf that easy to snatch? Then I saw with my own eyes. Guan Zixin himself went to that bar. What happened in between I don't know, but not long after Jimmy went in carrying a black plastic bag. When he came out, Guan Zixin was covered in blood and staggering. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. He even dared to touch his own boss. This Chen Dao has some nerve." For a moment, no one spoke, feeling a chill run down their spines. Not just here. That afternoon, nearly all the Sijio brothers from Lianxing were talking about Chen Dao. Everyone said Xiangjiang hasn't seen a reckless character like this in a long time. On the other side, in the territory of Hongxing, where Liang Kuan operates, Kuan, something big happened with Lianxing. A subordinate rushed into the private room, interrupting Liang Kun's drinking. Upon hearing Lianxing, Liang Kuan immediately put down his cup and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What happened?" The subordinate quickly recounted everything about Chen Dao. Liang Kuan, after listening, leisurely lit a cigarette, chuckling, "Sijio brothers rising through murder. How interesting." The subordinate added, "I heard Guan Zixin was also beaten into submission and handed over his turf personally." Oh! Liang Kun's eyes lit up, and without taking 2 puffs from his cigarette, he waved his hand. "You go. Never mind, you all go. No matter what it takes, find him for me. I must meet such a fierce person. After finding him, directly tell him he can't stay with Lianxing any longer. Come work with me. I love this kind of ruthless and bold character." In a hospital ward. "Ouch. Be gentle. You're killing me." The nurse was stitching up Guan Zixin's wounds, and he winced in pain, swearing. The nurse was startled, her hands trembled, hastily finishing the bandaging, and then turned to run. Guan Zixin slumped on the hospital bed, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and turned to ask his little brother, "Where's Jimmy?" "Brother Jimmy went out to gather information and hasn't returned yet." "Pa, what's there to investigate? Chen Dao is definitely finished. OS department will never let him go. He's destined to spend the rest of his life in prison." Guan Zixin exhaled a puff of smoke, paused and sneered. By the way, go to Stanley and find a few acquaintances, have the brothers inside take care of Qingdao. Does he really think he'll be safe in prison? I want him to suffer more than death. Yes. The little brother bowed his head and replied. At that moment the ward door was pushed open. Jimmy walked in. Guan Zixin immediately stubbed out his cigarette and glanced sideways. Did Qingdao go in? Jimmy didn't answer. His expression was grim. Guan Zixin, who had been confident, straightened up immediately upon seeing his expression, furrowing his brow and urging, Hey, what's going on? Hurry up and tell me. Quickly. Jimmy remained silent for a few seconds before finally speaking with a grim face. Brother son, Qingdao hasn't been captured. What a... Guan Zixin's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How could O's department let him go? Did he escape in advance? Jimmy shook his head. Under Guan Zixin's intense gaze, he could only tell the truth. I heard. Someone took the blame for him taking all the responsibility and refusing to change his statement. OS department had no evidence and only arrested that little brother who took the blame. What a... Guan Zixin was even more astonished. Taking the blame. It's common in gangs. When a big shot gets in trouble, a little brother takes the fall, but the premise is that they must be loyal enough and compensated well. But what is Qingdao? Just a small leader who would take on a murder case for him. A serious crime of multiple homicides. Such cases lead to life imprisonment. Who would dare to take it? He instinctively glanced at the little brothers next to him. The few men shrank back under his stare, unconsciously taking half a step back. It was clear. If it were them, they would never do it. Guan Zixin's expression darkened as he stared at Jimmy. Are you sure? Absolutely. Guan Zixin took a deep breath. His heart sank. This kid is far tougher than I thought. The Qingdao who used to be so timid seems to have completely changed. Daring to kill Zhu Rohua, daring to threaten me in person, and now someone is even willing to take on such a death penalty. Where did he get so many desperate men? I've never heard of him having such people before. But he quickly regained his composure and snorted, Qingdao, I underestimated you. Got some wings, huh? Heh. Even if OS department didn't catch you, I can still make you disappear. After speaking, he picked up the big brother phone by the bed and directly dialed Ali's number. Ali was one of the most powerful hall masters of Lianxing. Guan Zixin had long won him over with benefits. Once he asked, Ali would definitely take action. As soon as the call connected, Guan Zixin got straight to the point. Ali, I need to trouble you with something. On the other side, Qingdao was already standing on Zhu Ruohua's turf. Zhu Rohua was dead and his underlings were leaderless, a scattered mess. Qingdao immediately ordered the execution of a few rebellious subordinates. The rest immediately surrendered, handing over the turf, not daring to utter a single word. He took over Zhu Ruohua's turf without losing a single soldier. At that moment, in a private room of a certain bar, Dao Gu, it's all done. The disobedient ones have all been cleared out, and all the venues have agreed to raise the protection fee by 10%. A few of Zhu Ruohua's former subordinates want to join you. Qingdao raised his glass, took a light sip, and nodded. Anyone willing to come, I won't refuse. These men were mediocre in skill, but ideal for spearheading assaults or taking bullets. Upon Porky Wa's death, the news spread swiftly across Hong Kong. The more people who learned of it, the faster Qingdao's prestige surged. His current prestige was sufficient to summon 30 new underlings. Without hesitation, he initiated the summoning. Within moments, 30 fresh recruits stood rigidly before him. Combined with his earlier followers, he now commanded 74 men. That scale qualified him as a minor syndicate boss on Hong Kong's underworld scene. Qingdao reclined lazily on the sofa and smiled. Porky Wa's head truly carried weight. Across the Triad world, whispers had begun. Who was Qingdao? His name was rising, steadily, inexorably. Yet, this was still far from enough. With a system at my command, settling for a petty bossship. Unacceptable. I will become the godfather of Hong Kong's underworld. More prestige. I must amass far more. He murmured softly, gaze unshaken. Distance meant nothing. The path ahead held no terror. How did a street thug carve his name into legend? Through blood-earned deeds. Topple one syndicate patriarch, and all of Hong Kong would remember your name. Quan Zai-sun, the first hard target Qingdao had locked onto. He raised his wine glass, drained the crimson liquid in one smooth motion, and offered a faint, chilling smile. Brother son, if you'd only spoken one word to shield me back, then perhaps you'd still draw breath. When you finally lie cold and still, what expression will regret wear upon your face? Qingdao knew the truth. His burgeoning fame rested entirely upon Porky Wa's corpse, and upon Quan Zai-sun's straining neck. Outwardly he bore a title, inwardly he remained a Su Gao Jai. A nobody, no lineage, no foundation, no standing. He would make the Walin Sheng syndicate understand, clearly, irrevocably, that he was no soft fruit to be to move against him. They'd first need to weigh whether their own stature could bear the cost. At that thought he summoned one of his men. Brother Dao, go ask, have the funds been prepared? Yes, sir. The underling hurried off. Qingdao's pockets were emptier than his face. Cash was what he lacked most. Thus he imposed a new edict. The nightclubs formerly controlled by Porky Wa would pay 2 months' protection fees. Did this violate old customs? So be it. Rules, after all, were written solely by the victors. Soon the underling returned. Brother Dao, The proprietors have assembled the funds. Good. Chen Dao nodded. Tell them to deliver it personally. Yes, sir. Within minutes a cluster of nightclub owners arrived, trembling hesitant. Each carried a black leather satchel, placing it reverently at Chen Dao's feet. Brother Dao, this is 2 months protection fee. From now on our venues fall under your protection. Rest assured, payment secures service. Should trouble arise, come to me. I'll settle it. Chen Dao waved a hand. His men stepped forward instantly to count and collect the cash. Brother Dao, complete. With capital secured, matters grew markedly easier. This single collection yielded no less than 2 or 3 million. He turned to an underling. Take this money. Buy blades. Only blades. Yes, sir. As the man turned to leave, Chen Dao halted him. Wait. I want the finest blades. Ones that cleave a man's neck clean through in a single stroke. Understood, Brother Dao. The underling vanished, clutching the satchels. Nearby, the nightclub owners stood frozen, breathless, sweat-slicked palms pressed tight against trembling thumbs. Though outsiders to the syndicates, they'd spent lifetimes navigating the underworld, and their instincts were razor-sharp. This explanation sounds the most plausible and the most convincing. Yet they were mistaken. Chen Dao was no longer a man governed by emotion. At least, not anymore. He shook his head faintly, ash rained softly from his cigarette. That is merely one reason. The madman grew even more bewildered. Before the madman could speak, Chen Dao had already crossed his legs, lit another cigarette, and exhaled a slow curling plume of smoke. I eliminated Porky Hua to establish my authority. He was nothing more than a stepping stone beneath my feet. What? The madman froze instantly. Even before the words fully left Chen Dao's lips, he sensed the lethal chill in his tone. A mere junior Triad member, daring to seek fame through murder. Was it truly that simple? Yet Chen Dao's unwavering certainty sent an involuntary shiver down the madman's spine. This youth was no ordinary threat. At that very moment, Chen Dao rose to his feet. The madman shot upright from his chair, instinctively stumbling backward. A suffocating pressure emanated from Chen Dao, so heavy it constricted his chest. What are you going to do? His Adam's apple bobbed violently as he locked eyes with Chen Dao, palms slick with sweat. Chen Dao said nothing, only stared back, expressionless and inscrutable. No one could fathom his thoughts, not even the madman. Yet deep within he knew with absolute certainty this would not end quietly. This man was dangerously unpredictable. Seeing Chen Dao remain silent, the madman gritted his teeth and drew a sharp breath. Fine, you win. Every word you've said, I'll deliver it verbatim to Brother Kowloon. As he spoke, he edged slowly toward the door. The air in the private room had thickened, frozen. Staying any longer would surely invite disaster. Too late. Leaving so soon. Chen Dao smiled faintly. Not quite that easy. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The private room's door slid shut with a sharp final whisper. Several underlings surged forward, gripping the madman's shoulders, arms, and nape with iron force. The madman thrashed wildly. Have you lost your mind? Chen Dao, I'm Brother Kowloon's man. You dare lay a hand on me? Let go. Do you think Brother Kowloon won't crush you? Chen Dao casually ground his cigarette into the table's edge and scoffed. Brother Kowloon, a grand-sounding name, but it holds no terror for me. I granted you the chance to walk out, yet you chose to stay. If I let you leave unscathed, will outsiders think my establishment is a tea house, open to all, free to enter and exit at will? I? With those words, a flash of glacial light flickered in his eyes. He snatched up the ashtray from the table and strode toward the madman. A cold dread seized the madman's heart. He'd assumed this was just some reckless junior Triad recruit, arriving alone seeking convenience. Now he understood. He'd gravely misjudged him. He tried to dodge, to scream, but pinned down, he couldn't even lift his head. Chen Dao stood before him. No warning, no hesitation. He raised his arm and brought the ashtray down in a brutal arc. Crack. Arg. Blood gushed forth as a jagged gash split open the madman's temple, twisting his features in agony. But Chen Dao didn't stop. Crack. 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 Once, twice, 3 times. 13 consecutive blows, until the ashtray shattered into fragments, and only then did he cease. The madman collapsed onto the floor, breathing in shallow, ragged gasps, face drenched in blood, hair matted with crimson, clothes soaked through, reduced to wheezing whimpers. Chen Dao crouched beside him, voice low and calm. Since you refused to leave earlier, you needn't rush now. Today I take one of your legs, to ensure Hung Hing remembers my name. With immense effort, the madman lifted his bloodshot gaze. Why, you finished? Brother Kowloon will never forgive you. Chen Dao straightened, speaking with quiet disdain. You still don't understand me. Instantly, a dozen underlings closed in around him. Did you hear what I just said? Carry it out. In unison they answered yes. The madman trembled violently, shrieking hoarsely, Chen Dao, you'll regret this. He barely managed to prop himself up on one elbow, before a boot slammed into his chest, hurling him flat onto the floor. 4 underlings lunged forward, pinning his limbs with crushing force. He writhed, powerless. At that moment, one underling swept his gaze across the room, then fixed it upon the chair the madman had occupied moments before. He strode over and seized it without hesitation. Under the madman's horrified stare, he heaved the chair high and brought it down with savage force upon his right leg. Crack! The chair splintered cleanly in two. Arg! His scream tore through the air, raw animal guttural. But the underling didn't pause. Glancing down at the ruined limb, he frowned, dissatisfied with the damage. Lifting his foot, he stomped down with full weight, directly onto the same spot. Snap! The sickening crunch of breaking bone echoed clearly. The madman's vision blacked out. He collapsed into unconsciousness. His right leg was utterly destroyed. Chen Dao raised a hand, a silent signal. His underlings immediately withdrew to either side. He looked down at the convulsing figure sprawled at his feet, and a faint chilling smile curved his lips. Tell Brother Liang, Chen Dao is willing to accept him as a junior brother. He may come anytime. I'll be waiting. The madman shuddered, uncontrollably too weak even to lift his head. Only now did he grasp the true meaning of the word, ruthless. Throw him out. Chen Dao dismissed the matter with a careless wave. No further words required. His underlings hoisted the limp body and carried him out of the nightclub. Just outside the entrance, the club owner rushed over, heart hammering against his ribs. He saw the bloodstains on the floor, witnessed the madman's ruined state, and had heard every word exchanged inside. After the madman was dragged away, the owner clenched his jaw, steeled himself, and approached Chen Dao cautiously, murmuring, Brother Dao, that man, he's with Hung Hing. You're just getting started. Perhaps it's best not to make enemies so early. Chen Dao had already settled back onto the sofa, pouring himself a glass of wine with unhurried grace. He listened and offered only a faint detached smile. My affairs are mine to settle. The owner blinked, then met Chen Dao's icy, indifferent gaze, and his throat tightened. He swallowed hard and fell silent. Don't trouble me further. Yes, of course. Nodding vigorously, the owner retreated swiftly, leaving the scene untouched until his men arrived to scrub away the blood and restore order. Within minutes, the private room was pristine once more, save for the faint metallic tang of iron lingering in the air. Chen Dao reclined lazily on the sofa, sipping wine, calm, unruffled. Provoking Hung Hing, he felt no concern. Most would lie awake all night, haunted by visions of ambushes or street assassinations. He was different. With his system active, every act of intimidation, every display of dominance earned prestige points. And prestige points translated directly into loyal followers. Each shattered leg bought him 30 sworn, unflinching warriors. Having arrived in Hong Kong for just one day, he already commanded over 100 fanatically loyal soldiers. Should he ever amass 10,000 troops, Hung Hing, Wen Sheng, they would be nothing more than stepping stones. He was born to ascend, over corpses, over reputations, over empires. Chen Dao tilted his head back, draining the last of his wine, then lifted his gaze toward his system interface. In his ears, prestige points chimed one after another, crisp, resonant, triumphant. He stretched, languidly rose, and stepped out of the private room. Leaning against the second-floor railing, he surveyed the bustling crowd below and murmured, a quiet, knowing smile playing on his lips. Officer Sun, don't disappoint me. Make this chaos as loud and as large as possible. Meanwhile, in Jordan, this was the territory of Alak, the Wen Sheng, Triad's formidable leader. Though not as vast as Big D's domain in Sin, Alak's influence ranked among the highest within Wen Sheng. Inside Alak's residence, Officer Sun sat on the sofa, left hand swathed in bandages, voice urgent, Alak, you must help me this time. Alak glanced at him, cold amusement flickering behind his eyes. A senior Triad enforcer unable to control his own juniors. What kind of leader was that? Yet outwardly he remained composed, pouring Officer Sun a drink, feigning ignorance. What happened? Who did this to you? Officer Sun opened his mouth, then faltered, speechless. A stiff twitch tugged at the corner of his lips, his face burning with humiliation. Are you joking? Being brought to such a state by one of my subordinates, a lowly underling, would only make me the laughingstock if it got out. If it weren't for the lack of reliable people, would I have lowered myself to seek out a Lu? He picked up his glass and took a sip, grimacing as he said, I have a subordinate, a lowly underling named Chen Dao. Have you heard of him? That Chen Dao. Lu raised an eyebrow. The incident with Zhu Rohua, I heard. He was behind it. He's no pushover. Guanzai's son became angry upon hearing this. Today he's like a different person, fierce and precise. Zhu Rohua was directly dealt with by him, and as he spoke he paused. He intended to say even threaten me to my face, but the word threaten stuck in his throat, and he didn't dare to utter it. Lu understood. He remained silent, thinking for a few seconds before asking, I've also heard a bit about this. How do you plan to handle it? I've reported it to the police. Guanzai sighed, but that guy somehow found a scapegoat to take the blame for the murder. Pausing, he lowered his voice again. No matter how you look at it, Chen Dao is still someone I brought up. It's inappropriate for me to take action myself. So, I want to ask for your help to eliminate him. Lu sneered inwardly. Inappropriate. He was clearly afraid. A hall master who can't even control his own underlings. What business does he have in this society? A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, quickly disappearing. Nodding, he replied firmly, betraying the boss according to the family rules should be punished with 3 knives and 6 holes. He'll take care of this. He'll arrange the people. He spoke with righteous fervor, but in his heart he knew. In this society there are no feelings, only business. Sure enough, the next moment he lit a cigarette and looked directly at Guanzai-san. I can help you, but for the next term's position of decision-maker. He'll mention it to Uncle Long Jin. All right. Guanzai-san immediately nodded. No problem. To secure more support for next year's position, Lu stopped being verbose and said he'll take care of it right away. Guanzai-san immediately breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly thanking him. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and quickly added, by the way, that Chen Dao. He's not simple. Oh. Lu exhaled a puff of smoke. A lowly underling. What waves can he make? Don't underestimate him. Guanzai-san took a deep breath. Recently, he has suddenly gained a group of followers, all fierce and hard to deal with. You need to be cautious. Lu scoffed. Just a lowly underling. How many brothers can he have? But Guanzai-san wanted to say more, but Lu raised his hand to interrupt. Enough. I understand the situation. He'll handle your matter to the end. Chen Dao won't escape. Upon hearing this, Guanzai-san felt completely relieved. In his eyes, not everyone could live like him in the association. Who is Lu? One of the most powerful hall masters in the association. As long as he is willing to take action, Chen Dao is undoubtedly doomed. Thank you so much. Guanzai-san quickly put on a smiling face. Lu waved his hand. Leave the rest to me. You go back and wait for news. Okay. He turned to leave, looking completely relaxed. Once the door closed, the politeness on Lu's face immediately vanished, leaving only disdain. But in order to win Uncle Long Jin's support, he had to wade into this murky water. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, took out his phone, and dialed Huanyo's number. Hello, it's me, Lu. Come over right away. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair, quietly waiting. In less than 10 minutes, Huanyo pushed the door open and walked in. Brother Lu, you called me so urgently. What's the matter? Sit. Lu gestured to the stool across from him, his gaze calm. You know about Guanzai-san's situation, right? Huanyo thought for a moment and nodded. Are you talking about Chen Dao threatening Guanzai-san? Correct. Lu saw that he understood the background and didn't explain further, directly stating Guanzai-san just came to find me, wanting me to eliminate Chen Dao. I'm putting you in charge of this. Huanyo didn't hesitate and immediately replied, all right, leave it to me. After a pause, he scoffed. A lowly underling scared Guanzai-san like this. He's really useless. He can't even control his own subordinates. After saying this, he realized he had misspoken and hurriedly apologized. It's fine. Lu waved his hand, his tone flat. Guanzai-san is indeed useless. But for the next decision-maker position, we need the support of Long Jin behind him. This person we still need to use. Understood. Huanyo nodded, then stood up. Brother Lu, it'll take people over right now to deal with Chen Dao. Lu responded. Just as he reached the door, Lu suddenly called out to him, wait. Brother Lu, do you have further instructions? Lu pondered for a moment before speaking. Chen Dao is somewhat tricky. Bring more people, don't give him a chance to breathe. Finish the job in one go. Huanyo was taken aback instinctively, saying, Brother Lu, he's just a lowly underling. I can manage with 5 or 6 brothers. He's not an ordinary lowly underling. Lu shook his head, his voice deep, daring to kill Zhu Hua and bite back at his superior. Even the O team has someone to take the blame for him. This person has backing. He paused, his gaze turning cold. Be careful, don't suffer losses. I only want to hear the result. Don't let me hear the words failed to deal with it. Huanyo immediately straightened up. Brother Lu, don't worry. I'll make sure to handle it this time. He promised smoothly, but still felt unconvinced in his heart. He had never seen Chen Dao in action, thinking of him as just a lucky, bold little thug. After leaving Lu's house, Huanyo immediately called to gather his men. In less than half an hour, over 20 underlings had gathered. Hearing that the target was a lowly underling, someone mumbled, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? But as soon as they heard it was a direct order from Lu, no one dared to say more, and they all closed their mouths. The group split into 2 vans and drove straight to Chen Dao's nightclub. As soon as it got dark, the streets came to life. By the time Huanyo and his men arrived, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. The car stopped at the entrance of the nightclub. A young underling pointed at the sign and said, Brother Hua, this place used to be a Gui's territory. After Chen Dao kicked the Gui out, he treated it like his own base. But we don't know if he's here tonight or not. Huanyo sneered, whether he's here or not. First we take down his men. After saying this, he pulled out a machete from the car, wrapping the handle tightly with a towel for grip and to prevent it from being taken away. The others did the same. Once prepared, Huanyo raised his hand and waved go. Cut them down. More than 20 people shouted in unison and charged toward the entrance. Who? Oh, kill them. The guards in the venue didn't even react. These people were originally Zhu Hua's subordinates, temporarily recruited by Chen Dao, lacking training, loyalty, or preparation. In the blink of an eye, half of the guards had fallen and the rest turned to flee without even a thought of resistance. They were not the death warriors summoned by Chen Dao through the system and would not fight to the death. The firebull kicked over a lackey and grabbed another one, holding a blade to his throat, barking, I am, with a Lianxing. Where is Chen Dao? Get him out here. The man trembled, unable to finish a sentence. I really don't. The firebull glanced at him, his face filled with disdain. Damn it, Brother Lu is too cautious. With this bunch of weaklings, what is there to fear? Go. Chop for me. The firebull waved his hand and charged directly into the nightclub. In less than 10 minutes, they reached the inside. Upon seeing this commotion, the patrons screamed and rushed outside. The fireball couldn't be bothered to stop them and quickly scanned the hall. He didn't see Chen Dao. He instantly flew into a rage, jumped onto the central clock tower, and shouted, "Where is Chen Dao? Come out. Stop playing dead." But the scene was chaotic with people fleeing and cries everywhere. His shout was immediately drowned out. No one responded. The fireball's patience was exhausted, and he cursed, "Damn it, Chen Dao, do you really think hiding will keep you safe? You can escape today, but not tomorrow. You refuse to show yourself. Fine, they'll burn this place down and see where you hide." As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured behind him. Two lackeys quickly stepped forward, each carrying a bucket of gasoline. Under the fireball's command, the gasoline was soon splashed on the walls and entrance of the nightclub, just as they were about to ignite it. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of clapping came from the second floor. Chen Dao stood by the railing, smiling as he looked down at everything below, appearing relaxed and unafraid. "I've heard that the fireball is your best lackey, Brother Lo. Now that I've seen him, he truly lives up to his reputation. What a grand display. But burning my place. Do you have the ability to do that?" The fireball suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Chen Dao. "You are Chen Dao?" He had never seen Chen Dao before. There were too many lackeys from Lianxing for him to recognize all of them. But this question was enough to confirm his identity. He shoved the lighter back into his pocket and pointed upstairs, his voice as cold as ice. "Chen Dao, you are with Lianxing, yet you harm your own sect and threaten your superior, Brother Lo. He sent me to capture you. If you're sensible, come down by yourself. Don't force me to take action." At this moment, there were only one or two lackeys standing beside Chen Dao. The other brothers in the nightclub had long been cleared out. Meanwhile, over 20 of the fireball's men stood in formation and scathed. In his eyes, this was a one-sided suppression. Chen Dao. He was not worth mentioning. Although he had heard of Chen Dao's ruthlessness, there were plenty of ruthless lackeys. Could one rise to power just by being ruthless? Dream on. The 4-9 lackeys would always be 4-9 lackeys. But Chen Dao didn't take him seriously at all. "Are you so sure you have me figured out?" Chen Dao leaned lazily against the railing, a smile on his lips, showing no sign of panic. The fireball sneered, "Chen Dao, you've made such a big mess, yet you still think you can walk away unharmed. I advise you to come down quickly. Otherwise you'll regret it." Chen Dao casually scratched his ear, smiling lightly. "I'm really curious to see how good your regret can be. Refusing a toast. Then I'll force you to drink a penalty." The fireball erupted in fury. He was the top hall master under Brother Lu, a position of great prestige. Today he was actually disrespected face-to-face by a 4-9 lackey. This was a blatant humiliation. Damn it. Go. Capture him. No matter what it takes. Yes. A group of lackeys brandished their knives and charged toward the stairwell. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from outside the nightclub. Everyone froze. The fireball was stunned. Weren't there supposed to be no one outside? According to plan, all those guarding the door were his men, so how could it be one of his brothers screaming? His heart sank, and he turned to shout, "What's going on?" Before he finished speaking, a bloodied lackey stumbled in his face. "Brother Fireball, it's bad. We are surrounded." "What?" The fireball's pupils constricted. "How many people? I can't see clearly." "There are too many, at least 70 or 80, all carrying knives. They've completely surrounded the place and are about to break in." "What?" The fireball's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. 70 or 80 lackeys. All of them were Chen Dao's people. How could this be possible? He was just a 4-9 lackey. Where did he get so many subordinates? Upstairs, Chen Dao also heard the news reported by the fireball's subordinates. He took a sip of the red wine handed to him by a lackey beside him, his gaze sweeping down to the astonished face of the fireball below, and the corner of his mouth curled up. "It seems that my people are more numerous than yours now." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of lackeys in black suddenly charged into the nightclub. These were all the death warriors summoned by Chen Dao through the system. This was his real trump card. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. The fireball's side, originally with a numerical advantage, was instantly suppressed. More and more lackeys flooded in, and in less than 2 minutes, nearly 100 had tightly surrounded the fireball and his 20 or so men in the center of the dance floor. The fireball panicked and shouted angrily at the upstairs, "Damn. Chen Dao, are you trying to rebel?" Chen Dao didn't respond. He simply relaxed his grip on the wine glass. Bang! The glass smashed on the floor, shattering into pieces. The sound was like a command shot. All of Chen Dao's subordinates immediately sprang into action, pouncing towards the fireball's group. "Damn! Push out! Chop! Cut for me! Kill your way out!" The fireball raised his knife high, trying to carve a path to safety. But these subordinates, summoned by the system, were not comparable to ordinary thugs. Although the fireball led elite men, Chen Dao's group was the sharpest blade among the elite. The sound of screams soon echoed throughout the venue. In a single exchange, more than half of the 20 or so men beside the fireball fell. He himself was also slashed several times, wincing in pain, nearly unable to stand. He never expected things to turn out like this. In an instant, the nightclub was filled with flashing blades and blood splattered on the walls. Watching his subordinates fall before his eyes, the fireball finally understood why the officials couldn't deal with Chen Dao. This guy was too frightening. At that moment, Chen Dao walked slowly. "Stop." His voice was very soft. The fighting lackeys immediately halted their movements swift and decisive, quickly subduing the remaining men, then stepping back to clear a path. Chen Dao walked in front of the fireball. The fireball had already been pinned to the ground by 2 lackeys unable to move. Chen Dao raised his foot and stepped on his face, speaking calmly. Killing your own sect. I killed him, what can you do about it? The fireball froze. A chill ran up his spine. The only thought left in his mind was, is this really a 4-9 lackey? Even seasoned veterans are nothing compared to this. He struggled desperately, but he couldn't budge an inch. At this moment he truly understood. The officials feared Chen Dao for a reason. This person strikes quickly, is hard-hearted, and has a cold face. When it comes to lives he takes them without a blink. Ruthless, he truly is ruthless. Decisive, he truly is decisive. Not afraid. Now that would be foolish. I killed Zhu Rohua. Chen Dao smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. Guanzai-san, I also forced him. So what? Do I care who I killed? How many did I kill? The fireball's heart tightened, sensing the murderous intent behind that nonchalant remark. But he was after all Brother Le's top horse, having been with Brother Lu for many years, accustomed to the storms. No matter how afraid he didn't soften his words. Chen Dao, do you understand the consequences of provoking me? Brother Lu will not spare you. I admit I underestimated you, but a Seijiu guy is still just a Seijiu guy. If Brother Lu takes action, how many chances do you have to survive? Chen Dao only responded with a cold smile. Brother Lu. He was targeting Lu Gu. Being stubborn sometimes isn't a skill. If you persist, you'll suffer the consequences. Break his right hand. Chen Dao took half a step back. Several underlings immediately surrounded and pinned down Huanyo. One of them fetched a hammer from the corner. Upon seeing the hammer, Huanyo's face changed drastically as he struggled desperately. Let me go? Chen Dao, you're finished. Let me go? But the more he struggled, the tighter his arms were held. One underling pressed Huanyo's right hand hard against the concrete floor. The underling with the hammer raised it and aimed for the wrist, smashing it down with a loud thud. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed painfully. Ah! The scream pierced through the noise of the night. Huanyo's right hand was bloodied, several bones protruding from his flesh, his palm collapsing into a mushy mess, fragments of bones splattering everywhere. This hand was utterly ruined. The excruciating pain distorted his features, his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. Chen Dao raised his hand and gestured, don't let him pass out. Understood. Without a second thought, the underling swung the hammer again with a heavy strike. Bang! Ah! Huanyo jumped in pain, jolted awake by the agony. Chen Dao nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. With his hands in his pockets, he walked towards the door. Let's go, Brother Lu has sent such a generous gift, it would be rude not to reciprocate. The underlings immediately parted to make way. Chen Dao walked at the front with 2 others dragging Huanyo like a... Further back, more than 20 underlings in black lined up, marching in unison, their target clear. At this moment at a Les house. He had just hung up on Guanzai-san's call, lazily leaning back on the sofa, squinting, saying, Huanyo has already left, just wait for the news. A Chen Dao can't turn the tide. Yet somehow he felt a tinge of unease in his heart. He frowned and asked the underling beside him, is there any movement on Huanyo's side? The underling shook his head, not yet. Don't worry, Brother Lu, he brought over 20 people who dealing with a Seijiu guy will be a piece of cake. You all go out first. Yes. Once the others left, Lu closed his eyes to sleep. Suddenly, screech. A sharp screech of brakes exploded. He jolted awake, reaching for the knife on the table. Bang! The door was kicked open. Shadows rushed in, and in the blink of an eye the room was filled with people. Even the windows were crowded with underlings in black. Who? What's going on? Damn. As Lu grabbed the knife and stood up, 3 or 4 people pounced, pinning him back onto the sofa, immobilizing him. At this moment Chen Dao strolled in, leisurely, hands in his pockets, a smile on his face. He sat down opposite Lu, casually pouring himself a glass of XO from the bottle on the table and taking a gentle sip. Brother Lu, have you been sleeping well lately? Lu was stunned, staring at this unfamiliar face, momentarily not recognizing him. But in the next second his mind buzzed. You are Chen Dao. Although they had never met with this setup and aura, who else could it be but Chen Dao? Chen Dao neither nodded nor shook his head, simply lowering his gaze to take another sip of wine. Alas, heart sank, it really was him. Looking around at the room full of black-clad figures, all wielding knives. His throat went dry and he began to sweat in his palms. What on earth does this guy want to do? Chen Dao, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Are you turning against me, betraying He Lianxing? Let me go? Chen Dao frowned. Enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the fruit knife from the table, yanked Le's hand, and with a thud drove it hard into the wooden surface of the coffee table. Ah! The intense pain erupted, making Lu tremble all over, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Chen Dao glanced at him, his tone calm. Lu, you called Huanyo to kill me. This knife is my return gift. I killed Zhu Rohua. Guanzai-san was coerced by me. If you want to avenge them, I'm ready at any time. But you must also consider whether you can survive until tomorrow. This was just the first strike. Next time it won't be this light. After saying that, he stood up. Hang Huanyo outside. Hang him for 30 minutes before letting him go. Then he turned back to Lu, his voice very flat. As for you, whoever dares to touch him will be killed on the spot. Understood. An underling immediately responded. He placed the knife against Ales's neck, the blade pressed against his skin. Chun Dao no longer looked back, turning with the others to leave. Alu stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing. It all happened too quickly, too fast for him to even call for help. At that moment he truly understood. Why did Guanzai send fear Chun Dao? How could a Jiu guy transform overnight and seem like a different person? It was completely illogical. But the blood was still dripping, his hands still pinned to the table. The reality laid bare before him, leaving no room for disbelief. Looking up again, he saw a line of black-clad figures following Chun Dao, each with a cold gaze and synchronized steps. Alu inhaled sharply. Where did such ruthless characters come from for a mere low-level underling? He couldn't comprehend, only gritting his teeth and enduring. As soon as Chun Dao was completely out of sight, just when Alu thought he could relax, the knife on his neck pressed even tighter. A thin line of blood immediately surfaced. If he moved even a fraction, his head would surely roll. He froze, cold sweat pouring down. After a long while, the pressure of the blade eased slightly, and he dared to breathe quietly. Two underlings in black flanked him like two stone statues, expressionless, not even blinking. Alu looked at them, then thought about the group that had just left with Chun Dao. He couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. He was one of the most influential hall masters of Lianxing, with many subordinates. But compared to Chun Dao's group, they were leagues apart. The moment they stormed in, Alu sensed it. These people exuded a murderous aura, and they were genuinely willing to fight and risk their lives. Such individuals in a gang were either core members or death warriors. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. How could a Jiu guy command so many tough characters? After a long standoff, Alu suddenly tried to probe, speaking to the underling with the knife. Brother, I am Alu of Lianxing. Name your price. I'll triple what Chun Dao offers, and you can work for me. No one responded. The two stood straight, as if they hadn't heard. Alu, not willing to give up, continued. What future do you have with Chun Dao? Right now he is a traitor, having offended the entirety of Lianxing. You will eventually become discarded pawns. With me, power, money, and women, everything is yours. Still silence. Alu grew anxious, opening his mouth to say more. You'd better shut up. The voice was not loud, but it pierced like an ice pick into his ears. Dao Ge said, anyone who dares to move will lose their life. The underling with the knife at Ales's neck spoke coldly. Before he finished speaking, the blade pressed in another notch, harder and heavier than before. Ales's neck immediately sliced open, beads of blood slowly seeping out. If it went any deeper, his throat would be severed. Hiss. He sharply inhaled a breath of cold air, his entire body stiffening. What shocked him even more was how could this group of underlings be so loyal? A Jiu guy, can he really maintain such a scene? Alu dared not make a sound, immediately sealing his lips, remaining completely still. Chun Dao was even more ruthless and crazed than he had imagined. This is not a bluff. This guy truly will kill him. To survive, he can only endure. At the very least, he must. Outside the door, Huanyo was hung upside down at Ales's entrance, swaying like a pendulum. His wrist throbbed with pain, and he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness. The feeling of being upside down was extremely uncomfortable, yet he lacked the strength to struggle. At this moment, he was utterly terrified of Chun Dao. That man feared nothing. Even Alu was left in a state worse than death. Huanyo finally understood Chun Dao was not just tough in words, he was tough in bones, and even tougher in heart. He truly dared to kill. Both Alu and Huanyo bored in silence. Time seemed to freeze. Every second felt like a year. Finally, half an hour later, the knife-wielding lackey sheathed his blade and coldly glared at Alu, saying, Dao Ge said, if there's another time, it won't just be your head that hangs. After speaking, several of them turned and left. Ales's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally dropped with a thud. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the fruit knife embedded in his palm. Blood sprayed out instantly, and he hurriedly tore off his shirt to press down on the wound. Losing too much blood, he could barely stand, staggering to the door, using all his strength to finally free Huanyo. Huanyo's eyes were vacant, his breathing weak. If this continued, he would truly lose his life. Alu trembled as he dialed the emergency hotline. After hanging up, he collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, his chest rising and falling violently. That night, he truly stepped into the threshold of the Ghost Gate. Meanwhile, Chun Dao had returned to the nightclub with his men. The place had long been cleaned up. The earlier shootout seemed as if it had never occurred. The guests were as boisterous as ever, and the lights remained mesmerizing. He returned to the private room, dismissing all his subordinates. Only when the surroundings were empty did he calm himself and pull up the system interface. In his ears, the sound of rising reputation points continued to ring. Beep, beep, beep. Chun Dao's lips curled into a slight smile. He picked up his wine glass and gently swirled it. The red wine shimmered with a rosy hue, creating ripples. He tilted his head back and drank it all, feeling elated. His reputation was still increasing. This was exactly what he needed. At this point, he had over 120 subordinates. But this was just the beginning. If he could truly unleash an army of 100,000. Even if Lianxing himself came, what could he do? He poured himself another glass of wine. The aroma of the red wine filled the air. He murmured to himself, Alu Guanzai-san, don't let me down. This level of commotion was not enough. It would be best if it burned a bit hotter. Otherwise, how boring would it be? This night was destined to be restless. News, as always, could not be concealed. The matter of Chun Dao confronting a Lu and hanging Huanyo had exploded in the Hong Kong underworld. Everyone in the gangs was shocked. Who is a Lu? A prominent figure in Hong Kong. To be pushed to this extent by a mere CGO guy. Ridiculous. In no time, the entire underworld was buzzing, discussing, and watching. At Hongxing Big BS Villa. Bigo. Something big has happened. A monumental issue. Sean Ji rushed into the living room. Big B was drinking with Chun Haonan and looked up at the sound. What happened? Chun Haonan frowned and spoke. Sean Ji, why are you shouting? Didn't I already tell you to keep your cool when something happens? Sean Ji scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Got it. It's fine. Big B waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit down. He took a sip from his wine glass before asking what happened. Sean Ji perked up again. Bigo, have you heard of Chun Dao? He's the one who killed He Liansheng's Zhu Ro Hua and even openly threatened Guanzai-san. Big B nodded. Although Chun Dao was just a low-level CGO guy, he had gained a lot of attention these past few days. He would hear something about him, even if he didn't actively seek it out. Upon hearing Sean Ji mention this person, Big B immediately became alert, putting down his wine glass and leaning. Sean Ji took a gulp of wine and continued, I just received news. Hours ago, a Lu sent his top lackey Huanyo to deal with Chun Dao, and the result? Huanyo couldn't touch a single hair of Chun Dao and instead was taken down along with several of his subordinates. Chun Dao even left Huanyo half dead, dragging him to a less doorstep to hang him. I heard Lu himself was also dealt with pretty badly. What? For the first part, Big B was slightly taken aback, but when he heard Lu was also taken care of, he sat upright. What a joke. Who is Lu? One of the most influential hall masters in He Liansheng, standing at the same level as him, and his strength was even above his. And Chun Dao? Just a CGO guy who had only recently emerged, someone who wouldn't even dare to retort when kicked. A CGO guy forced a hall master to this extent. Who would believe it? Is the news accurate? Absolutely. Sean Ji patted his chest. I have someone under me who saw Lu and Huanyo enter the hospital together. Big B was momentarily speechless. Chun Haonan beside him was also stunned. He hesitantly asked Bigo, is this Chun Dao really that ruthless? Chun Haonan was also a CGO guy, but he was luckier than Chun Dao, having caught Big B's eye and becoming a small leader. Even so, he couldn't imagine. If it were him, would he dare to do something like this? Big B took a deep breath, downed a sip of wine, his expression serious. This Chun Dao, I'm afraid, is not as simple as he seems. Bigo, I heard he used to be particularly weak, always bullied. How did he suddenly change? I don't know. This was precisely what Big B wanted to understand. How could an ordinary CGO guy change so drastically in just a day or two? He couldn't figure it out. But he was certain of one thing: before long this person might become frighteningly strong. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but murmur, are the newcomers all this fierce these days? Sean Ji and Chun Haonan exchanged glances, neither of them responding. At least they weren't that terrifying. On the rooftop of a certain building. Boss, please let me go. I don't want to die. A bloodied lackey knelt on the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind, crying out. Standing before him was one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing, Crow. Crow furrowed his brow. Damn, do you think this? You eat my food, use my resources, and now you want to leave just like that? Do you think I'm doing charity? The lackey was terrified, his voice trembling. Big brother, I really regret it. I shouldn't have joined the underworld, shouldn't have entered Dongxing. Please have mercy and spare my life. I don't want to end up like Xiao Sang, taking the blame for you sitting in jail for 5 years and coming out with not a penny for starting over. Nor do I want to end up like De Go, fighting with Hongxing at Shixia Wei, having my hands and feet chopped off, my eyes gouged out and thrown on the ground, my intestines spilled everywhere, only to end up stuffed in a sewage ditch, my body in pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, Crow's expression turned icy. He said nothing, stood up, took a step forward, and kicked. The lackey fell to the ground. Do you think I became strong by being scared? Are you really begging me? Crow slammed the table, his face flushed with anger. You swore in front of the statue of Guangong to stick with me to the end. Now you say you don't want to do it any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the lackey by the hair and yanked him down hard. All right, today we are settling the accounts. Last month you made a mess and took away 800,000. How will you explain that? The little brother, feeling cornered, boldly declared, yes. It was me who took it. But what about you? As soon as something happened, you ran off to Holland, not even showing your face. You took more money than anyone else and didn't do anything. The Crow's face turned pale with rage as he suddenly stood up and kicked him in the chest. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In that instant, the little brother caught sight of the machete on the ground, gritted his teeth, and picked it up to strike at the Crow. The 2 little brothers beside him reacted quickly, immediately rushing over to pin him down on the ground. Damn, a little brother dares to attack the boss. The Crow sneered, snatching the machete and bringing it down. At that moment, a little brother hurriedly ran in and froze upon seeing the person lying on the ground. The Crow wiped his hands and said coldly, speak if there's something to say. The little brother dared not take a deep breath and hurriedly said, Brother Crow, the person you told us to watch, Chun Dao. Something is happening. Oh. The Crow sat back in his chair, looking invigorated. Speak. The little brother immediately reported, Chun Dao has gone to trouble, Allah. The crow furrowed his brow, Allah. That 49er has stirred him up. He didn't believe it, asking again for confirmation. After several reassurances, he slowly darkened his expression. After a moment, he whispered, he and Lianxing truly produced a fierce character. Meanwhile, at a street-side food stall, several little brothers were gathered around a hot pot, the sound of beer bottles clinking. Hey, did you hear? Chun Dao has made a move again. Quick, tell us. I heard that he... News spread like the wind, sweeping through the entire street and reaching every stall. Not far away at another table, Brother Fly and Ah Hua were eating stir-fried beef noodles. Hearing the excitement from the next table, Brother Fly also perked up his ears. After listening for a while, he became increasingly confused. He was familiar with Alu, but who is this Chun Dao? Alu is a strong contender for the head of Lianxing, who would dare to touch him. And from the sounds of it, Alu seems to have suffered a major loss. He nudged Ah Hua. Hey, who are they talking about? Who is so bold as to provoke Alu? Is he tired of living? Ah Hua rolled his eyes. You hang out in chicken stalls every day and don't even know the #1 news on the street. Though complaining, he also listened intently. After hearing just a couple of sentences, he furrowed his brow tightly. Is it him? Do you know him? You don't even know Chun Dao? The whole Hong Kong has been talking about him for days. Brother Fly scratched his head. I really haven't heard of him. Quickly tell me. Ah Hua sighed. To put it simply, this person was just a nobody 49er 3 days ago. What a... Brother Fly's eyes widened. A 49er. Daring to touch Alu. Is he asking for a death sentence? Ah Hua waved his hand. Don't be anxious, let me finish. He was indeed at the bottom before, easily trampled by anyone. But now, it's different. He then explained in detail how Chun Dao rose to power and how he approached Alu. Brother Fly, hearing this, gaped, as if he could fit an egg in his mouth, unable to close it for a long time. After a while, he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. You can't be joking with me. Do I look like I'm joking? Brother Fly was stunned. Seeing Ah Hua's serious expression, he believed it. But in his heart, he still felt as if he were listening to a celestial tale. He couldn't help but wonder, how could an ordinary 49er possess such great power? Is that Chun Dao really that powerful? Brother Fly blurted out. Ah Hua glanced at him, slowly exhaling, his tone heavy. This person is absolutely not to be trifled with. Brother Fly said nothing, merely nodding as he pondered. Ah Hua immediately saw through his thoughts and lowered his voice to warn him, don't get any wicked ideas. He knew Brother Fly too well. He was surely scheming to cause trouble for Chun Dao, make a name for himself, and rise to the top. But that move would be a mistake. Ah Hua flicked the ash off his cigarette, coldly stating, don't go provoking him. He is truly ruthless. Daring to step on his own boss to rise, even Alu, the one most likely to take the head of Lianxing, he dares to confront. Such a person we cannot withstand. He paused and added, if he survives, he will undoubtedly have a place in Xiangjiang in the future. Brother Fly listened, stunned for a few seconds before immediately extinguishing his thoughts. He had never met Chun Dao, but after hearing Ah Hua's words, an image already formed in his mind, cold, tough, and reckless. Hospital inside a ward. Guanzai's son was sleeping soundly when the shrill ringtone of his phone suddenly erupted, startling him awake. He grabbed his phone, furious. Who is it? Calling in the middle of the night. If there's nothing to say, he'll kill you. On the other end was Jimmy, his voice tight. Brother son. It's me. Something big has happened. Guanzai's son jolted awake completely. Jimmy never calls recklessly. If he was calling in a panic at this hour, it must be a catastrophic event. He immediately pressed for details. Quick, what happened? Jimmy spoke rapidly. Chun Dao has gone to trouble. Allah. Huanyo's hand is injured and hospitalized. Brother Lu has also been taken in, and his injuries aren't light. This person is even more troublesome than we thought. What a... Guanzai's son felt a chill down his spine, cold sweat pouring out. He couldn't believe it. Has Alu really been taken down by Chun Dao? Is that guy insane? Are you sure? Absolutely. Brother Lu also lost more than 10 subordinates this time. Jimmy's voice grew serious. Brother son. Chun Dao likely already knows that you sought Brother Less help. What should we do next? The more Guanzai's son listened, the more anxious he became, his hands shaking violently, and with a thud, his phone fell to the ground. He hurriedly picked it up, his voice trembling. Call people right away. 20 won't be enough, call 50. Get to the hospital and guard me immediately. After hanging up, he was still in a daze. Alu has really been taken down by Chun Dao. But Chun Dao is just a 49er. He exhaled deeply, his heart racing. For the first time, he felt a bit of fear. This matter had already exceeded his capacity to handle. Who would have thought that this person would strike so ruthlessly? Damn, how did he do it? Is he trying to oppose the entire Lianxing? Is he not afraid of death? He couldn't understand. But the facts lay before him. Chun Dao was even more ruthless than he had anticipated. He even felt a bit regretful for getting involved in the Pourquoi affair. If only he had simply agreed to Chun Dao at the beginning and given up the territory, he would have had a fierce person to back him up now. Alas, it was too late. Chun Dao's attitude was already written on his face. This matter is far from over. The more Guanzai's son thought, the more uneasy he became. Would that guy really come to kill him? How ruthless could this person be? Is he truly unafraid of death? Guanzai's son knew he wasn't considered tough among the Lianxing leaders. But Alu was different. Alu was someone who dared to take action. His seemingly friendly demeanor was all a facade. Guanzai's son had dealt with him enough to know, behind that smiling face lies a knife. If he truly got angry, he wouldn't hold back, killing without blinking. Guanzai's son couldn't fathom where did Chun Dao get the guts to provoke Alu. After all, Alu is not an ordinary person but a fierce character who could contend with Big D for the head position. To put it plainly, offending Alu is equivalent to trampling on half of Lian Sheng's bottom line. But what about Chun Dao? He simply didn't care. At the thought of this, Guanzai's son felt a tightness in his heart and immediately became alert. That guy has gone completely crazy. Could he really come after me? Even Alu has been taken down by him. Who knows what he'll do next? No, I need to hide. I don't want to foolishly lose my life. Damn it. He clenched his teeth in anger. A mere 49er had forced him into such a corner. Those in the underworld must be laughing behind his back. But now was truly not the time to care about appearances. He had seen Chun Dao's methods firsthand, cold, fast, and ruthless. This matter was certainly not just about losing face. If this dragged on, it could lead to a loss of life. He grabbed his phone and directly dialed Jimmy. Damn, who beat you up like this? You better speak up. Who dares to touch my Liang Kuan? This is like slapping me in the face. Liang Kuan was furious and slammed the table. Standing before him was a madman who had just rushed over from the hospital. His head bandaged, his leg in a cast, leaning on crutches, looking as if he had just crawled out of the ruins. The madman shuddered all over, recalling the scene in the private room where he was beaten to the ground by Chun Dao. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Brother Kuan." It was Chun Dao? He did it. Chun Dao. Liang Kuan was taken aback. What happened? I went to find him as you instructed, hoping to ask him to come work for you. But he completely ignored me and beat me up right there, saying. As he spoke halfway, he dared not continue. Liang Kun's anger surged, and with a loud crack, he crushed his wine glass, shouting, "Speak." What else did he say? The madman swallowed hard and quietly squeezed out a sentence. He said, "Brother Kuan, you are nothing, and that you should come and mix with him another day." I damn. Liang Kuan shot up, kicking over a chair. Chun Dao. Who does he think he is? After embellishing the tale, the madman nearly blew a gasket. He usually bullied others, who dared to humiliate him so brazenly. The person who beat him up even had the audacity to slap his face in public. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. His forehead veins were throbbing, just about to shout, "Call someone," when suddenly, bang, the door was pushed open. A little brother rushed in a panic. "Brother Kuan. It's bad. Something big has happened." But upon entering, seeing the madman wrapped like a mummy and the furious Liang Kuan, he immediately froze in place, not daring to make a sound. Liang Kuan was already boiling with anger. Seeing this only made him more furious. "Don't you know how to knock? Are you looking to die?" He kicked out. The little brother didn't dare to block it, covering his head and enduring a dozen kicks. When Liang Kuan finally calmed down, he sat back down, coldly glaring at him. "Cat, got your tongue. Speak, what happened?" The little brother trembled as he got up, stuttering, Brother Kuan, I just received news. Chun Dao has moved again this time. He has taken down Alu." He then recounted everything he had heard. Liang Kuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He's taken down Alu. He had always prided himself on being bold enough to confront even the dragon head Jiang Tianxing. But would he really dare to go after Jiang Tianxing? He wouldn't, at least not openly. But Chun Dao was even crazier. Beside him, the madman also gasped in shock. He suddenly felt a chill of fear. If he dared to touch Alu, what if he had angered him that night? It might truly be the end of him. Thinking of this, the madman felt cold sweat trickle down his back. He had almost lost his life. At this moment, one of the subordinates glanced at Liang Kuan and asked in a low voice, "Brother Kuan, should we call someone?" Liang Kuan regained his senses and sneered. "Call. Of course we call. When have I, Liang Kuan, ever let go of a grudge? Those who have touched my people think they can just walk away. In their dreams. He's just a 49er. If I let him intimidate me, then what am I doing in Hong Kong?" He was indeed a bit surprised that Chun Dao dared to act this way, but with his temperament, he would never tolerate it. He waved his hand decisively. "Quick, gather all the brothers. I want to see just how much weight he carries." Nightclub. Chun Dao came out from a less house and directly brought people back to the nightclub. "Daogu, you're back." The boss breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. Returning to the private room, just as he sat down, a few subordinates watching over Alu also returned. "Daogu, Alu has already been sent to the hospital." Chun Dao nodded. "You can leave now." Once they left, the boss couldn't help but speak up. "Daogu, did you really go after Alu?" Chun Dao countered, "What do you think?" He didn't say it outright, but this rhetorical question was clearer than anything. The boss' heart tightened. After all, that was Alu. Seeing Chun Dao's calm expression, she became anxious and forced herself to advise, "Why not? You should avoid this for now." Noticing Chun Dao's silence, she quickly added, "Alu isn't Guanzai's son. Someone who could compete for the dragon head wouldn't let this go. He definitely won't spare you." Before she could finish, Chun Dao suddenly looked up, staring at her expressionlessly. The boss instantly fell silent, quickly shutting her mouth. Chun Dao pulled out a cigarette case, took one out, lit it, and leisurely took a puff, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. "I was just waiting for this reaction. Either they kill me, or I step on them and climb up." The boss' mouth dropped open, unable to close it for a long. To think someone who was just emerging could say such things. For the first time she felt that Chun Dao wasn't crazy, he was truly ruthless, precise, and bold enough to gamble. Looking at his determined expression, the boss suddenly had a thought: this person might be about to write a new chapter in the history of Hong Kong. But isn't this too outrageous? Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. After a long while she finally regained her composure, awkwardly not knowing what to say. Chun Dao leaned back on the sofa, his tone indifferent. Is there anything else? No, nothing else. Then you can go. I want to rest for a while. Okay. The boss hurriedly exited, glancing back at Chun Dao before closing the door. This person might truly be the fiercest 49er in the history of Hong Kong. Only Chun Dao remained in the private room. He had made many enemies, but he wasn't afraid. However, the troubles had indeed increased. The old tenement building he used to live in was too small, even the guards couldn't be arranged. So he simply moved into the nightclub, safe, convenient, surrounded by his own people. He wasn't afraid of a fight, but if dozens of people surrounded him with knives, no one could withstand it. This place was now his most secure stronghold. He poured himself a glass of wine. Reputation 10. Reputation 10. Reputation 10. The system's notifications sounded one after another. Chun Dao took a sip of wine, his expression satisfied. Then he summoned troops. Alu was well known, and this wave of gains filled him up. 80 new subordinates all came rushing in. Coupled with the previous 100 or more, the total exceeded 200. He opened his eyes and sensed that the newcomers had already surrounded the nightclub as planned in batches. Very good. It should create a bigger stir. The bigger the wind, the more valuable the fish. The more explosive the situation, the more soldiers he would have. Let the storm come even fiercer. Alu Guanzai son Liang Kuan. Whoever dares to act Chun Dao isn't afraid. One day when he rallies 100,000 brothers, who could challenge him? On the other side. Hey, wake up. Are you still sleeping while trouble brews? Cut the nonsense and get over here now. Bring your weapons, assemble immediately. Liang Kun's men were all busy making phone calls one after another. Many younger brothers were startled awake from their dreams and rushed out with machetes. In no time, over 100 of them gathered at the street corner. Are all the men here? Liang Kuan asked a younger brother beside him. The brother nodded. Brother Kuan, everyone is here, just over 100. It's too late to call more people. That's enough. Liang Kuan smiled unfazed. Chun Dao? Just a minor player. I heard he has a few dozen men under him, so what? I'm bringing over 100 tough guys, can't even handle a minor player. What am I even doing in this gang? Pass the word, sharpen the blades, and steady your hands. Anyone scared tonight will regret it. Beside him, a man wrapped like a mummy hurriedly chimed in. Brother Kuan, don't worry. Last time I was careless and went alone. This time you're leading the team personally with 100 men together. Chun Dao is doomed. Liang Kuan shot him a sideways glance. Shut up. Tonight I'll let that useless Chun Dao know. If you touch my men, you'll pay with your life. With that, he stood up, lit a cigarette, and waved his hand. Let's go. Yes. 100 men marched out with great momentum onto the streets of Shangjiang. Their intimidating presence even made the patrolling police take a detour. Pedestrians scurried to hide as far away as they could. Yet a few gangsters stood by the roadside, peering curiously. What's going on? Which gang is clashing with which? Why such a big show? Looks like Hongxing's. Are they at odds with Dongxing again? Who cares? Let's go check it out. Hongxing's men are ruthless. This kind of scene is rare. At a street-side stall, Brother Fly was eating and froze when he saw the group. He turned to Ahua. Wow, so many people. What's going on? They look fierce. Did something happen? Not my concern. Ahua shot him a glance, but his gaze followed the group ahead. Soon he recognized the one striding confidently at the front, Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan is personally leading this. He doesn't just go out for nothing. Ahua paused, suddenly realizing, what could it be? Brother Fly asked anxiously. Ahua lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled. I think I've figured it out. Figured out what? Liang Kuan is heading for Chun Dao. Chun Dao, eh? I heard he sent a madman to find Chun Dao before, but for some reason the madman ended up with a broken leg. Ahua looked towards the direction the group was heading. Look at the path they're taking, straight to Chun Dao's territory. With this many people, it's almost certain they're looking for trouble. Brother Fly was taken aback. Isn't Chun Dao being too bold? He's already messed with Lianxing and now with Hongxing. Ahua took a deep drag on his cigarette. I can't understand his thinking either. But tonight something big is bound to happen in Shangjiang. A few hundred people in a brawl. It's been a long time since I've seen that. It can't be that serious, right? Brother Fly gulped, his voice slightly dry. Ahua shook his head. You underestimate those two too much. Now that the police are keeping a close watch, ordinary gangs don't dare to make a fuss, but Liang Kuan and Chun Dao are different. Liang Kuan, nicknamed Mad Dog, never follows the rules. Anyone who offends him, he goes all out against them. As for Chun Dao, Ahua paused, forcing a bitter smile. Just by hearing about the things he's done, you should know. He's even more ruthless and audacious than Liang Kuan. He wouldn't fear even the King of Heaven. Do you think he would fear Liang Kuan? Fear the police. In the distance, the Hongxing group had already vanished from sight. Ahua stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray side. I heard Chun Dao is just a minor player, but in just a day or two he's rallied a gang of people. This time it must be at least 200 to 300 people in confrontation. Hiss. Brother Fly gasped. 200 to 300 people fighting. Even in Xiangjiang where triads are everywhere, this kind of scene is quite rare. His eyes lit up, rubbing his hands. Let's go. We should check it out. Are you out of your mind? Ahua immediately blocked him. In a melee with over 100 people, even a brush against someone could be disastrous. If you want to go by yourself. Oh, I'm not joining this chaos. Let's go. Before he could finish, Brother Fly had already pulled out a bill and slapped it on the table. Boss, the money is here. Then he grabbed Ahua's arm, forcefully pulling him up. Stop talking. We need to watch from a distance, cause spectacle this grand would be a shame to miss. Ahua wanted to push back, but Brother Fly would not give him a chance to speak, dragging him out. On the other side in the car, the madman turned back to Liang Kuan in the back seat. Brother Kuan, there's a place in Simsha Sui that was originally with Lion Shang's Agui, but later got taken over by Chen Dao. He's there now. Let's go there. Liang Kuan sneered. I want to see if this Chen Dao has grown 3 heads and 6 arms. A minor player dares to take a dump on my head. He must be tired of living. Brother Kuan is right. The madman replied eagerly, then cautiously reminded. But, with such a big commotion, what if he runs away? Run. Liang Kuan snorted. If the temple is there, the people are there. If the temple is gone, where would he stay? If he really dares to run, I'll set his place on fire, burning it down until he has nowhere to hide. Brother Kuan is mighty. Half an hour later, Liang Kuan led 100 men storming into Simsha Sui. Simsha Sui is one of the fattest territories in Xiangjiang, with various gangs clustering there. With Liang Kuan's arrival, the entire area was on high alert. No one knew whether he was there to smash a place or seize territory. Once they found out he wasn't targeting them, the various gangs finally relaxed, remaining still and just watching the show. Who's the unlucky one that has provoked this mad dog from Hongxing? Soon, under the madman's guidance, the group headed straight for the night venue run by Chen Dao. At the entrance, a dozen of Chen Dao's men immediately became alert. Someone's here to smash the venue. Grab your weapons, they shouted. Without hesitation, several men grabbed their weapons and rushed forward. Liang Kuan got out of the car and coldly uttered 4 words, take them down. Swish. The doors of several vans opened simultaneously. Nearly 100 men charged out with knives, fierce and silent, directly attacking. Shimmering blades, blood splattering. The numbers overwhelmed. In less than a minute, all the guards at the entrance were taken down. With this little skill you dare to provoke me. Seeking death. Liang Kuan became even more invigorated, lighting a cigarette. His men automatically parted to create a path as he strode into the night venue. Nearly 100 men followed, closely pouring in like a tide. The once spacious venue was instantly packed to the brim. Those who couldn't fit inside had to stay outside to guard. Once inside, they smashed. Anything they saw, they smashed. All the customers in the store were frightened away. Chairs were overturned and bottles shattered everywhere. Hongxing is here. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out. Trash from Lianxing, roll out. Cut them down. In no time, the night venue was occupied by Liang Kuan's men. He stood high on the stage surveying the crowd, but he did not see Chen Dao. Frowning, he grabbed the nearby tremble. Where is Chen Dao? Call him out immediately. Just then, boom, boom, boom. The previously quiet nightclub suddenly erupted. Heavy footsteps surged from all directions. In the next moment, dozens of men in black rushed into the hall from various exits, each wielding a gleaming machete, surrounding Liang Kuan and his group. Liang Kuan was startled. Where did all these people come from? He did not know that those he had just knocked down were merely scouts intentionally released by Chen Dao. The ones before him were the real deal. At this moment, Chen Dao, with his hands in his pockets, slowly descended the staircase from the 2nd floor. You are Chen Dao, eh? Chen Dao did not reply, merely staring silently at him. Liang Kuan quickly regained his composure, glancing around at the men in black. There were only about 40 or 50, and he immediately felt relieved. What are you trying to play the big shot for? This few people can intimidate me. Chen Dao smiled lightly. This is just the beginning. He snapped his fingers. Immediately, screams erupted from outside. Don't kill me. Help. A blood-soaked minion scrambled and collapsing at Liang Kuan's feet. Kuan brother. It's over. We are surrounded. There are at least 100 men in black outside. We can't hold them off. What? Liang Kuan's face changed drastically. A mere 4 or 9 gangsters. Where did these 100 men come from? Chen Dao looked at him coldly. You dare to wreak havoc in my territory? Are you not afraid of death? Liang Kuan suddenly raised his head. Though startled, he did not panic. After all, he was a local power holder, forcing himself to stay calm. What will happen if you harm my men? Chen Dao's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly swung the baseball bat in his hand, bringing it down hard on Liang Kuan's head. Bang! Liang Kuan fell to the ground, 2 teeth flying out, blood spattering on the floor. He covered his mouth and roared, Chen Dao, are you tired of living? Chen Dao replied indifferently. You still don't understand me. In this world, no one deserves my respect. You were right about one thing. Today someone is indeed going to lie down here. But the one lying down will be you. These words pierced like a dagger into Liang Kuan's ears. Along with the humiliation from that hit, Liang Kuan was utterly enraged, waving his hand. Chop. Cut him down. Roar. The Hongxing minions charged in with red eyes. Chen Dao's men immediately met them heated. A chaotic brawl erupted, spilling from the nightclub onto the street. Hongxing is here to do business. Outsiders step aside. Kill them. Chop. Over 300 people were embroiled in the brawl, knives flashing, shouts echoing. Identifying who the customers and who the gangsters were was far too easy for them. Gangsters had a distinct aura that could be recognized at a glance. Stop. You scum. You bastards. Chop. The Hongxing people were numerous and known for their fighting spirit. In the initial moments, Chen Dao's cannon fodder were indeed being pushed back, but that was as far as it went. The true black-clad main forces had arrived. The hard-won upper hand was lost in an instant. These black-clad thugs, each wielding a machete, struck fiercely like hungry wolves among a flock of sheep, specifically targeting the Hongxing lackeys. The patrons in the nightclub were thrown into chaos, screaming and seeking cover. In Xianjiang, gang fights are not a rare occurrence. But the rules are clear: fighting is fine, but only target the opposing gang members, never touch ordinary customers. Why? First, if civilians get hurt, the police will show up immediately. If the police demand people, the gang can only hand over the ones who cross the line to take the blame. Second, these customers are living cash cows. Whoever wins the territory must rely on them for consumption and commission. Therefore, no matter how much chaos ensues, it only happens between the gang members. Ordinary people might get scratched by flying glass, but no one truly cares. Who would dare to provoke a gang over such trivial matters? That would be asking for trouble. Outside the nightclub, the sounds of knives and screams grew ever louder. Inside, Chen Dao was also busy. The fighting was equally fierce. Most of Chen Dao's men were guarding outside, leaving only around 40 inside. Coincidentally, the number of people Liang Kun brought was about the same. He felt a sense of relief the numbers were even, he still had a chance. In his mind, as long as he took care of Chen Dao, the people outside would pose no threat. Moreover, he had full confidence in his elite lackeys. But what he did not know was, this group of Chen Dao's men had been summoned by the system and were not ordinary gangsters. When facing seasoned Hongxing fighters, they had an overwhelming advantage. The key point was they had no emotions and were not afraid of death. They would only follow Chen Dao's commands. Who to chop, they would chop. They would not fall nor stop. What does fighting come down to? Is it muscle? Is it reaction? Among ordinary people, the difference isn't that great. Monsters like Shun Lang are rare in a century. What truly matters is the momentum. If one side has strong morale and dares to fight, they can unleash 120 of their strength. If the other side is intimidated, they might not even be able to exert 50% of their power. The result is a crushing defeat. The current situation was clear at a glance. Except for a few surrounding Chun Dao, the rest of the lackeys were all fiercely attacking Liang Kun's men. Initially the numbers were even, but soon Chen Dao's side began to gain the upper hand. In less than 10 minutes the ground was littered with bodies. Over 90% were Liang Kun's lackeys. The outcome was already evident. In a corner, Liang Kun was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What is happening? Why are they not afraid of deaths? Where did Chen Dao find so many lunatics? Watching his men fall one after another, he felt a chill in his heart, his limbs turning cold. In just a few minutes of battle, he understood the gap. Seeing 5 of his own lackeys attacking one of the enemy, that person even had his arm chopped off, yet he dragged 2 down with him. This was not a fight. This was a death match. Kun brother, we can't hold on any longer. Kun brother, hurry and run. If this continues, we'll all be finished here. The Hongxing lackeys began to panic. They were indeed better fighters than others, but being good at fighting does not equal being unafraid of death. Who could withstand this reckless fighting style? Liang Kun felt a tightening in his throat and swallowed hard. He knew in his heart that there was no benefit in continuing this fight. Retreat. He waved his hand, leading the charge towards the door. Just as he reached the door, kill. More than 20 black-clad lackeys armed with machetes blocked the entrance. No one had expected this turn of events. In less than a minute, all of Liang Kun's men were taken down. Liang Kun himself was pinned to the ground by 2 men, unable to move. At this moment, Chen Dao leisurely walked over, hands in his pockets. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you take my place for a tea house? Liang Kun gritted his teeth and shouted, Chen Dao, if you dare to touch me, Hongxing won't let you off. Chen Dao frowned. Another threat. Everyone who acted this way ended up with a bad outcome. He couldn't be bothered to waste words. Taking the baseball bat handed to him by a lackey, he struck Liang Kun's legs mercilessly. Huh! The scream erupted in the nightclub. Chen Dao, expressionless, tossed the bat aside. Understand this, from today on, this street is under my control. Hongxing. Lost. Brother Fly stared at the groaning Hongxing lackeys on the ground, rubbing his eyes vigorously, fearing he was seeing things. But the reality before him was undeniable. 50 or 60 members of the Hongxing gang lay sprawled on the ground, wailing incessantly, while over 100 black-clad figures efficiently tidied up the scene. The contrast was stark. Fewer than 20 of the black-clad men had fallen. Are they all from Chen Dao? Impossible. How could he have so many people already? He had just emerged. Oh, where did all these people come from? These individuals don't even resemble gangsters. What kind of reckless fighting style is this? My eyes are about to pop out. Brother Fly's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist. Beside him, Ahua also frowned tightly. He was just as shocked as Brother Fly. According to the rules, recruiting subordinates relies on reputation and money. Yet Chun Dao had neither credentials nor any reports of wealth. To gather over 100 people at once, only someone of a hall master level could manage that. Ahua took a deep breath. What frightened him even more was, these black-clad men didn't seem like thugs, they resembled death warriors. Yes, those from ancient times, unafraid of death, uncurious about reasons, only obeying orders. After a long while he let out a sigh. We truly underestimated Chun Dao. Brother Fly nodded. He had previously pondered how to step over Chun Dao to gain power. Now he just wanted to strangle that part of himself that had entertained such thoughts. What a joke. People like this are untouchable. He lowered his voice. I never realized. He's even more ruthless than the rumors suggest. Yet this time he directly confronted Hongxing, effectively slapping them in the face. Has he made too many enemies? He just offended Helian Sheng and now has provoked Hongxing. With two major groups bearing down on him, isn't he afraid of being torn apart? Ahua shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. I can't understand him either. But just daring to provoke two families at once. No ordinary person would have that courage. In the nightclub, they were not the only ones thinking that. Once the entire venue fell silent, the nightclub owner trembled as she stepped out. Upon seeing the ground full of Hongxing's subordinates, her legs went weak. Dao good these people are. From Hongxing. What a Hongxing, she screamed. So many of Hongxing's subordinates were left discarded on her territory. This was serious trouble. Although the female owner feared Chun Dao's wrath, she forced herself to advise Dao Ge, why not take a step back for now? Now that he's also offended Hongxing, the enemies are simply too many. So what? Chun Dao shot her a glancing look. Many enemies. Indeed, there were many. But what of it? He didn't care at all. Instead, the more enemies he made, the bigger the affair grew, the faster his prestige would rise, and the more subordinates he could recruit. Want to move against Helian Sheng? Then let's raise prestige against Helian Sheng. Hongxing has arrived. Let's continue as usual. Even if he ends up offending every gang in Xianjiang, he wouldn't bat an eye. The system was his confidence. Chun Dao, you're finished. Hongxing will never let you go. This matter is— As Chun Dao contemplated this, a nearby Lian Kuan, who had a broken leg and was covered in cold sweat, suddenly howled. Chun Dao frowned, walked over, and squatted down, looking him in the eye. Don't you understand by now? I'm not afraid of Hongxing at all. If they want to fight, I'm ready at any time. As for you— His eyes shifted slightly, and a dangerous smile curved his lips. Lian Kuan trembled all over. What do you want to do? If you dare to kill me, Hongxing will definitely take you out. Who said I want to kill you? Chun Dao stood up, chuckling lightly. Killing you would be too boring. He turned to a small black-clad subordinate. Is it handled outside? The subordinate nodded. Very good. Then deliver a gift to Hongxing. Hang all the Hongxing members regardless of whether they are alive or dead at the entrance of their territory. Let everyone in Xianjiang see the consequences of offending me. The subordinate complied and left. In less than 10 minutes, over 200 black-clad subordinates moved out together. Some directly drove a box truck, throwing Hongxing members onto it like sacks before roaring off. Brother Fly and Ahua immediately followed suit. An hour later, Lian Kuan and over 100 Hongxing subordinates were all tightly bound, hanging like a string of zongzi at the most conspicuous street corner of Hongxing's territory. Brother Fly and Ahua stood at a distance, their hearts chilled. This was not merely a fight, it was a heart-wrenching execution. It was like publicly slapping Hongxing in the face. You lost miserably and were humiliated at your own doorstep. The two exchanged a heavy glance, their expressions grave. A storm was about to break. News spread rapidly. In less than half a day, the entire Xianjiang was discussing Chun Dao. He once again became the center of attention. Hongxing's headquarters soon received the news. Major B and other hall masters gathered at the street corner, watching the disheveled Lian Kuan and the moaning subordinates, their fists clenched in rage. Before long, the leader Jiang Tianxing rushed over. Upon seeing the scene, he was immediately struck by a wave of anger, his voice changing pitch. What the hell is going on? It was done by Chun Dao. Major B quickly explained the whole situation in detail. After hearing it, Jiang Tianxing could only utter one shocked sentence. Is this person insane? The commotion was immense, with gangs proliferating in Simsha Sui. Many venue owners had witnessed the entire process, and the news spread like wildfire throughout the entire harbor. At Guanzai Sen's place, he was frantically packing his bags, preparing to flee overnight. Ever since he learned of Chun Dao's methods, he no longer dared to be careless, rushing back from the hospital to escape. At this moment, a panicked subordinate rushed in. Sun Ge, something big has happened. Guanzai Sen's hand trembled, nearly dropping the suitcase. It wouldn't be Chun Dao again, would it? Sun Ge, something big has happened. The subordinate's face turned pale, his voice trembling. We just received news. Lian Kuan from Hongxing brought over 100 people to find trouble with Chun Dao, and they were all taken down. Now that 100+ people are all hanging on the street of Hongxing. As soon as he finished speaking, Guanzai Sen's hand loosened. Thud. The suitcase fell heavily to the ground. His vision blackened, his legs went soft, nearly kneeling down. Fortunately, the subordinate reacted quickly, supporting him and helping him sit down on the sofa. After a long while he finally caught his breath. Is the news accurate? Absolutely true. Several brothers from Tsim Sha Sui witnessed it firsthand. Chun Dao somehow gathered 100 or 200 people, all fearless and ruthless. The Hongxing members had no ability to fight back. 100 or 200 people. Guanzai Sin's mind went blank with a buzz. How did he gather them? I can't. Immediate departure. Leave right away. His heart raced and his hands turned cold. The name Chun Dao weighed on him so heavily that he couldn't even entertain the thought of resistance. Where is Jimmy? Get him here. Now. Immediately. He shouted forcefully. Yes. Why are you still standing there? Get out. The subordinate turned and ran. In a few minutes Jimmy rushed and drenched in sweat, his face ashen. Clearly he had heard the news. Sun Gu. Stop talking nonsense. Guanzai's son stuffed clothes into his bag while speaking. You need to find me a safe place right away, or I'm leaving tonight. While I'm gone you handle all matters of the gang. Jimmy nodded. I'll arrange it immediately. Once the packing was done, Guanzai's son slumped on the sofa, not wanting to move at all. I can't take it anymore. That Shin Dao is too terrifying. On the other side in the hospital ward, Alu had just finished bandaging his hand when he heard about this. How could he possibly gather 100 or 200 people alone? A mere 49er, where does he find the courage and ability? He stood there in shock, and after a while he suddenly slammed the bed and shouted. His subordinate beside him shrank back and replied, Lu Gu, it's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Chun Dao's subordinates tossed the Hongxing members into the car like sacks and directly transported them to Hongxing's territory, hanging them on the streetlight poles one by one. Many passersby took photos, and now the whole Xiangjiang is talking about it. Alu was stunned, and after a long time he gritted his teeth and muttered, a madman. Truly a madman. He acts without regard for the consequences. Damn it. When did such a reckless figure emerge in Xiangjiang? In the nightclub, inside a private room. Chen Dao leaned back on the sofa, 2 bottles of premium XO in front of him. He opened one bottle, filled a glass, and leisurely took a sip, his expression calm. He knew. At this moment the whole Xiangjiang was in an uproar. Especially Hongxing, they must be holding an emergency meeting overnight to figure out how to deal with him. But he didn't care. Hanging Liang Kun's men on the streets of Hongxing was a blatant message to everyone. I, Chun Dao, do not recognize Hongxing's rules and will not show them any respect. The bigger the incident, the better. As for Hongxing's counterattack, he put down his glass and murmured softly, Jiang Tianxing, this time you've lost face all over Hong Kong. You must be restless now, right? I'm waiting for your move. Don't disappoint me. Outside, pairs of eyes were watching him, but he was completely unconcerned, because just now he had successfully exploded his men once again. His subordinates now numbered 270, each one daring to fight, and each one fearless. This was the confidence that allowed him to sit here drinking, just as he was thinking. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Come in. The door was pushed open. A subordinate walked and bowed his fist, and said, Dao Gu, we went to capture Guanzai's son as you instructed, but we couldn't find him at the hospital or his home. Chun Dao raised his eyelids, his expression darkening. He ran away. Is he scared now? Guanzai's son, this is just the beginning. If you hide, the game won't be interesting anymore. He wanted Guanzai's son to understand what the cost would be for trying to deal with him. He also wanted to use this incident to establish his authority in the underworld. At this moment the subordinate added, we couldn't catch him, but we brought back 3 of his subordinates. How do you want to handle them? Chun Dao sat up straight, poured himself a glass of wine, and gently shook the glass. Bring them in. Yes. The subordinate clapped his hands. 3 people were brought in, tightly bound, their faces covered in bruises. It was clear that they had been beaten. Chun Dao directly asked, where's Guanzai's son? The 3 trembled violently, shaking their heads repeatedly. We really don't know. Please let us go. No one said anything when Sun Go left. Before they finished speaking, Chun Dao signaled to a nearby subordinate in black. That person immediately drew a dagger and struck down. Puff. Blood sprayed out, and the first subordinate collapsed on the spot, unable to even scream. Warm blood splattered on the faces of the other 2. Their faces turned pale, their teeth chattered, and their legs went weak. Chun Dao asked again, where's Guanzai's son? The second one just opened his mouth when the blade flashed again. Only one remained. Chun Dao stared at him. Now say something, I want to hear. The person was terrified and blurted out, I don't know where, but Jimmy must know. Sun Go went to find him this afternoon. What did he want with Jimmy? I really don't know. He saw the look in Chun Dao's eyes and was so scared that he immediately changed his words. They met for just a few minutes, and Sun Go left. No one knows where he went. But Jimmy must be clear. At the brink of life and death, who would still care about loyalty? These little thugs always bully the weak and fear the strong, their lives as thin as paper. The subordinate in black looked at Chun Dao, waiting for instructions. Chun Dao waved his hand. No need to ask anymore. This person was already scared out of his wits, not daring to lie. Where does Jimmy live? The person quickly reported the address. Big brother, I told you everything I know. Please spare my life. I don't want to die. Chun Dao said nothing, only raised his hand. A few subordinates immediately dragged the dead body and the living person out together. He stood up, his voice calm. Take a few people and follow me. Yes. A group quickly set off heading straight for Jimmy's house according to the address. The night deepened. Outside an ordinary rental building in Sim Sha Sui, a black car silently slid, clothes merging into the darkness. Chun Dao got out of the car and looked around, his gaze stopping at a dark room on the second floor. Surrounded, I want a live capture. Yes. More than 10 people spread out under the cover of night, quietly blocking all the exits. Once prepared, Chun Dao led the way upstairs, heading straight for that door. At the door, he listened carefully. The room was silent without a sound. The windows were dark and no light came through the door crack. He frowned. Is he not back yet? Open the door. A subordinate in black approached the door with a wire, gently fiddling with the lock, and with a click, Chun Dao walked in. The room was not big, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. At the entrance stood a statue of Guangong. He scanned the living room and the 2 rooms, but found nothing unusual. He was not in a hurry, directly sitting down on the sofa, quietly waiting. After a long while, footsteps echoed in the hallway, coming closer and growing louder. They're coming. Chun Dao immediately sat up straight and signaled to a few subordinates beside him. Soon the sound of a key entering the lock came from outside the door. Make your move. As soon as the words fell, a black-clad subordinate kicked the door open with a mighty kick. Oh! The person outside was taken by surprise and let out a horrible scream. Immediately after, a figure turned and ran wildly toward the staircase. Trying to escape. Chun Dao crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and looked relaxed. Before he finished his cigarette, a subordinate quickly walked in, bowing respectfully. Dao Gu, we have captured the person. 2 black-clad subordinates pushed a person into the room. Chun Dao raised his hand. Turn on the light. As the lights brightened, he saw clearly. It was Jimmy. He extinguished his cigarette and said, Jimmy, long time no see. Jimmy trembled all over, suddenly looked up, recognized Chun Dao at a glance, instinctively wanted to shrink back, but was firmly held by the people on both sides. Chun Dao, what? What do you want? What the hell do you want to do? His voice trembled, his heart racing. Being targeted by this ruthless character was definitely not a good thing. Chun Dao waved his hand. Don't panic. I came to find you to ask one thing. Answer honestly, and I won't harm you. What? What do you want to ask? Jimmy was stunned for a moment, but still blurted out, where's Guan Zai-san? This? Jimmy opened his mouth and immediately shook his head. I don't know. But his eyes darted, unable to look Chun Dao in the eye. Don't know. Chun Dao smiled. It's okay, you might remember. Please don't kill me. I already told you everything. I really did. I don't want to die. A wail pierced through the door. Then a bound underling was dragged inside, limbs tightly trussed. Jimmy instantly recognized him, the gatekeeper from Quan Zai-sam's household. You, what do you think you're doing? Chun Dao said nothing. He rose slowly and approached the man. A subordinate handed him a gleaming dagger. Chun Dao seized the man's hair, yanked his head up, and thrust his face toward Jimmy. Think carefully. Shink. A flash of steel. The blade slid across the throat. Warm blood sprayed forth. Unblinking, Chun Dao severed the man's windpipe with his own hands, right before Jimmy's eyes. He tossed the dagger onto the floor, accepted a towel to wipe his hands clean, then returned to the sofa and fixed his gaze on Jimmy. Now, do you know where Quan Zai-sam is? If your next answer is wrong, there will be 2 bodies on the floor. Jimmy followed the direction of Chun Dao's finger, where the man still twitched faintly on the ground. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. This man wasn't human. The threat was real. Silence meant loyalty to his boss, or survival. His face paled, his palms slick with sweat. Chun Dao frowned. I don't have time. Now. Before the words fully left his lips, he raised his hand. Several black-clad underlings stepped forward instantly. What the hell are you doing? No one answered. A heavy fist slammed into Jimmy's face. They swarmed him, kicking, punching, relentless. It went on for a long, brutal stretch. Stop. Chun Dao spoke at last. He stood, walked over, crouched before Jimmy, and locked eyes with him. Jimmy lay sprawled, bruised and swollen, barely able to draw breath. This time, he truly feared. Chun Dao was ruthless, unhinged, having just defied Locke and Liang Quan. He now dared strike directly at Quan Zai-sam. He was courting annihilation, alienating every major Triad lord in Hong Kong. At last, broken Jimmy gritted his teeth and revealed Quan Zai-sam's hiding place. He was courting annihilation, alienating every major Triad lord in Hong Kong. At last, broken Jimmy, you've made too many enemies. You won't survive. Jimmy croaked, lifting his battered head with effort. Chun Dao only smiled faintly, then turned and walked away. The more enemies he made, the more followers would flock to him. One day, when 10,000 brothers stood behind him, who would dare stand in his way? Leaving Jimmy's apartment, Chun Dao wasted no time. He led his men straight to the address given. Upstairs, Jimmy watched the retreating figure vanish down the street, and finally exhaled. He pulled out his phone, fingers hovering over the dial pad, then froze. Watching Chun Dao disappear around the corner, a sudden thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps, following this man might not be a death sentence after all. Of course, only if he survived tonight. Meanwhile, in a densely packed village in Kowloon, where law blurred and order frayed, fugitives, robbers, and hoodlums lying low, all gravitated here. Over time, they banded together for mutual protection. Outsiders who dared provoke them faced immediate, overwhelming retaliation. Neither Triad factions nor the police intervened. Gradually, it became a lawless enclave, unclaimed, ungoverned, unwatched. Inside a cramped mahjong parlor, tiles clacked, and voices rose in heated play. 3 bamboos. Pong. 5 dots. Who? Pay up now. Quan Zaisam's cigarette dangling from his lips shoved his hand of tiles forward and laughed, a wide, unrestrained grin. Piles of Hong Kong dollars stacked before him. Tonight had been a landslide win. The other 3 sat slumped, dejected, peeling off crumpled bills from their dwindling stacks. Hardly had he pocketed the cash when Quan Zaisam rubbed his palms together. Another round. Boom. The door exploded inward, kicked clean off its hinges. What the hell is this? Who dares stir trouble here? Which bastard? Grab your weapons. Dozens of enforcers, wielding iron rods and cleavers, surged in from every corner of the room. But before they could even steady themselves, the doorway flooded with over 20 black-clad figures, each gripping a broad-bladed machete. You? Ah! Before the word left his mouth, steel flashed. In less than 3 minutes, the dozen enforcers lay motionless, no time even to react. The mahjong players stared stunned. What kind of madness was this? Then, a scarred man shot upright, slammed his fist on the table, and snatched up a stool, roaring. Fuck! Who gave you balls to come storming into Kowloon City? Don't you know the rules? He glared at the dazed onlookers, voice thunderous. If we let them walk out of here upright, anyone will think they can stomp on us. That ignited the fuse. Gamblers surged to their feet, grabbing stools, beer bottles, broom handles. Do you know where you are? Whoever you are, get out. Out now. Eyes blazing, jaws clenched, not a trace of fear. The black-clad men pivoted instantly, blades raised, ready to fight. Just as violence erupted. Hold! A calm voice cut through the chaos. Chen Dao strolled in, hands in pockets, unhurried, unruffled. His gaze swept the room, settling on the scarred man who had risen first. Chen Dao. I'm looking for someone. Any objections? The scarred man recoiled instinctively. You're Chen Dao. The moment the name escaped his lips, he took half a step back. Though holed up in this forgotten corner, had heard the rumors. Chen Dao, a new force in Hong Kong, terrifyingly ruthless. Others froze mid-motion. Who hadn't heard of him? The man who'd struck Leung Quan in broad daylight, and stood defiant before Locke himself. Their fierce defiance dissolved, just like that. Chen Dao ignored them. His eyes flicked toward the rear exit, where Quan Zaisam was already crouching, inching sideways. From the moment Chen Dao entered, Quan Zaisam knew his fate, and tried to flee, only to be pinned by that cold, unblinking stare. Trying to run. Chen Dao's laugh was ice. With a flick of his wrist, several black-clad men lunged forward, knives drawn. Out. Quan Zaisam whirled, saw them closing in, and bolted. He was inches from bursting through the back door. When bang! A blade tore through the air, embedding itself deep in the doorframe with a resonant ring, vibrating fiercely. He skidded to a halt, paralyzed. In that split-second hesitation, strong hands seized him, dragged him down, and hauled him gasping before Chen Dao. Brother, son, why run? Chen Dao crouched, low voice quiet, almost gentle. Didn't you mean to eliminate me? Quan Zaisam's face drained of color. See, Chen Dao, I was wrong. I beg you. Spare me. Make me your right-hand man. Promote me. Give me territory. Chen Dao lifted his eyes, met Quan Zaisam's desperate gaze, and asked softly, do you really think I care? Quan Zaisam trembled violently, mouth opening, words failing. Take him. Chen Dao waved a hand. His men bound Quan Zaisam tight, stuffed him into a sack, and carried him out of the parlor. Silence fell, so thick only ragged breathing broke it. Only after Chen Dao's silhouette vanished did the crowd exhale. Was that really Chen Dao? He actually took Quan Zaisam. This changes everything. No one spoke further, but the news was already racing outward, like wildfire. Elsewhere, Chen Dao brought Quan Zaisam straight to his own compound, and suspended him from an iron rack, telling him to think deeply. Wu Yinggo passed by, caught sight of Quan Zaisam hanging there disheveled and humiliated, and froze. Ahua. Is he planning to take on Locke, Leung Quan, and the Wen Sheng Triad? All at once. He's lost his mind. Ahua shook his head, speechless. Even he was stunned. Such matters are truly not for ordinary people to handle. News spread rapidly. At Hongqing in the hospital, Leung Quan, with his leg in a cast, erupted in anger. Madman. Pure lunatic. Immediately find a hitman. I want him dead. This person is completely insane. Doesn't he fear death? At Dongxing in a bar, Crow took a sip of his drink, his eyes wide in disbelief as he heard his subordinates report. Guanzai's son was beaten half to death, and is still hanging outside. Absolutely true, we brothers saw it with our own eyes. He wiped his mouth and forced a bitter smile. Damn, I thought I was crazy enough. I didn't expect there to be someone even more reckless than me. By the way, is Leung Quan dead? Crow suddenly remembered and casually asked. His subordinate thought for a moment and shook his head. He's still lying in the hospital. I heard his legs were broken by Chen Dao. Even if he survives, he won't be able to stand for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Crow's mouth twitched. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he scoffed. He's definitely doomed. He had no faith that Chen Dao could survive for many more days. What a joke. Leung Quan from Hongqing, a Lu from Heliansheng, and Guanzai's son. all three are prominent figures. Even he himself wouldn't dare to provoke all three at once. Yet Chen Dao had offended them all in one go, leaving no room for retreat. A mere 49er acting like this is either insane or foolish. Hongxing and Helian Sheng would never pretend not to see it. This kid is ruthless. I find myself appreciating him more and more. But first let's see him through this ordeal. Don't die too disgracefully, Crow muttered to himself. Beside him the bespectacled subordinate couldn't help but interject, Boss, could it be that Chen Dao has a strong backing? Otherwise where does he get such boldness? Crow paused, feeling it made some sense. But upon reflection, no matter how strong the backing, it couldn't withstand the combined might of two top-tier gangs. Hongxing and Helian Sheng are two of the most entrenched powers in Xiangjiang. If they truly decide to act, no one in Xiangjiang could hold them back. He extinguished his cigarette and sneered, no matter how big the backing, it won't protect him. Just wait and see, within 7 days he'll definitely end up dead in the streets. A mere 49er who dares to defecate on two major gangs. Isn't that madness? At this moment Guan Zaisen's immediate superior Long Jin, one of the uncles of Helian Sheng, had just received the news his subordinate was hanging there. He froze, asking, where's Guan Zaisan? He's still hanging outside Chen Dao's place. Damn! Long Jin slammed the table, rising in anger. Are you all just sitting around? A dignified hall master of Helian Sheng, humiliated by a 49er hanging at the entrance. Who will take this embarrassment? If this gets out, the whole gang will be the laughingstock. Immediately go rescue him. His subordinate hesitated for a moment. Long Jin's anger flared even more. Are you stupid? Hurry up. His subordinate explained with a grim face. Uncle Long Jin, there are dozens of people guarding Chen Dao outside. We can't get close. Then why didn't you bring more people, eh? More people? Last time Liang Kuan brought over 100 men to charge, and what happened? They were beaten to the ground, suffering heavy casualties. Even a Lu went down. Now these little brothers, even if they haven't seen Chen Dao in person, just hearing his name makes their legs weak. Long Jin calmed down and started to understand. Guan Zaisun was originally the least significant hall master of Helian Sheng, and as his uncle Long Jin's own strength was not that impressive either. He remained silent for a few seconds, gritting his teeth and cursing, damn. Do they really think we at Helian Sheng are pushovers? Go find Big D. I want to see just how capable a 49er can be. Big D, one of the two real power hall masters of Helian Sheng, was on par with a Lu. However, unlike a Lu who rose through connections, Big D's reputation was earned through strength. In terms of ruthlessness and power, he overshadowed a Lu. Although a Lu had been taken down by Chen Dao, Long Jin didn't believe. Could Chen Dao possibly topple Big D as well? His trusted subordinate hesitantly reminded Uncle Long Jin. Your relationship with Big D hasn't been good. Will he even help? Long Jin's expression stiffened. He had indeed always supported a Lu and suppressed Big D, leading to a long-standing feud between them. Big D had even contemplated killing him. But at this moment he couldn't afford to care. Enough with the nonsense. I said, go find Big D. Yes. His subordinate dared not speak further and quickly turned to prepare the car. Soon, Long Jin, accompanied by a few trusted subordinates, headed straight to Tsinwan to find Big D. 1 hour later in a bar in Tsinwan, guided by a subordinate, Long Jin pushed open the door to a private room. Big D was drinking with two hostesses. Upon seeing Long Jin, Big D frowned. Oh, what wind blew you here? Long Jin felt a bit embarrassed, but still steeled himself to speak. There's something I need help with. As he spoke, he glanced at the two hostesses. Big D snorted, releasing them. You two go out for a bit. In an instant, only the two of them remained in the private room. Speak, what's the matter? Long Jin paused, his expression serious. Have you heard of Chen Dao? Chen Dao? Big D's expression darkened as he set down his glass. Isn't that the 49er who's been going wild lately? Long Jin nodded. Big D immediately understood. You want me to deal with him? Long Jin awkwardly. Why should I? Big D scoffed. Guan Zaisun, a hall master, was hung up and beaten by a 49er, and you're here to ask me for help without even batting an eye. Isn't a Lu around? Let him handle it. Long Jin felt his face heat up. He had anticipated this reaction. He quickly replied, Big D, this is really for your own good. Moi. Big D paused. Explain yourself. Think about it. Chen Dao is so arrogant, not only hanging Guan Zaisun, but even taking down a Lu. Deng Bo and the others hate him to the bone. If you step in to resolve this, the position of the next leader of Helian Sheng. The words, next leader, made Big D silent. After a moment he gritted his teeth. Fine, he's just a 49er, he'll handle it. In the nightclub's backstage, the female boss looked at Guan Zaisun, who was hanging in midair, and couldn't help but urge, Dao, go, let it go. If you keep this up, something big will happen. Chen Dao swirled his drink, a cold smile on his face. Something big. I want something big to happen. The female boss opened her mouth, stunned into silence. This person was too ruthless, too insane. Dao, go. You've said too much. Chen Dao turned and locked eyes with her. What's wrong? Do you have an opinion of me? The boss trembled, instinctively taking a step back, hurriedly waving her hands. I dare not. I truly dare not. She didn't dare to say more, lowering her head in response. Yes. In the past, she had never been afraid of those little subordinates watching the place. They all had mutual benefits, who would dare to touch their breadwinners. But Chen Dao was different. He felt like the true master of this nightclub, while she felt like a subordinate ready to obey orders. Although their time together was short, she could see clearly Chen Dao was not an ordinary thug. He was genuinely ruthless and willing to fight to the death. To provoke him, the consequences were unimaginable. After sending off the boss, Chen Dao opened the system interface. With his rising reputation, his number of subordinates had surpassed 300. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly paused, stroking his chin. New little brothers. Interesting. I wonder if this batch will be any different from the previous ones. It turned out that the system had just popped up a prompt: new little brothers can be recruited. He had a thought. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for 15 little brothers. Position: substitute little brother. Traits: absolute loyalty, fearless of death. Derived ability: substitute death. Can take 1 death for the host. As soon as the system's prompt ended, Chen Dao's lips curved slightly. Substitute death. Interesting. Now I can act without restraint. Outside the night venue, a batch of little brothers had started to appear. Chen Dao leaned back on the sofa, watching quietly. These individuals looked no different from the ordinary little brothers summoned before. He didn't care. Their usefulness would eventually reveal itself. Snap. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke. It's time to make a big score, he said softly. Although he had some fame in Xianjiang in the eyes of Lianqing, he was still just a lowly 4'9" guy. Other factions only regarded him as a ruthless outlaw. This was far from enough. Tonight, let them recognize me. Open your eyes wide and see who I really am. As the words fell, he raised his hand and clapped twice. The door was pushed open, and a little brother hurried in. Dao Ge, gather the men and follow me. Yes. The little brother turned and left. Chen Dao stood up, stretched lazily, and exited the private room. In the open area outside the night venue, hundreds of little brothers in black stood in formation. Their faces were expressionless, exuding a thick aura of menace. Each held a large machete, gleaming coldly. Dao Ge. As soon as he appeared, everyone shouted in unison. Chen Dao raised his hand to still the crowd, and silence fell instantly. His tone was calm. Tonight we shall do one thing. Take down Guanzai Sen's territory. Remember this: those who block the way shall die. Whoosh. Hundreds of machetes were raised simultaneously. Those who block the way shall die. Not far away, Guanzai Sen, who was being held up, heard this. He struggled to open his eyes, saw the scene before him, and trembled all over. His lips cracked and pale, yet he couldn't utter a sound. He was already extremely weak, but he knew in his heart something big was about to happen tonight. At that moment, several large trucks drove in. These had been prepared by the night venue's female boss, following Chen Dao's instructions. Get in the car. With a command, the little brothers quickly divided into teams and boarded the vehicles in an orderly manner. After the last person boarded, Chen Dao climbed onto the front of the lead truck. The engine roared, and the convoy set off, heading straight for Beijiao Tuo, Guanzai Sen's territory. The night was thick with stars, and the moon low in the sky. The van sped silently, creeping closer to Tuadi. An hour later, the trucks stopped at the outskirts of Tuadi. Chen Dao got out of the vehicle. Behind him, hundreds of little brothers followed like shadows, standing still. He lit a cigarette, gazed at the bustling street, and said slowly, "Moved." Roar. The crowd surged. Hundreds of people advanced in unison, pressing towards the heart of the street. No matter how useless Guanzai Sen was, he was still the leader of Lianqing with 100 subordinates. The little brothers guarding Tuadi were immediately alarmed at the sight. Damn. Someone's here to cause trouble. Quick, call for help. Block them. Within minutes, 100 or 200 people rushed out from various stalls, tea houses, and gambling dens blocking the street. Passers-by immediately understood a fight was about to ensue and screamed as they scattered. No one stopped them. A leading little brother stepped forward and pointed at Chen Dao, shouting, "Hey, who are you? Do you know this is Guanzai Sen's territory? You've crossed the line." Chen Dao lowered his head to light his cigarette, exhaled a puff of white smoke, rubbed his ear, and smiled faintly. "I am Chen Dao. From tonight onwards, Tuadi belongs to me. Those who block the way shall die." As soon as the words fell, the tide of people surged forth like a flood. Guanzai Sen's men hurriedly raised their knives to fight back. The glint of knives flashed and shadows moved chaotically. The entire street instantly turned into a battlefield. Chasing, slashing, shouting, fleeing. The sounds of screams rose and fell, and cries echoed everywhere. In just a few minutes, the blood flowing on the ground formed a thin stream, trickling down the roadside ditches. Guanzai Sen's men were nearly equal in number to Chen Dao's black-clad men, but as soon as they engaged, their weaknesses were exposed. They were simply outmatched. The situation of the battle quickly collapsed. Guanzai Sen's men were beaten such that their hats fell off, their sticks were lost, and they fled in panic, screaming. One subordinate, seeing the dire situation, grabbed the brother next to him. "I can't hold on anymore. What should we do? Run? Go find Didi and Tsunwan." A few subordinates who escaped ran wildly straight to Tsunwan, found Didi, and recounted the whole story, kneeling to plead for his intervention. After listening to Didi's expression darkened immediately. This person really dares to act recklessly. He turned to Long Mao. "You take people and deal with him." "Okay." Long Mao readily agreed, turned around to gather a few hundred people, and immediately set off. On the other side, Liang Kuan had found the leader of the Vietnamese gunmen. After agreeing on the price, he first paid half the deposit, then handed over Chun Dao's photo. After the transaction, he sneered, "This time let's see if you live or die." In Sham Shui Po, at an inconspicuous two-story villa on an ordinary street corner. This was the headquarters of Lianqing. Whenever there was important business to discuss, the various uncles would gather here. At this moment, the room was filled with smoke. Where did this Chun Dao come from? I heard he used to be under Guanzai's son, just a 4'9" guy. A 4'9" guy. How could he defeat a Lu and corner Hongxing Liang Kuan like that? What is his background? Several uncles discussed while smoking. Xuan Bao turned to the Elder Deng sitting at the head of the table. "Elder Deng, what do you think about this matter?" Elder Deng was the most respected elder of Lianqing, and major decisions were always made by him. Others immediately fell silent and looked at him in unison. Long Jin, fearing Elder Deng wouldn't take it seriously, quickly added, "Elder Deng, Chun Dao must be eliminated. We must first kill our own, and then deal with the same sect according to the gang rules. 3 knives and 6 holes, absolutely no mercy." Elder Deng glanced at him. He had heard of this matter long ago. He knew well that Long Jin wanted to use the gang's hands to take revenge for himself. Just as he was about to speak, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. A subordinate hurried upstairs and whispered a few words in Elder Deng's ear. Elder Deng's face grew darker and darker, and by the end his eyes were filled with uncontrollable fury. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly questioned, "Elder Deng, what happened? What's wrong? Who made you angry?" Elder Deng waved the subordinate away, took a sip from his teacup, his voice cold as ice. "Chun Dao brought people and seized Guanzai Sen's territory." "What a—" The room was in shock. Long Jin slammed his palm on the table, jumping up furiously. "This is clearly tarnishing our Lianqing's reputation." Xuan Bao nodded. "Small skirmishes can be tolerated, but seizing territory, this absolutely cannot be condoned." Other elders echoed in agreement. Although they each oversaw different territories, they were all part of Lianqing. How could they remain silent when someone stepped on their faces? After a moment, Elder Deng raised his hand to silence everyone, his face ashen. "Chun Dao must die. Heard that Guanzai Sen's men have already been completely driven out by him." Everyone became even angrier. At that moment, Deng Bo's tone softened. "However, Big D has already sent someone over. It should be under control." Hearing that Big D was taking action, everyone sighed in relief and slowly returned to their seats. Long Jin also quietly exhaled. In his eyes, once Big D made a move, Chun Dao wouldn't survive the night. After all, Big D was the most esteemed master of the He Liansheng. And what about Chun Dao? He was just a newly promoted Zai. Even though he had dozens of subordinates, they were no match for someone like Big D. For a moment, all the uncles in the halls returned to the tea house, picked up their teacups, and ceased chatter, waiting for news to come back. This night, the atmosphere in Shangjiang grew tense. Big D's actions were quite significant. Before departing, he declared to all the gangs in the harbor tonight he represented He Liansheng to cleanse disloyalty, how anyone who dared to interfere would bear the consequences. Next, hundreds of people got ready to depart. Even the street thugs sensed something was off and hurriedly hid in alleys. Each gang swiftly issued orders. All lackeys were forbidden from approaching the Tuadi. The entire Shangjiang was stirred. Large and small gangs were keeping an eye on Tuadi. No one believed Chun Dao could turn the situation around. What a joke. Big D personally led the team. In He Liansheng, A Lu and Big D were known as the twin heroes, but everyone in the circle knew that if a real fight broke out, A Lu couldn't suppress Big D. An old-school tough guy against a newly risen Zai. Though the outcome was yet to be determined, the conclusion was already set. "Jordan, are all the people gathered?" Chang Mao asked the little brother beside him. "All accounted for. More than 200 brothers armed and ready to charge at any moment. Get in the car, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, a carefully selected team of thugs quickly boarded the vehicles. The convoy roared towards Tuadi. At a roadside barbecue stall, Wu Yinggu and a Hua stared at the long line of vehicles dumbfounded. Damn, Big D is really going all out this time. So many people. The noise is too loud, too intimidating. Wu Yinggu gulped down a beer, astonished. A Hua, cigarette in mouth, remained silent, his brows furrowed. "What are you thinking?" Wu Yinggu asked. A Hua sighed. "What a pity. A tough nut is about to be gone tonight." Wu Yinggu was taken aback. Chun Dao, A Hua nodded. "Big D is not to be trifled with. Even A Lu has to give him some respect. This time he truly means to kill." Chun Dao was too hasty. He had just begun to seize He Liansheng's territory, and with such a disparity in strength, he would meet his demise against Big D. Wu Yinggu nodded in agreement. Even the most confused person understood there was a mountain separating Zai from Big D. Now it seemed no one in the harbor believed Chun Dao could survive the night. "It's quite a pity," he said, lowering his head to take a sip of beer. "If he could just endure for 2 more years and stabilize his position, he might really achieve something." A Hua didn't respond, only gazing at the convoy disappearing around the corner. He knew that tonight all the leaders of the gangs in Shangjiang would likely be unable to close their eyes. Such a scene had not been witnessed in years. Honestly, Chun Dao really has talent. Single-handedly stirring the entire harbor, No one among the Cgiozai had ever accomplished that. Wu Yingge couldn't help but exclaim. After a pause, he turned to Ahua and quietly asked, "What do you think? If he survives tonight, what will happen?" Night fell heavily. Next to the barbecue stall in Jordan, Long Jin, who had just rushed over from Sham Shui, found Big D. Deng Bo has already locked on to Chun Dao. As long as you take him down, you'll have the best chance of becoming the next spokesperson. He took a sip of beer, his tone calm. Big D nodded, his expression indifferent, rest assured. Chang Mao brought 200 to 300 people. Oh, Chun Dao is certain to die tonight. Tomorrow you can come and collect his head. He didn't even regard Chun Dao as an opponent. If it weren't for the struggle for the spokesperson position, he wouldn't even bother lifting a finger. Long Jin nodded with satisfaction. This was the effect he sought. Guan Zisun had lost face, and he needed to reclaim it. Otherwise, how could he hold his head high in front of those uncles? Thanks for your help this time. Long Jin raised. Big D glanced at him, his eyes filled with disdain. But he still lifted his glass and gently clinked it with Long Gin's, tilting his head back to down it. Then he picked up a skewer of grilled meat, chewed it slowly for a few bites before speaking. The next spokesperson. Lu, or is it me? Do you have an idea? Long Jin's hand holding the glass paused. The spokesperson for He Liansheng was always decided by a vote among all the uncles. Every time a new term began, each hall master would desperately try to win the uncle's support. Previously, Long Jin had always supported Lu, even forcing Big D to take action. He understood what this meant the moment he heard it. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. You can rest assured, this time I will vote for you. He actually disliked Big D. But was there any other way at the moment? His own subordinates were incompetent. If something went wrong, he would have to bow his head and seek help from this uncle. Seeing Long Jin agree, Big D nodded in satisfaction and raised his glass to a pleasant cooperation. The two of them finished this drink. However, Long Jin still felt uneasy and quietly asked, can it really work? That Chun Dao is quite troublesome. I heard his subordinates are all willing to risk their lives. Are you getting more cowardly as you mix in this? Big D shot him a sideways glance, his tone filled with mockery. Is Chun Dao just a Cgiozai? Why are you so scared? His subordinates aren't afraid of death. Then just send them all to their deaths. Tomorrow morning his head will be delivered to your doorstep. Long Jin's face stiffened. But seeing Big D so confident, the little bit of unease in his heart gradually faded. All right, I await your news. He gulped down a drink, secretly gritting his teeth. Chun Dao, this time I will chop you into pieces to feed the fish. It wasn't just Big D who had his sights set on Chun Dao. In a remote seaside area on the outskirts of Xiangjiang in the night, an old speedboat silently approached the shore. A few Vietnamese jumped off the boat. Boss, I've checked. Chun Dao was just an ordinary Cgiozai before, but somehow he suddenly changed into a different person and caused such a commotion. He's a bit difficult to deal with. As he spoke, a tall, thin man stepped forward. He was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a mask, and upon hearing this he scoffed. What are you afraid of? No matter how fierce, 2 shots will still send him to the underworld. The leader confirmed their direction and clapped his hands. Brothers, load the bullets. Once this job is done, we'll have enough to enjoy for a year. Understood. The few people behind immediately pulled out their guns and checked them repeatedly. At this moment his phone in his pocket rang. Hello. On the other end of the line was Liang Kun's voice. The car is hidden in the grass by the shore. You'll find it yourself. After a pause his voice turned cold. The deposit has been received. If you can't handle Chun Dao, don't blame me for not playing by the rules. Rest assured. The leader's tone was assured. In our line of work, we value our word. The employer wants results. Oh, we will definitely deliver. Target, not a single one left. After hanging up, he turned to his subordinates. Did you all hear? The money has already been received. Work hard. Once this job is done, we'll feast and have fun. Soon the group found several motorcycles prepared by Liang Kun hidden in the grass by the shore. They mounted the bikes, set their direction, and sped toward the address given by Liang Kun. At the same time, Chang Mao led a large group to Tsimsha Sui, Chun Dao's night venue headquarters. Because Chun Dao had sent the main force to Tuadi to deal with the aftermath, only a dozen black-clad little brothers remained in the night venue along with a few errand boys. Chang Mao got out of the car without even lifting his eyelids, just waved his hand. Cut. Not a single one left. Cut. Hundreds of people behind immediately rushed in. The little brothers guarding the venue hurriedly grabbed their weapons to fight back. But the numbers were too far apart. They simply couldn't hold them off. A dozen black-clad little brothers fought desperately, but they couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Damn. Weren't you supposed to be a tough one? Get up. Let's see you fight another. You son of a bitch. You unlucky bastard. Of all people, you had to pick a fight with Chun Dao, that Cgiozai. Serves you right to be cut down. Chang Mao hefted his machete and brought it down in brutal strokes on a black-clad underling sprawled on the ground. He only stopped when the man lay utterly still. At the same time, the other black-clad underlings and expendable men were also dispatched. All taken care of. Chang Mao, everything's cleared. Casualties. Damn. These people don't seem to feel pain. We lost a dozen brothers. Chang Mao's brow twitched at that. They outnumbered them decisively and still suffered more than 10 wounded. This Chun Dao, he truly has some skill. The thought flickered and Chong Mao didn't dwell on it. After disposing of those guarding the place, he immediately fetched Guanzai Sun, who had been hung in midair, and had him lowered. The D told me to come rescue you. Guanzai Sun was dazed. It took him a long moment to recover after hitting the ground. Seeing Chong Mao, his eyes reddened with relief. He forced himself to warn B. Be careful of Chen Dao. That man, he's not someone to trifle with. Chong Mao raised an eyebrow full of contempt. Brother Sin Chen Dao, is that S.I. Jiuzai under you, right? A single S.I. Jiuzai? How much trouble can he cause? Tonight I came on to D's orders to take care of him. Don't worry, he won't live through the night. I'll reclaim the shame you suffered. His tone was all derision. Guanzai Sun flushed, but dared not speak back. He still needed them to get him out, so he bowed his head in silence. Chong Mao spat a few more insults. Guanzai Sun could not stand it, and hurriedly changed the subject. Let's go. If Chen Dao comes back, it'll be trouble. He took his men to mop the floor. Chong Mao shot him a sidelong glance, and sneered, Brother Sun, Chen Dao has already taken over your turf. Where do you think you're going? Guanzai Sun's face drained of color. Damn Chen Dao. Chong Mao patted his shoulder with a confident tone. Don't worry. I just got word. Chen Dao knows we're here, and is bringing his men back. Once I kill him, your turf will be yours again. Guanzai Sun trembled inwardly, but had no other path. He screeched. The shriek of brakes split the air. Chong Mao, someone's coming. Before the sentence finished, several large trucks screeched to a halt opposite them. The doors burst open, and a squad of black-clad underlings streamed out. There were even more of them than Chong Mao had brought, each clutching a bloodstained machete. They wasted no words. Forming a ring, they hemmed Chong Mao's men in. Chong Mao's brow tightened. Where did so many come from? Is this really a S.I. Jiuzai? Guanzai Sun was struck dumb and scrambled behind Chong Mao. Chen Dao strolled down from the truck with his hands in his pockets. His gaze swept over the dozen corpses on the ground, and his expression darkened. You dare come onto my turf and cut down my men? You have some nerve. Chong Mao snapped back to composure. Though rattled by the display, he was a captain under D and had seen worse. He steadied himself, tightened his grip on his machete, swaggered out of the crowd, and stared directly at Chen Dao. You're Chen Dao? Chen Dao didn't answer, expressionless, barely meeting his gaze. The indifference made Chong Mao's chest tighten with anger. He snorted coldly. I'm with the D. The D wants to see you. Come with me. Chen Dao produced a cigarette, lit it, and let out a faint, amused chuckle. The D. Why should I give you that courtesy? You're fucking asking for death. Chong Mao roared. The hundreds of men with him immediately took up positions, weapons in hand, ready to fight. At the same moment, the 200-odd black-clad underlings all brandished their weapons and braced. In an instant, both sides squared off, the air taut like a drawn bowstring. The onlookers who had been watching saw the omen and turned tail, fleeing to a safe distance for fear of being swept up. There was no choice. Together they numbered 600 to 700. Who would dare approach such a bloody brawl? People could really die. Chong Mao felt a jolt in his chest. He hadn't expected Chen Dao to possess such raw might. Glancing about, he realized his side was actually out. Not to mention, he had seen the ferocity of Chen Dao's men with his own eyes. He knew in his heart, if it came to blows, victory was far from certain. He might well lose. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he shouted to Chen Dao's underlings, listen up. I'm with He Lianxing's to D. If you don't want to die, clear out now. No one answered. Chong Mao's lip twitched. Do you really want to die? Chen Dao's just a S.I. Jiuzai. What hope is there in following him? Come with me. The D will cover you. No one will be mistreated. Still no one moved or spoke. Not even a look, not a single expression. Chen Dao flexed his wrist and sneered coldly, trying to undermine me. You're not even qualified. Before the words finished, he flicked his hand. Cut. The hundreds of black-clad underlings surged like a tide, attacking any opponent, each swing finding blood. In an instant, the two forces crashed into one another. Several of Chong Mao's men surrounded a single black-clad underling. Get him. Chop him up. Cut him down. Blades rained down. Within seconds, the man bore a dozen wounds and blood spouted. Yet no one expected. He clenched his teeth and stood silent, not even furrowing his brow. Just as Chong Mao's men thought he would collapse, the black-clad underling exploded into motion, swinging his machete in a horizontal arc, cleaving off a man's arm in one blow. Blood sprayed in a fountain. The scream tore down the street. Ah. The others froze in horror. Is this even human? They all earned a meager living. Only a few hundred a month. So what drove him to fight like this? It wasn't isolated. Every black-clad underling fought the same way. They charged as if they had no lives to lose, each desperate, every move a gamble with death. Chong Mao's men, already fewer though veteran, could hold at first, but they feared death. Each time 4 or 5 of them surrounded one black-clad underling, the man did not dodge. He traded wounds. You stab me, I will stab you back. They were fanatically brave, utterly unafraid of death. Chong Mao's men lacked that sort of nerve. If the fighting continued this way, they would soon break. Fuck. Are these people on drugs? Are these still gangsters? They're like rabid dogs. We all scrape by. How can they throw their lives away like this? Chong Mao stood stunned, his mind numb. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, he dared not stand and fight. Retreat. Fall back. He spun, and shielded by a dozen bodyguards fled. With their leader fleeing, the men lost all will. In moments, Chong Mao's crew scattered. As he ran, he wondered aloud, is he really a S.I. Zai? He has more men than I do, and they're this ruthless. Worse, he didn't even bother with Guanzai-san, he left him behind. Guanzai-san cursed Chong Mao, you're not human. He tried to run, but his body was too weak to stand. Just as he hauled himself up half, Chen Dao was already standing before him. At the sight of that face, Guanzai-san's knees buckled. He crashed to his knees, trembling as he begged desperately for mercy. Chen Dao produced a cigarette and lit it with deliberate calm. Want to live? Possible. Vacate the hall leader's position, and I'll spare your life. A post for a life, it's not a bad exchange. Power or life, your choice. But don't keep me waiting. He rose, exhaled a plume of smoke. His measured tone was suffocating. Guanzai's son trembled all over. Hall leader. This man has a voracious appetite. Yet he feared death. Having been He Lianxing's hall leader for years, he had made too many enemies. If he stepped down, he might not live to see the end. He gritted his teeth and wretchedly said, this isn't something I can decide just by saying it. You know as well as I do, the hall leader must be approved by Deng Bo. If you let me go, I will make you the second in command. Everything I have I will share half with you. Chen Dao sneered, flicking his fingers to extinguish the cigarette. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Chop off one of his hands. Two henchmen immediately stepped forward. Guanzai's son was so frightened that he kept retreating but sliding on the ground, shouting, don't move. Don't move. I agree. I agree. It was too late. The two men pinned him down. Another one brought a large iron hammer, and with a loud clang it came down on his right hand. The hammer was raised high. The tragic scream tore through the night sky. Blood splattered, and his palm instantly collapsed into a mass of flesh and blood, white bones piercing through the skin, grotesque and glaring. Guanzai's son was drenched in cold sweat, rolling on the ground, holding his severed hand, almost fainting from the pain. Chen Dao squatted down, staring at him, his voice as cold as ice. Last chance to ask you, master, or your life. Guanzai's son, in excruciating pain, was barely able to lift his head, his teeth chattering, please. Please spare me. Chen Dao said nothing. Guanzai's son's heart sank. He knew that if he delayed any longer, he would truly have no life left. The intense pain burned away all hesitation. With a hoarse voice, tears and snot smeared across his face, he cried, I'll give it. I'll give it right now. I'll go find Uncle Deng right away and tell him. I'm voluntarily stepping down to give it to you. My territory, my people, my money. All belong to you. He completely surrendered. Even if his heart bled, he had to preserve his life first. Chen Dao nodded slightly, saying, very well. Congratulations, you've survived. In the alley outside the nightclub, several motorcycles were quietly parked. A few armed men huddled in the shadows, staring into the distance. Is this kid really a Seijo guy? Where did all these hundreds of people come from? Are you kidding me? A Seijo guy could command so many subordinates. Damn, he's really a monster. The rumors are true, this guy is indeed not simple. They were hitmen hired by Liang Kuan, the leader, squinting at Chen Dao's direction, his lips tightly pressed. He had also seen the earlier gunfight. Those men in black rushed forward as if they were not afraid of death. Boss, are we still going to do it? Of course. He took a deep breath, secretly raising his gun, aiming at Chen Dao's back. It's close enough, one shot will do. No matter how many people there are, they can't block a bullet. Even if a god came at this distance, they couldn't dodge my shot. The leader pulled out his gun, a click echoing as he chambered around. He glanced at a few of his subordinates, his voice low and harsh. Are you ready? After this job, we retreat. We'll go back for a feast and do whatever we want. Yes. The henchmen nodded in unison. They were indeed startled by Chen Dao's power. But they were assassins. So many people. Useless. Watching from the shadows, they were the hunters. Once they locked onto a target, no matter how tough, it was just prey waiting to be slaughtered. Assassination has never been about overwhelming numbers. Just as the thought settled, the leader slowly raised his gun, the crosshairs firmly fixed on Chen Dao's forehead in the distance. His index finger slowly pressed down on the trigger. He took a deep breath, squinting to confirm the target. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Every debt has its owner. I get paid to do my job, don't blame me. If you become a ghost, don't come looking for me, go find the person who hired me. Just as the words fell. Bang! The gunfire ripped through the night. A flash of fire, the orange bullet whistled out, shooting straight for Chen Dao's temple. It was too fast. Even Chen Dao didn't anticipate that someone had ambushed him. PFF. The bullet drilled into his head. His body stiffened suddenly, the smile still on his face, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Guanzai's son trembled all over, collapsing on the spot. 1 second. 2 seconds. All around was dead silence. He slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Chen Dao. The man lay there, motionless, blood seeping from his temple. Dead. Chen Dao. Really dead. So great. But just as elation surged in his heart. Cough, cough. A cough light as a feather falling to the ground, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chen Dao, in the eyes of the assassins, and Guanzai's son, slowly stood up. The blood hole on his head was gone, only a fresh bloodstain remained glaring red. As if that bullet had never. Almost simultaneously. Bang! A black-clad henchman beside him fell straight to the ground. A dark bullet hole in his forehead, blood mixed with brain matter gushing out. The position, size, and shape matched exactly where Chen Dao had been shot. That was the replacement henchman he had summoned. Guan Zisen's jaw dropped, almost dislocating. This? How is it possible? The bullet clearly hit. Why did the one who died turn out to be the person next to him? This was completely beyond his comprehension. What on earth was he dealing with? Not far away, the assassin's smile froze completely. He could guarantee with certainty that shot was flawless. But why was the man unharmed? Who was the henchman on? His head buzzed, palms sweating cold. What exactly was he trying to kill? Chun Dao raised his hand to wipe away the blood from his forehead, his expression as heavy as iron. Ambush. Interesting. I want to see who is impatient with life. He glanced at the body of the replacement henchman on the ground, a wave of fear rising in his heart. If he hadn't prepared this trump card in advance, he would have truly fallen tonight. Want him dead? Fine. Come and take his life in exchange. He coldly ordered, capture them alive, not a single one allowed to escape. Yes, the black-clad henchman had already locked onto the direction of the gunfire. As soon as the order was given, figures immediately scattered to seal off all the exits of the alley. Chun Dao took out a cigarette case and lit one. The flame illuminated the killing intent swirling in his eyes, thick and oppressive. Guan Zisun felt the air grow cold, hair standing on end. Seeing Chun Dao glance at him, he hurriedly waved his hands. I really didn't do it. Fortunately, Chun Dao ignored him. Once that gaze moved away, Guan Zisun dared to catch his breath. But the fear in his heart was heavier than before. What kind of person is this? This is a monster that even the king of hell wouldn't dare to collect. Is this person even alive? He was clearly shot in the head. How could he still stand fine without a scratch? What about the henchman lying on the ground? Could it be that one of his subordinates was actually willing to take a bullet for him? This is too absurd. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe such a thing could exist. After quite a while, Guan Zisun steadied his mind, staring at Chun Dao, blurting out, Are you still human? In his view, this was simply something that no human could do. Not even the word human was worthy. Chun Dao, upon hearing this, turned his head, smiled slightly, and asked, What do you think? Guan Zisun's heart stopped, his back chilled. Oh no, he really isn't human. It must be true. How else could he explain the scene before him? He was completely stunned, his whole body cold, and his fear of Chun Dao reached its peak. Chun Dao no longer paid him any mind, his gaze turning toward the alley entrance. Over there, the assassins finally revealed themselves. Several motorcycles suddenly charged out from the narrow alley, knocking over a few henchmen as they desperately fled. Chun Dao remained unmoved. Escape? With hundreds of people surrounding here, where could they escape to? He said softly. Want me dead? All right. Then you better be prepared to be dealt with by me personally. No matter who you are. If you dare to touch me, you must know that this price is one you cannot afford. Guan Zisun, hearing this, shivered. Looking at Chun Dao's calm face, a chill shot down his spine. He didn't know who had sent these people, but he was clear on one thing. That person is finished. At this moment, he completely understood. Provoking Chun Dao was akin to committing suicide. Moreover, he had nearly guessed who was behind it. In recent days, there were only a few people who had become enemies with Chun Dao. Hong Kong was about to undergo a transformation. Meanwhile, in a private room of a restaurant, Long Jin and Didi were clinking glasses, waiting for news of Chun Dao's demise. Long Jin took a sip of his drink, glanced at his watch, and frowned. It's been a while. Why is there still no news? Could it be something has gone wrong? Didi paused for a moment. Indeed, it was taking too long. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he shook his head. How could that be possible? A mere 49er, what right did he have to fight against him? Don't you believe me? He looked up and shot a cold glance at Long Jin, who stiffened and quickly smiled. How could I dare? Your skills are well known to all. It's just that Chun Dao is a bit troublesome. He stirred up quite a storm in just a few days, so he must have some backing. It never hurts to be cautious. Didi scoffed. He's just a 49er after all. Taking care of him is merely a matter of time. Long Mao should have succeeded by now if the news should arrive soon. Hearing this, Long Jin felt uneasy but could only nod repeatedly. Looking at Didi's confident demeanor, he believed it a little more. Indeed, how could a 49er turn the world upside down? No news likely meant just a minor setback. He raised his glass. Come, let's drink. Thank you this time. When Guan Zisun returns, I'll have him set up 10 tables to properly toast you. Didi lazily clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Guan Zisun, just a waste of space. He can't even manage his own subordinates. When he comes back, he'll really have to teach him how to lead people. Long Jin felt a flush of embarrassment and laughed awkwardly in agreement. Just then, the door of the private room was kicked open with a bang. A blood-soaked subordinate stumbled in. Long Jin thought they were under attack and jumped up from his chair. Didi was startled as well. Fortunately, several quick-reacting subordinates rushed forward and pinned the bloodied person down. You scared the life out of me. Who are you? What are you doing here? Do you dare to cause trouble for Didi? Are you tired of living? Didi, it's me, Long Mao. Pinned to the ground, the person shouted frantically. Didi was taken aback and stared for a few seconds before recognizing that it was indeed Long Mao, his brow furrowing deeply. Weren't you supposed to take care of Chun Dao? How did it end up like this? Where is he? What exactly happened? At that moment, Long Jin also saw that Long Mao was covered in injuries and in a pitiful state, and his heart sank. This was not good. Long Mao gasped for breath, his voice trembling. Didi. We lost. Chen Dao is not dead. Instead, he scattered us all. What? How can that be? Are you lying to me? He's just a 49er. What kind of power does he have? Long Mao wiped away blood and tremblingly said, it's true. He had at least 300 men, all fearless. We couldn't hold out for more than a few minutes. Suddenly the private room fell silent, cold as ice. Long Jin felt a shock. Even Didi couldn't handle Chen Dao. What kind of person had emerged from Liansheng? Just how ruthless was this guy? Both he and Didi froze in place, especially Didi, who had been waiting for good news, but never expected such a His face felt as if it had been slapped hard. How many are left? They all scattered. I couldn't find them. Didi took a deep breath and waved his hand. Go and bandage yourself first. Once Long Mao left, Didi picked up his glass and smashed it on the ground, glass, shards flying everywhere. Chen Dao, I truly underestimated you. Long Jin felt awkward, not knowing what to say. Didi shot him a cold glance and snorted, this time I underestimated him. Did I really think I couldn't handle a mere 49er? Long Jin opened his mouth, but couldn't find the right words. He hurriedly greeted them and quickly exited the private outside the night scene of Sim Sha Sui. Boss, they are catching up. What do we do now? There are too many of them, we can't escape. The assassins were racing down the street on motorcycles. Behind them a group of black-clad thugs surged from all directions, relentlessly pursuing them. The leading assassin narrowly dodged a thrown gasoline barrel, his face turning ashen. Damn it, this is insane. What's going on? I clearly hit him in the head. His mind went blank. He trusted his marksmanship. He had seen Chen Dao fall after being shot. But then, how did he get back up and fight back? He couldn't make sense of it. But as the footsteps behind him grew closer, there was no time to think further. Split up. Gather at the docks. We can't stay here. After shouting to his companions, he slammed the brakes. Screech. A few motorcycles behind couldn't stop in time, crashing into the roadside barriers, riders flying off. He had just let out a half sigh of relief when a dozen new motorcycles came charging around the corner. Damn it. He cursed quietly, swerving, sharply executing a slick drift, flooring the accelerator, and turning down another street, fleeing in the opposite direction. He had planned to shake off his pursuers by splitting up, but instead, he had still underestimated Chen Dao's manpower. As soon as the assassins dispersed, the pursuers immediately split up to encircle them. At this moment, a team was tightly on his tail. At least a dozen motorcycles were hot on their heels, engines roaring, tires screeching against the ground. Not far away, a group of black-clad subordinates wielding cleavers were blocking the road. The assassin leader felt a chill. Front and back were blocked, and there was no way to escape. What kind of monster have I provoked? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I can't stay in Hong Kong any longer. He sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a beautiful drift, narrowly brushing past the cleavers of the blocking thugs. His driving skills were indeed impressive. Unfortunately, the pursuers were just too many. After racing through 3 streets, an oil barrel came flying towards him. Damn! He slammed the brakes. The oil barrel whizzed by, but as soon as the bike stopped, the black-clad thugs immediately pursued. Just as he tried to start the engine, the motorcycle sputtered and died. Before he could turn the key again, he was pinned to the ground. Several thugs dragged him, pulling him toward Chen Dao. Dao Gu, all the other assassins have been dealt with, who only he remains. A subordinate reported with his head down. Chen Dao lit a cigarette and looked up at him. Who sent you? Let me go. The assassin leader struggled, desperately trying to hold firm. I don't know. I was just passing by. Are you thugs so powerful? You can just grab anyone. What a joke. Surrounded by people, if he spoke he would die on the spot. Chen Dao frowned. Make him come to his senses. Several subordinates immediately stepped forward. The assassin leader was startled, but was an experienced hand who had seen this kind of situation before. He gritted his teeth to steady his mind, and just as the subordinates reached for him, he suddenly sprang up. He broke free from the 2 who were holding his shoulders, sidestepped, and kicked down a rushing subordinate. With a flick of his sleeve, a compact handgun was already gripped in his hand. He rushed up to Chen Dao, left hand firmly gripping the opponent's neck, pulling him in front as a shield. With his right hand, he pressed the gun's muzzle against Chen Dao's temple. Don't move. If you come any closer, I'll shoot him. Step back. All of you step back. Give me a car. The black-clad subordinates immediately halted. Chen Dao frowned slightly. Are you seeking death? Stop talking. Do you believe I will shoot right now? Chen Dao's expression remained calm, not even blinking. Kill me. With just this gun. Don't stall for time. Clear a path for me. Not going to happen. But you can try. Go ahead and shoot, see if you can kill me. Don't push me. Shoot. Chen Dao stepped forward instead. You forced my hand. Let's die together. The gun fired. A bullet pierced Chen Dao's left temple, warm blood splattering across the killer's face. He hadn't even reacted. This gun, it seems, can't kill me yet. The gun fired. A bullet pierced Chen Dao's left temple, warm blood splattering across the killer's face. He hadn't even reacted. This gun, it seems, can't kill me yet. The killer stared at the bullet hole near Chen Dao's ear. Flesh slowly began to close up. He froze, his pupils contracting. This is insane. He loosened his grip and staggered back several steps. Chen Dao straightened his wrinkled collar and turned to look him in the eye. Tell me who sent you. Gulp. The lackey's legs went soft, and he collapsed to the ground. After so many years in this line of work, he had seen ruthless, crazy, reckless people, but what was happening before him? He had truly never seen before. In the end, he confessed everything. It was Liang Kun who had instructed him to take action. Upon hearing this, Chun Dao's lips curled into a chilling smile. Liang Kun. Heh, interesting. Did you think I was just an easy target? I want to see just how tough your bones are, and if you can withstand my fury. These people still regarded him as just a lowly underling mingling around the platform. Since they wanted to play, tonight he would indulge them to the fullest. His expression darkened, and without saying more, his hand moved like a knife, instantly ending the lackey's life. He didn't even glance at the already petrified officer beside him. He turned and waved his hand, leading a group of lackeys straight to the hospital where Liang Kun was located. That night the commotion was immense. All the gangs in Xianjiang were on alert, and Hongxing was no exception. Several informants noticed Chun Dao's clear target and immediately reported back. At Hongxing's headquarters, Jiang Tianxing was fixated on the news, his brows tightly knit. Chun Dao won. This guy, how many cards does he have up his sleeve? Just after receiving the news of Zhang Mao's defeat, he was still trying to grasp the situation. Beside him, Bi had a grim expression. I never expected that a lowly underling could gather such a large following. Impressive. Mr. Jiang, what should we do next? Jiang Tianxing was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Let's hold back for now. This matter with Liang Kun must be suppressed, otherwise everyone in Xianjiang will be waiting to see us at Hongxing as a joke. Bi nodded. This matter indeed could not be hidden. Liang Kun, despite his flaws, was still one of Hongxing's men. Even if it was his personal business, being humiliated in public would also disgrace Hongxing as a whole. If it wasn't resolved, who would dare to tread lightly in the future? He lifted his teacup and took a sip, voluntarily offering, Mr. Jiang, should I take people to intercept him? Jiang Tianxing didn't answer, immediately thinking for a moment before shaking his head. Not yet. The DS loss this time is too great, and he will not rest easy. Let them fight it out first. When they are both worn out, we will strike and finish off Chun Dao in one go. Bi nodded in agreement. This method was indeed the most efficient with the least losses. Just as the words fell, bang, 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 the sound of knocking on the door came rapidly. Come in. Chun Haonan burst through the door, looking flustered. Seeing this, Bi immediately frowned. What happened? Mr. Jiang, brother B. Chun Haonan's voice was tight. I just received news from our informants. After Chun Dao dealt with Zhang Mao, he was suddenly ambushed. Who did it? Bi pressed for details. Still unclear. Chun Haonan shook his head. Our people didn't dare to get too close, but they saw him go into a rage and take his men away directly. It's likely he went to take revenge. Bi was about to give orders to continue surveillance when he noticed Chun Haonan hesitating, so he asked, is there more? Chun Haonan paused, then quietly said, Mr. Jiang, brother B. The direction Chun Dao took his men is towards our Hongxing's territory. What a... Jiang Tianxing and Bi stood up, simultaneously exclaiming. They were coming towards Hongxing, and he was ambushed. The attacker, Liang Kun. The two exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Jiang Tianxing's face turned ashen. This bastard can't stay quiet for a single day. Although they didn't know the details, the fact that Chun Dao had been attacked and was heading straight for Hongxing's territory made the answer clear. Among those who held a grudge against him in Hongxing, there was only Liang Kun. Moreover, given Liang Kun's temperament, he would really go through with such a thing. How many men did he bring? Bi suddenly stood up, staring intently at Chun Haonan. A few hundred. The two exchanged glances, and the air instantly turned tense. A storm was truly brewing. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Tianxing slammed his hand on the table, suddenly standing up, his voice heavy. Bi, take people to the hospital immediately. If Chun Dao is heading for Liang Kun, at all costs stop him. Liang Kun is our Hongxing's hall master. We cannot let anything happen to him. Bi's expression tightened. He usually didn't get along with Liang Kun, but this was not the time to dwell on personal grudges. He nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. He turned to Chun Haonan and said, gather everyone immediately, and let's go. Yes. Chun Haonan responded and took his orders. Soon the team arrived at the outskirts of Causeway Bay, the only main road leading to the hospital. The night was faint, and the outskirts were quiet. The sounds of insects and birds with a gentle breeze. At this time, Liang Kun hadn't yet moved against Bi, and Chun Haonan hadn't taken on the role of decision-maker. Causeway Bay was still his territory. Fortunately, this was Hongxing's territory, and reinforcements could arrive quickly. In just a few minutes, several hundred brothers gathered, lined up, blocking the road. Brother B, does Chun Dao really dare to take action against Liang Kun? Isn't he afraid of a full-scale war with Hongxing? Chun Haonan couldn't help but ask, looking at Bi, who was in a stance of readiness. Bi glanced at him and slowly exhaled. If this is indeed Liang Kun's doing, Chun Dao will definitely come. Afraid? He doesn't even understand what fear is. He's a madman, never plays by the rules. Chun Haonan nodded silently. At that moment, a lackey rode in on a motorcycle, speeding in and coming to a sudden stop. Brother B, several large 8 cars are rushing this way. Damn, it really is Liang Kun's car. Dabi cursed under his breath and suddenly drew out his machete. Everyone get ready. No one is allowed to let Qindao pass. Yes. Several hundred voices roared in unison. In the distance, several beams of strong light pierced the night. The large 8 cars suddenly screeched to a halt more than 20 meters away from them. Qindao stepped out of the car, slowly, hands in pockets. Behind him stood several hundred black-clad men, all lined up. He looked up at Dabi, his gaze as cold as a knife, exuding a bloody aura. Lighting a cigarette, he waved his hand. The black-clad men surged forward like a tide. Seeing that Qindao didn't say a word, Dabi immediately shouted, "Attack!" The two groups collided instantly, blades flashing and screams erupted. In the cold wind, Qindao stood in place, smoking calmly, watching coldly. The men brought by Dabi had decent skills, but their opponents were too ruthless. The black-clad men were like a pack of hungry wolves, eyes gleaming green, insane at the sight of blood, swinging their knives recklessly forward, utterly disregarding life and death. In less than 5 minutes, nearly half of Hong Xing's several hundred men had fallen. This was not a fight, it was a one-sided crushing. In many places there were even scenes of one person replacing another. In the back, Dabi, Chun Haonan, and several leaders turned pale, their limbs going cold. This, Qindao, was terrifying. In less than 10 minutes the main force brought by Dabi had been completely scattered. The black-clad men were too fierce, too reckless. Hong Xing's lackeys simply couldn't withstand it. "Brother B, they are fighting to the death. Quickly retreat. If we wait any longer, well, all be done for here." Chun Haonan pulled Dabi's arm urgently, his voice trembling. Big B gritted his teeth and nodded. He wasn't foolish. The outcome was already decided. Continuing the fight would only lead to death. "Retreat." He turned and ran while Chun Haonan and the others provided cover. While retreating, he shouted, "Quick call Mr. Jiang. We can't hold on any longer. Send reinforcements." And with such a major incident occurring, no one could sleep tonight. Just as Big B left, Jiang Tianxing summoned all the hall masters, ordering them to prepare their men. Qindao was too unpredictable. Even with several hundred men, Jiang Tianxing still felt uneasy. At this moment, the hall was brightly lit. Once the news arrived, all the hall masters were in an uproar. Damn, does Qindao think he can challenge Hong Xing? The crown prince with the fiercest temper slammed the table. The others immediately began to curse as well. Just then, the phone rang. Jiang Tianxing glanced at the caller ID, raised his hand to silence the room. Once the surroundings were completely silent, he picked up the receiver. "Hello? What a... Hold on, don't panic." After hanging up, his face darkened like iron. Everyone felt their hearts race. Something was wrong. "Mr. Jiang, what's going on?" Han Bin was the first to break the silence. All the hall masters turned to Jiang Tianxing in unison. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his voice was as cold as ice. Big B has lost. He couldn't stop Qindao and is currently retreating. What a... The room erupted in chaos. Big B lost. How could that be possible? He had taken almost all his men and resources. How long had it been since the fight started? Absolutely true. Jiang Tianxing spoke faster. He is already fleeing. But now is not the time to pursue. Tonight we must stop Qindao. Having been the leader for so many years, he had seen many storms, and now he couldn't panic. If he wants to fight, we will accompany him to the end. Tonight we will settle things with Qindao right here. He immediately ordered, Sister 13 Han Bin, Crown Prince. You 3 take men to Causeway Bay, immediately block him off, and kill him. Understood. The 3 responded, and turned to leave. Outside the hall, Sister 13 asked while walking, is Qindao really that ruthless? She glanced at Han Bin and the Crown Prince. Han Bin furrowed his brow. He understood Big B's weight. Even more so, Qindao had just faced off against a D from Helianqing. At a time like this, how could he make Big B retreat in disgrace? A rookie just entering the scene, how could he? The Crown Prince scoffed. Who cares if he's a dragon or a bug? Tonight we will chop him down regardless. Can the 3 of us not handle a mere kid? I've been wanting to see how tough he really is. Before he finished his words, he was already charging towards Causeway Bay. Sister 13 and Han Bin exchanged glances, helplessly shaking their heads, and quickly followed. Minutes later, the 2 teams collided on the way. Qindao got out of the car and saw the 3 in the distance. Dressed in black suits with distinct postures and a commanding presence, he recognized them at a glance. Sister 13 Han Bin and the Crown Prince. He took a drag from his cigarette and smiled faintly. Hong Xing actually sent 3 hall masters. Jiang Tianxing must be really anxious. The Crown Prince stepped forward with a knife, arrogance radiating from him. So you're Qindao. Hong Xing is a place you can run wild. In the Crown Prince. Kneel down and kowtow, and I might spare your life. Sister 13 and Han Bin tensed up. They had never seen Qindao, but once they laid eyes on him, they were stunned. So young. In his early 20s with a calm demeanor, yet he resembled a sword that had not yet been unsheathed. What was even more unsettling was the indescribable chill that surrounded him, sending shivers down their spines. Qindao exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice calm and steady. You overestimate yourself. After a pause, he waved his hand. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Tonight, let's wash Hong Xing in blood. Yes. The black-clad subordinates shouted in unison, their blades gleaming like a pack of wolves charging out. The Crown Prince roared, get rid of them. In an instant the two groups clashed violently. In terms of numbers Hongxing had the advantage, however the black-clad men fought recklessly, each strike aimed to draw blood fierce, as if they were not even human. Blades flashed chaotically, blood mist rose, and soon the ground was covered in dark red. The scene had truly become a battlefield. The Crown Prince was indeed worthy of the title God of War of Hongxing. He raised his hand, taking down two black-clad subordinates, and immediately set his gaze on Chen Dao. Let's settle this unknown. The Crown Prince shouted, charging straight at Chen Dao. Several black-clad subordinates tried to intervene, but Chen Dao blocked them with a hand. I'll handle this. He moved his wrists around, narrowing his eyes. Although his body was not strong, he had trained in free fighting for 10 years in his past life. To face him in an unknown duel, that would be equivalent to seeking death. As the Crown Prince lunged forward, Chen Dao swiftly snatched a nearby subordinate's machete, evaded the attack with a sidestep, and countered with several swift slashes. The Crown Prince was taken aback and hurriedly raised his knife to block. After a few hard clashes, his arms went numb. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Dao had already closed the distance. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Close combat was the most brutal in free fighting. Seizing the moment, he grabbed the Crown Prince's wrist and yanked hard. The Crown Prince, caught off guard, stumbled toward him. At that moment, Chen Dao discarded the machete, clenched his right fist tightly, and struck fiercely at the Crown Prince's throat. Bang! The sound of shattered throat bones echoed. The Crown Prince's eyes widened as he clutched his neck, staggering back a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Not far away, Han Bin and Sister 13 watched in shock as Chen Dao took down the Crown Prince, momentarily dumbfounded. Han Bin lost focus and was slashed several times by two black-clad subordinates, bleeding profusely, and fell heavily to the ground. Sister 13 was completely stunned. This person was too fierce. On the other side, Liang Kuan had also heard that Chen Dao was coming. He hurriedly dialed the assassin's number, but it went unanswered. A sudden chill gripped his heart. Something was wrong. He turned and rushed out the door. Quick, let's go. That guy has gone mad. He's truly a lunatic. Still standing there. Get out. Liang Kuan panicked. He never expected that the assassins he hired couldn't even handle Chen Dao. This Chen Dao was truly not ordinary in his ruthlessness. The instinct for survival immediately overwhelmed everything. He didn't want to stay in the hospital for even a second longer. This was his weakest point: few subordinates and unfamiliar terrain. If Chen Dao brought his men in, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Only by returning to his own turf would he be safe. His subordinates hurriedly pushed over a wheelchair, helping Liang Kuan into it as they rushed toward the elevator. Just when they arrived at the elevator, the nurse stopped them. The elevator is broken and under repair. Damn, why did it have to break now? Liang Kuan fumed. If it were a lower floor, it wouldn't have been a problem, but he was on the 15th floor in a VIP room. How long will it take to fix? He glared ferociously at the staff. The staff took a half step back in fear. About an hour. An hour. By the time it's fixed, my bones will be... He roared, what are you standing around for? Take the stairs. His subordinates dared not delay, immediately carrying him towards the fire escape. But Liang Kuan's legs were already useless, relying entirely on them to carry him. It took several minutes to go up a floor. He was anxious and sweating profusely, yet there was nothing he could do. After several minutes, just when they reached the 12th floor, his phone rang. He signaled for them to stop and picked up the phone. Hello. What has Bigby been beaten down so quickly? The voice on the phone said that Bigby had been repelled by Chen Dao and urged him to evacuate immediately. After hanging up, Liang Kuan felt a buzzing in his head. He couldn't believe it. Chen Dao was fierce, but Bigby was no pushover. Considering the time, they had only fought for less than 10 minutes. How could this be? How strong could Chen Dao really be? Doubtful as he was, the news of Bigby's defeat struck him like a boulder to the heart. He couldn't sit still. A sudden chill shot up his back. He hurriedly urged his subordinates to descend quickly. The subordinates dared not delay and immediately carried Liang Kuan down the stairs. The staircase was narrow and steep, and with someone being carried, they moved slower and slower. The further they went down, the more out of breath the subordinates became, their legs growing weak. At this moment, several young men could no longer bear it, and sat down on the steps, putting down Jiang Kuan with mournful faces, pleading, Brother Kuan, let's take a break. I really can't go on. Jiang Kuan felt a surge of anxiety, but these were the only reliable people around him. If they fell, he wouldn't even have anyone to help him escape. There was no choice but to nod. Let's catch our breath for just 5 minutes. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang again. The voice on the other end trembled. The prince was killed on the spot by Chen Dao. Han Bin was severely injured and 13's sister was lightly wounded. Chen Dao is on his way to the hospital. If you don't leave now, it's all over. Jiang Kun's mind buzzed with shock. What a... 3 hall masters couldn't stop a single Chen Dao. Is he even human? What are these useless... He had known Chen Dao was formidable, but this was just ridiculous. There was no time to think. Why aren't you moving? He yelled, get going. If you hesitate any longer, I'll take you out first. 13's sister and the others had already been beaten away, and Chen Dao was about to break in. Who knew if he would appear right before them the next second? Now there was only one life left. They had to escape. The young men were so frightened that they immediately lifted Jiang Kuan and rushed down. Finally, they stumbled down to the first floor. "Hurry and start the car," Jiang Kuan shouted, while having one of the young men push the wheelchair directly towards the hospital entrance. At that moment, screech. The jarring sound of brakes echoed. Several vans blocked the entrance, sealing off their escape route. Jiang Kun's heart sank. The car door opened, and Chun Dao stepped out slowly, thinking of running away. His voice was soft, yet it pierced like a knife through bone. "Do you think that's possible?" Jiang Kun's body stiffened, his heartbeat almost stopping. His subordinates hurriedly pulled him back. "Chun Dao, don't do anything rash. If you kill me, you won't survive the night. Hongxing won't let you off." He trembled as he pointed at Chun Dao, his voice shaking. Chun Dao sneered. "Hongxing won't let me off. The prince just died. Adding you to the mix means nothing." Before he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Two men lunged at the only remaining young man, standing, taking him down in a few swift moves. Then they grabbed Jiang Kuan and forcefully pushed him in front of Chun Dao. Chun Dao crouched down, looking directly at him, and said calmly, "If you want to kill me, you must be ready to be killed by me." Jiang Kun's pupils contracted, and he suddenly drew a dagger from his waist, lunging it at Chun Dao's chest. Chun Dao had been watching him. He twisted his wrist, firmly grasping Jiang Kun's hand that held the knife. Seeking death. With a twist, Jiang Kuan screamed in agony, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Chun Dao picked up the knife, and with a swift motion plunged it deep into his abdomen. Blood gushed out instantly. Jiang Kuan trembled all over, clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the ground, his face turning pale, teeth chattering, cold sweat mixing with blood dripping down. Chun Dao crouched down, even closer, gripping his hair, lifting his face, and pressing the blade against his throat. "Today let your head tell everyone in the harbor. Whoever provokes me will die." The blade flashed. When Bigby stormed into the hospital, all he saw was a pool of thick blood and Jiang Kun's corpse lying in the blood. Bigby stood frozen in place, his palms soaked in cold sweat. This, Chun Dao, was truly insane. He really killed Jiang Kuan. On the ground lay Jiang Kun's corpse. Chun Haonan stood there speechless for a while. After just clashing with Chun Dao, he had witnessed how ruthless Chun Dao could be. But this scene left him completely stunned. It wasn't just ruthlessness, it was madness. It wasn't just ferocity, it was reckless abandon. In the harbor for decades, he had never seen someone like this. How did Lianxing raise such a monster? After a long moment, Chun Haonan turned to Big B and asked, "Brother B, what should we do next?" Big B was also dazed. The battle from tonight had scared him out of his wits, and his mind was blank. He slowly exhaled and asked, "What about the brothers? How are they?" Chun Haonan's face was bitter. "More than 20 are dead, countless injured, and many were scattered. We still can't contact them." Big B was taken aback, not expecting such heavy losses. It was too late for regrets. He waved his hand. "You go arrange it. Those who need compensation should get it, and those who need medical attention should be sent to the hospital." After a pause, his gaze fell on Jiang Kuan, and he sighed. This guy, why provoke Chun Dao of all people? Now it seems he has brought about his own demise. First collect the body, then send someone to notify Mr. Jiang immediately, and wait for his instructions. That night, almost no one in the harbor's underworld could sleep. The news of Chun Dao's bloodbath against Hongxing spread like wildfire among the major gangs. At the Dongxing headquarters, Crow shook his head in disbelief after hearing the news. Did he really kill him? Did I hear wrong? His subordinate nodded vigorously. I followed Chun Dao the whole way. I saw it with my own eyes. He first ran into Big B, and in less than 10 minutes, he took down all of Big B's men. Then 13 Sister, the Prince, and Han Bin all attacked together, but were still unable to stop him. The Prince was killed on the spot. Han Bin was severely injured. 13 Sister sustained minor injuries and ran away immediately. Finally, he directly stormed into the hospital, slashed Jiang Kun's throat, and left. Crow gasped in shock. Having not seen it himself, just hearing it made his scalp tingle. Is he really that ruthless? He felt a sense of dread. Big B, the Prince, 13 Sister, Han Bin. 4 Hall Masters teaming up were actually defeated by one person to withstand half of Hongxing and still take down Jiang Kuan. This was no mere thug, this was a death god. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't be able to endure it. He lit a cigarette, slowly took a puff, and said softly, "In the past I truly underestimated him. After tonight he is no longer just a gangster. A fierce character has emerged from the harbor again." On the other side, at the Hongxing Xiang Hall, Jiang Tiansheng and several Hall Masters were still waiting for news. Suddenly, a blood-soaked young man rushed in and knelt on the ground. "Mr. Jiang, something big has happened." Jiang Tiansheng's heart sank. He recognized this was one of the prince's men. "What happened?" "The prince. The prince. Speak quickly." The young man trembled. "The prince was killed by Chun Dao." "What a—" The hall fell into a dead silence. Jiang Tiansheng suddenly stood up, his face pale. "The prince, dead. The one known as the war god of Hongxing, was actually killed. How could this be possible? Chun Dao is too ruthless. His men fight to the death. When we ran into him, he didn't hesitate to start fighting immediately. We couldn't withstand it at all. The prince was killed on the spot. Bin was severely injured, and taken to the hospital. 13 sister sustained minor injuries, and many brothers are either dead or injured. The losses are heavy. With a loud crash, as soon as the young man's words fell, Jiang Tianxing leapt up from his chair, and all the hall masters could no longer sit still. 3 hall masters, 1 dead, 1 severely injured, and Big B was beaten to retreat in disgrace. How strong is Chen Dao really? Jiang Tianxing's chest heaved violently, and his mind buzzed. He had never anticipated the situation would collapse like this. Before he could speak, another young man stumbled in. Mr. Jiang Kuan-gu was also killed by Chen Dao. Bang! Jiang Tianxing slammed his palm on the table, standing up in shock. 2 hall masters gone in one. This is just absurd. He felt darkness cloud his vision, his body swaying as he heavily collapsed back. The other hall masters also changed their expressions, whispering among themselves, who exactly is this Chen Dao? Is he even human? Is there truly no one who can contain him? Jiang Tianxing felt a chaotic turmoil in his heart and sighed heavily after a long pause. He understood. This battle had completely established Chen Dao's reputation. After tonight, no one would dare to regard him as an ordinary 4th 9 lackey. He had not just emerged, he had reached the pinnacle. At this moment, Chen Dao had returned to the night venue with his remnants. Having fought against Chong Mao, Big B, and Sister 13 in one night, even his iron body could not withstand it. He achieved 3 victories, but his subordinates were not gods, they were flesh and blood. Over 50 men would forever remain on the streets. Yet Chen Dao remained unconcerned. He slumped on the sofa in the private room, massaging his temples and murmuring to himself, having cut through Hongxing. The gangs of Xianjiang must be unable to sleep now. He poured himself a glass of wine, closed his eyes, and gazed at the system panel. Reputation points soared. The lives of over 50 men had exchanged for an exponential increase in prestige. With the newly summoned underlings, he now had 500 elite members at his command. This was the foundation of his audacity to charge recklessly. While others grew weaker, he grew stronger. As circumstances shifted, who would dare to challenge him? What mattered most now was to ascend to the position of the master of Lianxing. He opened his eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. 500 death warriors had already secured the surroundings of the night venue. This position he would claim. Those who obstructed him would die. He Lianxing's master. He tilted his head and drained his cup. This is just the first step. Hongxing Dongxing, the Ni family. With so many gangs in Xianjiang, we will take our time to play. He stood up to stretch his muscles. Having crossed into this era, he intended to indulge fully in a wild spree. The position at the top of the tower was destined to belong to him. News spread rapidly. All the gangs in Hong Kong heard the news. That Chen Dao was no longer an unknown nobody. He could tear through Hongxing single-handedly and stir the entire underworld. This achievement was enough for him to rise to power. Countless people lamented, He Lianxing has produced yet another fierce character. In Suanwan Hospital, Big D was guarding the bedside. On the bed, Chong Mao was wrapped in bandages, his voice bitter. Big D, this time we lost over 30 brothers and injured more than 100. Big D fell silent for a few seconds, his hands tightening and then relaxing. What was this but human lives? This was money, foundation, and face. The compensation for the deceased underlings, the medical expenses for the injured. How could any of these amounts not be astronomical? That Chen Dao, may he not have a good death. One day I will kill him. He is just a 4th 9 lackey. How could he possibly ascend? Big D slammed the table, roaring with anger. Yet Chong Mao frowned deeply, his face filled with worry. He had crossed paths with Chen Dao and knew all too well. This man was not to be trifled with. His subordinates were all ruthless, fast, and precise. Ordinary people simply could not withstand them. Big D, Chen Dao is too tough. We truly cannot confront him. He didn't any more otherwise. Shut your mouth. Big D erupted in fury, cutting him off. Just then, bang, bang, bang. A sudden knock on the door echoed. Big D impatiently shouted, come in. The door opened, and a subordinate entered, head bowed, tiptoeing. Big D, something big has happened. He gasped for breath and spoke hurriedly. Chen Dao stormed into the Hongxing headquarters, taking down 2 halls. Prince and Liang Kuan killed on the spot. The entire Hongxing had been breached. Who are you trying to fool? Breach Hongxing? Do you think this is a play? Big D stood up abruptly, kicking that subordinate over. The subordinate hurriedly scrambled up, anxious. It's absolutely true. The whole of Xianjiang is spreading it. After multiple confirmations, Big D stood frozen in place, his face pale, lips trembling. Hongxing, a leading gang on par with He Lianxing, a 4th 9 lackey, actually killed 2 of their hall masters. He even breached half of their territory. Even he himself would not dare to do such a thing. On the hospital bed, Chong Mao was also shocked, but did not lose his composure. He had witnessed Chen Dao in action. This was not luck, it was real ferocity and strength. After a long while, Big D finally regained his composure. His back was soaked, cold sweat pouring down. All previous disdain had vanished completely. He suddenly realized Chen Dao was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Should he continue to fight? For the first time he hesitated. Meanwhile, at Dengbo's villa, is the news accurate? Dengbo, the whole of Hong Kong has exploded. Tonight Chen Dao single-handedly overturned Hongxing. Even the police have been disturbed. Deng Bo's face darkened like iron upon hearing this. A madman. Truly a madman. Charging into Hongxing alone. Even He Lianxing would not dare to casually touch Hongxing. Did he fear death? Or did he simply not understand what it means to be cautious? He lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke his expression grew increasingly grave. Initially he thought of Chun Dao as just a fourth nine lackey who had broken the rules, and it would be fine to deal with him. But with A Lu falling, Big D falling, and now Hongxing being shaken to its core, what kind of ordinary fourth nine lackey was this? This was a fierce character who had not appeared in Xiangjiang for decades. You go down first. After sending away the subordinate Deng, Bo poured himself a glass of wine. Chun Dao. Have the fourth nine lackeys become this fierce now? Going through the history of Xiangjiang's underworld, there has never been such a figure. Where did he come from? After a long while he bitterly smiled and drained his glass. Nevertheless, Deng Bo was keenly aware He Lianxing had truly produced a pillar-level figure this time. Big D and A Lu were simply not worth mentioning in front of him. To speak frankly, he felt quite fortunate. Thankfully this person was currently associated with He Lianxing. If such a person emerged from another gang, it would truly be a significant trouble for He Lianxing. He took a deep breath. Chun Dao had indeed broken the rules, but pursuing the matter now would only add fuel to the fire. The most pressing issue was to stabilize the situation. Letting Big D and the others continue fighting would only mean infighting among their own. Winning or losing would harm He Lianxing equally. With this in mind, Deng Bo spoke solemnly. Someone come. Deng Bo. Immediately contact Chun Dao and arrange to meet him tomorrow noon at the Have Guts Tea House. Deng Bo paused for a moment, his expression darkening, and spoke with extra seriousness. When you meet him, be respectful, you do not provoke him. Understood. The subordinate immediately responded. After he left, Deng Bo leaned back on the sofa, remaining still for a long time. His mind was in turmoil, refusing to calm down. How many years has it been since He Lianxing has produced such a fierce character? For He Lianxing, perhaps this is a turning point. Xiangjiang. It seems like a storm is brewing. He murmured softly. After a long while he straightened up and dialed a less number. A Lu, I know you have had conflicts with, but this time let it go. Do not hold on to it any longer. He then called each hall master of He Lianxing one by one. For those who had past grievances with Chun Dao, like A Lu, he simply said, forget it, do not touch him again. For the other hall masters, he repeatedly warned, keep your distance from Chun Dao, or no one is allowed to provoke him. After the news spread, all the hall masters were stunned. As dawn broke, the long night finally passed. Chun Dao's name exploded throughout Xiangjiang along with the At a breakfast stall on the corner of the street, Wu Ying sat down while yawning. 2 baskets of buns and 2 cups of coffee. Not long after, A Hua strolled over, stretching lazily, and sat down next to him. The two chatted idly, their voices languid. At that moment, a group of gangsters with brightly dyed hair swaggered in and plopped down. After placing their orders, the red-haired one spoke. First, did you hear about what happened last night? That Chun Dao is no joke. Chun Dao. A Hua and Wu Ying simultaneously stopped talking, their ears perked up. Last night, they hadn't kept a close watch, only knowing something had happened without the details. Upon hearing that name, they immediately perked up. The green-haired one lit a cigarette, his face filled with envy. Tisk, the whole port is talking about it now. He single-handedly pierced through Hongxing. Liang Kuan and the prince went down on the spot. The purple-haired one took over. I heard that Big B, the Prince Han Bin, and Sister 13 tried to stop him. What happened next? Big B went down in less than 10 minutes. Sister 13 attacked him with 3 people, and 1 died, while 2 were injured. The red-haired one nodded repeatedly. I'm impressed. A Hua and Wu Ying listened in silence, even their breathing grew lighter. When the group stood up to leave, the 2 remained stunned. The boss served the buns, here you go. Wu Ying casually grabbed one and took a bite. The steaming hot soup splattered everywhere, yet he didn't even flinch. After chewing a few times, he snapped back to reality and turned to A Hua. Is this Chun Dao really that powerful? Didn't he just finish a fight with Big D last night? How did he turn around and start wreaking havoc in Hongxing? A Hua didn't answer immediately, his expression heavy. It was too shocking. How could an ordinary gangster achieve such feats? Challenging Hongxing, taking down half a gang, eliminating 2 hall masters. This was beyond what could be described as impressive. He slowly picked up his coffee, took a sip, and shook his head with a bitter smile. In the past, we really misjudged him. This person is unfathomable. Even Hongxing couldn't stop him. Wu Ying hesitated for a moment and asked, will Hongxing let him go? A Hua glanced at him and gently shook his head. I don't know if Hongxing will take action. But I know one thing. Chun Dao is about to rise to prominence. Rise to prominence. Wu Ying said nothing more. In this world, who doesn't want to sit in that position? But among over 200,000 gangsters in Xiangjiang, only a handful can climb up. Don't even mention the current Xiangjiang. Going through the entire history of the underworld in Xiangjiang, there are few who, like Chun Dao, rose to prominence in just a few days. This is way too fast, right? Exactly. A Hua bitterly nodded. The key is that he achieved it all through real. Such a person is not human, he is a monster. Another fierce character is about to emerge in Xiangjiang. Wu Ying's eyes sparkled with envy as he listened. Are you kidding? Who wants to be a little brother for life? Isn't it all about making a name for oneself? But making a name isn't that easy. Not to mention carving a path with sheer strength. How difficult must that be? I bet from today on all the gangsters in the port will take Chun Dao as their example. Thinking of this, Wu Ying blurted out, I really want to go pay my respects right now. Mixing with someone like him is the way forward. Ahua shot him a sideways glance and sneered, aren't you afraid of dying? Damn. Wu Ying cursed, but didn't continue. He understood Ahua's point. He had seen Chun Dao's subordinates, each one fearless charging forward, even with a knife to their throats. As for himself, I can't do it. Sigh. He sighed, I really don't know where he found so many fearless little brothers. With them around, it would be hard not to rise to prominence. Ahua didn't respond, finishing his breakfast in a few bites, stood up, patted his round belly, and lit a cigarette. Let's go find out what's going on. The future of Xiangjiang is about to change. On the other side in Siyun Mountain, in an old tenement building. Damn it. I pulled all night, and almost collapsed. Shan Jai's face turned pale as he emerged from the bathroom, clutching a roll of toilet paper. He had eaten something bad last night. His stomach was in turmoil, causing him to miss the big brawl. However, the incident was so significant that even if he hadn't gone, he would have heard about it by now. He slumped down on the sofa and asked the frowning Chun Haonan, Nan, is Chun Dao really that fierce? Big B took so many people, and in less than 10 minutes they were scattered. That's just ridiculous. Not ridiculous at all. Chun Haonan shook his head, his expression serious. He's a monster. Wait a minute. He paused, staring at Shanji, and asked again, are you afraid of dying? Damn. I Shanji fear nothing in this world, just fear not getting the girls. Shanji grinned. However, Chun Haonan didn't smile. I'm not joking with you. Are you afraid of dying or not? Shanji was taken aback, and after a few seconds of silence, he honestly replied, who isn't afraid? In this line of work, even the big shots are afraid. Isn't that normal? Chun Haonan nodded, right, normal. But precisely because of this, Chun Dao is terrifying. I used to think that those who said not afraid of death were all boasting. Until last night, when I saw his men, I finally understood what it means to truly be unafraid of death. He closed his eyes as if witnessing that scene again. Gangsters in black, one after another, charging and slashing with knives, smashing with sticks, blood spraying, but not retreating, even dragging one down with them before falling. After several seconds, he slowly spoke. His subordinates are all lunatics. A knife can stab into their necks, yet they can still bite off their opponent's throat. Shanji frowned. Is it really that outrageous? What would I gain by lying to you? Chun Haonan stared at him. Last night, I witnessed it myself. We five surrounded one, beating him down to his last breath. Yet that person got up and bit one of our brothers to death with his teeth. Hiss. Shanji gasped. Are these still human? Seeing Chun Haonan's expression, Shanji knew he wasn't lying. No wonder he hadn't relaxed since returning last night. Is that person really that powerful? Chun Haonan nodded. I've never seen a character this fierce in my life. So what should we do next? Still unclear. He paused and continued. Big B just went to a meeting. What happens next will depend on Mr. Jiang's arrangements. Let's prepare. This battle is bound to be tough. At the docks, damn it. Finally arrived in Xiangjiang, I was about to suffocate. The three jumped off a small boat. If Chun Dao were present, he would recognize them at a glance. These were the Tony brothers, who lit a cigarette, stretched lazily with a fierce look on his face. Tony had a fierce gaze, his mouth tightly pressed. The one in front, Aja, spoke the least, but his chilling aura was impossible to suppress. The three stepped onto the shore one after the other. Tony turned to Ahu and asked, how's the investigation on what I asked you about? They had just returned from transporting goods from Vietnam, but news of last night's events in Xiangjiang had already reached their ears. What Tony wanted to investigate was Chun Dao. Ahu nodded, saying, this Chun Dao is no joke. I've heard that last night he single-handedly decimated Hongxing. He then relayed everything he had gleaned, without missing a detail. Tony and Aja were stunned, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, Tony lit a cigarette and whispered he took down the entire Hongxing by himself. In front of half the gang, he even killed 2 hall masters. This Chun Dao is even more formidable than I anticipated. Next to him, Aja, whose face was usually dark and brooding, showed surprise for the first time. He had thought that the 3 of them were crazy enough and bold enough. But if it were him, he truly wouldn't dare to risk 3 lives against Hongxing. After a moment of silence, Tony seemed to have made a decision. Let's go support Chun Dao. A figure like him is... Ahu and Aja looked at him in surprise. Tony smiled. Those who know the times are the true heroes. He is stronger than us. Following the right person is the key to going far. After a moment of thought, the 2 agreed. The 3 turned and walked deeper into Xiangjiang. Hongxing Xiang Hall. After a night of turmoil, Jiang Tianxing gathered all the hall masters at Xiang Hall for a meeting as dawn broke. Everyone had heard the news last night. As soon as they entered, the room erupted. Damn it. Chun Dao is completely disregarding Hongxing. Isn't this a declaration of war? When did Hongxing become a soft persimmon anyone could step on? We must aside from the injured 13th sister who remained silent, and the always quiet Big B, the other hall masters shouted in anger. On the main seat, Jiang Tianxing's face was pale, showing signs of exhaustion. The losses from that night were the most severe Hongxing had faced in over a decade. What was even more disheartening was that the opponent was a newcomer, a young man from the 4th District. Listening to the uproar, his brows furrowed deeper. Finally, he raised his hand to signal for silence, and the room gradually quieted down. Everyone knows what happened last night, though I won't repeat it. I called you here to hear your thoughts on Chen Dao. How should we handle this situation? As soon as the words left his mouth, the usually silent Big B spoke first. Mr. Jiang Chen Dao has firmly established himself. He is not someone we can easily deal with. This matter requires careful consideration. 13 Sister immediately followed up, her tone serious. Exactly. He is ruthless and decisive, and his subordinates fight fiercely. If we confront him directly, Hongxing will truly suffer grave injuries. They had witnessed Chen Dao's prowess firsthand. Reflecting on the events of last night still sent chills down their spines. When the word confrontation was mentioned, only one thought remained in their minds. They simply could not withstand it. Jiang Tianxing remained silent, deep in thought. At that moment, how powerful can a newcomer from the 4th District be? I think some people are just getting old and losing their strength. The Toon Mun Hall Master Dinosaur suddenly sneered. He did not name anyone, but his gaze continually darted toward Big B, and everyone understood who he was referring to. Coupled with the fact that Big B had been chased away by Chen Dao last night, the other Hall Masters immediately cast mocking glances at Big B. Big B's face turned ashen, but he said nothing, only shooting a cold glare at Dinosaur, snorting in disdain. You dare say that because you've never seen just how ruthless Chen Dao can be? 13 Sister, standing beside him, instinctively nodded, her heart tightening. She understood very well. Big B had lost fairly. That man was truly not someone they could contend with. Dinosaur was furious. Big B, you were beaten and ran away in 10 minutes. Aren't you ashamed of Hongxing? Dinosaur, you dare say that again? As it seemed the two were about to come to blows, smack. Jiang Tianxing slammed his palm on the table, the sound silencing Xiang Hall. The two immediately fell silent. The hall was filled with a tense silence. Jiang Tianxing surveyed the room, slowly lighting a cigar and taking a deep puff. He knew well that Chen Dao had truly risen this time. After hesitating for a moment, he made a decision. Chen Dao must be eliminated. Having suffered such a huge loss, if they did not retaliate, no one in the underworld would take Hongxing seriously anymore. After a long while, he scanned the crowd, his tone calm, yet icy. Since Chen Dao wants war, then let's fight. I declare today whoever kills Chen Dao will take the positions of Liang Kuan and the prince. As soon as he finished speaking, Dinosaur and the others' eyes lit up, eager to take action. Only Big B and 13 Sister looked as if they had swallowed bitter medicine. They knew Hongxing was about to change drastically. Meanwhile, at the night scene, Chen Dao woke up from the bed in the private room, stretched, checked the time, and lit a cigarette. It's almost time. Last night, Uncle Deng had sent someone with an invitation for him to meet at the Yuguchi restaurant. He did not decline. After a quick wash, he took Guanzai-sun with him and set off directly. He had no idea what Uncle Deng was planning. But after all the commotion, it was about time to meet with the people from Lianxing. It was time to rise to power. On the way to the restaurant, a black Benz drove smoothly. Chen Dao was seated in the passenger seat. In the back corner, Guanzai-sun, face bruised and battered, curled up in a ball, trembling and not daring to say a word. Chen Dao glanced at him through the rearview mirror and said lightly, "When we meet Uncle Deng later, you know how to speak right." Guanzai-sun trembled violently, nodding quickly. "Don't worry. I will personally tell Uncle Deng that I willingly give up my position as Hall Master to you. Just beg you to spare my life. I swear I won't dare to provoke you again, never." He was genuinely scared. The events he heard about last night made his legs weak, originally thinking defeating Big D was a tough challenge, but Chen Dao swept through half of Hongxing Street, killing 2 Hall Masters. What kind of person is this? A Death Star? All he wanted now was to survive. Chen Dao rolled down the car window, lit another cigarette, and casually tossed the whole pack into the back seat. The smoke slowly rose and a smirk appeared on his lips. "I told you earlier about the opportunity. If you had listened and obediently handed over Zhu Ruo's territory back then, I could still call you son good today." Guanzai-sun reached out to grab the cigarette box, but it froze in midair. His lips quivered, not daring to utter a sound. It sounds easy to say. At that time, who could have imagined that this young man would become so incredibly strong? If only he had known, he would have embraced him. Perhaps now he would still be the Hall Master, and Chen Dao would still be under him. With Chen Dao's incredible strength and association with Lianxing, his influence in the gang naturally grew stronger. What a pity. There is no such thing as if only. Guanzai-sun remained silent, not saying a word. Chen Dao also did not speak. In the car, there was only the sound of the engine. The Benz slowly drove past the streets of Xianjiang. Chen Dao gazed out at the bustling flow of vehicles, feeling a slight stirring in his heart. This crossing over is indeed quite interesting. At the entrance of Yuguchi restaurant. "Have you heard? Uncle Deng is meeting Chen Dao today." "Which Chen Dao?" "The one who beat Hongxing so badly they couldn't lift their heads." "You don't know yet. He was originally associated with Lianxing. Uncle Deng personally invited him. He's probably going to help him rise to power. Of course, a character as fierce as that cannot be overlooked." At this moment, the area outside the restaurant was already packed with people. News in Xiangjiang spread faster than the wind. Uncle Deng had just booked the restaurant, and the news had already exploded. On one side stood Deng Bo, the highest-ranking figure of Lian Sheng, whose word was law. On the other side was Chun Dao, who had just fought his way out of a tight spot and was known throughout the harbor. All the gangsters from various organizations had gathered. Some were tiptoeing to get a better view, some were leaning over the railings, while others simply climbed onto the motorcycles by the roadside. Everyone wanted to see for themselves after today, would Chun Dao really take that position? In the crowd, Wu Yinggu and Ahua were desperately pushing their way forward. Finally squeezing to the front row, Wu Yinggu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, there are so many people. From Hunghing, Lian Sheng Dongxing, the Ni family. The entire underworld of Xiangjiang has gathered. This spectacle is extraordinary. Ahua, however, remained calm. He pulled Wu Yinggu back to a corner and lit a cigarette. It's not surprising. Chun Dao's story has spread far and wide. How could the various gangs not be paying attention? Especially since this involves Deng Bo. Besides, who doesn't know him now? A 49er who carved a path with his fists, tough, ruthless, and extraordinary. Who wouldn't want to see him in person? He exhaled a puff of smoke. Wu Yinggu nodded, eagerly staring at the center of the crowd, filled with longing. He knew these people weren't here for the restaurant. They were here to see Chun Dao, a low-level minion who could attract all the gangsters in the harbor to gather around. If only I could be like that. Suddenly he stood up straight and looked earnestly at Ahua. I want to follow Chun Dao and be his right-hand man. A leader like him is truly formidable. Being with him means a brighter future. This time Ahua didn't laugh. He thought the same way. Many people on site were harboring the same thoughts. Chun Dao's reputation had risen to an uncontainable level. Ahua took a deep breath, gazing at the throng of people, and nodded. Indeed formidable. To be with someone like him is truly a stroke of luck. But he knew well, while he was formidable, not everyone could get close. Meanwhile, the Tony brothers had also squeezed out, looking dumbfounded. Ahu mumbled, "This crowd is even more intense than we expected. At least 1,000 people. I just heard several groups asking how to get in touch with him. This trip to Xiangjiang was worth it." Tony said solemnly, "Chun Dao will definitely become a big shot. We can't afford to offend him, we can only follow him." Ajan nodded with a cigarette in his mouth. "I believe you. If we want to stand out, we have to find a truly formidable leader." Tony's gaze was determined. "We need to find a way to get close to him. As long as we follow him, we can make a name for ourselves too." Aja and Ahu echoed, "Okay." The three of them had always been rebellious. But this time, having heard about Chun Dao and witnessing this spectacle, they truly understood. There's always someone better out there. Minutes later, a convoy of luxury cars came to a slow stop. Deng Bo was the first to get out of the car. Following him, various hall masters and uncles got out one after another. Everyone looked up to see. There was a sea of people in front of the restaurant, a dense crowd. The seasoned faces of Lian Sheng fell instantly. Are you kidding? Chun Dao became this famous largely thanks to Lian Sheng's contributions. He rose to power on their backs. Who would feel good about that? Each hall master left their main henchmen downstairs, not taking them into the restaurant. Deng Bo led the way as the group entered the Yu Guqi restaurant. Once they stepped in, the heads of Fishhead and Dongguanzai immediately gathered together. All around were gangsters, buzzing with discussions. They couldn't help but chat. Chun Dao is ruthless. Today he will likely take that position. Fishhead spoke first. He was under Fishhead's command. As soon as he said this, Big Head, the henchman of the high guy, showed an envious expression. Take a position. It's not that easy. They are currently henchmen stronger than a 49er, but still far from being hall masters. Not to mention, they're all in their 30s, and Chun Dao? He's just in his early 20s. Achieving this at such a young age is enough to make anyone envious. The underling of Fireball Yi looked around and quietly asked, I heard that Didi and Alu have both fallen to him, and Guanzai's son is still in his hands, missing and unaccounted for. Why did Deng Bo call everyone here today? Upon hearing this, several henchmen frowned. Big Head glanced around to confirm that no one was eavesdropping, then whispered, could it be a Hongmin banquet? Trying to take the opportunity to eliminate Chun Dao. Nearby Fishhead rolled his eyes. He was quite clear-headed. After Big Head finished speaking, he slowly replied, have you ever seen a Hongmin banquet that only invited us few henchmen? Big Head was taken aback and speechless. Then what do you think Deng Bo is planning? Fishhead lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. Lu and Didi have grievances against Chun Dao, but Deng Bo won't let this escalate. Now that Chun Dao's momentum is strong, half of Hunghing has fallen to him. Who would dare underestimate him? Going head-to-head, even if Lian Sheng wins, they'll be severely weakened. Besides, Chun Dao is still under the banner of Lian Sheng. It's more cost-effective to win him over than to deal with him. He paused and sighed lightly. In any case, Chun Dao is indeed going to rise to power this time. Suddenly, Dongguanzai, who had been silent, sneered and deliberately raised his voice. Rise to power? Isn't he just a 49er climbing up by stepping on his boss? Before he could finish his sentence, are you talking about us? A voice rang out from behind. Chun Dao, hands in his pockets, several henchmen in black, clearing the way, stepped out from the crowd. His expression was emotionless as he stared directly at Dongguanzai. Gangland was taken aback, instinctively taking a step back. This young man in his early 20s had a gaze as cold as a knife, sending chills down his spine. Is that how your boss taught you? Gossiping behind someone's back is not the way to survive in the underworld. Today I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of Dabuhe. Chen Dao waved his hand. Two henchmen in black immediately stepped forward and firmly held Gangland's shoulder. What do you want? Gangland's struggled desperately, but couldn't move. Chen Dao didn't respond. One of the henchmen scanned the surroundings, picked up a brick from the roadside, and handed it over. Chen Dao took the brick and smiled faintly. In this world, if you make a mistake, you must admit it. If you get hit, you must stand tall. Remember that. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Dao raised the brick in his hand and smashed it down hard on Gangland's right hand. Oh! The scream was immediately swallowed by the surrounding buzzing discussions. Gangland's was in so much pain that he broke out into a sweat, his face twisted in agony. He threw away the broken brick that was only half left, brushed the dust off his hands, and coldly said, "Remember this. Next time it could cost your life." Gangland's was both afraid and angry, glaring fiercely at Chen Dao, but dared not utter a word of insult. Big Head and the other henchmen were also stunned, unable to move under this fierce pressure. This person is truly formidable, crazy and tough. Chen Dao scanned the room, and the remaining henchmen all shrank back their necks. Anyone who was stared at by him instinctively took half a step back, hurriedly avoiding his gaze. Fortunately, he did not pursue the matter further. He merely cast a faint glance at everyone, hands in his pockets, and led the bruised Guanzai-san to turn and walk towards the Yu Guqi restaurant. On the second floor of the Yu Guqi restaurant, Dabuhe stood by the window, fuming as he watched his subordinates being beaten downstairs. What the hell is Chen Dao doing? Establishing authority? Does he really think I'm a soft persimmon? The other hall masters wore serious expressions, and no one spoke. In front of so many eyes, leaving them no dignity. Wasn't that a blatant disregard for them? At that moment, tap tap tap, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Everyone was startled and turned to look toward the door of the private room. Chen Dao pushed the door open and walked straight to the center of the room without pausing. Dabuhe could no longer contain his anger, slamming his hand on the table, standing up abruptly, and pointing his finger at Chen Dao's nose. Chen Dao, what do you mean by this? When beating a dog, one must look at its owner. Do you understand? Touch my people. Are you trying to sever ties? Chen Dao paused for a moment, looked at him with a slight smile, and spoke softly. Your man broke the rules. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Any problem with that? He paused again, leisurely lit a cigarette in front of the hall masters who were glaring at him, took a deep drag, and slowly, if you don't keep the rules either, I don't mind managing it all together. The room fell silent for a second before erupting into low murmurs. The hall masters' faces grew even darker, their gazes sharp as knives, all fixated on Chen Dao. Yet Chen Dao seemed oblivious and unconcerned. Let them make a scene. The more chaotic it got, the more it favored him. Who do you think you are? Bang! Dapu finally snapped, grabbing a teacup and smashing it on the floor, pointing at Chen Dao and shouting, "You're just a kid from the 4th district. Just because you have some skills you think you're invincible. Don't get too arrogant." Chen Dao exhaled a puff of smoke, glanced at him, and replied calmly, "I'm as arrogant as I want. If you don't want to talk, I can leave right now." At these words, the powder keg exploded completely. Bang! The tall man also smashed his cup, shouting, "Chen Dao, do you really think we're just decorations here? Stop pretending to be tough. When I was out there wielding a knife, you were still sucking on a bottle." Yudo Biao, Dabuhe, and others all stood up, glaring fiercely, exuding a murderous aura. The air in the private room became tense, ready to explode at any second. Chen Dao snorted coldly, suddenly reaching for the chair in front of him and swinging it at Dapu. Bang! The chair shattered and Dapu was knocked to the ground, unable to get up for a long while. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Did he really dare to fight? By the time they reacted, 2 men in black had rushed in from behind Chen Dao, swiftly taking down Gao Lao and Yudo Biao. The remaining hall masters had just drawn their knives, about to shout for help. "Everyone, stop!" Deng Ba's voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Everyone was taken aback, turning. They saw Chen Dao holding a dagger, pressing Deng Bo down on the table, the blade's tip resting against his neck, expressionless as he asked, "Do you want to compare skills? Are you crazy? Let Deng Bo go. Kid, you're looking for death." The hall masters panicked upon seeing Deng Bo being subdued, shouting at Chen Dao. The air became taut in an instant. A few of Lian Sheng's subordinates rushed into the private room. Chen Dao lowered his eyelids, his gaze turning cold. "It seems that today's discussion is off the table. Do you really think I rely on numbers to survive? Ridiculous." The moment his words fell, he forcefully pushed Deng Bo away. Then he stepped forward. Several subordinates rushed forward with baseball bats, aiming to smash Chen Dao's head. Yet he stood still. 10 years of fighting in his past life was not for nothing. Who said he could only rely on his subordinates to hold the scene? These few weren't enough for a warm-up. "You're tired of living." One subordinate charged forward and Chen Dao sidestepped, dodging the baseball bat, then grabbed the man's wrist and pulled him in. Bang! The other person, unable to stop in time, smashed the bat hard against his own brother's head. Blood gushed out immediately, and that man collapsed to the ground. Chen Dao kicked out. Boom. The man flew backward, crashing into 3 chairs before finally stopping against the wall. His movements were quick, precise, and fierce. In less than 3 minutes, 7 or 8 of Lian Sheng's subordinates were lying on the floor. No one expected he would actually dare to fight, let alone that he was this formidable. Gulp. In the private room, several hall masters instinctively swallowed their saliva. His skills were likely even superior to the toughest members of the gang. Deng Bo was also stunned. This person was too ruthless, not adhering to any rules at all. The sounds of fighting downstairs caught people's attention. They are fighting upstairs. Chen Dao really means business. Where did he get the guts? Feiji and a group of his top men downstairs heard the commotion and were all dumbfounded. The few exchanged glances and rushed upstairs. Dong Guanzi, who had received a slap from Chen Dao, was already holding back his anger and was the first to kick open the door. Feiji and the others followed closely behind. But once they entered, they were all stunned. The floor was filled with Lian Sheng's subordinates. The 2 men Chen Dao brought had already been pinned to the ground and beaten, but Chen Dao himself was unscathed. In fact, all the dozens of subordinates surrounding him were lying on the ground, unable to move. His hands and knuckles were covered in blood, and he cast a cold glance at the hall masters. Chen Dao, you are looking for death. Dong Guanzi shouted angrily, picking up a chair to smash it. Did you not understand the reasoning just now? Chen Dao shot him a glance and casually grabbed an ashtray to throw at him. As Dong Guanzi tilted his head to dodge, Chen Dao had already flashed in front of him. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Dao's fist struck his face. Bang! Blood sprayed from his nose, and Dong Guanzi staggered back a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 teeth onto the ground. At this moment, Feiji and others also charged in. Seeing this, the few didn't dare to hesitate, grabbing weapons and rushing forward. The result was the same. Chen Dao held nothing back and didn't waste words. After a few exchanges, Feiji and his crew were all taken down. The fallen top men were gasping for breath, their hearts trembling. One person took down over 10. Just how many skills did this guy still have hidden? After taking care of the troublesome subordinates, Chen Dao clapped his hands, looked around, and fixed his gaze on Deng Bo's face. I'm not here to let you put on a show today. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly darkened, his voice calm, yet filled with coldness. If you don't get your act together, it'll kill a few people right here. Once you see blood with your own eyes, you'll probably be willing to sit down and talk properly. The unreserved disdain and killing intent made Deng Bo freeze on the spot. This person truly feared neither heaven nor earth. He knew clearly. Chen Dao was not bluffing, he was genuinely willing to act. But who was Deng Bo? The most authoritative uncle of Lian Sheng, not to mention having not been threatened like this for decades. He snorted coldly, forcing himself to maintain his aura, staring hard at Chen Dao. You kill someone, and you won't be able to walk out that door alive. Chen Dao, with tens of thousands of brothers in Lian Sheng, do you really want to force us into a mutual destruction? Chen Dao scoffed. Tens of thousands. Is that a lot? With the system in place, his power would only grow stronger, while theirs. Every man lost was one less, and they would eventually be wiped out. The ones truly facing a mutual destruction situation were them. How about trying it out? He stared at Deng Bo, lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke towards him, a chilling smile forming at the corner of his mouth. There's nothing to discuss anymore now. Why don't you all go back and gather your men? Let's have a fight first. Once I take care of all of you, then I'll slowly take over Lian Sheng. Chen Dao. Deng Bo was so furious his face twisted, but the words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't force them. He understood the consequences all too well. Chen Dao's strength was evident before his eyes. If a real fight broke out, even winning would be a Pyrrhic victory. His vitality severely depleted, and other factions would pounce on him like wolves. There was no way to advance or retreat. He took a deep breath, staring at Chen Dao's seemingly amused face, his mind buzzing. What kind of person was this? He was nothing short of a plague. After a long moment, Deng Bo let out a heavy grunt and fell silent. He had been intimidated. This person was ruthless and hard, striking decisively, carrying an air of defiance that was utterly unreasonable. Beside him, Didi observed Deng Bo's expression keenly. His heart jolted. Even Deng Bo had bowed his head. He looked towards Chen Dao, calm and unmoving. The scene of the earlier confrontation replayed in his mind. Only now did he fully comprehend this person was truly formidable. Whether in solo combat or leading others into battle, he was not someone an ordinary person could withstand. What? Chen Dao flicked the ash off his cigarette, speaking nonchalantly. Do you want to fight again? Deng Bo's mouth twitched, and he did not respond. He no longer wished to fight. Continuing the fight could lead to an even uglier conclusion. That's enough. He turned to glare at the just recovered Feiji and the others. Everyone get out. With so many people watching outside, did they truly want to let others see them squabbling within the ranks of Lianxing? The few from Feiji did not dare hesitate, and immediately exited the private room. A few quick-witted waiters hurried in, efficiently tidying up. Soon the private room returned to normal. Li Huachu shared a file in the group. He could not just stand idly by and watch the division with Lianxing. No, that's not going to happen. Just as Deng Bo was about to nod in agreement, Didi suddenly slammed the table. Bang. The room fell silent. He stood up abruptly, raising his voice. I do not agree with this. Chen Dao narrowed his eyes, looking at Didi. Didi, steeling himself, avoided Chen Dao's gaze and gritted his teeth. Chen Dao suppresses his peers, indiscriminately kills brothers of Lianxing, and publicly humiliates our leader Guanzai-san. If someone like him can rise to power, who will follow the rules in the future? As these words were spoken, many in the room silently nodded, but no one dared to voice their agreement. Chen Dao picked up the XO on the table, poured himself a glass, and leisurely took a sip as if he hadn't heard anything. This world is inherently ruled by those with the strongest fists, those whose words carry weight. He scoffed. In this life, debts incurred must eventually be repaid. If they want to kill me, they must be prepared to be killed in return. If they do not take action, how would I have the chance to counterattack? Chen Dao looked at Didi, his tone calm and unhurried. Is your rule really that one cannot retaliate when attacked? If that were the case, your little brothers would be in for a rough time, following a leader who doesn't even dare to protect himself. Didi's face turned bright red. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Dao had already turned to face Guanzai-san. As for disrespecting the elder brother, have I done that? Guanzai-san was taken aback, instinctively wanting to shrink back under that gaze. He shot a fierce glare at Didi. Had this person gone insane? Why should my affairs be dragged into this? No. He quickly waved his hands. I voluntarily gave my position to Chen Dao. There was no disrespect. Chen Dao nodded and smiled. Did you hear that? He gave it up willingly. As we navigate this life, do we need to report to the police if we find a bill on the street? Why would I refuse a position offered for free? Didi's mouth opened, unable to utter a single word. His face shifted from green to purple, anger tightening his chest. However, Chen Dao no longer looked at him, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. Today, I take over as the Hall Master. Is there anyone who opposes this? He made it clear. He was here to seize power. Who could stop him? Who dared to stop him? You trash. Didi glared at Guanzai-san, suddenly sat down, clenching his mouth shut, no longer speaking. Outside, Feiji and the others felt their hearts racing, stepping on the elder brother to rise to power. This person was truly ruthless. Enough. Dengbo knocked on the table, suppressing the atmosphere. He looked deeply at Chen Dao and sighed. Since Guanzai-san is voluntarily stepping down and Chen Dao has this capability, let it be decided. Starting today, Chen Dao takes over as the Hall Master. He understood clearly if he did not acknowledge this today, Chen Dao might truly flip out and seize control on the spot. This person was not someone to provoke. It was best to avoid conflict whenever possible. Thank you, Dengbo. Chen Dao laughed loudly, paused, then added, since Guanzai-san's position belongs to me as territory, and his people should naturally be handed over to me as well. Don't go too far. Gao Lao slammed the table angrily, his voice trembling. Chen Dao was already this strong. How could he be given territory and subordinates? Who would be able to control him in the future? The other Hall Masters were also restless, whispering to one another, their brows furrowed. Chen Dao stopped wasting words. I will take the territory and people. It must all be mine, not a single one can be less. Anyone who opposes, feel free to try. I will deal with you personally, just as I did with Hongxing's prince and Liang Kuan before. Hiss. Gao Lao drew a sharp breath, feeling a chill run down his back. His lips moved, but ultimately he did not dare to speak. The others also fell silent, not daring to utter a word. It was still Dengbo who broke the silence. All right, we will proceed as you say. The position, territory, and subordinates of Guanzai-san will be fully transferred to you. He fixed his gaze on Chen Dao, his tone serious. But you must remember, you are one of Liansheng's people. The news spread rapidly. That afternoon, the entire Xianjiang faction was in an uproar. Chen Dao had truly become the Hall Master. Wu Yingge was among them. So fierce. Chen Dao has really made it. Who would dare to look down on him from now on? Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. He excitedly gestured and pointed at Ahua. In the end, he clenched his fists, his expression determined. I must align myself with Chen Dao. Ahua did not say anything, paused for a moment, then turned to Wu Yingge and nodded. All right, I'll go with you. You? Wu Yingge was taken aback, somewhat incredulous. Didn't you say you no longer wanted to mix in the factions? Why the sudden change of heart? Nonsense. Ahua spat. Do you have any idea how many messes you've made? If I don't stick with you, you might even die, without anyone to collect your body. Moreover, Chen Dao is someone tough, ruthless, and who abides by rules. Following him, we will eventually regain the face we desire. Wu Yingge listened, grinning. Between brothers there was no need for many explanations. He pulled out a cigarette, lit one, and offered one to Ahua. The two took a silent puff, smoke rising. So, where do we find him? With your skills you might not even realize when you're killed. Ahua rolled his eyes, made a gesture, and leaped down from the railing, stretching lazily. Let's go to Simsha Sui. He has a place there, and the headquarters is there too. He must be around. Let's go. Wu Yingge perked up, smiling as he patted his pants. Time to pay respects. Tony took the beer and asked, did you find out? With a crack, Ahu opened the can and took a big gulp, nodding. That's today Chen Dao officially took up his position at the Yu Guqi restaurant, inheriting the territory and men from Guanzi-san, and is now one of the real Hall Masters alongside Liansheng. As soon as the words fell, Aja sat up straight, took a sip from the can, and said, really became one. For 9 you became a home master so quickly. That's too fierce. Ahu took another sip, wiped his mouth, and laughed. There's something even more fierce. I specifically asked the waiter at the restaurant. Don't keep me in suspense, just say it. Ahu shrugged and spoke directly. Chun Dao started off by challenging a group of hall masters, taking on more than 10 by himself, and knocked them all down. He even told Deng Bo to his face, if you don't give me a position, I'll make a move. Big D and the others all backed down, not daring to make a sound. Hiss. Tony and Aja both gasped in unison. One person against more than 10, defeating the opponent so thoroughly. This isn't just a hall master, he's simply a true dragon. Aja turned to Tony and asked, what do you think? Tony didn't hesitate. We need to find him right away. This kind of leader is worth following. Right. Aja nodded. Ahu also stood up, no problem. What's the address? Sim Sha Sui, the venue where he usually operates, is right there. Let's go. Tony stood up. Aja and Ahu immediately followed suit. The three exchanged glances, said nothing more, grabbed their coats, and headed out straight to Sim Sha Sui. On Lantau Island, in an old tenement building, Chun Dao really took up the position. Chun Haonan's expression darkened, and he even forgot to light his cigarette. Shan Ji was also stunned, really became a home master. Acknowledged by that old fox from Lian Sheng. Big D and Alu both nodded. This guy, just how ruthless is he? Chun Haonan lowered his head to light his cigarette. At that moment, Shan Ji suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke. Anan, Mr. Jiang said, whoever can eliminate Chun Dao, the territory of the prince, and Liang Kuan. Stop right there. Chun Haonan's voice turned cold as he interrupted directly. He stared at Shan Ji, his expression serious. Unless Big B gives the order, no one is allowed to touch Chun Dao. But this person we cannot afford to provoke. Chun Haonan's voice deepened. Everyone wants to climb higher, but you must first ensure you can stand firm with your life. We grew up together, I know what you're thinking. Listen to me. Chun Dao is not a stepping stone, he is the tip of the... If you forcefully collide with him, you're dragging everyone into the fire pit. He certainly knew what Shan Ji wanted, to eliminate Chun Dao, seize the position, and soar to the top. But how could it be that easy? Chun Dao single-handedly defeated 2 of Hong Xing's halls, and now he has even taken the position of hall master with Lian Sheng. Even Big B and Big D, those ruthless characters, couldn't handle him. What could we few do? Going after him is like sending oneself to death. Shan Ji shrank his neck under the intense gaze like a child who had done something wrong, quietly responding, understood Anan. Seeing that he truly gave up the idea, Chun Haonan didn't say more. Taking a deep breath of smoke, he slowly exhaled. The situation in Xiangjiang is about to get chaotic. At the headquarters of Dongxing, Crow had just received the news. Chun Dao succeeded Guanzi Sun as hall master. He was taken aback, then scoffed coldly. Lian Sheng really has produced a fierce character. Next to him, Si Yinzai interjected, boss, I heard that Chun Dao killed 2 hall masters of Hongxing, and Zhang Tiansheng has ordered to eliminate him at all costs. Crow forcefully pinched the waist of the woman in his embrace, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Fight, the harder the better. When Hongxing can't hold on, that's when we make our move. I want to personally stomp Zhang Tiansheng underfoot and let him see who the true boss of Xiangjiang is. After saying this, he waved his hand to his subordinates. Send the message down. Keep a close watch on Chun Dao and Hongxing. But remember, don't provoke Chun Dao. Yes. The subordinates acknowledged and left. Once they were gone, Crow forcefully held the woman's head below. Moments later, he tilted his head and squinted comfortably, humming, nice. This is getting more and more interesting. Fight, fight. It had been a long time since it was this lively. Not just Dongxing, the entire Liansheng was also in an uproar. The news of Guanzi Sin stepping down and Chun Dao rising to power spread instantly. Cheers and discussions rose and fell. The most shocked was Jimmy. He was cleaning merchandise in a second-hand electronics store when he heard the news. His hand paused, and the feather duster was left on the counter. What? His little brother replied. Sun Gu personally handed over his position, i.e. Chun Dao took over completely, even the territory has been taken over. From now on, we're all under his command. Jimmy frowned. He thought this matter would take a while, but didn't expect it to come so quickly. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Memories of Chun Dao personally visiting him twice floated back to his mind. He had rejected him both times. And now, he had still sat in that position and truly became his superior. He didn't feel uncomfortable, instead he felt a bit excited. Compared to Guanzi Sin, Chun Dao had more weight and was more reliable. Following someone like him might just be the right choice. After finishing one cigarette, he flicked the butt away, lit another, and turned to his little brother. Go tell those guys. Be honest, don't provoke the new boss. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will die, and no one will collect the body. At this moment, Chun Dao had returned to his venue in Simsha-sui. In the exclusive private room, the nightclub's female owner smiled brightly, presenting the contract with both hands. Brother, Dao, congratulations on becoming the hall master. From now on, this place will be under your protection. This is the contract for 30% of the venues, shares a small token of appreciation. Please be sure to accept it. She looked at Chun Dao, her eyes filled with awe. This person really has taken up a position. How long has it been since such a powerful character appeared in Xianjiang? Such a strong backing must be held tightly. Although transferring 30% of the shares was a bit painful, building a good relationship with this person would only bring more benefits in the future, guaranteed profit. Chun Dao glanced at the female owner and immediately understood her intentions, not declining. He nodded to the little brother beside him. Take it. The female owner was both surprised and delighted, quickly raising her glass. Brother Dao, I toast to you. The two clinked glasses and took a sip. Chun Dao pondered for a moment and said, let's change the name of this bar to Paradise Bar, then find a construction team to expand it. This will be my base in the future. The female owner dared not refuse, nodding repeatedly. Although Chun Dao was only a hall master now, she clearly remembered. When she first met him, he was just a bottom-level 4-9 boy. After observing him over the years, she was convinced this person will definitely not be an ordinary one in the future. After chatting for a while, Chun Dao let her leave first. Once the door to the private room was closed, he was left alone. Leaning back against the sofa, he closed his eyes and brought up the system interface. With the steadily increasing reputation backing him, his subordinates, the black-clad lackeys, had exceeded 800. Each one dared to fight and struggle, which was precisely the foundation for his continued expansion. He opened his eyes and murmured to himself, now that I have the territory and manpower next, it's time to make money. Just having power is not enough, there must also be money. With both power and wealth, the road ahead will be long. In fact, he had already made a move. He had just bought a goods factory. Although he came from another world and had not personally experienced this era, he had seen a lot of data and was clear about the current market situation. In this day and age, goods are a money printing machine. Items that cost a few or 10 yuan can be branded and sold in high-end malls for several times the price. Moreover, with 800 free laborers at his disposal. This is an era where even pigs can fly. He was confident within a month he could make a fortune, just as he arranged everything and was about to take a break. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Come in. A young man in black pushed the door open and entered. Dao Gu, someone outside wants to see you. Is it from the gang? No. They said. They want to join you. Join me. Chun Dao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. Given his current prominence in Xianjiang, it was only natural for people to come seeking him. He initially didn't want to meet them, but then thought having more people is better than having fewer, and it's good to have more hands for errands. He nodded. Bring them in. Outside the bar, Wu Yinggu and Ah Hua were pacing back and forth, looking anxious. On the other side, the Tony brothers were also standing there waiting quietly. The two sides sized each other up, but showed no hostility. Ah Hua stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Ah Hua. Tony hesitated for a moment before shaking hands. Tony, this is my brother Wu Ying. After a brief introduction, they began to feel more familiar. Ah Hua asked, are you here to join Dao Gu as well? Tony nodded candidly. We just arrived in Xianjiang and heard that Dao Gu has been dominating recently, so we came to pledge our allegiance. Just as he spoke, a young man in black quickly walked out. Follow me. Without further ado, he turned and left. Ah Hua and the others immediately followed. They passed through several corridors and arrived in front of a room marked Supreme VIP 888. The young man raised his hand and knocked on the door. A low voice came from inside. Come in. The door opened, and the young man stepped aside to let them in. Ah Hua and the others exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. As soon as the door opened, they saw Chun Dao sitting on the sofa. They were all stunned. So young. At this moment, Chun Dao also raised his eyes and saw Ah Hua and the others, his eyebrows slightly raising. It was them. He immediately recognized Wu Yinggu, Ah Hua, Tony, Ah Hu, and Ah Jia. They looked exactly like in the movies, and he was well aware of their backgrounds. Ah Hua was loyal and would fight for his brothers. The Tony trio could fight, especially Tony and Ah Hu, who were quite capable. The five of them together would make suitable subordinates. He didn't say much, calmly extinguishing his cigarette, taking off his coat, and standing up. You want to join me? First, let's see what you've got. I don't keep idle people here. Let me see your true abilities. The five looked at each other. Tony was the first to step forward. Dao Gu will go first. Ah Hua was about to step back and wait for his turn, but Chun Dao waved his hand. No need to go one by one, let's all go together. They were taken aback for a moment, hesitated, but ultimately surrounded him. Dao Gu, I mean no offense. In less than 5 minutes, Chun Dao single-handedly took down all 5 of them. The 5 lay on the ground, utterly stunned. They had heard of Chun Dao's ferocity, but never expected him to be this powerful. Ah Jia and Wu Yinggu didn't even have time to defend themselves before being knocked down with a single punch. Tony, who considered himself quite skilled, barely touched the hem of Chun Dao's clothes a few times. Initially they came because of his notorious reputation, but now, they were completely convinced. Tony wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Chun Dao. His gaze completely changed. More insane, more ruthless, more capable of fighting. Such a leader is worth following. He quietly rejoiced he made the right choice coming here today. Chun Dao had returned to the sofa. Seeing the 5 still dazed in place, he asked, what's wrong? Don't want to follow me. He understood that this group wasn't easy to deal with, especially Tony, who was cunning and ruthless, unmanageable. To keep them in check, mere intimidation wasn't enough. He needed them to see with their own eyes who the real tough guy was, and the heavy price of betrayal. No, no, no. Wu Yingge quickly waved his hands, bowing deeply. Thank you, Dao Ge, for taking us in. Whatever you commanded is my duty. Tony Ahua and the others immediately followed suit, bowing in unison. Dao Ge. Get up. Chen Dao raised his hand to gesture. From now on you will be under my command. This place is our base and the boss is someone I trust. If you need anything, just go to her. This was his first batch of subordinates. Without any system help, he relied solely on his own charisma. But having seen so many stories, he understood one principle: mere intimidation isn't enough. You must also provide some sweetness. A slap on the back, then a piece of candy, is what keeps people steady. If you're short on funds, feel free to ask the boss for money. If trouble arises, take your men to handle it. But remember one thing, only win, never lose. No matter who the opponent is, or what the reason. Losing means losing my face. And if anyone has any crooked thoughts. He paused, leaving the rest unsaid, lightly flicking the ash from his cigarette. Chen Dao smiled gently and casually tossed a gleaming dagger onto the table in front of them. The meaning was, the five of them stiffened instinctively, taking half a step back. We wouldn't dare. Chen Dao nodded, lightly clapping his hands twice. Several young men in black immediately entered, bringing in a few bottles of top-quality XO. Sit down. The private room was spacious enough for 20 people to sit without feeling crowded. However, as soon as Tony and the others sat down, the room felt cramped. At that moment, knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came again. Come in. A young man in black pushed the door open and bowed, saying, Dao Ge, Jimmy has arrived. Oh. Chen Dao put down his wine glass, his eyes brightening for a moment. Jimmy. This guy is clever and wild. He had declined Chen Dao's invitations to join twice before. Now he was coming voluntarily. It was indeed intriguing. Let him in. The door opened, and Jimmy walked in, feeling like a bottle of mixed flavors had been overturned in his heart. Initially, he hadn't taken Chen Dao seriously. Just a newly risen Xijiao, what kind of storm could he stir? But then as things unfolded, taking over the docks, pressuring the venues, even the officials stepped back. Jimmy's attitude gradually shifted. By today, he was truly convinced. This person had really made a name for himself. What can I do for you? Chen Dao spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Jimmy's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed deeply. Dao Ge, it was my shallow vision and ignorance that offended you before. I beg your pardon, please don't hold it against me. Chen Dao did not respond, just looked at him silently, his gaze calm, yet seemingly able to see through people's hearts. Jimmy felt a sweat bead on his forehead under the scrutiny, and he forced himself to say, Dao Ge, I have come to my senses. I genuinely want to work with you. Work with me. Chen Dao finally smiled, but his words directly pierced through. Do you really want to join the gang? I fear not. Jimmy was taken aback, his heart racing. Chen Dao didn't wait for his response and continued. You want to do business? But in this world, without a backing, business cannot be stable. And I am the very backing you should seek. He had only met Jimmy 3 times, but had already grasped his background. This person hated violence and had no interest in gangs. Initially, he had followed the officials just for the good reputation to facilitate business. But it was undeniable. He was sharp with numbers and organized, a good candidate for business. That is why Chen Dao had extended olive branches to him time and again. Jimmy opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Everything Chen Dao said was precisely what he had been contemplating. He never expected that the other party knew everything. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please, eh? The moment the words fell, Tony suddenly stood up, grabbed a bottle of XO from the table, smashed it with a crash, and with the sharp glass shard in hand, he stared fiercely at Jimmy. The other 4 stood up simultaneously, forming a circle to trap Jimmy in the middle. Dao Ge, should we deal with him? Dao Ge, just give us a nod. Dao Ge. Everyone was eager to try, and the air was taut like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Jimmy's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. He could tell that these people were not just trying to scare him. He hurriedly looked up at Chen Dao, his eyes filled with a desperate plea for survival. Chen Dao had no expression, furrowed his brow, and turned to Tony. This wine isn't cheap, remember to settle the bill. Everyone sit down. Tony was taken aback, reluctantly withdrew his hand. Ahua and the others, seeing this, also returned to their seats, but continued to watch Jimmy with sidelong glances, fingers still resting on the table's edge, as if ready to pounce again. Chen Dao neither praised nor scolded. Yet the satisfaction in his gaze was clear to everyone. Jimmy was too arrogant. He needed to be put in his place, or he would be hard to manage in the future. Jimmy let out a long sigh of relief, but did not dare to relax. He quickly pleaded again, Dao Ge, give me another chance. I will definitely make you feel at ease. Chen Dao lit a cigarette. He glanced at Jimmy, the corner of his mouth curling up. No one can say no to me twice. Jimmy's heart sank, chills running down his spine. But just when he thought it was all over, Chen Dao spoke again, but I cherish talent. Giving you a third chance is all. This opportunity I am giving to you. Jimmy's heart raced like a roller coaster, as if he had just been yanked back from the hands of the king of hell. For the first time, he truly felt that Chen Dao was terrifying. The kind of pressure that made one struggle to breathe should not appear in a young person. Don't rush to thank me. Chen Dao exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone flat. Don't you love doing business? You don't have to worry about the gang's matters anymore. From now on you will help me oversee the factory. If you don't do well, I'll replace you. The factory. Jimmy was taken aback, not quite grasping it. But he didn't dare to ask further, immediately nodding yes. I will definitely do well. He understood what the words were. Chen Dao nodded in satisfaction and then explained the entire plan to Jimmy. After listening, Jimmy was completely stunned, his eyes wide open. What Chen Dao had just explained was all about market layout. Not how to sell goods now, but what would be popular or eliminated in 10 or 20 years and where new money could be made. Jimmy originally thought he looked far enough into the market, at least able to foresee 1 or 2 years ahead. But compared to Chen Dao, he couldn't even touch the shadow at Chen Dao's feet. What he saw was just a small piece of land in front of him, but Chen Dao looked at the entire landscape. This wasn't just a hard person, he was simply a monster. Ahua and the others beside him were also dumbfounded. Tony couldn't help but ask, Dao Gu, the profit from genuine goods is not high now, can a goods really make big money? Chen Dao smiled slightly, not explaining. You will understand in the future. After saying that, he assigned tasks to everyone and waved his hand to let them disperse. Only he remained in the private room. Leaning half on the sofa, he pressed his fingers against his temples, a smile on his face. The good show is just beginning. Let me show you where money truly comes from. In the following days, the factory operated rapidly under Jimmy's management. Although he had never worked in this industry, he quickly understood the entire chain of production, shipment, and distribution. Chen Dao hardly needed to worry and just waited to collect money. Watching the orders surge day by day, his confidence grew. In a month, profits would double. At this point, Chen Dao had become the most prominent figure in Hong Kong. All major gangs were secretly watching him. News of him buying factories, building lines, and hiring people quickly spread across both the underworld and the legitimate world. Big D sneered, opening a factory. That crazy guy. What does he know about factories? He probably doesn't even know where the machine switch is. In his eyes, Chen Dao could only fight and kill a complete reckless man. Opening a factory. Pure joke. Instead, he became enthusiastic and ordered his subordinates, keep a close watch on him. See when he goes bankrupt. He's star. In a dim bar, Crow lounged lazily on the sofa and casually asked, What's Chen Dao? His little brother thought for a moment, no movement. Just messing around with his factory every day. Factory. Crow frowned. Why isn't he messing with Hung Hing? What's with the factory? The little brother shook his head. I don't know. It seems like he has put all gang matters aside, just focusing on building factories, and has sold several venues. The amount of money poured in is uncountable. Crow lit a cigarette, his eyes full of mockery. Opening a factory. This is truly a long-lived sight. Just wait. He will definitely lose everything, even his underpants. Crow looked at his little brother, his tone casual. Send more people to keep an eye on him. The moment he goes bankrupt, report immediately. Watching a hard man fall is quite interesting. At the headquarters of Healy and Sheng, Uncle Deng just heard that Chen Dao had opened a factory. Uncle Deng, I heard that Chen Dao sold off quite a few venues to set up the factory. Uncle Deng sighed and waved his hand. Young people, their hearts are too big and their feet don't touch the ground. Uncle Deng, should we advise him? Those venues are the foundation of the gang. You? Uncle Deng looked at the speaking uncle. The uncle was immediately speechless. What a joke. Let him provoke that god of death. He didn't want to end up in a coffin tomorrow. Uncle Deng scanned the group of uncles, including Long Zhen. No one spoke. Everyone looked down, turned their faces, pretending to look at the floor. Uncle Deng smiled bitterly. Forget it. Young people have to hit a few walls. When he loses everything, he will naturally come back. Continue watching. On the other side, in the Hong Hing Xiang Hall, Jiang Tiansheng and several hall masters also received the news. For a moment, the hall was filled with ridicule. He opened a factory. He's probably going to lose even his underwear. If too arrogant, he will definitely face retribution. With so many enemies, it wouldn't be surprising if he gets killed on the roadside one day. Jiang Tiansheng sat in the main seat, not speaking, but in his heart, he was also convinced this factory wouldn't last 3 months. He turned to Big B and asked, what has he been busy with lately? Big B thought for a moment and shook his head. Since he opened the factory, he has basically let go of gang matters. I heard he even sold a large batch of venues, all invested in the factory. Jiang Tiansheng raised an eyebrow. Good opportunity. Mr. Jiang, do you mean? He lit a cigarette, squinted his eyes, and his gaze was cold. Chen Dao is currently too preoccupied to care about the rivers and lakes. His guard is at its lowest. This is the perfect time to strike. He scanned the room. Who will go to deal with him? Eliminate him, and the territories of Liang Kuan and the Crown Prince will all belong to you. Who will take it? Everyone lowered their heads in unison, no one responding. There was no way. Chen Dao's name had long made the entire Hong Kong feel suffocated. Who doesn't know he is a reckless man? Anyone who provokes him ends up with a bad outcome. Jiang Tiansheng's expression darkened, but he had no choice. And Chen Dao? He hadn't heard these rumors at all. He was too lazy to care. Want to see him fail? They miscalculated. No one understands the upcoming market better than him. In the coming years, some goods could even fetch the price of luxury goods. Unfortunately, others don't understand. Not even his own people believe him. Especially Tony, who kept muttering, how much can you make from goods? In the end, reality hit hard and fast. Chun Dao invested heavily in the competition paired with the cheap and hardworking labor from the Hong Kong underworld, and within a month the factory started making a profit. The cash in Chun Dao's hands was rising rapidly. That night at the barbecue stall, Tony and his brothers were drinking beer and talking about Chun Dao. Ahu took a sip of cold beer, sighing, "Brother Dao is too fierce. I thought being tough in a fight was absurd enough, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless in business." Aja nodded in agreement. "Isn't it? With Brother Dao's brain, even if he didn't mix in the underworld, it wouldn't be surprising if he became the richest man in Hong Kong in a few years just by doing business." After saying that, he laughed and poked Tony. "Weren't you always saying a goods can't make money? What do you say now?" Tony's face heated up and he scratched his head, awkwardly laughing. "I admit defeat. To be honest, before I teamed up with Brother Dao, I really didn't believe selling a goods could make a fortune. It's quicker than dealing drugs." "What are we chatting about?" While Tony and the others were talking, Ahua and Brother Fly walked over. After a month of getting to know each other, everyone was much closer. After greeting each other, Ahua sat down and asked, "What were you just talking about?" Aja recounted how Chun Dao made a fortune selling goods. After listening, Ahua frowned slightly, his expression serious. Brother Dao's capabilities are truly remarkable. He casually grabbed a bottle of beer. As the conversation grew more exciting, they drank more and more. By the end, they were all swaying on their feet, feeling dizzy. As they got up, a cool breeze swept by, and Ahua shivered. Looking at the bustling crowd on the street, he couldn't help. "This time I really followed the right person. Brother Dao can fight, has strong subordinates, and is a master at making money. Someone like him should definitely rise to power." After murmuring this quietly, he turned to wave at Tony and the others. "What are you spacing out for? Let's go. Want to drink a couple more?" "That's enough time to wrap up. The factory is waiting to start work tomorrow." Everyone was taken aback, then nodded. Who would dare to delay business for drinking? If they angered Chun Dao, it wouldn't be a joke. At this time in Tsim Sha Tsui, in a factory covering over 5 soccer fields, the lights were bright. The workers were so busy that their feet barely touched the ground. All cheap labor recruited by Chun Dao. They were mostly low-level gangsters, laid-off workers, and unemployed youth. With these workers, the factory was running 24 hours non-stop. Jimmy had just completed his round and sat back in the office, letting out a long sigh. "Brother Dao, how many more skills do you have yet to reveal?" In this month, he was completely convinced. Sales strategies, manpower arrangements, and logistics. All were steadily advancing according to Chun Dao's plan, without a hitch. His grasp of the market far exceeded Jimmy's imagination, leaving him feeling inadequate. Jimmy became increasingly certain only by following Chun Dao could one truly turn their fortunes around. He was grateful he had seized this opportunity in the end. Otherwise, he would be buried in grass up to his waist, unable to sit here managing the factory without having to risk his life on the edge. Thinking of this, he lit a cigarette. His mind settled. Soon news spread that Chun Dao's factory had turned a profit. In a private room of a bar, Dingguan Boy Big Head and Plain, the heads of various factions from Lianxing, were idly drinking. For Triads, drinking was as common as drinking water, especially for gangsters like them who held some weight. When there was nothing to do, hanging out at bars, chatting, and flirting were just part of daily life. While they were drinking, Big Head put down his glass and scanned the room. "Have you heard? That factory of Chun Dao's opened just a month ago, and he has already recouped his investment and made a big profit." As soon as the words fell, everyone stopped drinking and looked up in shock. They had heard bits and pieces of the news, but hearing it straight from Big Head made them doubt it. "This guy is truly a monster." Dongguan Boy was the first to slam the table. "I thought just being tough was enough to scare people, but it turns out his business acumen is just as fierce." His tone was filled with envy and jealousy. The others nodded silently, no one speaking. Everyone knew Chun Dao was truly different now. Big Head lit a cigarette, sighed, and blurted, "Exactly. In ancient times, wouldn't he be a true scholar warrior? In Hong Kong, having either wealth or power could secure a foothold. But he is both. Truly enviable." Master Su lifted his eyelids. "This person is simply unreal. I don't even know where he came from. I heard his name long ago, back when he was still called soft-shelled shrimp. How long has it been? In a blink, he has transformed into someone tough and shrewd. Who knows how much hardship he has endured behind the scenes." Upon hearing this, Big Head and the others nodded silently, their faces filled with bitter smiles. As fellow gangsters, he has skills, territory, and makes money quickly. But what about them? They have nothing. Don't they? You're kidding. Hong Kong hasn't seen a character like this in a long time. Big Head shook his head with emotion. Master Su raised his glass, lightly clinking it against the table edge. "Indeed, it's been too long. If I could earn this much, who would bother with the gang?" The others chimed in, clicking their tongues in amazement. Only Plain, after listening to the discussions, he lowered his head to think, then suddenly stood up. "You all keep drinking. I have something urgent. I'll head out first." TCH. The others waved their hands, not taking it seriously. Plain left the door and hailed a taxi, heading straight to Wan Chai. That was the territory of Fishhead Mark. He found Fishhead Mark at a hot pot restaurant. "Oh, you're back." Plain greeted him, pulling up a chair, grabbing a pair of chopsticks, but his mind was elsewhere. Fishhead Mark glanced at him, knowing there was something to discuss. He took a sip of his drink and directly asked, "If you have something to say, just say it." Plain hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. "Brother Fishhead, have you heard about Chun Dao making money with his factory?" My. Fishhead Mark put down his drink frowning. Why are you suddenly asking this? It's nothing. Just wanted to ask, is he really making money? A low-level gangster rising to power through violence is one thing, but now he's thriving in business. Why are all the good things falling to him? Fishhead Mark didn't answer right away, lighting a cigarette, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He had thought the same. Yet the fact was in front of him. Chun Dao was not an ordinary person. His subordinates are capable, he has a strong will, and his mind is sharp. He is everything. He has indeed made a profit. He paused, took a sip of his drink. Uncle Chuan Bao said he invested several million, and in less than a month he recouped his investment and made a significant profit. Hiss. Plain gasped, so much. Are you kidding? Is money that easy to make these days? Fishhead Mark had built his reputation on drug trafficking, one of the most lucrative industries in the Triads, the other two being oil and arms dealing. Yet even then he had not earned as quickly as Chun Dao. Fishhead Mark glanced at Plain. He's even more troublesome than we thought. He stopped for a moment and let out a bitter smile, saying, fortunately, I have never provoked him before. Such a person is not someone you can mess with. Just wait and see. As long as he survives, he will surely have a place in Xiangjiang. Hearing this, the Plain felt even more uncomfortable inside. Who doesn't want to live like Chun Dao when mingling in the underworld? Lantau Island, the tenement building. I never expected that Chun Dao really made money. Is he still human? He can win fights and make money like... Shanji gritted his teeth while speaking, full of jealousy. Chen Haonan glanced at him and sighed silently. He also admired Chun Dao. He was too strong. Who doesn't envy him? For those who come out to mix, isn't this the glory they seek? But how many can truly reach that point? Now in all of Xiangjiang, many underlings privately regard Chun Dao as a role model. Shanji paused for a moment, lit a cigarette, and turned to Chen Haonan. On and didn't Big Brother be say before? Mr. Jiang declared. Whoever takes down Chun Dao can take over the territory of Liang Kuan and the prince, and can also recruit his underlings. Chen Haonan nodded. Then he furrowed his brow. Don't think about this. We can't provoke Chun Dao. He sighed, lit a cigarette, and spoke with a heavy tone. It's been a month now, and not a single person in the Hongxing dares to stand out. Just think about how terrifying that must be yet. Who doesn't want to climb up? But provoking him is like courting death. It's better to keep your life, meet a few girls, and live a peaceful life. Shanji listened silently, nodding, and the thoughts in his mind dissipated. On the other side at Paradise Bar, the much-discussed Chun Dao was currently sitting in a private room, counting cash with Jimmy. On the table were stacks of Hong Kong dollars neatly piled up, quite eye-catching. Brother Dao, this is all the profit from last month. The factory made around 20 million in total, deducting costs, leaving over 10 million, all right here. After speaking, Jimmy gestured to a nearby underling in black. That person immediately opened a black brief. Chun Dao didn't even glance at it. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. When he decided to open the factory, he knew this business would be profitable. Now that he really saw the money, he felt surprisingly calm. After Jimmy finished the accounts, Chun Dao yawned and waved his hand. Well done. You'll be fully responsible for the factory from now on. You don't need to get involved in the gang's affairs. Thank you, Brother Dao. Jimmy's eyes lit up, filled with joy. Chun Dao added, as I said before, continue to expand production. This amount of money is nothing, or we're just getting... Hearing this, Jimmy looked at the young man in front of him, feeling a little dazed. So young yet more composed than seasoned. After everything was arranged, Chun Dao stood up and poured himself a glass of wine. Call Tony and the others over. Yes. Jimmy immediately took out his phone to dial. Before long, there was a knock at the private room door. Come in. As the door opened, Tony Ahua and others entered in succession. Brother Dao, Brother Dao, Brother Dao. Chun Dao gestured for everyone to sit down before speaking. Thank you for your hard work this month. Have the arrangements for the brothers below been made? Everyone responded in unison. Tony respectfully answered. Brother Dao, don't worry, the manpower has been allocated to various places as you instructed. Ready at any time, just a call away. Very good. Chun Dao nodded. Previously, he had too many subordinates, and they were too scattered, making it impossible for him to manage. After taking in Tony's group, he simply let go. All daily scheduling and accommodation arrangements were handed over to them. Now it seems this path was indeed the right one. He lit a cigarette, scanning the crowd, and paused. What should be given cannot be less. Saying this, he raised his hand to point at the boxes of cash on the table. The profit from the factory last month, take it and distribute it. Everyone was stunned. All for us. Looking at the piles of cash on the table, Tony Ahua and Jimmy swallowed. This is too generous. Just like that, the entire month's profit was distributed. In their shock, they were also somewhat unable to believe it. What? Do you think it's too little, eh? Not at all. At this point, everyone stopped being polite. Soon the stacks of Hong Kong dollars on the table were all distributed. Boxes of cash piled at their feet, feeling heavy. Everyone wore smiles, their spirits high. Especially, he had been hoping to rise to prominence, and today it truly happened. Brother Dao, I toast to you. He raised his glass, standing upright, and deeply bowed to Chun Dao. Others immediately stood up and raised their glasses in unison. At this moment, they felt more secure. Following Chun Dao was the right choice. Only such a leader could lead them to a path, earn money, and establish a foothold. Chun Dao nodded, looking satisfied. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Gaining people's hearts sometimes just takes a glass of wine and a box of money. After several rounds of drinks, everyone carrying their money left one after another. Once the room quieted down, Chun Dao opened the system interface. Recently, the goods had been selling like hotcakes, and his reputation points were soaring. The number of underlings had already surpassed 1,000. More importantly, a new type of underling had been unlocked. The previous underlings summoned by the system had no identities, were untraceable, and faced limitations in their tasks. Now it was different. As long as he spent the reputation points that would originally summon 10 underlings, he could summon one well-rooted and grounded underling. These people had clear backgrounds that could be checked. They could be medical students, newly graduated nurses, young people who dropped out to work, or even local gangsters with complete files despite having lost their parents. They could enter hospitals, run schools, and mingle in office buildings. Many things that he previously didn't dare to imagine could now be done. Chun Dao stared at the screen, gently smiling. This makes things much more convenient. With this group, his next plan could also be set in motion. He lit a cigarette, and the smoke slowly rose. It's time to slowly penetrate into the O Society. In the O Society conference room, all agents were present. On stage, the person in charge stood at the podium, looking serious. Are we really going to move against him? I've heard this person is extremely difficult to deal with. Who says otherwise? A 49er who ascended to power almost overnight, causing unrest throughout the entire region. In these past few years, the gang conflicts combined haven't caused as much chaos as he has. Whenever there's a confrontation, hundreds of people are involved. If not watching him, who else should we watch? How many years has it been since Xiangjiang had someone rise to power so quickly? From now on, our focus will probably have to be entirely on him. Not only the Underworld was watching Chun Dao, but the O Society was also keeping a close eye on him. He had made too much noise too violently and too abruptly. It was impossible to pretend they hadn't seen it. The entire O Society was shaken. What puzzled them even more was this person was also quite adept at business. Someone couldn't help but murmur, if he does business so well, why does he still want to mix in the gang? In the corner, Chen Jiaju listened to the discussions, his lips slightly parted. The scene of the night raid from that evening rose again. Under the lights, Chun Dao's young and composed face didn't even flinch when pressed to the ground. Chen Jiajun took a deep breath, his voice low. Chen Dao, last time I let you go. Just wait, next time I will personally. On the stage, the person in charge and several senior officials were whispering. Chen Dao's situation was indeed tricky. Countless clashes and confrontations continued without end. The superiors above had long made it clear his influence must be dismantled as soon as possible. The person in charge raised his hand, and the entire venue fell silent. He scanned the room and adjusted the microphone. Cough. After confirming the clarity of the sound, he spoke calmly yet with strength. Everyone should be clear about Chun Dao's situation today. Oh, I will not repeat myself. The duty of the O Department is to keep a close watch on these gang members. No matter how many men they have or how powerful they are, as long as they break the law, they must be arrested. In the past month, the number of clashes has exceeded that of the past several years, combined with more and more people getting involved. This is blatant provocation of the law. He paused, his expression darkening, his voice growing heavier. With the approval of the higher-ups, a special task force will be established from today to specifically monitor Chen Dao. The goal is singular: at all costs, take him down. As soon as the words left his mouth, the meeting room erupted in turmoil. What a joke. Chen Dao's current power was too overwhelming. Even many police officers avoided him. Who would dare provoke him easily? Especially someone so ruthless and hot-tempered. Who knew what would happen if they angered him? But the person in charge had made a decision, and no one dared to oppose him openly. Everyone responded in unison, yes, sir. The person in charge nodded and turned to a senior inspector beside him. Yes, you will be fully responsible for this matter. Yes, sir. Huang Jiqing, a character from Infernal Affairs, immediately stood up and saluted, accepting the task. After the meeting, the entire O Department was in an uproar. Hearing that they were going to move against Chun Dao, everyone felt tense. In the office, Huang Jiqing stared at the file on Chun Dao, his frown deepening. A bullied youth suddenly turned around and killed someone. In such a short time, he gathered a large gang. And he even opened his own factory. This person is not simple. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Come in. He put down the file and looked up. Chen Jiajun pushed the door open and stood straight. Huang, sir, I want to join the special task force. On the other side, in a bar called Heaven. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Tony entered and respectfully nodded at Chen Dao. Dao Ge, you were looking for me. Chen Dao gestured to the opposite side. Sit. Tony sat down, raising his head to wait for instructions. Chen Dao did not rush to speak, first lighting a cigarette and smiling faintly. Do you want to rise in rank? Tony was taken aback, but after a few seconds his eyes lit up. Those in the Underworld did not wish to remain as errand runners for life. Everyone wanted to rise to have their words count. Tony certainly wanted that too. He nodded vigorously. Dao Ge, just say it. I will not hesitate. Very well. Chen Dao nodded, satisfied. Since you want to rise, I will give you this opportunity. However, there's no need to risk your life or take any unnecessary chances. Help me with something. If you succeed, I will personally help you rise in rank. Tony's face broke into a wide grin. Having followed Chen Dao for over a month, he knew well Dao Gun never made empty promises. If he said he would give an opportunity, he definitely would. Without hesitation, he replied, Dao Guim at your service. Chen Dao pushed a file folder across the table. Take a look at this. Tony opened it with confusion and pulled out the documents. Just a glance left his mouth agape. Inside were profiles of individuals, each stating clear background, no criminal record, clean history. This. He looked up, his face filled with confusion. These are my new recruits. Chen Dao exhaled slowly. And this is your first task. My only requirement is not a single one is to be left behind. This was his next plan, to send this group of clean individuals to the police academy. Silently infiltrating the police academy. In the underworld, one path leads to death, and in the end there is only one road to take. To survive longer, one must be capable in both the black and white worlds. Chen Dao was well aware of these truths. He was laying out a grand plan to conquer the entire white world system of Xiangjiang. Tony swallowed instinctively after hearing all this. He immediately understood Chen Dao's intentions. Looking down at the document in his hand, his mouth fell open wide, nearly unable to close. Too shocking. His boss could really find a group of clean background, utterly innocent subordinates. This skill was unattainable for ordinary people. If this task is completed, you can rise in rank. Do you dare to accept? I will give it my all, and will not let Dao go down. Tony snapped back to reality and quickly nodded in agreement. In fact, it wasn't difficult. In this day and age, as long as the background was clean, and with a little money, getting into the police academy was no problem at all. After leaving the private room, he clutched the documents, still in shock and unable to recover. Dao Ge is even more impressive than I imagined. Each time it was more surprising. His skills were extraordinary, his business acumen top-notch, and now he was even starting to plan within the police system. Tony was even more convinced he had followed the right person. The boss was truly formidable. After his reflection, he did not dare to delay and immediately took the documents to find those clean background subordinates to swiftly arrange their enrollment at the police academy. On the other side, at a roadside barbecue stall. Following Dao Ge is just delightful. Since I followed Dao Ge, those debt collectors don't even dare to show their faces around me. Damn, this feeling is just amazing. Brotherfly gulped down a large mouthful of beer, laughing so hard his eyes disappeared. Before following Chen Dao, he was constantly pursued by debt collectors, finding it hard to even catch his breath. And now, the people who used to look down on him now treated him with the utmost respect, calling him Brotherfly. He was becoming increasingly clear. Only by following such a ruthless character could one truly find a way out. Beside him, Ahua took a sip of wine and nodded with a smile. Following Dao Ge is the best choice I've made in my life. Brotherfly heard this and immediately threw an arm around his shoulder, letting out a loud burp. Right? I think so too. Ahua frowned and pushed him away in disgust. Brotherfly was not offended, chuckling as he raised his glass. Cheers to Dao Ge. Cheers to Dao Ge. Ahua raised his glass as well. The two clinked their glasses, continuing to eat meat and drink heartily. Ahua had never felt this relaxed. Since following Chen Dao, life had stabilized. No more trouble every few days, nor worries about money. Thinking of this, his respect for Chen Dao deepened further. Where there was joy, there was also misfortune. In an abandoned factory in the suburbs of Xiangjiang. Damn it. Are you here to wait for death? Standing here like a statue. Why aren't you finding me some outlets? A middle-aged man with an oily face and a big belly was raging, kicking at the little brothers beside him. His name was Lame Wang. Once a gang member, his legs were broken in a fight, and after being kicked out of the gang, he turned to selling counterfeit goods. He originally made a fortune in this business and lived a comfortable life. But recently it had become increasingly difficult. In the past, no one paid attention to counterfeit goods, and the number of people involved was minimal, allowing him to steadily dominate the market. Now things have changed. Chen Dao entered the scene with great fanfare, throwing in capital, hiring workers, and enhancing technology, transforming his factory into the largest counterfeit goods factory in Xiangjiang. The goods are cheap and of stable quality, making clients eager to buy. The warehouse of the Limping King is piled high with goods long forgotten and neglected. His regular customers have all flocked to Chen Dao. His counterfeit goods are simply unsellable. They are accumulating more and more in the factory. Every day incurs losses to the point where he might have to sell his own underwear. Boss, stop hitting. Boss, it's really not our fault. Chen Dao's goods are too popular. Once his factory opened, all our goods fell into our hands. The little brother on the ground, curled up from the beating, truly couldn't take it anymore and quickly begged for mercy. After a long while, the Limping King finally snorted coldly and ceased his assault. What, Chen Dao? Nonsense. Do you understand the order of things? He barged in without a greeting. Does he know? If he doesn't let me live, then no one can have peace. The Limping King, having earned enough over the years, indulged in food, drink, and pleasure, and had long ceased to care about the affairs of the underworld. He had no idea who Chen Dao was, or how ruthless he could be. Lighting a cigarette, his face darkened. Go, bring me a few people. The little brother, bruised and swollen, didn't dare to delay and rushed out of the factory. Walking through the factory, seeing the unsold counterfeit goods scattered everywhere, the limping king gritted his teeth. I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch me, I'll fight you to the death. I want to see if you really have 3 heads and 6. A little over 10 minutes later, that little brother returned, bringing a few Seijo boys with him. Boss, I brought them. The limping king turned around, glanced at them, and nodded. These few are the bottom-tier thugs in Xiangjiang. They do the job as long as they are paid regardless of right or wrong. He got straight to the point. A new counterfeit goods factory has opened in Xiangjiang. Do you know about it? I want you to smash it tonight. Saying this, he pulled out a few Hong Kong dollars from his pocket. This money is to treat you to a late-night snack. If the job is done, there will be rewards. The Seijo boys exchanged glances. The leader hesitantly asked, Big brother, are you talking about the factory that opened a month ago? The limping king slammed the table. That's the one. After confirming it was Chun Dao's factory, the man's expression changed. He didn't reach out for the money and said with a grim face, B-boss, I heard the people behind this factory are not to be messed with. What the hell are you afraid of? The limping king scoffed. They'll take the blame if anything happens. Are you taking the money or not? After a discussion, they still reached out to accept the money. You can rest assured we'll take care of it. That night outside the factory, a few shadows quietly approached the vicinity of the factory. Big brother, it's right here. Go. Smash all the windows. At the command, the group immediately scattered. Bang! The first stone shattered the glass, breaking the silence. Others followed suit. A few minutes later, they fled, leaving no trace behind. By the time the security guards rushed out, the area was already deserted. However, the commotion was too loud and had alarmed quite a number of thugs nearby. Everyone looked in the direction of the noise and immediately recognized this was Chun Dao's factory. The entire street suddenly erupted in chaos. Look, Chun Dao's factory has been smashed. Now there's a good show to watch. Is it just a factory? Why the panic? Do you know whose factory it is? Whose, eh? It's Chun Dao's. Anyone who dares to touch his things, no matter who it is, will die. Is it him? No wonder. Xiangjiang just calmed down for a few days, and now it's going to be chaotic again. Tisk, it's going to be interesting. Who are you? I can watch wherever I want. What does it have to do with you? As the onlookers chatted excitedly, they were suddenly interrupted and turned back cursing. But upon seeing who it was, their mouths opened halfway, only to shut abruptly. Gee, Jimmy. Jimmy scanned the crowd with an expressionless face, snorted coldly, and waved his hand, clear them all out. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of little brothers in black quickly gathered. The crowd was swiftly dispersed, and no one dared to utter a word. They understood these little brothers were all Chun Dao's men. Who would dare provoke that master? Have you found out who did it? A little brother shook his head. I didn't see. By the time we rushed out, the people had already run off. Jimmy frowned. He surveyed the surroundings. Glass was shattered everywhere, the factory door was askew, and the equipment suffered little damage, but the scene was clearly meticulously planned: clear entry and exit routes, decisive actions, and a quick retreat. This wasn't a fight, it was a provocation. A provocation specifically aimed at Chun Dao. His expression darkened. How could someone actually dare to act here? After a moment of silence, he took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Keep searching. Reinforce the manpower and drag those people out for me. Yes. With the order given, another batch of little brothers was rapidly dispatched to the factory's surroundings, searching every street and alley. Jimmy pondered for a moment before getting into a car. This matter couldn't be kept under wraps. He understood Chun Dao's temper too well. He might be able to gloss over smashing another venue, but this was Chun Dao's factory. It had to be reported immediately. The news quickly spread and Xiangjiang was thrown into turmoil. At the Hongxing headquarters, on Nan, something happened. Shanji grabbed Chen Haonan and dragged him out of the bar, his forehead drenched in sweat. What happened? As the two stepped out the door, Chen Haonan was still in a daze. Shanji hurriedly said, Chun Dao's counterfeit goods factory was smashed. What a... Chen Haonan was instantly stunned, his first reaction being that Shanji was behind it. Without a second thought, he pulled out a wad of cash and stuffed it into Shanji's pocket. Are you crazy? I've told you countless times, do not mess with that person. Huh? Shanji was bewildered, just about to explain, when Chen Haonan pushed and pulled him into the car. There's no time for this now. He's definitely going to retaliate. You better run. Keep your distance and wait for the storm to pass. Shanji felt even more frustrated. He finally understood what Chen Haonan was thinking. Oh Nan, let me finish. It really wasn't me. Chen Haonan paused, furrowing his brows, staring at Shanji for several seconds. Only after confirming it wasn't him did he slowly relax. With the misunderstanding cleared, the two found a secluded corner to sit. Chen Haonan lit a cigarette, exhaling a long breath. Damn. I really thought your brain had fried. It really wasn't me. Then do you know who it was? Shanji shook his head. I haven't caught a whiff of it yet. He wiped the sweat from his brow and continued. I was just wandering near the factory when suddenly a group of people rushed and smashed things up and left. Their movements were quick and efficient, definitely premeditated. Now it's all chaotic over there. Jimmy is leading people to search the streets. Chen Haonan remained silent for a long while after hearing this. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Who are these desperate fools? Who would dare provoke him? He had personally witnessed how Chun Dao single-handedly penetrated Hong Xing, how he executed Liang Kuan with a single shot. Even when Jiang Tianxing offered a bounty for 2 hall masters, no one in Hong Xing dared to take on that job. Shanji shrugged. Exactly. The factory didn't suffer significant losses, but this incident is equivalent to slapping Chun Dao in the face. He will definitely not let it slide. Chun Haonan nodded lightly. After a month of calm, it's likely to get chaotic again. On the other side, Wu Yinggu and Hua were stunned upon hearing this incident. Someone actually dared to lay hands on the big boss. Aren't you afraid of death? Have they caught the person? Hua asked Brother Wu Ying. Brother Wu Ying shook his head. Jimmy's men said they haven't seen anything yet. They left after the attack, clearly well prepared. Hua frowned. Whoever dares to provoke Dao Gu, regardless of who it is, it's over for them this time. At this moment at the O Record headquarters, Sir Huang, something's happened with Chun Dao. Huang Jiqing was analyzing Chun Dao's movements with Chun Jiaju when a police officer rushed in to report. The two exchanged glances, their expressions heavy. How long has it been? Can't sit still anymore. The officer immediately replied. The surveillance team just called. Chun Dao's great factory was attacked. The assailants fled quickly, and now he has his men casting a wide net across the city, searching frantically. What? Chun Jiaju was taken aback. Who dares to mess with Chun Dao at this time? In the entire O Record, who would dare to provoke him openly? Who did it? Are they courting death? Huang Jiqing was also surprised. He raised his hand to signal the officer to leave first, and once the door closed, he sat down again. Sir Huang. Chun Jiaju leaned closer. Who do you think it could be? I really can't think of anyone so bold. He paused, suddenly recalling something. Could it be Hong Xing? Chun Dao just took out 2 of their hall masters. They should do something in retaliation, right? Huang Jiqing frowned even tighter. Initially, he had thought the same. But then he reconsidered. Hong Xing is a major gang in Xianjiang. After Chun Dao trampled them so severely, they would only send a few people to smash a factory. It seemed too petty. Wouldn't it be a joke if word got out? He couldn't figure it outside and took out a cigarette, lighting it. Who? The smoke slowly dispersed. His expression grew serious. I don't know who did it. But one thing is for certain. Someone is going to be in big trouble. That can't be right. It's just a few broken windows. Chun Jiaju blurted out. Huang Jiqing shook his head. It's different. Chun Dao is not the kind of person who reasons things out. He would never pretend not to see something that slaps him in the face. His expression darkened. This matter was far from over. Chun Dao would definitely retaliate. He looked at Chun Jiaju, his tone serious. Immediately increase the manpower. Keep a close watch on him. 247. No matter who is behind this, our primary focus is on Chun Dao. We must not let him cause a major incident. Also, unless absolutely necessary, don't provoke him. He is truly insane. If angered, he can do anything. Huang Jiqing understood. If he really pushed Chun Dao to the edge, it wouldn't just be a threat when he stormed into the O Record headquarters. As for the consequences, he wouldn't even think about it. Chun Jiaju nodded. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Not far outside the factory, a group of black-clad thugs were still searching everywhere, with shouts echoing. Nearby, the man known as a Gui, who had been driven away by Chun Dao, watched from a distance, sighing. I don't know which unfortunate soul would provoke him at this time. Isn't that courting death? As discussions spread across the streets of Xianjiang, at the Paradise Bar inside a private room. This is interesting. Chun Dao had an expressionless face, leisurely swirling the glass in his hand. The air was tense. Jimmy stood in front of him, hands down, forehead covered in sweat, breathing lightly. He had just relayed the details of the factory being attacked. After a moment of silence, Chun Dao set down his glass and looked up at Jimmy. Who did it? He smiled and waved his hand. Forget it. This matter is no longer important. To dare to smash my store means they don't take me, Chun Dao, seriously. Seeing Jimmy drenched in sweat, he waved his hand, his tone calm. This matter doesn't concern you. You may leave. Bring Hua and Brother Wu Ying here. Yes. Jimmy instantly sighed in relief and quickly left. A few minutes later, the door to the room was pushed open. Hua and Brother Wu Ying walked in one after the other. Dao Gu, you called for us. The two stood straight, hands at their sides. You heard about the factory being attacked, right? Chun Dao looked at them. They nodded. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I'm giving you an opportunity to rise in rank. Find out who did it. Are you willing to take it? Their eyes lit up, their hearts raced. A chance to rise. Who wouldn't want that? Thank you, Dao Gu, for the opportunity. Hua immediately responded, tugging at Brother Wu Ying's sleeve, and they both bowed. Chun Dao raised his hand to signal them to stop their thanks. Not yet. Each of you will have 50 subordinates with a deadline to solve the case. If you can't find out who did it, you won't be able to stay here with me anymore. Wu Ying and Hua perked up. With 100 subordinates in hand, this matter was secure. We will not disappoint your trust, Dao Gu. Thank you, Dao Gu. They clasped their fists and turned to leave. As soon as they were out, they dialed Tony's number. He was already waiting on the other end. Congratulations. 100 subordinates are ready. Come and collect them anytime. Hang up. As soon as the call ended, Hua and Brother Wu Ying exchanged a glance, their faces filled with uncontainable excitement. This time they were truly going to take the top position. Soon they met Tony. Recently, Tony had been heavily relied upon by Chun Dao, and even the coordination of the thugs was under his management. Congratulations to both of you, Tony greeted them with a smile. This time, you will also be rising in rank. They nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Wu-Ying leaned closer and whispered, Tony, what exactly did Daogu assign you? Why has he suddenly elevated you? Tony raised an eyebrow, smiling without answering. Want to know? Go ask Daogu yourself. Brother Wu-Ying stiffened, scratched his head, and awkwardly stepped back. Ask Chen Dao. Forget it, he didn't want to run into trouble. Ahua shot him a glance, focus on the important matters. Brother Wu-Ying hurriedly nodded. At this moment, Tony clapped his hands 3 times. In the surrounding shadows, teams of black-clad thugs emerged one after another, quickly forming ranks and standing straight. These are all the people Daogu has assigned to you. Tony turned to the thugs and called out loudly, from now on you will follow the orders of Ahua and Wu-Ying. Yes. The voices echoed in unison. Tony walked over to Brother Wu-Ying and patted his shoulder firmly. Work hard, don't let Daogu down. The two looked at the neatly arranged black-clad group, nodding heavily. That night, Ahua and Brother Wu-Ying, along with this group of people led by Jimmy, began a comprehensive search around the factory. Ahua nodded, took out a few Hong Kong dollars, and handed them to the man to send him away. Without waiting to catch his breath, he and Brother Wu-Ying charged in ahead. Inside, as a few people were about to run, they were intercepted. The black-clad thugs acted swiftly and captured them all. Ahua fixed his gaze on one of them. Tell me who instructed you to smash Daogu's place. The man was already terrified and trembling as he confessed. They were hired by the crippled king. Just as he finished speaking, in the shadows at the alley entrance, the crippled king was sneaking up. Looking up, the entire alley was surrounded by black-clad men. His legs went weak and his face turned pale. What kind of person had he gotten himself involved with? He dared not delay for even a second, turned and ran. After thinking for a moment, he headed straight for a barbecue stall at the street corner, where he found his relative Ague, the one who had previously been driven away by Chen Dao. If Chen Dao were present, he would recognize him at a glance. Ague, you must save me this time. Money is not a problem, I'll pay whatever it takes. Please help me. Upon seeing Ague, the lame Wang became anxious and incoherent. Although Ague was merely a small leader among the periphery of Lianqing, he was already quite fearsome in the eyes of ordinary people. Usually when the lame Wang got into trouble, Ague could always settle it. It was just a matter of how much money was involved. Seeing him arrive, Ague was not surprised. Who did you offend this time? Speak up, and I will help you suppress it. Upon hearing this, the lame Wang was overjoyed and hurriedly narrated the entire story. But as soon as he heard the name, Chen Dao, Ague froze on the spot, his face turning pale. Are you crazy? Dare to touch him? You are jumping into the fire pit yourself. Offending Chen Dao. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you. I truly cannot help you with this. After saying that, he unleashed a barrage of curses. The lame Wang stood there dumbfounded, his mind a blank. In the past, it was always a matter of money being in place to settle things. No matter how small Ague was, he was still affiliated with Lianqing, who wouldn't give him some respect. Why was the reaction so severe this time? When Ague finally finished cursing and took a breath, the lame Wang trembled and extended 5 fingers. I will give you 1 million. Right now. As long as you are willing to take action, I will transfer it to you immediately. 1 million is a huge sum for a small leader like Ague, who manages a few venues and oversees dozens of people. For the lame Wang, it was the last of his savings. Yet Ague not only remained unmoved, but grew even angrier. You want me to risk my life to help you? This is no longer just about money. Once you cross paths with him, no one can save you. Whoever meddles will die. The lame Wang felt a chill run down his spine, and finally understood the situation was 1,000 times more serious than he had imagined. Is this person really that powerful? Ague sneered and beckoned him closer with a finger. The lame Wang was taken aback, but still leaned in. Slap. A resounding slap landed on his face. All you think about is chasing girls, and you don't pay attention to the news on the streets. Chen Dao started as a 49er, relying solely on his fists, and within 2 months, he climbed to the level of a Lianqing Hall master. Big D and Alu have both been beaten by him. When Hongxing's Liang Kuan provoked him, he directly led a group into the Hongxing headquarters, killed Liang Kuan, and even dealt with the prince. After finishing his words in one breath, Ague gulped down a beer, lit a cigarette, and spoke in a low voice. Do you know how long it took him to climb up? Not even 60 days. Now he has over 1,000 subordinates. He is not just hard to deal with. He is someone you die just by getting involved with, understand? This. The lame Wang gasped cold air, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. It was over. He regretted it deeply. But he had already offended someone. The lame Wang got up with a thud, his face pale, and tightly grasped Agui's arm. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please save me this time. We're relatives. Relatives? Nonsense. Agui's anger flared up, and he kicked the lame Wang to the ground, pointing at his nose and yelling. If it weren't for our relationship, I would have long since washed my hands of it. How many messes have I cleaned up for you over the years? Can you even count them? But this time, I can't afford to offend him, and I cannot help you. That person I don't even dare to think about. The lame Wang trembled all over, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. He gasped for breath, struggling to sit up, his voice trembling then. Is it too late to admit my mistake now? Money. He'll pay whatever it takes. Ague looked at his pitiful appearance and softened a little in his heart, but his words remained tough. He sighed, deeply shaking his head. It's too late. If you bow your head now, maybe you can still save your wife and child's lives. He had seen how Chun Dao dealt with people. Once was enough. He didn't want to see it happen a second time. The last glimmer of hope on the lame Wang's face went out completely. Ague paused for a moment and added, don't think about running away. Unless you can send your entire family out of the port tonight without leaving anyone behind. I won't let you go either. If I let you slip away once that person finds out I eased up, I won't survive either. So are you going to come with me to admit your fault, or should I have someone tie you up and take you there? We are at least relatives, don't make me do something difficult. The lame Wang said nothing. After a long while his body slumped sitting on the ground and hoarsely said, he'll go with you. Just please take care of my family. He understood. Chen Dao was not just a thug, he was a devil. This kind of person, once he made a move, could really wipe out a family. Bowing his head now was his only way to survive. Ague silently handed him a bottle of cold beer. Drink a bit, so you can appear more presentable when you meet Daogo later. Remember, next life be sure to know who you're dealing with before you speak up. On the other side, search. Every alley, every shop, every car, search them all. If we can't find him today, no one gets to leave. Ahua and brother Wu Ying discovered that the mastermind was the lame Wang and immediately spread their net across the city. The commotion was too great, causing passers-by to take a detour, and even the officers from the O department, who saw a sea of black-clad men, quietly retreated to the street corner, not daring to approach. They understood. These were Chun Dao's men. That name was one they didn't even dare to speak loudly. Just as they were searching intensively, a younger brother rushed over and whispered a few words in Ahua's ear. Found him. Brother Wu Ying was taken aback. Really? Ahua's lips curved slightly. The lame Wang has been captured. Where is he? Ahua didn't answer, turning around and walking away. Brother Wu Ying immediately followed. The two quickly arrived at the street corner. Agui's car was parked by the roadside, the engine still running. The lame Wang huddled in the back seat, his head drooping so low it seemed he had lost his bones. Ahua recognized Ague at a glance. You are Ague. Ague nodded and moved aside, revealing the disheveled man behind him, lame Wang. The factory demolition was orchestrated by him. I brought him here to admit his fault to Daogo in person. Ahua and brother Wu Ying exchanged glances, remaining silent, but both understood. The boss was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Brother Wu Ying waved his hand behind him, and several younger brothers immediately stepped forward to search Ague and the lame Wang thoroughly. Confirming they weren't carrying weapons, Ahua nodded. Let's go. On the other side, Chen Sir, are we really going in? I heard that Chen Dao is not to be underestimated. Maybe we should just stay out here. Chen Jiaju brought two officers to the entrance of the Paradise Bar. One officer hesitated in his steps and quietly said. Chen Jiaju glanced at him, not angry, just gently patted his shoulder. You don't have to come in with me, just wait for me outside. But the man still wanted to persuade, but Chen Jiaju had already turned and walked toward the bar's entrance. The two had no choice but to retreat across the street, keeping a distance. Stop. Just as he reached the entrance, two black-clad security guards immediately blocked his way. Chen Jiaju took out his ID and waved it in front of them. Please report. O Department's Chen Jiaju wants to see Mr. Chen Dao urgently. The other party didn't even glance at the ID, just whispered a few words to the person beside him, then coldly spat out two words, wait. After saying that, they turned and entered the bar without looking back. Almost simultaneously, 7 or 8 black-clad men surrounded him, silently positioning themselves precisely, not touching or leaning against him, yet tightly encircling Chen Jiaju. Any slight movement from him would lead to immediate restraint. Chen Jiaju's heart tightened. These are no thugs. They are clearly trained professionals. Just when he felt anxious, the security guard who had been inside came out. Follow me. Not much was said, and he turned and walked away. Chen Jiaju quickly followed. They passed through the noisy hall and turned down a few corridors before finally stopping in front of a private room door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A voice from inside, Chen Dao responded. The door was pushed open. Chen Jiaju walked in and immediately saw Chen Dao sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping from a wine glass. Chen Dao lifted his gaze, a slight smirk on his lips, yet his tone was devoid of warmth. OJI's esteemed presence, what an unusual visitor. What's the matter? Chen Jiaju frowned. I've heard that your factory was vandalized. Let's leave it at that, don't escalate things. He understood Chen Dao's influence. If things got out of hand, no one could rein it back in. Today he had to brace himself to stabilize the situation. But Chen Dao simply slammed his wine glass down with a bang, his expression unchanged. I don't know. Chen Jiaju's frown deepened. He immediately recalled the last time, when his men took the blame for Chen Dao and confessed on the spot. Here we go again. This guy is about to flip the table. Don't force me to take action. Chen Jiaju's tone darkened as his hand rested on the handcuffs at his waist. Either come back with me to OG now, or stop this immediately. Threatening me. Chen Dao sneered and suddenly stood up. Chen Jiaju instantly tensed up. But Chun Dao, he lifted his wine glass, walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and casually threw the glass down to the empty ground below. Crash. The sound of shattering glass echoed just as. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hurried footsteps erupted. Following closely was the clanging of metal pipes striking the ground, growing louder as they approached, shaking the floor. Chen Jiaju was taken aback, still processing. Chun Dao had already returned to the sofa, lifting his chin towards the window. I suggest you take a look outside. Chen Jiaju's expression darkened as he walked over slowly. Looking down, the entire street was filled with people. Countless figures stood silently, like a dark wave. The street below was packed with men in black, each holding a weapon, standing motionless, all gazing up at Chen Jiaju. There were so many people, it was a sea of shadows. A rough estimate showed at least 1,000. This was an unabashed display of power. Just as Chen Jiaju threatened to arrest Chen Dao immediately summoned 1,000 men to stand guard at the entrance of the Paradise Bar. The meaning was clear: if you dare to move against me, consider the consequences. Chen Jiaju gulped. That feeling of being utterly suppressed returned. Outside the Paradise Bar, the underlings from various gangs all gathered to watch the spectacle, each one wide-eyed in shock. Chen Dao really dares to do this. Crazy. Truly insane. 1,000 people in formation. Isn't he afraid of OG raiding his lair? The news spread like wildfire throughout Xiangjiang. At the headquarters of Lianqing, Fei Ji, Dongguan Kid, and Big Head froze upon hearing the news. This Chen Dao is too arrogant, Fei Ji exclaimed. At the Hongxing tea restaurant, Chun Haonan with a cigarette in his mouth was shocked after Shan Ji hung up the phone. 1,000 people on display. Doesn't he fear OG coming for him? Chun Haonan chuckled bitterly. Who has he ever feared? Shan Ji was taken aback, speechless. His eyes, however, shone with excitement. He wanted to be that bold for once. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Chun Haonan stood up, patting his shoulder. He's relying on sheer audacity and ruthlessness. We can't compare, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. He lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Xiangjiang is about to turn upside down again. In the front row of the bar, Tony was sweating profusely, his heart racing. It turns out that as soon as Chun Dao heard that OG was looking for him, he immediately had Tony quietly gather people all for this moment. In front of the police, a formation of 1,000 people. So exhilarating. What he only dared to do in dreams before was finally realized today. He murmured softly, this is what a true big brother looks like. At this moment, a Hua and Fly brother rushed over, supporting the limping Wang. From afar, they saw a sea of people and immediately tensed up. Once they recognized it was their own, they breathed a sigh of relief. What is Dao Ge doing? Unclear. A Hua shook his head. Fly brother gazed at the crowd and the police cars parked in the distance, his eyes gleaming. 1,000 people on display. The cops are watching right beside us. A big boss is truly a big boss. Wang the limper sat in the car, trembling like a leaf. This is Chun Dao. It's over. I should have known better than to provoke him. But now it's too late to regret. He could only close his eyes and pray. At least don't let it hurt too much. At OG headquarters. Officer Huang. Something big has happened. A police officer suddenly burst into Huang Ziqing's office, pale-faced. Huang Ziqing looked up, his heart sinking. What happened? Paradise Bar. 1,000 people on display. The phones. What a Paradise Bar. Chun Dao's territory. Huang Ziqing instantly understood it was Chun Dao's doing. What was he planning? 1,000 people in formation, openly challenging. Isn't he afraid of the consequences? He immediately thought of Chen Jiaju. Just sent him to warn Chun Dao not to escalate things. And now this happened. Chen Jiaju was most likely already missing. Huang Ziqing abruptly stood up. Quick. Prepare the car, we're going to Paradise Bar. Before he could finish speaking, Huang Ziqing, what on earth are you doing? A furious voice rang out from outside. The head of OG burst in, red-faced with anger, not giving Huang Ziqing a chance to speak, launching into a tirade. You can't even keep an eye on one person. How could he cause such a massive commotion? 1,000 people on display. Do you know what this means, eh? The scolding continued for a long time. The OG leader yelled until his voice was hoarse. Huang Ziqing quickly seized the opportunity, hurriedly saying, Sir, I'll handle it immediately. Rest assured I will definitely settle this matter. The leader's face remained grim, his anger still simmering. But he didn't continue to yell. Scolding wouldn't solve the problem. After such a major incident, someone had to step up. He stared at Huang Ziqing fiercely, his voice low. If you can't handle it, my position is at stake and none of you will be able to stay. After saying this, he slammed the door and left. Huang Ziqing stood there feeling overwhelmed. He truly hadn't expected things to escalate like this. This, Chen Dao. How dare he? Not the slightest fear of causing trouble. He's simply a reckless madman. Officer Huang, we have all personnel ready. A police officer reported quickly. Huang Ziqing waved his hand. Let's go. Stepping out of the OG building, the area was already filled with police cars. As he got into the car, the entire convoy immediately headed towards Paradise Bar. Half an hour later, the OG police team arrived. Huang Ziqing stepped out, and without hesitation ordered the scene to be sealed off. Hundreds of fully armed police quickly set up a cordon encircling the Paradise Bar. At this moment, Tony marched over with over 1,000 of his men. Stop. What do you want? If you take another step forward, I will open fire. Seeing the mass of people approaching, the OG officers grew tense, raising their shields and aiming their guns, all targeting Tony and his crew. Tony, however, remained unfazed. He was never afraid of anything, and after following Chun Dao, he had soaked up that fierce and reckless spirit. Open fire. He sneered. Officer is taking a stroll at night, a crime. If you have the guts, go ahead. We're just defending ourselves. That surely isn't assaulting an officer, right? He waved his hand. Roar. Instantly, over 1,000 of his underlings raised their knives in unison, their blades gleaming. This display even made the trained police officers' hearts skip a beat. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, Huang Ziqing stepped out from the officers. He displayed his badge. I am Huang Ziqing from OG. Strolling isn't illegal, but gathering to cause trouble is against the law. Disperse immediately. Otherwise, I have the authority to arrest you all for illegal assembly. Tony scoffed. Officer, who are you trying to scare? Which eye of yours saw us causing trouble? Want to make arrests? Why don't you try arresting someone? Bang! He suddenly smashed a soda bottle on the ground. His underlings immediately followed suit. Thud, thud, thud. In perfect unison, the flat sides of swords struck the ground, making the... He knew well, madmen only bred madmen. Chun Dao was a madman, and every one of his underlings was equally unpredictable. He drew a deep breath, first instructing his officers to hold their positions, then approached the two uniformed officers who had arrived with Chan Kki. Where is Chan Kki? He's gone inside. One officer stammered, pointing toward the entrance of Paradise Bar. Huang Ziqing gazed at the tightly shut doors, his expression grave. He understood fully this entire incident had been orchestrated by Chun Dao alone. To resolve it, he would have to confront Chun Dao himself. After briefing the outer perimeter units, he strode alone toward the bar's entrance. With the official intervention of the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau OCTB, the situation exploded. News swept across Hong Kong like wildfire, shaking the entire city. Soon, guided by one of Chun Dao's men, Huang Ziqing arrived at the private room where Chun Dao was seated. Pushing the door open, he immediately spotted Chan Kki locked in confrontation with Chun Dao. Superintendent Huang. Before Chan Kki could finish, Huang Ziqing raised a hand, silencing him. He did not blame Chan Kki. Anyone facing Chun Dao would find themselves in an impossible position. His eyes flickered to the pair of handcuffs still clutched tightly in Chan Kki's hand, and in that instant everything became clear. Huang Ziqing exhaled slowly, locking his gaze directly onto Chun Dao. 1,000 men assembled in formation. Such a spectacle. Do you truly feel no fear of the consequences? Consequences? Sorry, I never gave them a thought. Chun Dao sat calmly on the sofa, swirling red wine in his glass, without even glancing at Huang Ziqing. What I do know is this. You OCTB officers entered my premises without a search warrant or arrest order, intending to seize me by force. My brothers refused to allow it. Their actions were entirely spontaneous. I knew nothing of them. The sheer contempt and provocation lacing Chun Dao's words nearly made Huang Ziqing choke with fury. Chun Dao, order your men to disperse, immediately. I told you. I have nothing to do with this, Chun Dao said, languidly finishing his wine. If you're in such a hurry, go downstairs and shout it yourself. Whether they obey you or not is beyond my control. Huang Ziqing stared at the cold, mocking smile on Chun Dao's face, his fists clenching until his knuckles cracked. This man wasn't just a Triad boss. He was a lunatic. Do you fear arrest? Arrest me, by all means. Chun Dao's tone remained utterly placid, as if discussing the weather. Then after a pause he added softly. Just a word of caution. Each of my brothers holds fast to his convictions. None fears death. Should you force matters and chaos ensues, don't lay the blame at my feet. From beginning to end, I issued no orders. I did not appear. Huang Ziqing's chest heaved violently, but not a single retort escaped his lips. He remembered clearly from last time how fanatically loyal these men were. If violence erupted, the floor below would ignite instantly. Yet not a single soul would ever implicate Chun Dao. All effort wasted, and worse, all reputations tarnished. Silence stretched for several seconds. Huang Ziqing inhaled deeply, his eyes burning crimson as he fixed Chun Dao with a searing stare, then abruptly turned away. We're leaving. But Chan Kki attempted to protest. Leave now. Huang Ziqing's command was absolute, brooking no dissent. Safe travels. Huang Ziqing paused mid-step, turned back and fixed Chun Dao with a frigid, piercing gaze, before uttering 4 icy words. Mind your own fate. Without another glance, he strode out of Paradise Bar, Chan Kki at his heels. Outside, a sea of people filled the street. Suppressing his fury, Huang Ziqing raised his hand sharply. Stand down. OCTB officers scrambled into their vehicles, as if released from prison. Within moments, the entire unit vanished, clean, silent, and utterly gone. Seeing this, Tony let out a sharp, disdainful snort, and uttered just one word. Disperse. Though the incident had ended, its shockwaves reverberated across all of Hong Kong. Was this a joke? 1,000-strong formation standing defiantly against the OCTB, only for the OCTB itself to retreat first. Which Triad dared such audacity? Only Chun Dao. From afar, Fei Ji and the other senior lieutenants of Linsheng stood roadside stunned speechless as the OCTB convoy slinked away in humiliating silence. The OCTB just left. Are we really meant to believe Chen Dao forced the OCTB to back down? That's utterly preposterous. Chen Dao is terrifying. Awe rippled through the crowd, every mouth agape, every heart pounding with reluctant admiration. Ordinarily, they'd cross the street to avoid OCTB officers. Today, roles were reversed. Even watching from afar sent shivers of exhilaration down their spines. Meanwhile, at the Hunghing headquarters, Shan Ji hung up the phone and froze rigid as stone, his face screamed. Chen Haonan, sensing something amiss, asked, "What's wrong?" Shan Ji took a long moment before lighting a cigarette, his voice parched and hoarse. Chen Dao's affair has drawn the OCTB's full attention. Rumor says hundreds of OCTB officers surrounded Paradise Bar. Guess what happened next? Chen Haonan blinked, lit his own cigarette, and replied instinctively. If the OCTB showed up, Chen Dao wouldn't dare stand firm. Probably both sides withdrew. You're half right. Shan Ji shook his head with a wry, bitter smile. The crowd dispersed, but only after the OCTB left. What does that mean? They say the OCTB commander went upstairs to speak with Chen Dao. No one knows what was said, but the OCTB turned and walked out on the spot. Only after they departed did Chen Dao's 1,000-strong force gradually melt away. Chen Haonan stared dumbfounded straight into Shan Ji's eyes. You mean? Chen Dao drove the OCTB away? Yes. Shan Ji exhaled a slow plume of smoke. Most likely. Chen Haonan and Shan Ji exchanged a long silent look. Neither had imagined it possible. The OCTB defeated. How long had it been since such a thing occurred? Both felt a jolt of awe and genuine respect for Chen Dao. Across all Hong Kong, only he possessed the audacity to make the OCTB bow its head. Outside Paradise Bar, the 1,000-strong throng had long since vanished. Only Tony and his two brothers remained rooted to the spot. That was incredible. When has the OCTB ever backed down like that? Brother Dao is ruthless. Even OCTB officers now give him a wide berth. Ahu rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. Aja nodded firmly, and Tony nodded too. Especially Tony, his chest still thudded wildly, his palms slick with sweat. To stand toe-to-toe with the OCTB, openly and unflinchingly. This was unprecedented. After a while, he let out a long, shuddering breath, and blurted out, "One day I'll stand just as tall." No sooner had the words left his lips than a black sedan glided smoothly to a halt. Ahua and Wu Ying stepped out. What exactly happened? The commotion was enormous. Tony glanced briefly into the car and replied, "The OCTB came for Brother Dao and left empty-handed." Oh, Ahua instantly grasped the meaning and smiled confidently. It seems Brother Dao truly is we've chosen well. Inside the car, Lame Wong slumped motionless in his seat, eyes glazed with terror. He was nearly unhinged. A man who could compel the OCTB to retreat. He dared not even breathe near him. He had kicked a steel plate, hard. His life, he feared, was forfeit. Tony turned and asked, "You're back? Did you apprehend him?" "Yes." Ahua gestured toward the car behind him. Unable to withstand the pressure, he surrendered himself. Came to beg forgiveness. Tony wasn't surprised. Who could sleep soundly after crossing Chen Dao? Better to kneel early, and perhaps suffer less. After brief pleasantries, Tony summoned several of his men. They filed into Paradise Bar in a steady stream. Moments later, Lame Wong was dragged into the private room. At the sight of Chen Dao, he collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud, forehead slamming onto the floor. "Brother Dao, I was blind. Please spare my life. Never again. I'll serve you as ox or horse without question." Chen Dao didn't look at him. He didn't speak. He merely lifted a hand, softly, deliberately, and spoke a single sentence. "In your next life, learn to assess your opponent before striking. Take him outside and dispose of him." Tony responded instantly, seizing Lame Wong's arm and dragging him out. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air, sudden, raw, and agonized. Then abruptly it ceased. Tony re-entered, pushing the door open. Blood spattered across his face. Gui's legs buckled. He dropped to the floor, trembling violently like a leaf in a gale. He'd heard tales of Chen Dao's ferocity, but witnessing it firsthand shattered his very soul. "Gui." Chen Dao glanced over. Gui's voice split apart. "Dao, Brother Dao, Casey Wong is my uncle. I truly did not know he had offended you. He came to me for help. The moment I heard he had crossed you, I brought him to apologize at once. This has nothing to do with me. I'm begging you, spare me." Chen Dao lounged half reclined on the sofa, his eyelids drooping, saying nothing. The private room was so still one could hear heartbeats. Cold sweat covered Gui, his throat tightened. He grew frantic and hurried on. "Brother Dao. Over the past years, he's been selling counterfeit goods and has stashed away a lot of money. I know all his accounts and where he hides his cash. He'll hand it all over to you. Just spare me this once." "I really didn't know." After a long silence, Chen Dao finally spoke, his voice very soft. "This time forget it. If there is a next time, consider the cost yourself." He turned to Ta and I. "Take men and go with him to retrieve the money. If he tries any tricks, execute him on the spot." "Yes." Tua and I answered immediately. Gui knelt on the floor and at last breathed a long sigh of relief. His life, it seemed, was spared. When they left, Jimmy in the corner stared at the dragged corpse of KZ Wang and understood one thing more clearly. In these times, doing business in Xianjiang without a patron meant you could not take a single step. He instinctively looked to Chen Dao. Chen Dao was now his only pillar. With Chen Dao protecting him, almost no one in Xianjiang dared lay a finger on him. OG office. Sir Huang, are you really going to let Chen Dao go like this? Chun Jiaju clenched his fist, his voice low but seething the 1,000-men exposure. Doing that right in front of OG. This isn't merely a slap in the face, it's trampling us into the dirt. Huang Ziqing's face went ashen. Tonight, Chen Dao had ground OJI's dignity into the dust. All of Xianjiang was talking. OJI's prestige had taken a sharp hit, especially among the societies. If Chen Dao dared act this way, others would follow suit. Furious as he was, he could not simply use force. Humph. He lit a cigarette, his eyes cold in the smoke. This man is a madman. Unless absolutely necessary, do not push him to turn hostile. If he gives the order, hundreds of men will run wild, and the situation will spiral completely out of control. Chen Jiaju nodded, then frowned. So what do we do next? He's far too brazen. Everyone from top to bottom is afraid of him now. If this continues, who will be able to rein him in? Huang Ziqing was silent a few seconds, then raised his head and said coldly, everyone mobilize at once. Keep Chen Dao under constant surveillance. If he even sneezes, report it to me. He paused, then added, if he causes trouble, arrest him on the spot. No need to— Yes. Chen Jiaju answered briskly. The office fell quiet. The more Huang Ziqing thought, the darker his mood. After all his years at OG and countless major cases, he had never seen anyone like Chen Dao. He flouted rules, feared neither death nor you. He was 10 times more troublesome than anticipated. Huang Ziqing could not help a sigh. Then he straightened, his gaze sharp as a blade. Chen Dao, you would do well to watch yourself. One day I will personally have you put away. People like you have no place in Xianjiang. Tianning Bar. With the KZ Wang matter settled, Chen Dao saw that Agui had no part in it and let him go. Agui did not move. Chen Dao drew a cigarette between his lips and gave him a cool once-over. Not leaving yet. Agui opened his mouth, his throat tight. He tried several times but could not speak. Chen Dao's brow twitched. What? Want to taste what happened to KZ Wang as well? No, I wouldn't dare. Agui trembled and waved his hands desperately. He bit his lip and at last threw caution to the wind. Brother Dao, give me a chance. I want to follow you. Not to idle away my days. I mean it. He had only heard of Chen Dao's ferocity before. Tonight he had seen with his own eyes the 1,000-men exposure, driving people off in front of OG without so much as a blink. Such boldness could not be matched elsewhere in Xianjiang. To be with such a man, even if it meant serving tea, was 100 times better than fighting alone. Chen Dao was unsurprised. With that reputation, it was only natural people would seek him out. He did not hurry to answer. Instead, he appraised Agui from head to toe. No old grudges, some sense the ability to rise to a leader's post. This showed he had skill. He could be of use. Fine. He exhaled smoke. Tuo and I. Brother Dao. Tuo and I stepped forward at once. He will be under your charge from now on. Yes. Tuo and I replied crisply. Agui's eyes lit up, and he almost knelt. Thank you, Brother Dao. Thank you, Brother Tuo and I. To enter Chen Dao's circle was the dream of countless lowly thugs. He had truly made it. Agui's affairs were settled. Chen Dao scanned everyone present, his gaze pausing briefly as it landed on Hua and Wu Ying. You did well today. I promised to elevate you before. I will not renege. He paused slightly, his tone calm. From today on, Hua, Wu Ying, and Tuo and I are my chief lieutenants. Thank you, Brother Dao. The three answered in unison, their voices taut, their eyes shining with light. Having been with Chen Dao for just over a month, they had already tasted a hint of real authority as underlings. Now that they were true lieutenants, the weight felt heavier and hotter, especially for Tuo and I. He had his sights set on this power. It was precisely what he had risked everything to climb toward. Chen Dao turned to Tuo and I. Continue to manage the underlings. Remember, no mistakes. Yes. Tuo and I answered at once. He understood the meaning behind those words. None of the informants could be allowed to slip through. With so many mouths to feed, he asked no more. Chen Dao withdrew his gaze and addressed Hua and Wu Ying in a steady voice. Hua, all venues under your name are yours to manage. Wu Ying will assist you. Each of you will be assigned 100 men. If any venue has trouble, it'll come only to the two of you. Yes, they answered together. Hua's expression remained composed while Wu Ying clenched his fists. Having men and venues under his command was something he had never even dared to dream of. He trembled with excitement. If there's nothing else, disperse. Chen Dao finished and looked up at Jimmy. Jimmy, come with me for a moment. He rose and left the private room. Jimmy hurried after him. The two soon entered a quiet room next door. Brother Dao, what's the matter? Jimmy asked. Chen Dao did not answer at once. He sat in the boss chair, closed his eyes to steady his breath, and silently opened the system interface. Tonight's 1,000-men exposure and the rout of OG had sent his reputation soaring. His number of followers had climbed to 1,800. With so many people, they could not remain idle. The previous underlings had been assigned to the venues and the counterfeit goods factory. This new doubling created a fresh problem of placement. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, lit a cigarette, and asked Jimmy, has the factory been repaired? Yes. The damage was not severe, it is already back in operation. Hurry with the expansion. But Chun Dao knew even if they enlarged the factory, it would not hold so many people. He needed a new path. Relying solely on selling counterfeit goods was too slow and too thin. He asked how much remains in the accounts. Jimmy did the math. The last round has mostly been dispersed. There is 800,000 left. 800,000. Chun Dao rubbed his temples. Far from enough. Withdraw it all. Come with me. As he spoke, he stood up and left the Paradise Bar with Jimmy. Soon they were standing at the entrance of the stock exchange. The younger brother with the money had just arrived. Chun Dao squinted his eyes, gazing at the familiar building before him. Ever since that day of crossing over, he had vaguely felt that he had gained an indescribable ability. He had not tried it until today, and it was just the right time. He instructed Jimmy to handle the account opening procedures while he strolled into the trading hall, looking up at the fluctuating stock codes on the big screen, quietly contemplating. A few seconds later, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, it is like this. He did not understand stocks, but as soon as he entered this place, his mind felt exceptionally clear, and his intuition was remarkably accurate, as if a voice was whispering in his ear about which stocks to buy and when to act. Dao Go, it's done, Jimmy reported upon his return. Chun Dao nodded and pointed to several stocks on the screen. Buy all of these. Jimmy did not question the reason and quickly executed the trades. Half an hour later, the stocks they had just bought steadily rose, quickly reaching the day's peak. At that moment, Chun Dao's eyes suddenly brightened. Now sell all of them. But Jimmy was focused on the stocks that were still rising on the screen, intending to persuade him to wait a little longer. However, upon seeing Chun Dao's cold gaze, he swallowed his words and nodded immediately to comply. Chun Dao did not respond, but kept his eyes fixed on the big screen. A few minutes later, the stocks he had just sold indeed began to plummet, crashing down to their lowest point. If he had waited a moment longer, his capital would probably have been wiped out. Jimmy stood by, mouth agape, frozen in place. He never expected that Chun Dao had such a talent. His admiration for him deepened even further. Chun Dao remained silent, his gaze never leaving the screen. After a while, he started directing Jimmy by sell by again. By the end of the day, the capital had doubled. That's enough. Stepping out of the stock exchange, Chun Dao stretched lazily. Jimmy followed closely behind, his face brimming with excitement. Dao Gu, you are amazing. It's like the stock market itself. Stock god. Chun Dao smiled faintly and shook his head. It's purely good luck. He was not joking. If it weren't for good luck, he would not have survived in this era. The topic came to a halt. You go prepare. This money will be used to start a new business. Jimmy immediately agreed, but couldn't help but ask Dao Gu, what industry are we going into next? Shipping. Shipping. Yes. Chun Dao's lips curled slightly, his gaze resolute. I want to create the largest shipping company in Xinjiang. Just as Chun Dao gained fame in the stock market, the story of him leading 1,000 people in the streets and scaring off the O organization had already spread throughout Hong Kong. The entire Xinjiang was buzzing with excitement. The O organization was always the most feared opponent among the Triads, but this time Chun Dao had forced them back. Countless small-time thugs revered him like a god. All the major Triads were shocked. Hong Xing Xiang Hall. Jiang Tianxing sat at the main seat, with various hall masters seated below. But the entire hall was silent. No one spoke, each face pale, the air thick with tension. After a long time, Jiang Tianxing lit a cigarette, with a snap breaking the silence. Is this person really not afraid at all? He's a madman. He dares to confront the O organization, Heaton. The mention of this made the hall masters look even paler. Bigby let out a long breath and sighed. Who can scare off the O organization? Which Triad in Hong Kong would dare to do that? Everyone nodded in agreement. 1,000 people standing in formation. They could muster that. But to stand in formation before the O organization and scare them off, no one had that courage, and even less had that luck. Listening to the room filled with trepidation and fear, Jiang Tianxing's expression grew darker. Enough, he snapped, interrupting the discussion. He then lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his tone growing colder. He is not a god, he is human. As a human, he has weaknesses. As long as we find his weakness, we can eliminate him. He glanced around the room. Who will handle Chun Dao? The hall masters lowered their heads in unison, no one responding. Offending Chun Dao, that was equivalent to signing their own death warrants. Although the territories of Liang Kuan and the prince were tempting if they lost their lives, what was the point of enjoying it? Jiang Tianxing's face darkened like iron. Was he not afraid? But the matter of Chun Dao severely injuring Hongxing could not just be left alone. He coldly issued an order. Pass the word down. Every brother of Hongxing know anyone from Xinjiang, whoever eliminates Chun Dao will take Liang Kun's or the prince's position. No matter their background, they will be promoted. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Everyone responded, but their tone was dismissive. How many would truly take action? Probably not many. At the headquarters of Lianxing, Deng Bo and several other uncles had just heard about Chun Dao scaring off the O organization. They were all momentarily dumbfounded. Long Jin was especially excited, his eyes shining. Although Chun Dao had forced Officer Sun to step down and taken the position of Hall Master himself nominally, he was originally under Long Jin. Chun Dao himself did not care about this relationship, but a big tree provided good shade. Long Jin also shared in the glory. Chen Dao is too ruthless. 1,000 people standing in formation, and even the O organization turned tail and ran. Just like before, he's crazier than ever. Long Jin couldn't help but slap his thigh. Beside him someone sneered coldly, no matter how fierce he is, what does it have to do with you? Do you think he will call you Uncle A? Be careful, your position as uncle might be taken by him one day without you noticing. Long Jin's face turned purple with anger. Say that again. Enough. Deng Bo slammed his palm on the table, his voice heavy and authoritative. The two immediately fell silent. From now on, no one is allowed to mention these matters again. Chen Dao is now a home master of lynching. Do you really want to see the Triad turn against itself? Manage your subordinates properly. No one should provoke him. If he truly deals with you, it's a death sentence for nothing. Deng Bo paused, and then slowly added, Lianqing has truly produced a tough character this time. Sim Sha Sui, the Ni family. Ni Kuan had just received the news and frowned, asking, what is Chen Dao's background? His subordinate quickly replied, Uncle Kuan, I heard he used to be a low-level thug, and he just recently rose to power. No one expected he could fight his way up. He forced Officer Sun to step down from the position of Home Master. Hongxing had been crashed by him. Now he even forced the O organization back. Now the whole Hong Kong is talking about him. After listening, Ni Kun's lips twitched, and he sighed, are the newcomers this fierce now? At that moment, Ni Yongxiao pushed the door and entered. Ni Kuan waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates. He looked at his son, has all the goods been delivered? Everything's been delivered. Ni Yongxiao nodded, reporting the recent situation of the Triad, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Dad, Chen Dao is gaining too much momentum, or should we send someone to keep an eye on him? No need. Ni Kuan shook his head. A low-level thug climbing up offending a bunch of people won't last long. He is currently popular, and we do not need to join in the commotion. As long as he does not interfere with our business, let him make a fuss. Ultimately, the one who benefits will only be us. Ni Yongxiao nodded, saying no more. On the streets of Shangjiang, several young low-level thugs gathered together. Chen Dao is simply amazing. Even the O organization is afraid of him. Isn't that right? If I could hang out with him, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. I idolize him. If one day I can be as impressive as him, it would be worth it for my entire life. Chen Dao has become a figure that everyone in the society looks up to, not the boss, but like a deity. Shanji and Chun Haonan passed by and heard the excitement of the group. Shanji smacked his lips. Chen Dao's fame is too great. Wherever he goes, you can hear him boasting. Chun Haonan nodded, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. It's true that Hongxing has a grudge against him. But I have to say something fair. He is indeed fierce. Now Hongxing doesn't dare to touch him easily. How many years has it been since such a person appeared in Shangjiang? To dare to confront the O organization face to face, even the King of Heaven would not intimidate him. Shanji listened with even more envy. If only I had half of his majesty. Chun Haonan laughed and glanced. Mr. Jiang has already declared, whoever takes down Chen Dao will rise to power. Moreover, if you eliminate Chen Dao, all his fame will belong to you. At that time, you will be the most popular person in Shangjiang. Shan Ji's mouth twitched. In the past, such words would have moved him. But now he completely understood Chun Haonan's madness. Daring to bring 1,000 people into the street under the eyes of the O organization. Such a person cannot just be dealt with easily. Not to mention, he has over 1,000 little brothers under him. If it really came to a confrontation, even everyone spitting could drown you. Shan Ji wanted to rise to power, but didn't want to risk his life. Seeing him speechless, Chun Haonan patted his shoulder. Come on, let's go eat. People like Chun Dao come once in 100 years, stop overthinking it. On the other side, Ahua and Fly Brother, according to Chun Dao's arrangements, each led 100 black-clad little brothers, starting to patrol their respective territories. Brother Hua, Brother Fly, you two have finally arrived. Please come in. 2 newcomers just arrived today. Oh, please help check their quality for the guests. Brother Hua, Brother Fly, from now on we will rely on you for everything. Brother Hua. At every venue, from the boss to the waiters serving tea, everyone bowed in welcome, not daring to be careless for a moment. Ahua managed to stay calm. However, Fly Brother was almost swept away by the constant calls of brother. If Ahua hadn't pulled him back in time, he would have been trapped in a gentle paradise. Walking with his little brothers on the street, surrounded by envious glances from the minions, Fly Brother felt completely at ease. Being with Dao Gu is just exhilarating. For the first time in my life, I am respectfully called Brother Fly. This feeling so amazing. He held a cigarette, smiling widely. Ahua glanced at him, but said nothing. However, he understood that he too enjoyed this feeling of being respected. But he understood, even better, all of this was given by Chen Dao. Without Chen Dao, he would still be that small-time thug struggling with a knife at the street corner. Thinking of this, he felt even more respect for Chen Dao. He chose the right person. Only by following such a person can one rise step by step. While some were delighted, others were worried. While all the societies in Shangjiang were discussing Chen Dao, the O organization was in chaos. Chen Sir, according to the name you gave, we want to find Lame Wang. But the reporting officer hesitated, and Chen Jia just heart tightened. What happened to him? He is the one who sent someone to provoke Chen Dao. Chen Dao will definitely not let him go. No matter what it takes, find him immediately and ensure he is protected. The officer smiled bitterly. We've searched all channels. He's already disappeared. What? That's not all. He handed over a file. Investigation found that in the past 2 days all assets under Lame Wang's name have been transferred to Chun Dao's subordinate. Chen Jiaju stared at the file, his face turning ashen. Was it still a step too late? He certainly understood what this meant. Lame Wang had likely already been dealt with by Chen Dao. Have the bodies been found? Not yet. The officer shook his head. Chen Jiaju was not surprised. It was not difficult for gang members to disappear, but he was unwilling to let go. Investigate for me. Keep a close watch on Chen Dao. If necessary, arrest people directly. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding officers looked at each other, and no one moved. Chen Jiaju frowned. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Chen Sir. It's not that the brothers aren't obeying orders, but Huang Sir just issued a directive. This matter ends here. No rash actions to avoid alarming the snake. This. Chen Jiaju was stunned, frozen for a few seconds. He immediately understood Huang Zicheng was afraid of attracting trouble, which is why he called off the case. Smack. He slammed the table, stood up, completely disregarding the gazes of his colleagues, and strode towards Huang Zicheng's office. Keep a close watch on Lame Wang's case. If there are any developments. Bang. The door was pushed open. Huang Zicheng was startled as he was talking with his subordinate. Seeing Chen Jiaju storming in with a face full of anger, he frowned and waved for others to leave before turning to ask you. Why was the Lame Wang case stopped? Without waiting for Huang Zicheng to speak, Chen Jiaju directly questioned, as soon as Lame Wang goes missing, all of his companies are transferred to Chun Dao's name. If he didn't do it, who else could it be? Lame Wang is most likely dead. Now to withdraw, what kind of investigation is that? His words were rapid and firm, not allowing any room. Huang Zicheng was also enraged. Chen Jiaju. I am in charge of this case, it's not your place to meddle. Didn't the police academy teach you to salute your superiors? Chen Jiaju saluted sharply, his voice cold and hard. Yes, sir. He then added, I will still investigate the case. I want back down to the underworld like some people. Words did not align. After Chen Jiaju finished speaking, he turned and left, slamming the door with a bang. Huang Zicheng looked at the door, both angry and helpless. He certainly believed that Lame Wang was eliminated by Chen Dao, 10-1. But there was no evidence. To act rashly, not only would they fail to catch anyone, but they might also provoke Chen Dao. That guy was reckless and unrestrained. If pushed too hard, who could handle a few hundred people rushing into the O organization? He could only stabilize the situation. After a while, he lit a cigarette, calming himself down. He initially wanted to send someone to advise Chen Jiaju not to act impulsively. After thinking for a moment, he put down the phone. Young people, they must face some walls. Some things cannot be rushed. Let him try. Chen Jiaju returned to his office and immediately called a few trusted subordinates. They were all young people who were daring and hardworking like him, and they could not tolerate any darkness. Chen Sir, what did Huang Sir say? It must be Chen Dao. Just arrest him and interrogate him, right? Chen Jiaju did not respond immediately. Although he had just lost his temper in front of Huang Zicheng, he knew in his heart Chen Dao was not easy to deal with, and brute force would not work. Without evidence, even if they brought someone back, he had already arranged a scapegoat. But he also did not want to wait. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and took a gun, prepared to go out. Chen Sir, are we going to arrest someone? He shook his head, sneering. Without evidence, arresting would be futile. He paused and glanced at everyone. But let's patrol as usual, shall we? Everyone's eyes lit up, immediately understanding his meaning. Soon several police cars drove out of the O office. At the entrance, Huang Zicheng stood by the window, watching the convoy disappear, and sighed softly. Sir Huang, should we stop them? No need. He waved his hand, let them investigate. Half an hour later. At the entrance of the Paradise Bar, several police cars slowly stopped. Chen Jiajun was the first to get out, displaying his badge. Routine inspection by the O office. Please cooperate. After speaking, he stepped into the Paradise Bar. A dozen men in black immediately surrounded him, expressionless. The police drew their guns. Do you want to resist violently? Chen Jiajun sneered. Click. Bullets were chambered. But those men in black showed no fear, their eyes cold and ready for action. Just as it seemed a fight was about to break out, the female owner hurriedly came out and stood between both sides. Knowing it was the O office here to cause trouble, she could only persuade her men to clear the way for the police. Chen Jiajun led his team straight into the bar, without saying a word, immediately clearing the place. Guests were escorted out one by one, and in less than 10 minutes the entire venue was empty. He turned around and left with the officers. For the next 3 days, Chen Jiajun led the team, daily sweeping through all the venues under Chen Daoming. Nightclubs, KTVs, gambling halls. None were spared. On the surface, it was just checking IDs and verifying licenses, but who comes to nightlife venues to be monitored by the police? Just when they were having fun, they were suddenly called for questioning, photographed, and registered. No one could bear it. After 3 days, business came to a halt, and the bosses were filled with complaints, ultimately having to band together and report to Chen Dao. At the docks, several new ships docked at night. These were freighters recently purchased by Chen Dao, who was busy negotiating with shipping companies. He hadn't heard about any incidents at the venues. While discussing contract details with Jimmy, a subordinate leaned in and whispered a few words. Jimmy's face darkened instantly. Dao Gu, there's a problem. Police have been sweeping for 3 days. All venues are shut down, and the bosses are furious. Chen Dao's smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. Who did this? Jimmy named the culprit Chen Jiejun. Chen Dao narrowed his eyes, lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled. Do they really think I'm easy to deal with? His tone was light, but Jimmy felt a chill run down his back. Indeed, no one should provoke Chen Dao. Soon following orders, Jimmy sent a few men to quietly abduct Chen Jiejun's family. When Chen Jiejun received the call, his hands trembled. He finally realized Chen Dao was not just a thug, but a madman. Release them. I'll withdraw my team immediately and won't check your venues anymore. On the other end of the line, Chen Dao's voice was calm. All right. Tonight at 10 in an old warehouse in the suburbs, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Chen Jiejun immediately sought help from Huang Jiqing. Huang Jiqing was also shocked, but Chen Jiejun was one of their own, and he couldn't ignore it. He quickly dispatched a fully equipped action team. At 10 o'clock at night, Chen Jiejun arrived at the warehouse with his team. The surroundings were unusually quiet, and after searching the area, no ambush was found. He gritted his teeth and ordered a strong attack. They broke through the door. Family members were indeed tied up in the center, their mouths taped shut. Just as Chen Jiejun rushed forward, a figure emerged from the shadows. Did I let you in? Before his words fell, Chen Dao had already lunged at him. The police, wary of shooting, could only engage in close combat. But they were no match at all. 5 minutes later, everyone was on the ground. For the first time, Chen Jiejun understood what it meant to be afraid. This man could truly take down an entire squad of police with his bare hands. Take all their guns. Also make them shut up. Chen Dao clapped his hands, his tone calm. On the ground lay a group of police, all clutching their stomachs and groaning, sweat pouring from the pain. Tony and the others were all stunned. This wasn't the first time they had seen Chen Dao in action, yet every time they were still left speechless. This man was too strong. Gulp. Tony instinctively swallowed, quickly snapping back to reality, waving to his subordinates, quick. Disarm them. Each person give a punch, knock them out. At that moment, Chen Dao turned to look at Chen Jiejun. The people you brought aren't very useful. Chen Jiejun had just recovered from his shock and frowned at Chen Dao, who was close at hand. You're assaulting police. So what? You. He felt a lump in his throat, his face turning red as he struggled to speak. Just as he was about to shout again, Chen Dao had already lost patience. With a powerful kick, he struck Chen Jiejun in the abdomen. Chen Jiejun flew backwards, crashing against the wall with a thud, blood immediately seeping from the corner of his mouth. You've really disappointed me. Cough, cough. Chen Jiejun coughed a few times, the intense pain causing his mind to heat up, and he completely lost control. Chen Dao. I'll kill you. He flipped over and jumped up, drawing his gun and aiming. At such a close distance, he was confident he could take him down with a single shot. Moreover, Chen Dao had assaulted police first, so even if he shot, he was justified. His finger tightened on the trigger. Bang. The gunfire echoed, silence falling instantly over the warehouse. Dao Ge. Tony was the first to rush over. Ahua and Wu Ying were also stunned. No one expected Chen Jiejun would dare to pull the trigger. Dao Ge. Damn. I'll tear you apart. What the hell? Everyone rushed towards Chen Dao with bloodshot eyes. They saw a bloody hole in his forehead, blood flowing out, and his body swayed as he slowly fell. It's over. Ahua felt a chill in his heart. Their identities, status, and survival all came from Chen Dao. Once he dies, it's all over. Bang. Another shot. Chen Jiejun let out a long breath. No matter how powerful he was, death is still death. He fired another shot into the air, then turned the gun towards Tony and the others. Don't move. You are all suspected of kidnapping and murder. Get down and cover your heads. Tony and the others froze in place, their eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Chen Jiejun. Just then, you have 4 bullets left in your gun, enough to take care of them. The voice was calm and measured, coming from Chen Jiejun. Trembled all over and turned around suddenly. His pupils constricted. Chen Dao, who should have been lying on the ground, was standing steadily. The blood on his forehead hadn't dried, but that bloody hole was gone. Looking again at the entrance, a subordinate in black clothes was heavily thrown to the ground, covered in blood. The location of the wound was identical to where Chen Dao had been shot in the forehead earlier. What? Chen Jiejun's mind buzzed. The man didn't die? How can this be? His scalp prickled instinctively, taking a step back, his heart pounding like a drum. A hallucination. A dream. No, this isn't real. But Chen Dao was still standing there, smiling at him. Chen Dao raised his hand to wipe the blood from his forehead and said softly, your bullets seem unable to hurt me. Gulp. Chen Jiejun swallowed again. It was real. He really didn't die. And he stood up again. Was he still human? Not only he was stunned. Tony, Ahua, and Wu Ying all widened their eyes, mouths half open, unable to say a word. They had never known Chen Dao could come back to life like this. Who exactly was the leader they were following? But soon Tony came back to his senses. He saw Chen Jiejun aiming his gun at Chen Dao again and immediately shouted, capture him. This shout pulled Ahua and Wu Ying out of their shock. The 3 were startled to see Chen Jiejun aiming at Chen Dao again, especially Wu Ying. Are you seeking death? He yelled angrily and suddenly lunged at Chen Jiejun. Bang! The gun went off. Fortunately, Wu Ying managed to tackle Chen Jiejun first, and the bullet flew past Chen Dao's body, missing its target. Have you grown tired of living? They'll cripple you today. Damn it. Wu Ying cursed as his fists rained down on Chun Jiaju's face like hailstones. How dare he let Chun Dao come to harm? He had clawed his way to this position only because of Chun Dao's patronage. If Chun Dao fell, his power would vanish overnight, and the enemies he'd made along the way would descend upon him without mercy. He couldn't withstand them. Chun Jiaju's vision blurred with stars from the beating. Yet his reflexes were lightning fast. He shoved Wu Ying aside, sprang upright, and hurled his attacker violently to the ground. Wu Ying lunged again, only to be sent flying by a brutal kick from Chun Jiaju. Gasping for breath, Chun Jiaju whirled around and scrambled for the pistol lying on the floor. Go to hell. Tony launched a flying kick that sent the gun skittering away. Then in one fluid motion, he drove a crushing fist into Chun Jiaju's face. Chun Jiaju had been fixated on the weapon, unprepared, unguarded. He took the blow full force. Tony gave him no chance to recover. A relentless barrage of strikes forced him backward, his gaze hollowing with shock. He shook his head, trying to clear the fog, but Tony was already upon him, closing the distance. At that moment, Tony and Ahua flanked him left and right, sealing his escape. His back pressed hard against the wall. He was utterly surrounded, immobilized, trapped. Enough. Chun Dao, who had stood silent until now, finally spoke. His voice was soft, but every hand stilled at its command. Tony and the others snorted coldly, then forced Chun Jiaju to his knees before Chun Dao. Brother Dao, kill him. Wu Ying blurted first. Tony immediately added, Brother Dao, I'll handle it. I'll dispose of him cleanly, dump him in the sea. The O branch won't even find his corpse. Chun Jiaju's face drained of color. He couldn't even struggle. But Chun Dao raised a hand, delicately waving it aside. Killing him would be effortless. Keeping him alive, however, held far greater value. He seized Chun Jiaju's right arm and asked, calm and measured, was this the hand that fired the shot? A sharp, sickening crack echoed, the sound of bones snapping. Chun Jiaju convulsed in agony, sweat drenching his brow. This is the price for pulling the trigger. Take him away. With that, Chun Dao turned and strode toward the exit. Tony hurried after him, gesturing toward the cluster of police officers his men had knocked unconscious on the floor, and scanning the black-clad enforcers standing guard, their firearms glinting coldly. Brother Dao, what do we do with these people? Chun Dao glanced over, voice flat and indifferent. Dump the guns. Leave the men. Yes, sir. Tony obeyed instantly. He had always feared Chun Dao with visceral dread. Now, having just witnessed Chun Dao's apparent resurrection, his awe and terror had multiplied tenfold. The group filed out of the warehouse. No sooner had they stepped outside than Chun Jiaju broke, his voice raw, hoarse, tearing from his throat. What are— Chun Dao paused, turned, and smiled faintly. What do you think? He offered no explanation, nor did he intend to hear another word from Chun Jiaju. Chun Dao paused, turned, and smiled faintly. What do you think? He offered no explanation, nor did he intend to hear another word from Chun Jiaju. Cover operative for the O branch. I want to know everything they do. Dream on. Chun Jiaju twisted violently, shouting before Chun Dao could finish. Just kill me. I'll never bow my head. Even if you kill me, I'll never agree. Then do it. Go ahead. Chun Dao frowned slightly, but dismissed it. He struck a single devastating punch to Chun Jiaju's gut. Chun Jiaju doubled over, his face ashen, sweat glistening on his temples. Only once Chun Jiaju had caught his breath and ceased thrashing, did Chun Dao speak again leisurely. Kill you? No, I have no interest. But your family, they're already in my men's hands. They're hot-tempered, ruthless. I can't guarantee what they might do. Of course, that's entirely their own decision. Nothing to do with me. You'll live, I assure you. But your parents, your younger sister, well, that's uncertain. At those words, Chun Jiaju's pupils contracted violently. He jerked upward as if electrocuted. What does a man fear most? Not death, but the harm of those he loves. And he was precisely that kind of man. Chun Dao exhaled another slow plume of smoke, voice serene. You have the length of one cigarette to decide. Think carefully, you bastard. Chun Dao, come after me. Leave my family alone. Chun Jiaju screamed, voice shredded with desperation. Chun Dao merely smiled faintly and flicked his fingers. Tony stepped forward, instantly delivering blow after blow, merciless, precise. When the cigarette burned perilously close to his fingertips, Chun Dao crushed the butt into a roadside bin. Have you chosen? You? Chun Jiaju opened his mouth, but Chun Dao had already drawn out his phone, thumb hovering over the dial pad. His heart lurched. Wait, I'll do it. I'll go undercover. Just spare my family. Chun Dao nodded, slipped the phone away, tone softening. Had you agreed earlier, this would have been far simpler. Release him. Tony and the others let go. All watched Chun Dao in silence, expressions shifting between awe, unease, and grim respect. That display had been brutal, surgical, striking not at strength, but at the deepest vulnerability. This wasn't mere gangster cunning. This was the instinct of a predator. Yet true power, real authority, was forged exactly this way, cold, absolute, unflinching. Return his family home, safely. Every one of them. Chun Dao instructed Tony, send 2 men to live next door, to protect them. You understand? Tony bowed his head in acknowledgement. Chun Jiaju's face turned ashen. Protect. It was surveillance. A chain. Yet he dared not utter a single defiant word. Let's go. I'll drop you off on my way. Chen Dao pulled open the car door and gestured to the front passenger seat. Chen Jiaju climbed in silent. The rest, those needing medical care, send them. Clean up the scene thoroughly. Yes, sir. Ahua and another answered in unison. The car pulled away, heading for the O branch headquarters. Inside, Chen Dao turned slightly. Every piece of intelligence from the O branch, no matter how trivial, must reach me immediately. Oh, and there are still 3 rounds left in your gun. If you're feeling reckless, you may fire it right now. Chen Jiaju clenched his fists, then slowly, deliberately uncurled them. He wouldn't gamble. His own death meant nothing, but his family, they must not suffer. He lowered his head, voice a broken whisper. Fine. The car halted at an intersection. Chen Jiaju stepped out, legs unsteady, steps faltering. Back at Heaven Bar, Chen Dao's first order was, assign someone to watch him. If he plays games, don't act. Just make sure he sees the consequences. Tony nodded and complied. Jimmy stood silently in the corner, saying nothing. He'd just heard the full account, his palms slick with sweat. This wasn't negotiation. It was subjugation. And Chen Dao was no longer an adversary. He was a shadow, omnipresent and inescapable. Meanwhile, Chen Jiaju pushed open the doors of the O branch. Colleagues gathered around. Sir Chen, you're back? Are your family all right? Are you all right? Need any help? He forced a thin, brittle smile and shook his head. I'm fine, it's over. Just then a fellow officer noticed Chen Jiaju's right hand, limp unnaturally still at his side, and frowned. Sir Chen, what happened to your hand? The question rippled outward, and only then did the others notice his hand hung lifelessly slack and unresponsive. They crowded closer, voices overlapping. Does it hurt, Sir Chen? Shall we call an ambulance? Chen Jiaju's expression darkened, but he held his composure. He managed a weak smile. Just a fall. Missed a step going downstairs. Dislocated bone. I'll get it reset at the hospital. Not a single word about the warehouse. He dared not speak of it. He feared Chen Dao. That person was too frightening. Perhaps. He was not an ordinary person at all. At this moment, Ahua and Wu Yingge had already delivered the comatose police officer to the hospital and quietly left unnoticed and unimpeded by anyone. Once they stepped out of the hospital, Wu Ying took out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to Ahua, and lit one for himself. The two stood at the street corner, smoking one after another without saying a word. After a while, Wu Ying could no longer hold back. Isn't the boss too godly? Bullets can't kill him. Is he? Ahua immediately frowned and covered his mouth. He quickly glanced around to confirm that no one was nearby before releasing his hand and giving him a fierce glare. Are you seeking death? Do you dare to speak such words aloud? Wu Ying was startled and quickly turned his head to look around. Seeing that no one was there, he patted his chest to catch his breath. Lowering his voice, he asked, Ahua Ge, what do you think? Who exactly is Dao Ge? Ahua shook his head, lit another cigarette, and sighed deeply. I don't know. He paused and his tone grew serious. But I know. Whoever provokes Dao Ge will have no way out. Wu Ying was startled and quickly turned his head to look around. Seeing that no one was there, he patted his chest to catch his breath. Lowering his voice, he asked, Ahua Ge, what do you think? Who exactly is? The A-Goods shop continued to shout as usual, and business was even better than before. With the added takeover of the crippled Wang's store and resources, Chen Dao's A-Goods business was bustling every day with cash flowing in abundantly. Jimmy admired Chen Dao's ruthless and precise methods, yet felt a bit uncertain. At this time, one of his subordinates came in to report, Jimmy Ge, the 3 newly purchased ships have docked and are ready to set sail at any time. Jimmy nodded. After the subordinate left, he sat alone in the office, lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling a puff of white smoke, and sighed softly. He felt uncertain. The shipping industry was too deep. High barriers to entry, substantial investment, and strong competitors. Just the starting capital far exceeded that of ordinary businesses. Not to mention that even top tycoons like Li Jiacheng were competing for this cake. It was evident how difficult it was to mix in this industry. But since Chen Dao said he wanted to do it, he could only nod in agreement. He couldn't ask, couldn't delay, and especially couldn't say no. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, squinted his eyes, and his gaze was filled with respect. At first he followed Chen Dao just to find a big tree to take shelter under. But the longer he followed, the more he understood him, and Jimmy became increasingly aware. Chen Dao was 100 times more terrifying than he had imagined. Now he firmly believed one thing: as long as Chen Dao spoke, there was nothing that couldn't be accomplished. So although shipping was difficult, it might not be unprofitable. He extinguished his cigarette, but gazing out the window, murmuring softly, Dao Ge, where exactly did you come from? Not to mention that Jimmy didn't dare to defy him. Even Chen Jiejun, who had once gritted his teeth and vowed to send Chen Dao to prison at this moment, did not dare to go against Chen Dao's wishes. At the O Department headquarters, Huang Ziqing arrived early and looked around, but did not see Chen Jiejun. He grabbed a patrolling officer. Have you seen Chen Jiejun, Chen sir? Huang, sir. The officer stood at attention and greeted him. After thinking for a moment, he replied, you don't know yet. Chen sir has taken leave. He fell and broke his hand yesterday and is now in the hospital. Broke his hand. Huang Ziqing was taken aback. This couldn't be right. Didn't he lead a team to rescue family members yesterday? How could? Before he could finish, a panicked officer rushed by, interrupting the conversation. Huang Ziqing stepped aside to let him pass, and when the man was far away, he turned back to ask the previous officer, "What happened?" "Huang sir, something has happened." The officer leaned in close to Huang Ziqing and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Huang Ziqing's expression turned grim. "What a—" He stared at the officer, his tone urgent. "They have all been sent to the hospital." "What happened?" It turned out that the group of police officers who had been sent to the hospital by Chen Dao was just being reported back to the O department. The police officer shook his head. "We just received the notification and the specific situation is still unclear." "Were they seriously injured?" "They all had superficial injuries, but they were knocked unconscious before being sent in. What happened after that no one knows." He paused and added, "I heard that they followed Chun Sir to the warehouse to rescue someone, but were immediately taken down by a young man in his 20s. Then a group of men in black rushed in and knocked them all unconscious. After that, no one remembers." "This?" Huang Ziqing frowned. "Chen Dao, a young man, men in black." He immediately realized this was most likely the work. He had heard that this person was highly skilled, but he never expected him to be so ruthless. One person could take down all the police officers he sent. This strength was too terrifying. "Wait." Huang Ziqing suddenly froze. "Which hospital is Chen Sir in now?" After confirming the address, he let the officer leave first. Once the door closed, Huang Ziqing rubbed his chin and sat quietly for a few seconds. If those police officers were indeed beaten by Chen Dao, then Chen Jejun's hand. But why did he insist that he broke it himself? What on earth happened last night? Chen Jejun had not mentioned a word about the aftermath. This was too unusual. The questions kept piling up. He lit a cigarette, stood up, and left the O department. He drove straight to the hospital. When he arrived, he didn't rush to find Chen Jejun, but first went to see the hospitalized police officers. But after asking around, their accounts were exactly the same as what he had heard in the O department. Unable to get any new information, he turned and headed to Chen Jejun's hospital room. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Huang Ziqing pushed the door open and entered. As soon as Chen Jejun saw him, his body stiffened and his gaze quickly averted. Although it was just a moment, Huang Ziqing caught it clearly. Something was off. He calmly moved a chair and sat down beside the bed, his gaze fixated on the hand encased in plaster, speaking in a steady tone. "Is your hand okay? I heard from a colleague this morning that you were hospitalized due to a fracture. How did that happen?" Chen Jejun looked down at his hand, memories of last night's warehouse flooding back. Chen Dao's expression when he twisted his wrist, and that phrase, "Mind your mouth, or else your family will also have to come in here." He shivered and quickly shook his head. "No. Nothing, I just misstepped and fell downstairs. A few days of rest will be fine." He didn't dare to mention Chen Dao at all. He was truly afraid. Yet the more he downplayed it, the more Huang Ziqing felt something was amiss. This is not a fall at all. The misalignment of the bones and the deformity of the wrist clearly indicated it had been forcibly broken. Connecting this with the colleagues who had been knocked out, Huang Ziqing was already 80% sure it was done by Chen Dao. But why was he so obstinate about not speaking? Had he been threatened? Thinking of Chen Dao's crazy demeanor, beating police officers, kidnapping people, flipping out at a moment's notice. For someone like him, threatening police officers was hardly a big deal. Huang Ziqing took a deep breath, remained silent, stood up to close the hospital room door tightly, then sat back down. Did Chen Dao do this? Chen Jejun's breathing hitched, and he instinctively wanted to nod. He suddenly remembered Chen Zhao's ruthlessness. His heart tightened, and he quickly waved his hands. "Huang sir, really, it has nothing to do with anyone else. I accidentally fell myself." But the more he said this, the less Huang Ziqing believed him. He stared at Chen Jejun, shaking his head. "It's just the two of us here, no need to hide anything from me." Pausing for a moment, he spoke in a grave tone. "That guy is not a normal person at all, but don't let him scare you, and definitely don't let him lead you." Chen Jejun remained silent, his face taut. He could not reveal that he was an undercover agent placed in the O organization by Chen Dao. Yet if he continued to be questioned like this, it would be only a matter of time before he slipped up. After several seconds, he took a deep breath, staring directly at Huang Ziqing. "Huang sir, about this matter. You should not get involved. I can handle it." This statement implied he was admitting that the interruption was indeed caused by Chen Dao. Just as Huang Ziqing was about to speak, Chen Jejun interrupted. "I beg you, please do not touch Chen Dao. He is far more terrifying than you think. He is not like a human at all." Huang Ziqing was taken aback. Was this still the same Chen Jejun who had boasted about taking on Chen Dao last night? Only a night had passed, yet it felt like he had become a different person. What on earth had happened last night? He could hear true fear in Chen Jejun's voice. It was not an act, but the kind of fear that shook one to the core. "Huang sir." Chen Jejun opened his mouth and sighed. "Listen to me, let this matter end here. Chen Dao is not a thug. He is someone we cannot afford to provoke." Some words remained unspoken. Chen Dao cannot even be killed by bullets. Fighting him heat-in as an ordinary person, it would be tantamount to courting death. Huang Ziqing stood there, feeling a heaviness in his chest. He dared not believe it, yet he had to. The subordinate who had always been fearless was now filled with dread in his gaze. No further questions could be asked. He could only hastily say a few words before turning to leave. As the door closed, Chen Jejun slumped back onto the hospital bed, feeling cold all over. The image of Chun Dao rising from a pool of blood flooded his mind once again. Indelible and unforgettable. This scene would follow him for the rest of his life. On the other side at the dock, the sea breeze was salty and bitter. Chun Dao stood at the shore with several cargo ships quietly docked in front of him, like soldiers waiting in line for roll call. The ships were a bit old with peeling paint and rusting hulls clearly secondhand, and some were likely 10 years old. Just starting out with limited funds, being able to buy these was already quite good. But he knew it wouldn't be long before they would all. His goal was to have the entire sea filled with his ships. How is everything going? He did not turn around, hands in his pockets, casually asking the person behind him. Jimmy immediately stepped forward. Daoge, the mainland shipping routes are basically open. As you instructed, we are primarily targeting Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Once the cargo docks, the local contacts will be ready immediately. Very good. Chun Dao nodded, his gaze still fixed on the opposite shore. No one knew better than him what would happen there in the coming years. Especially in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Keep going. Not a single coastal city can be missed. I want this shipping line to cover the entire Chinese coastline. Jimmy hesitated for a moment. Daoge, the profits from the mainland are currently not high and competitors are heading to Europe and America. Why are we going against the tide? Chun Dao did not rush to answer. He took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and gazed at the hazy lights across the shore. Because a lion has awakened. No one understood better than Chun Dao how lucrative this shipping route to the mainland would be in this era of rampant growth. At this moment, most people look down upon the mainland. But what about the future? How many people will want to enter the mainland, but cannot? Chun Dao wanted power, and he wanted money. It wouldn't be long before the mainland commanded everyone's attention, and he would be the first to test the waters. He believed that soon he would reap a bountiful harvest. His fleet would eventually fill the entire sea. News quickly spread throughout the various factions in Hong Kong. Soon 1. Shipping. Big D was taken aback. Chun Dao is doing shipping. Is he capable? After a pause, he suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, which route is he taking? Europe and America? Or Southeast Asia? Neither. The head horseman Chong Mao shook his head dismissively. He is opening up routes to the mainland and plans to focus on mainland business. The mainland? Big D's surprise immediately turned into a cold laugh. I thought he was a person of substance. It turns out he is a fool. Does he really think he can navigate shipping by relying on luck with the goods running to the mainland? He probably won't even make back the fuel money. He lit a cigarette, scoffing. Just wait, he's bound to lose everything. I want to see how he ends up. Jordan. The mainland. Aloof frowned. Is he crazy? Not doing Europe and America, but choosing to go to the mainland. Fireball nodded. Just found out about it. At that time, the mainland was just starting and was being surrounded by Europe and America, making its situation difficult. Therefore, no one had high hopes for it. Businessmen avoided it. This was a well-recognized truth within the circle. The reasoning was simple. The mainland was too poor, lacking a market and profit. Europe and America were different. Every household was wealthy, making business easier. Hearing that Chun Dao had invested all the money earned from goods into shipping targeting the mainland, Aloof found it absurd. Too arrogant. Fireball sighed. I heard he invested everything this time. He is likely to suffer a huge loss. Aloof lit a cigarette, slowly shaking his head. Young people are too ambitious. It's only a matter of time before they stumble. Dongxing. In a corner of a bar, Crow was half reclining on the sofa, drinking, casually asking his subordinate beside him, what's the recent movement of that kid? Why has he gone silent? The subordinate immediately understood he was talking about Chun Dao and quickly replied, there's been new activity. Oh. Crow became interested. Tell me more. He's getting into shipping, making quite a stir. He bought over a dozen ships and invested all his money. That's quite bold. This field is very deep, and he dares to jump in. The subordinate added, no one is competing with him. I heard he's not going to Europe and America, but is focusing on the mainland route. The mainland? Crow was taken aback, then burst out laughing. Does he really think he can turn stone into gold? A subordinate hesitated and said, boss, isn't it said that shipping is profitable now? This time, he won't end up like last time with the goods. Impossible. Crow waved his hand, unconcerned. Anyone can make money. Dream on, he said lightly. Without strong connections, without reliable shippers, and without stable cargo sources, how can he make money? Coming from a gang background, how many legitimate businessmen can he connect with? Even choosing the mainland. This route is so quiet that not even a ripple can be seen going into business. It's purely walking into a dead end. Crow paused for a moment, lit a cigarette, and sneered. Just wait and see. A Chun Dao will soon lose everything down to his last pair of pants. On the other side, at the headquarters of Lianxing, Deng Bo and several uncles had just received the news. At the main seat, Deng Bo shook his head and sighed. Chun Dao is too impatient. The shipping industry is too deep. He is too young to handle it. Below, those uncles who had previously mocked Chun Dao for dealing with the goods only to be harshly slapped in the face began to chatter once more. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. Just relying on luck to earn some money with the goods, does he really think he can do anything? Don't come kneeling to us for help later. Deng Bo said nothing. Deep down, he did not believe Chun Dao could succeed. He sneered as he scanned the crowd. What business would he dare to touch? Is maritime trade something anyone can meddle? Is he trying to court death by barging in now? Does he really think no one can touch him? The Hall Master's not. Though his words were filled with anger, every sentence was true. Maritime trade indeed brings quick money, yet not everyone can seize it. What a joke. Who in maritime trade does not have a strong backing? Not to mention those billionaires, just the local gangs are enough for Chun Dao to drink from. In Xiangjiang there are gangs, and even more abroad. Some organizations are ruthless and powerful, having long treated maritime trade as their own business. While the wealthy may not have so many thugs, they do have money. If you have the money to throw around, why would you fear not being able to hire people? In Jiang Tiansheng's eyes, Chun Dao was just a reckless young fool. One misstep, and he could offend a big shot leading to utter ruin. Thinking of this, his gaze darkened, and a murderous intent surged within him. He had been watching Chun Dao for quite some time. As he scanned the room, he noticed that whenever the Hall Masters made eye contact with him, they quickly averted their gazes. Jiang Tiansheng's expression turned slightly grim. He understood no one dared to take this job. He did not blame them. With Chun Dao's current momentum, who in the underworld wouldn't be wary of him? You all may disperse for now. He took a puff from his cigar and spoke nonchalantly. After the others quickly left, only Debi remained. Debi understood and stayed silent, sitting quietly. Once the door closed, he immediately stood up and respectfully said, Mr. Jiang, whatever you command, I Debi will not refuse. Jiang Tiansheng nodded. The person he trusted the most was Debi, loyal, considerate of the bigger picture, and willing to shoulder responsibilities. This task could only be entrusted to him. He spoke directly. Debi find an opportunity to eliminate Chun Dao. 2 Hall Masters from Hongxing have already fallen to him, and he's stepping on our backs to rise up. If this drags on any longer, where will Hongxing's face go? He paused, his tone softening. I don't trust any of these people in the gang. Only you I have faith in. His few words elevated Debi to new heights. Debi straightened his back, resolutely stating, Mr. Jiang, rest assured I will get it done. Good. Jiang Tiansheng nodded with satisfaction. As long as Chun Dao falls, the territories of Liang Kuan and the prince will all belong to you. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Debi turned to leave. Jiang Tiansheng sat alone in the hall, his expression dark and his gaze sharp. Chun Dao, my Hongxing has stood for so many years, not just anyone can trample on us. Debi stepped out of the headquarters, stood by the roadside, and thought for a moment before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. See you at the dock in an hour. Ooh, I've got a job. Don't worry, this job is substantial. They'll bring the deposit over. The call ended. He lit a cigarette, his expression unreadable, his gaze as cold as ice. Previously, he had been chased away by Chun Dao in just 10 minutes, and after this incident spread in Hongxing, he became a laughingstock. Later, as Chun Dao rose to fame, everyone felt he was useless. Losing to him was a real humiliation. This hatred he had been suppressing all along. Now Jiang Tiansheng had handed him the task of dealing with Chun Dao. He did not hesitate at all. Besides, killing someone doesn't necessarily require doing it yourself. An hour later, Debi drove to the dock. As soon as he stepped out of the car, several masked men emerged from the shadows in the corner. They were all Vietnamese, engaged in bloody work, lurking when no one was looking, showing up when someone made an offer, and only taking on illicit jobs, living like rats. Debi took a few steps closer, handed over a bulging envelope, and spoke flatly, I want an accident. A car crash. How you do it, you decide. But one thing, it must not implicate anyone. He initially wanted to have them kill someone. However, upon reflection, Chun Dao was now a Hall Master, with Lianxing his status too prominent. If he were to die mysteriously and it led back to Hongxing, it would be a huge problem. A Vietnamese took the bag, opened it to see bundles of Hong Kong dollars, didn't even count, just accepted it, nodding. All right. Who are we killing? Chun Dao. Chun Dao, eh? The man paused as if recalling. Isn't he the one currently making waves? Yes. Debi replied. The other party's eyes visibly brightened. Even with a mask on, their excitement was undeniable. Debi frowned, but soon understood even assassins rely on their reputation to make a living. The more famous the target, the more valuable the job, and the louder the name. Who is Chun Dao? The hottest figure in the underworld right now. If they could really take him out, this group could immediately rise to prominence. Are there any difficulties? Don't worry. The man patted his chest. You'll be satisfied. They sounded confident, but Debi didn't fully trust them. Last time the assassins hired by Liang Kuan were wiped out before they could even get close. He reminded them, be careful. Last time someone hired people to go after him, the result, everyone died. The Vietnamese scoffed. Those amateurs can't even be called assassins, eh? We're different. Just wait for good news. After saying this, the group turned and slipped into the darkness, vanishing like true rats without a sound. Once they had gone far, Chun Haonan and Shanji emerged from the other end of the dock. Brother B, can we trust these guys? Chun Haonan looked towards the direction they disappeared, his tone tense. Shanji couldn't help but interject. Last time Liang Kuan. Before he could finish, Chun Dao shot him a cold glance. Shanji immediately shut up, retracting his neck and lowering his head, not daring to breathe. Debi waved his hand, signaling it was fine, but his own face showed unease. After all, Liang Kuan was a cautionary tale. Hiring assassins backfired, and he was cut down by Chun Dao's people. He didn't want to follow in those footsteps. After a 2-second silence, he looked at Chun Haonan and said, I don't trust them either. You and Shanji follow them closely and watch for any movements. If something goes wrong, you must rectify it immediately. He paused, lowering his voice. Remember, if Chun Dao is not dead, none of these Vietnamese can be left alive. Chun Haonan nodded in agreement. Then he and Shanji quietly followed the group of Vietnamese. At this moment, Chun Dao was in the mainland meeting businessman Wang Hao. The location was a high-end restaurant. Chun Dao, dressed in a sharp suit with a tie, looked handsome and exuded a steady aura. He did not seem like a gangster, but rather like a promising young entrepreneur. Opposite him sat Wang Hao, also in a suit, in his 30s, a few years older than Chun Dao. Neither spoke first, and the atmosphere was tense and quiet. After quite a while, Chun Dao raised his wine glass, gently swirling at the red wine, creating soft, rose-colored ripples. He drank it all in one go, smiled slightly, and broke the silence first. Boss Wang, what do you think of the cooperation proposal I just mentioned? Working with me, you will earn much more than working. Of course, you can also choose not to agree. However, I believe you will regret it later. Wang Hao looked up at Chun Dao. He had heard that someone wanted to discuss business, but he never expected the other party to be a young man in his early 20s. Even more surprisingly, this young man was more adept in conversation and action than himself. Having run businesses for years, Wang Hao could tell at a glance this person was not here to play games. A secretary quickly approached and whispered a few words in his ear. Wang Hao's expression changed slightly as he waved the secretary away and asked seriously, do you have connections in the gang? So what if I do? Chun Dao did not deny it. Instead, he chuckled lightly. Without such connections, how could I stabilize maritime transport? With that, he gestured behind him. Jimmy immediately handed over a file bag to Wang Hao. I don't like deceiving my partners. What's in here you should find interesting. Take a look and decide afterward. It's not too late. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, but eventually opened the file bag and began to sift through the documents inside. The documents detailed Chun Dao's activities in Xinjiang. The more he read, the more astonished he became. Although he had some understanding of Xinjiang from the mainland, he had never seen such a hardcore resume. What do you think? Chun Dao remained calm, watching him quietly. Wang Hao closed the file, looked up at Chun Dao, and his initial hesitation gradually turned into certainty. Chun Dao was right. Without a solid foundation, cross-border maritime transport was impossible. Although the mainland did not emphasize gangs, establishing overseas business required both backing and strength. And Chun Dao's record was the strongest assurance. After a moment, Wang Hao took a deep breath, stood up, and nodded. I like people who are straightforward and ruthless in their actions. I will take this deal. He extended his hand. Chun Dao smiled in satisfaction, stood up, and shook his hand. After signing the agreement, the two sat down again. Chun Dao spoke. Since we've confirmed the cooperation, we can discuss the specific arrangements now. No problem, Wang Hao replied. I happen to have a batch of goods worth over 10 million. He paused and added, after all, it's our first collaboration. I need to test your capabilities. As long as this batch of goods arrives safely, we can work together long term. Additionally, I can also introduce you to a few colleagues. All right, Chun Dao nodded. What about the goods we discussed earlier? As long as the quality is up to par, I will accept everything you bring. Then it's settled. The two discussed a few more details before Wang Hao stood up to take his leave. Once he was far away, Chun Dao and Jimmy left the hotel. Standing at the door, he lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and felt relaxed. Closing the deal with Wang Hao meant that the path of maritime transport was truly opening up. Moving forward, he was confident it would only grow larger. Behind him, Jimmy looked down at the contract in his hand, unable to suppress his astonishment. He knew very well that maritime transport was lucrative. He hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Just this one contract brought in over $1 million, and this was just the beginning. As Wang Hao had just said, as long as this went smoothly, subsequent collaborations would only increase. The more partnerships, the more profit. Thinking of this, Jimmy glanced at Chun Dao, who remained calm, and felt even more respect. Before coming to the mainland, he had felt a bit anxious. But now it seemed that all his worries were unfounded. He also knew that the big shots in Xinjiang were waiting for Chun Dao to make a fool of himself, hoping he would lose everything. But what was the outcome? They had all miscalculated. Chun Dao never engaged in losing ventures. Following him, Jimmy felt increasingly awed. Are the cargo ships ready? Chun Dao's words brought Jimmy back to reality. He quickly nodded, all set, ready to sail at any time. Good, Chun Dao replied, let's go back. At that moment, Chun Dao was accompanying Wang Hao and several mainland businessmen inspecting his fleet at the Xinjiang dock. An accompanying businessman could not help but speak up. Mr. Chun, it seems you have a bit fewer ships. Some matters might be hard to push forward. Wang Hao remained silent, but his eyes conveyed the same sentiment. After all, Chun Dao was new to the industry and had only a few ships, indeed not enough for a major client like Wang Hao. Chun Dao was unhurried and smiled. As you've seen today, I'm not just doing maritime transport in Xinjiang, I also engage in goods nightclubs and bars. Everything is operational. Though maritime transport is new, its scale will quickly double. He took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and continued. In a month at most, the number of ships will definitely satisfy you. Do you believe it? The crowd fell silent for a moment. They had come to Xiangjiang ostensibly to discuss cooperation, but in reality, they were here to gauge the situation. Maritime transport was indeed small, but the other businesses, especially the goods, they had witnessed firsthand were no exaggeration, the momentum was fierce. Looking at Chun Dao's confidence, the hesitance in their hearts gradually dissipated. Finally, it was Wang Hao who spoke first, breaking the silence. Mr. Chun is right, we trust your capabilities. Let's collaborate more in the future. He extended his hand. Chun Dao smiled, reached out, and shook hands with him. Pleasure doing business. After another round of discussions, the group's spirits were higher. Following Wang Hao's suggestion, several businessmen signed a cooperation agreement on the spot. As they were leaving, Wang Hao said, Mr. Chun, we have also spent a day in Xiangjiang. There are matters on the mainland, so we won't stay longer. Chun Dao readily replied, no problem. Next time you come to Xiangjiang, I will treat you well. He raised his hand, and Jimmy immediately stepped forward. Prepare the car. I will personally send Mr. Wang and the others to the dock to board the ship. Yes. Several business cars immediately drove up. Chun Dao gestured to the side, please. The group got in the car, and the convoy headed towards the dock. No, just after they left, a masked man quietly emerged from the shadows at the corner of the dock, still on the phone. They've left. On the other end in the dock warehouse, a Vietnamese thug hung up the phone and said in a low voice, brothers, move. The target has arrived. Received. 7 or 8 subordinates immediately sprang into action. Shanji and Chun Haonan stood to the side, coldly watching. Seeing this, Chun Haonan walked over to the Vietnamese thug and reminded him in a low voice, remember, Chun Dao is skilled, don't screw this up. The Vietnamese thug waved his hand dismissively. No matter how good he is, he's still human. If he's human, he can't escape death. As he spoke, he had already brought Chun Haonan and Shanji to an old van. The van was old and dirty, the paint peeling and faded, the tires half flat. If he hadn't seen them drive it over, Chun Haonan would have thought it was dragged out from a junkyard. Shanji walked around the vehicle frowning. This junk car, can it kill someone? The Vietnamese thug slapped the hood of the car and grinned. Don't underestimate it. It's been fueled and the chassis has been modified, yet can outrun even a Porsche's tail lights. He knocked on the hood with his knuckles. Ding, ding, ding. Did you hear that? 5 centimeters of steel plate welded in here. If it hits someone, their bones will all shatter. If it hits a cow, it will go down immediately. Chun Haonan and Shanji exchanged glances. Bragging aside, that steel plate was indeed welded solidly, gleaming coldly. With such a collision, one would be either dead or crippled. Chun Haonan nodded and added, don't screw this up. The Vietnamese thug acknowledged and turned to call his subordinates. The mountain chicken leaned closer to Chun Haonan and said, what are you worried about? No matter how ruthless Chun Dao is, he is still just flesh and blood. If the car hits hard enough, even a divine being can't save him. Chun Haonan remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, screech. The sharp sound of brakes tore through the night sky. Everyone instantly crouched down and hid in the shadows. Several black commercial vehicles came to a steady stop at the street corner. The car door opened, and Chun Dao stepped out. He wore a black suit with a dark blue tie, walking with a steady pace. Several unfamiliar faces followed him, but no one paid them any mind. Chun Haonan lowered his voice and pointed directly at Chun Dao, saying, the one in front, black suit, blue tie, that's him. Make sure you recognize him, or we only have one chance. The Vietnamese guy licked his lips, his eyes shining brightly. Don't worry, in this line of work, accuracy is everything. I've heard about how powerful Chun Dao is. If we can take him out today, who in the Hong Kong underworld won't recognize us? He turned back and glanced at his eager little brothers behind him, saying, brothers, it's time to act. This is our big The little brothers nodded in unison, their eyes bright, hands already resting on their knife hilts. Here they come. As Chun Dao got closer, the Vietnamese guy suddenly waved his hand. The engine roared to life. The driver slammed on the gas, the tires screeched wildly, black smoke billowed up, and the ground was left with 2 long charred skid marks. With the RPMs soaring to the max, the handbrake was released, and the accelerator pressed to the floor. The van shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for Chun Dao. Chaos erupted on Chun Dao's side. Jimmy and the others shouted in panic and dodged. But just as they realized the direction of the van, it was already too late to rush forward and block it. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, deafening everyone. Chun Dao was knocked into the air, flying over 10 meters, crashing into 3 concrete road stakes before landing heavily against the wall, unmoving. On the ground, blood quickly spread. His impeccably tailored black suit was stained dark red. In the distance, the Vietnamese guy jumped up in ecstasy, shouting, it worked. He then waved his hand. Go. Finish him off. Leave no survivors, not even a ventilator for him. 5 or 4 little brothers drew their machetes and rushed towards Chun Dao. Chun Haonan and the mountain chicken remained hidden in the shadows, not moving. With so many people around, if one escaped and recognized them, the consequences would be dire. The mountain chicken looked at the motionless Chun Dao and lifted his foot to leave, saying, let's go. Chun Haonan shook his head. Not yet. We'll wait until we confirm he's dead before we leave. Brother B wants results. The mountain chicken glanced sideways at Chun Dao, feeling uneasy inside. This wasn't just a car crash, it was essentially a life thrown against a wall. In his eyes, Such a fierce impact would leave even a divine being at a loss. But since Chun Haonan had spoken, the mountain chicken couldn't contradict him and could only shrug and nod. You're too cautious. That man should be dead by now. We might as well withdraw early. The mountain chicken grumbled, but Chun Haonan remained silent, fixated on Chun Dao in the distance, unmoving. At this moment, Jimmy and Wang Hao also snapped back to reality. Brother Dao, Mr. Chun, they both shouted in unison, ready to rush forward. But before they could finish their words, the Vietnamese guy, accompanied by 7 or 8 masked men, charged out from the shadows, brandishing knives. Jimmy immediately shielded Wang Hao and the others behind him, furrowing his brow. Something's not right. They are coming for him not by accident. Anyone with eyes could see this. This wasn't a car accident, it was murder. The target was none other than Chen Dao. As the knife wielder's gazes swept over, Jimmy's heart sank. Since it was to silence him, none of the witnesses would be allowed to leave. He quickly said to Wang Hao, Boss Wang will hold them off. You take your people to Tsim Sha Sui, Brother Dao's territory, find his men to report this, and they will protect you. Wang Hao nodded and turned to leave. Jimmy quickly pulled a machete from the commercial vehicle. This time it was just to send someone away. Chun Dao didn't want to frighten the businessmen, so he didn't bring many people, just himself. Facing 7 or 8 knife-wielding thugs, there was no chance in a direct fight. He was ready to risk it all. At that moment, cough, cough, cough. A low, hoarse cough shattered the silence. Everyone was stunned and turned their heads in unison. They saw Chun Dao slowly pushing himself off the ground, covered in blood, his face cold as ice, silently gazing at the group of knife-wielders. Blood obscured his wounds, but no one noticed. The wounds had long since disappeared. He stood there like a vengeful spirit that had just crawled out of hell. What a... The mountain chicken's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. He really didn't die. That speed, that force. It would be impossible to stand up after hitting an iron pillar. Chen Haonan also froze. He understood Chun Dao's abilities better than anyone, but the scene before him still exceeded his imagination. He felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This time it didn't work again. Run, he shouted, turning to flee. The mountain chicken didn't hesitate at all. He shot one last glance at Chun Dao and hurriedly followed the two, quickly disappearing at the end of the dock. Meanwhile, the Vietnamese guy and his men were all frozen in place, forgetting to raise their knives. Damn! How did he stand up? It's impossible. How could he still be alive? What now? Before the words could finish, Chun Dao spoke. Here you come, and you want... He curled his lips into a smile, saying, Want to kill me? Come on. The Vietnamese guy shuddered all over and immediately shouted, What are you dazed for? Kill him. Seeing his little brothers still in a daze, he couldn't help but curse. What are you hesitating for? He was just hit like that, and can still fight. Take advantage of his weakness and take him down. If we succeed, we'll be famous all over the harbor. Upon hearing this, the little brothers howled and charged forward. Chen Dao coldly smiled, seeking death. The moment he finished speaking, he forcefully pushed off the ground. He shot toward them like an arrow. As Chen Dao reached within a meter of the first knife wielder, he suddenly darted to the right, evading the incoming slash. In the next moment, he grabbed the opponent's neck with his left hand and twisted his wrist violently. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was unmistakable. The man twitched a couple of times, his eyes rolled back, and he died on the spot. Chen Dao frowned casually, pushing the corpse aside, and his gaze swept to the next target. This was not a fight at all, it was a one-sided cleanup. In the blink of an eye, 2 knife wielders lay on the ground. The remaining ones were all dumbfounded, even forgetting to swing their knives. The driver who had crashed into Chun Dao finally came to his senses, slamming on the gas. The car screeched to a halt next to the Vietnamese guy. Boss, get in the car. This man is not human. If we continue fighting, none of us will survive. The Vietnamese guy said nothing more and immediately waved his hand. Get in the car. The driver pressed the gas pedal, and the car swerved away as several killers fled in panic. Chen Dao did not pursue. He walked over to Wang Hao, speaking calmly, Sorry for frightening you. Wang Hao's throat tightened, swallowing hard. The partner before him was too ruthless. He pointed at the 2 corpses on the ground, opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Chen Dao smiled and said, Just a little accident, he'll handle it. Jimmy handed him a towel. He wiped the blood off his face and said, Make the call. Jimmy nodded and immediately dialed Tsim Sha Sui. Half an hour later, hundreds of men in black arrived at the scene, their footsteps in perfect unison, exuding an intimidating presence. Wang Hao felt a tremor in his heart. Chun Dao raised his hand, pointing at the corpse. Clean it up. He paused again. Investigate thoroughly. No one should be missed. Understood. Hundreds of voices responded in unison. He leaned against the front of the car, lighting a cigarette, his expression as dark as ink. Dare to drive into him. Tired of living. Chun Dao never showed mercy. The news quickly reached the ears of the Tony trio. The 3 were all stunned. Who dared to touch the boss? Upon hearing that Chen Dao was fine, Tony instead laughed. Only they knew best. Even bullets could hardly harm him. Could a battered car kill him? This group of people was truly delivering their names to the King of Hell. He immediately ordered all the 1,000 subordinates to mobilize, setting a net to search for people across Xiangjiang. Wu Ying and Ahua also received the news. The 2 were equally shocked. Who dared to touch Chen Dao now? Wasn't this courting death? Hearing that Tony had fully committed, they immediately understood. Tonight the skies over Xiangjiang would change. Wu Ying looked at Ahua and whispered, the last time someone dared to touch Dao Gu, it was Hongxing Liangkoan. And what happened? The bodies were already cold. This time, who could it be? Ahua stood up shaking his head, I don't know. But whoever strikes will definitely be unlucky. Xiangjiang is going to be chaotic again. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. It was Tony calling. The voice on the phone was cold and hard. Ahua replied, it's clear. Dao Gu has given a death order. Dig 3 feet into the ground. We must find the person. You all act immediately. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Wu Ying leaned over. Did Tony call? Yeah. Wu Ying stood up without another word. I'm going to mobilize everyone in the venues. We set off now. Ahua nodded. Let's go. First we catch people, then we'll talk about the rest. I heard they were ambushed while sending mainland merchants back. Those guys wanted to kill the merchants. Adding fuel to the fire. Dao Gu is really angry. Wu Ying didn't ask any more questions. The two directly walked out. They had just exited the Paradise Bar when they saw the entrance crowded with men in black. Ahua cleared his throat, his voice cold and hard. Dao Gu was attacked. Everyone act immediately. Search the entire Xinjiang at any cost. Bring the killer out living or dead. It was done by the Vietnamese driving an old modified van. Set off immediately. Yes. Hundreds of voices responded in unison, sounding like thunder. In the next second the crowd surged and dispersed. On the other side, Tony hung up the phone without pausing for a second. He dialed multiple numbers consecutively, and with each call a batch of people rushed onto the streets. After finishing the last call, he walked out of the venue with Ahu and Aja waving his arm. His subordinates immediately scattered. In the blink of an eye, the Tony trio Wu Ying and Ahua each led their teams, splitting into 4 routes to search for those Vietnamese across Xinjiang. Go check over there. Stop. What are you doing? Less nonsense. Stop immediately. Submit to inspection. Why? Why are you hitting people? Groups of men in black rushed onto the street, stopping people and checking cars, not even sparing the trunks. The entire street was filled with their people. Members of other gangs passing by were stunned. What happened? Why are there so many people suddenly? Who caused such? As the news spread, Chun Dao was attacked, and all the black-clad people in the entire port were desperately chasing the culprit. Various gangs immediately gasped. Who dares to touch him? Are they crazy? This isn't just provoking but seeking death. Almost all gangs immediately dispatched informants to closely monitor Chun Dao's movements, wanting to know who exactly had taken action. They all understood. No matter who it was this time, it was thoroughly over. Offending Chun Dao was more terrifying than offending the police. Pedestrians on the street were also alarmed, stopping in their tracks and pointing. What's going on? Such a big commotion. It's been years since I've seen such a scene. Quickly. They are all gang members. I heard they are catching the murderer. Don't get involved. Be careful not to be treated as suspects. On this day, Xinjiang was utterly chaotic. Sim Sha Sui, top floor of Paradise Bar. Chun Dao changed into a sharp suit, the bloodstains long washed away, wearing a calm smile as he pushed the door in. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window looking at Wang Hao and the others, his tone calm. Apologies, there was a small situation. I need to handle it first. To avoid implicating you all, I can only ask you to stay a few more days. Just right, this good show is rare. You all might as well take your time to watch. Wang Hao and the others turned back upon hearing the voice. Seeing Chun Dao, they instinctively took half a step back, their eyes filled with fear. Just now they had witnessed firsthand from upstairs. The entire street was a sea of black rushing and colliding like a giant net covering all of Xinjiang. They truly understood Chun Dao was not some partner, but a ruthless character who spoke with authority. He struck without hesitation and killed without mercy. Over 1,000 people obeyed his command, and the law in his eyes was as good as non-existent. Wang Hao remained somewhat composed, but the mainland merchants beside him who had previously complained about Chun Dao, due to the shipping volume of the freighter, turned pale at this moment, their eyes no longer holding any arrogance, only fear. Are you kidding? Just pulling out a random man in black downstairs could drown them with a spit. Chun Dao sat down on the sofa, watching the frightened expressions of the crowd, fully aware. He took out a box of cigars, gently placed it on the table, and raised his hand to signal. Top-grade cigars from Cuba, care for one. No one reached out. No one dared to move. He smiled lightly, picked one up himself, cut it, lit it, and took a deep puff. His expression relaxed. Don't worry, I only deal with enemies. As for friends, I have always treated them with respect. From today onwards, you will stay in hotels under my name, and I will take care of all your needs. If you need anything, just find Jimmy. He can handle everything, even services you can't enjoy on the mainland he can arrange. Wang Hao and the others listened, forcing a faint smile on their faces. The air suddenly grew still, becoming a bit awkward. They couldn't just stand there. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, walked over to sit across from Chun Dao, casually taking a cigar. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I look forward to more cooperation in the future. He was somewhat afraid of Chun Dao, but this concern did not suppress his desire to connect with him. Previously unclear, now he truly understood Chun Dao was undoubtedly a top figure in the Xinjiang gang. Being able to establish a connection with him was beneficial for Wang Hao with no harm at all. Seeing Wang Hao take the lead to sit down, the other merchants hesitated for a moment before all smilingly echoed, taking their seats on the sofa, their mouths full of flattery. Chen Dao nodded slightly, his expression satisfied. This assassination was not entirely a bad thing. It instead became an opportunity for him to showcase his strength to this group of merchants. On the other side, the group of Vietnamese who escaped the port just drove into the streets of Xiangjiang, saw that the streets were filled with men in black. The younger brother in the back seat trembled. Big brother, are all these people here to catch us? Big brother, what do we do now? Why are there so many men in black? Are we finished? The Vietnamese sitting in the passenger seat, annoyed by the noise, shouted, "What's the fuss? Don't panic." Though he spoke tough, his heart was pounding. Chen Dao was even more terrifying than Chun Haonan described. The modified car crashed violently, yet he remained unscathed. In the blink of an eye, dozens more people were dispatched to surround and intercept them. Was this person even human? Big brother, bad situation. One of the underlings behind the wheel suddenly shouted. They've spotted us. Vietnamese man jerked his head sharply toward the window. Dozens of black-clad men were converging from all directions, unmistakably targeting this van. Damn it. Stop gawking, floor it. The driver slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The battered van roared to life, its frame shuddering violently, as if ready to fly apart. The engine bellowed. The van lurched forward, then swerved wildly, crashing into several cars in rapid succession, carving a brutal path straight toward two black-clad figures ahead. Bang! Neither man stood a chance against that ferocious impact. They were hurled backward midair. Seizing the opening, the van burst through the encirclement, its modified engine roaring as it accelerated madly down the street, fleeing for its life. The commotion was so massive it drew the attention of the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau OCTB. Telephones rang incessantly, almost without pause. Dispatchers who should have clocked out were urgently recalled for overtime. In the office, an officer rushed breathlessly into Senior Inspector Wang Chaixing's room. Sir Wang, Chen Dao has gone completely berserk. 1,000 or 2,000 men are flooding the streets. The phones are ringing off the hook. What do we do now? Wang Chaixing's face turned ashen. What on earth did this man intend? Are they preparing for a gang war? Unlikely, the officer murmured, shaking his head while scanning a newly received summary of reports. Complainants say they're being harassed by triads, but those men appear to be searching for something. Searching? Wang Chaixing grew even more bewildered. What could possibly warrant such a citywide manhunt? So chaotic, so overwhelming. A lunatic. An utter, unmitigated lunatic. He slammed his fist onto the desk. His teacup shattered on the floor, shards scattering everywhere. Find out immediately. I demand to know exactly what is happening. He paused, then issued a low commanding order. Deploy all available units, but hold off on confronting the triads directly. Let them run wild for now. Our top priority is civilian safety. It wasn't that he lacked the will to suppress them instantly. It was that he dared not push Chen Dao to the edge. No one could predict what that madman might do if cornered. All of Hong Kong had descended into chaos because of Chen Dao. Lantau Island. Big B panicked the moment he heard the news, pacing back and forth in his room like an ant on a hot griddle. What the hell happened? Why is the entire city hunting someone? He seized a subordinate's shoulder, his voice tight. The young man flinched hastily, shaking his head. I don't know. Those guys are acting insane, stopping everyone they see, sprinting wildly through the streets as if searching for someone. What a... Big B's heart plummeted. Searching for someone. Could it possibly be linked to his own order to assassinate Chen Dao? Has Nam returned yet? Brother Nam hasn't come back. Big B's brows knotted tighter. A heavy stone seemed to press upon his chest. Call on Nam now. The moment he arrives, bring him straight to me. Also dispatch men to investigate. Any update, report to me immediately. The moment the command fell, he waved his men out. Alone on the sofa, his unease deepened, cold sweat slowly beading on his brow. While hundreds, no thousands, of underlings scoured Hong Kong for the Vietnamese man. A highway echoed with the howl of an engine. Over the walkie-talkie came a frantic voice. Uncle Tony, a white van is barreling toward your position, too fast to intercept. It'll reach you in 5. Tony instantly grasped the significance. Found them. He immediately deployed men to lock onto the vehicle, then dialed Chen Dao. Brother Dao, the target's been located. On the other end, Chen Dao's voice remained unervingly calm, utterly devoid of inflection. Bring them in. Alive. He hung up. Get in the cars. Tony ordered. Dozens of men scrambled inside. A dozen engines ignited simultaneously as the convoy surged forward at breakneck speed. Soon a white van appeared ahead, racing furiously. Block it, by any means necessary. Tony hurled his walkie-talkie aside and took the wheel himself, accelerating hard in pursuit. From both flanks, several vans swiftly closed in. Yet the target van proved terrifyingly agile, repeatedly flooring the gas and wrenching free just as they neared. With no other option left, one vehicle deliberately rammed sideways into it. A deafening crash. Metal screamed as the van flipped. Though its front end held firm, its speed dropped drastically. Tony seized the opening, surrounded, tightened the ring. Multiple vehicles converged instantly. The van swerved desperately, left, right, forward, back, until finally trapped, immobilized, and utterly sealed in. Tony led his men out, kicked the van door open, and dragged out several Vietnamese men. Black-clad underlings surged forward, fists and boots flying. Dared to lay hands on Brother Dao. You've grown tired of breathing. Beat them, but leave them breathing. Tony drove a hard punch into one man's face, stepped back, and lit a cigarette, smirking coldly. A dozen men continued their assault until the victims lay motionless on the ground, too broken even to groan. Only after finishing his cigarette did Tony raise a hand to halt the beating. Drag them over. Like discarded sacks, the Vietnamese men were hauled to his feet. Tony seized one man's hair and yanked his head upward, forcing eye contact. The assassination attempt on Chan Dao at the harbor. Was it you? The man gasped, stammering. I don't know. Tony's gaze darkened. This could not be misjudged. Before delivering them to Chan Dao, absolute certainty was non-negotiable. He let out a contemptuous snort, accepted a knife from a subordinate, and gently pressed the tip beneath the man's eyelid. Speak truth, or I'll gouge out your eyes first, then sever your limbs. The Vietnamese man trembled violently, nodding frantically, too terrified even to blink. Tony exhaled in quiet relief, then scoffed. He'd witnessed Chan Dao take a bullet point blank and walk away unscathed. Even he had felt his pulse skip. Who would dare cross such a man? These fools truly had grown weary of life. The Vietnamese men and their associates lay bloodied and broken, barely clinging to consciousness. At that moment he wished he could rip out his own intestines. Regret flooded him. He'd long heard Chan Dao was Hong Kong's most fearsome Triad leader, but today he saw it firsthand. Was this merely a brute force? No, this was pure unchained madness. And every one of his men followed suit, reckless and fearless. 2,000 men hunting a single target. What Triad dared such audacity? It was terrifying, but regret was useless now. Keep them secured. Tony jumped out of the car, strode to the roadside, and dialed Wu Ying. It rang for a long time before connecting. The line crackled with noise. Then after nearly a minute, Wu Ying's voice broke through. What is it? Still searching. I've combed the entire district, nothing. Got anything on your end? No need to search further, Tony said, exhaling smoke. We've got them. Pull your men back. I'm bringing them in now. There was a pause. Then Wu Ying chuckled teasingly. TSK. Your luck's astonishing. I spent hours chasing shadows, yet you nail it on the first try. Tony smiled faintly. Sometimes luck is... I'll hang up now. After a few light-hearted words, Tony ended the call and gestured sharply. Move out. Take the injured brothers. We're returning to Tsim Sha Tsui. Black-clad underlings sprinted toward the overturned vehicle and hauled out two comrades. Thankfully, though battered and disheveled, neither had sustained life-threatening injuries. Just as the group prepared to depart, boom, 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 a piercing roar of motorcycle engines. Dozens of motorcycles blazed forward, headlights searing, each bearing a hoodlum armed with bats and cleavers, shouting and swinging wildly. Several vans followed closely behind. Tony stepped out, immediately frowning as the convoy drew near. Hostile intent confirmed. He issued swift orders. Lock the Vietnamese men inside the van. Secure them tightly. Everyone get ready to move. 30-odd men in black immediately spread out, forming a formation. The Vietnamese guys were roughly pushed into the van, locked in the back. In the blink of an eye, motorcycles circled around, without stopping, forming a large ring that trapped Tony and his men in the middle. The sound of engines roaring deafeningly, accompanied by wild screams. Tony's brows furrowed tighter, yet he did not order a counterattack. His men could fight, and were not afraid of death, but the opponent had too many. Fighting Heaton would be futile. He raised his hand to suppress his restless subordinates, and shouted to the outside of the circle, who are you? What do you want? No one answered. Only the motorcycles crazily spun around, knives and clubs waving wildly, their shouts shaking the heavens. At this moment, several vans screeched to a halt nearby. Screech. The sharp sound of brakes had barely faded when a corpulent thug from the Eastern Star's Crow stepped forward with a machete in hand, followed by over 40 gangsters. With the motorcycle gang, there were nearly 100 of them. Tony did not move. The disparity in numbers was too great. He dared not act rashly. You. He began to speak, but the corpulent thug had already charged in front of him, the tip of his knife pointed directly at Tony's chest. What the hell is going on? Do you know where this is? This is Eastern Star's territory. You've crossed the line. It turned out that Tony had chased too aggressively and had unwittingly entered Yuan Long, Eastern Star's territory. These gangs valued their territory more than their lives. Anyone daring to act on their turf would not be permitted, let alone Tony bringing dozens of men directly in. As soon as the corpulent thug finished speaking, he turned and saw the beaten Vietnamese guys behind Tony, frowning, his arrogance spiking. Who the hell do you think you are? You come barging into Eastern Star's territory and snatch people without a word. Do you think this is a market? Tony glared at the greasy, hard-mouthed guy before him, feeling the fire rise within. But this was Eastern Star's territory. He did not want to escalate things unnecessarily, so he held back. Once the corpulent thug finished cursing, Tony spoke with a blank expression. We have connections with Chun Dao, Dao Go. We took a wrong turn and did not intend to cause trouble. Please clear a path, and we will leave immediately. Hearing this, the corpulent thug scoffed. Are you kidding me? Who is Chun Dao? Others may fear him, but Eastern Star doesn't buy that. Want to leave? Fine. Leave your men behind, and you can go. You dare to say that again. Tony finally could not contain his anger. He had initially wanted to settle things peacefully, but this fat guy was pushing his buttons. Tony had been with Chun Dao long enough to learn how to be ruthless. He was not someone who could be easily subdued. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the nearly 100 Eastern Star lackeys, and spoke coldly. Don't push your luck. You're looking for death. The corpulent thug, emboldened by his numbers, became increasingly arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding lackeys immediately closed in, raising their knives and clubs. Tony's eyes turned cold, killing, intent surging. You want to be unreasonable? Then let's fight. Screw you. He surged forward, kicking out. The corpulent thug didn't even have time to dodge, flying through the air like a sack of potatoes, crashing heavily into a van before coming to a stop. He curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach, pointing at Tony, and howled, "What are you all just standing there for? Go kill them." At the command, the Eastern Star lackeys immediately pounced. Without needing Tony to give the order, his men in black had already rushed out. They had originally come to catch the Vietnamese guys and hadn't brought any weapons. But when people were desperate, anything could be used. Some grabbed baseball bats, some snatched chains, while others simply picked up beer bottles to smash. Over a dozen Eastern Star lackeys were stunned by this reckless display, and before they could react were taken down. Once armed, these men in black fought like they were mad, growing fiercer as they fought. Though the Eastern Star had the advantage in numbers, they were momentarily held back. Although people continued to fall for the time being, neither side could overpower the other. Damn, are you all looking to die? Tony knocked down a lackey with a punch, snatched the baseball bat from his hand, and roared. Though his skills were not as good as Chun Dao, he was definitely the top expert under Dao Ge. Red sticks. Double-head red sticks. When they encountered him, they still had to weigh their options. After taking down 2 more people, Tony's gaze was firmly fixed on the corpulent thug. You Eastern Star have really gotten yourselves into deep trouble. Damn, am I afraid of you? The corpulent thug, clutching his stomach in pain, was further enraged by these words, advancing instead of retreating, swinging his knife toward Tony's face. Come on. Tony growled low, charging forward. 2 meters, 1 meter. Just as the corpulent thug raised his knife high, the blade coming down, Tony swung the baseball bat violently toward the blade. Clang. Sparks flew. The impact made both their arms numb. The corpulent thug's palm burst open on the spot, blood gushing out. Damn. He was taken aback, hurriedly retracting his knife and stepping back. But Tony did not retreat a step, pressing forward. This time he would not give him another chance. His hands were already numb, but he couldn't care about the pain, lifting the baseball bat once more for another swing, aiming directly at the corpulent thug's head. The thug's heart sank. He tilted his head sharply to dodge. The bat grazed his scalp, but still came crashing down heavily on his left shoulder. With a loud crack, his entire arm drooped down, clearly broken. The machete in his hand clattered to the ground. Just as Tony was about to strike again, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps rang out from a distance. Several Eastern Star thugs rushed over. Tony fought while retreating, quickly regrouping with his men in black. He had fought so fiercely that he had barely had time to look around. Now, glancing over, his face paled. Though the subordinates he had brought could hold their own, they were now on the verge of collapse. Over a dozen had been pinned down and beaten, and those still standing were each surrounded by 3 or 4, even 10 Eastern Star thugs being beaten mercilessly. If this dragged on, none would be able to get away. Damn. Tony gritted his teeth and cursed. On the other side, the corpulent thug, seeing this, grinned widely. What? Weren't you quite tough? Get up, keep fighting. Brothers, go chop them down. Leave none alive. Dare to act wildly on Eastern Star's turf. Today none of you will leave alive. Though he spoke boldly, the corpulent thug felt a pang of anxiety. Damn it, with dozens attacking, this few his side had already lost over 40 men. As both sides were locked in a fierce battle, suddenly, stop! A loud shout rang out. Several vans screeched to a halt, their doors flinging open. The Crow jumped out with dozens of Eastern Star thugs striding forward. Tony's heart sank. Boss, you're here. The corpulent thug endured the pain, dragging his broken arm to meet him. The others immediately withdrew, but still encircled Tony and his men. Only then did Tony and his men catch their breath. The Crow lit a cigarette, squinting at the mess on the ground, then fixed his gaze on the corpulent thug's drooping hand, his face darkening. Useless. Nearly 100 men couldn't deal with this few, and it turned out like this. The corpulent thug grimaced. Boss, these guys are really reckless. Just like their boss Chun Dao. He then quickly recounted what happened. Chun Dao. The Crow sneered, pushing past the corpulent thug and directly confronting Tony. No matter how powerful your boss is, he doesn't get to catch people on my turf. He raised his hand, pointing at the corpulent thug's severed arm. For attacking my men, this matter isn't over. Right now, call your boss. Have him bring money for medical fees immediately. Otherwise, none of your subordinates will leave. Tony coldly replied, you'll regret this. After finishing speaking, he dialed the phone. Dao Ge, something happened. We were blocked by the people from Dongxing outside Tiantang Bar, and we are completely surrounded. He briefly recounted the situation. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and Chun Dao's voice was calm, without a hint of disturbance. Let Crow answer the phone. Tony handed over the phone, saying, my boss is looking for you. Damn, Crow cursed as he took the phone, getting straight to the point. I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. This time your people crossed the line and attacked mine. Now immediately bring money to ransom them. Chun Dao said lightly on the other end. I give you two choices. Either I come to find you, or you let them go now. Now immediately bring money to ransom them. Chun Dao said lightly on the other end. Before he finished speaking, with a loud crash, he smashed the phone into pieces. Tony looked at him, the corners of his mouth curling up. You're asking for trouble with Dongxing. At the same time, in the attic of Tiantang Bar, Chun Dao's face was as dark as water. Jimmy couldn't help but ask, Dao Go, what's wrong? Chun Dao briefly mentioned it. Then he looked at Wang Hao and the others, giving a gentle smile. Sorry, I have something to deal with. You guys stay here for a while. Wang Hao was taken aback. In Xiangjiang, was there really someone who dared to touch Chun Dao's people? After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Mr. Chun, may I go with you to take a look? Is it convenient? Chun Dao thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Letting Wang Hao go was no problem. He could take this opportunity to show those people the consequences of provoking him. He turned to Jimmy and said, send a few people to follow Mr. Wang and ensure his safety. Also notify everyone to gather immediately. Yes. Jimmy immediately complied. Half an hour later, Jimmy pushed the door in. Dao Go, everyone is waiting downstairs. Chun Dao replied, then looked at Wang Hao. Let's go, Mr. Wang. A few people went downstairs one after the other. On the street below, it was already filled with men in black. Each one held a brand new machete, standing in neat rows. During this time, Chun Dao hadn't shown up much, so it took a while to gather people, but he still firmly held over 2,000 black-clad subordinates. At this moment, everyone had arrived, a sea of black, an impressive sight. As soon as Chun Dao appeared without saying a word, he raised his hand and waved. 2,000 people instantly moved. Like a tide, they surged towards Crow's territory in Dongxing. Wang Hao, who followed behind, felt his legs go weak. Is this the gang of Xianjiang? Chun Dao is too ruthless. On the other side, Didi just heard Chang Mao report the news and was stunned, saying Chun Dao brought 2,000 people straight to Dongxing. Chang Mao nodded heavily. Didi gasped, 2,000 subordinates. He had only been the gang leader for a few days. Even gathering his own temporary crew to this number was difficult. This is not a person, this is a monster. Chang Mao was also bewildered. How did the newly appointed Chun Dao suddenly become so fierce? At the same time, Lu was also stunned, speechless by the news from Hunyao. Like Didi, he completely didn't believe it. He just took over as the gang leader, and he already has 2,000 capable subordinates. How did Chun Dao manage to pull that off? Quick, keep a close watch on him. Something big is definitely going to happen tonight. After Hunyao left, Lu took a while to recover. After a moment, he took a deep breath. He understood. Chun Dao was about to go crazy again. Looking over at Liansheng's side, Yu Biao had just told Fei Ji the news, and Fei Ji's eyes widened. Yu Ge, is it really 2,000 people? Such a big show. Where did he find them? He had heard that Chun Dao was formidable, but 2,000. A regular gang leader with a few hundred would be maxed out. Didi and Lu, these veterans, would barely have 1,000. 2,000. They would need to borrow men from everywhere, or even pay to hire people. But hiring people couldn't be done overnight. Yu Biao frowned as well. I'm not sure. But the brothers over there said that Chun Dao's people filled the entire street, a sea of black that was endless. At least 1,800, not much off from that. Fei Ji was even more confused, but couldn't help but admire him. In this line of work, who wouldn't want to be like Chun Dao? With a single command, 2,000 people charging behind, how majestic. Yu Biao saw through his thoughts and shook his head with a wry smile. Don't be envious. This kind of ability in the past 10 years in Xianjiang, only Chun Dao has emerged as a new gang leader. Fei Ji nodded silently. Yu Biao stood up. Alright, go arrange it. This time Chun Dao is going heat-in with Dongxing, and with such a big commotion tonight, there will definitely be a hard battle to watch. The two was envious to the point of drooling. There was no way. 2,000 people. Too terrifying. In all his years of mingling, he had never seen such a grand scene from Chun Dao. Previously in the Yuguchi restaurant, he had clashed with Chun Dao and had even been beaten. Now, he couldn't help but click his tongue. After all, in this line of work, who didn't want to be impressive once? What impressed him even more was the last time he saw Chun Dao at Yuguchi. There were only a few hundred subordinates around him. How many days has it been? The number had doubled and more. Moreover, every single one was sharp and willing to fight. Who wouldn't envy such strength? However, while the top horses were envious, the O team was in complete disarray. The phone rang incessantly, and the office was in an uproar. Hello? They left Sim Sha Sui. Alright, I will arrange it immediately. What? We can't stop them. Then don't stop them hard. We must not cause a conflict. Hello? Huang Zhiqing rushed into the office, not even steadying himself in his chair, and urgently asked the police officer who was about to report. What's going on? Why did Chun Dao suddenly gather everyone? What does he want to do? The officer was bewildered by a series of questions, opened his mouth, and for a moment didn't know which question to answer. Huang Zhiqing took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety, and asked again, explain clearly, what's the situation now? Not confirmed yet. How many people are there? Frontline reports indicate that Chun Dao has over 2,000 people, a sea of black. Many more followed after hearing the news. The exact number is unclear. Huang Zicheng's face darkened. 2,000 people. This was going to flip Xiangjiang upside down. What wind was Chun Dao blowing today? Would it not be peaceful for a moment? Grumbling aside, the most urgent thing was, he needed to know where was Chun Dao heading. This time he didn't need to ask, the officer quickly added. He led the team towards Yuan Long. Yuan Long. Huang Zicheng was taken aback, then suddenly slapped the table and stood up. That's Dong Xing's territory. If he brings so many people over, is he planning to sweep the streets? He immediately realized Yuan Long was the old nest of Dong Xing with thousands of subordinates. If Chun Dao really went to cause trouble, if the two groups met, at least 10,000 people would clash. The consequences were unimaginable. Is he crazy? What's the point of provoking Dong Xing for no reason? Does he really want to dig a massive hole in Xianjiang? Huang Zicheng felt his scalp tingle. This matter might attract the attention of the stationed British Army in Hong Kong. Investigate immediately. Find out right away why did Chun Dao fall out with Dong Xing. 2,000 people. He's star. This is not a fight, it's an ignition. If this drags on, not only will he, a senior inspector, be unable to maintain his position, but the entire O department might undergo a major shakeup. In the chaotic battle with tens of thousands, how many civilians would suffer? The losses are incalculable. He is anxious and his subordinates are even more anxious. We can't investigate that quickly. It's too sudden. We need time. There's no time. Time. He can afford it, but Chun Dao won't wait. That person is reckless. If they don't take action soon, it will be too late. Immediately dispatch people. Head over there first. Huang Zicheng turned and went to find Qin Zhejun. Qin Zhejun had just heard the news. Let's go. Come with me. If we delay even a moment longer, it will truly be unmanageable. Qin Zhejun nodded without a word. The situation had reached a critical point, leaving no room for anything else. Soon, outside the O department, the piercing sound of police sirens suddenly rang out. Huang Zicheng had mobilized all available police forces. Over 100 police cars lined up like a dragon ready to set off. At his command, the convoy surged forward like a torrent of steel, heading straight for Yuan Long. At this moment in Yuan Long, inside a bar's private room, Crow had just returned to his turf, barely settled, when a younger brother burst through the door. Big brother, something's wrong. Damn, are you being chased by ghosts? Why are you trembling? Crow, who was cuddling with two female companions, was abruptly interrupted, his face darkening as he raised his hand and smashed the glass on the floor. After cursing, he coldly stared at the person. Are you standing there like a wooden post? Speak. What happened? The younger brother finally came to his senses and urgently said, Chun Dao is coming. He brought over 2,000 people. What a... Crow was taken aback. 2,000. Am I hearing this right? Who is Chun Dao? A newly appointed member of the 49 gang. Where did he get so many people? Did you really see clearly? It's absolutely true. The younger brother's voice trembled. It's a sea of people. The entire street is blocked. There must be at least 2,005. Crow's heart tightened. He had heard about Chun Dao being ruthless, insane, and cunning, and seeing it today, it was indeed no exaggeration. To bring 2,000 people just for a few lackeys. This is a death sentence, or is he directly flipping the table to seize territory? But no matter how panicked he was, he couldn't show weakness in front of his subordinates. He is one of the 5 tigers of East Star. He can't lose face. Besides, no matter how arrogant Chun Dao is, he is still just a newly promoted member of the 49 gang. Who doesn't have some men? He slammed the table. What are you panicking about? This is Yuan Long, my territory. I've been in this business for so many years. How many brothers have I raised? Am I afraid of a little brat? Go. Call everyone here. Today, if Chun Dao doesn't pay for the medical bills, he won't leave alive. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the younger brother still standing there dumbfounded, and his anger flared again. Why aren't you going? Yes. The younger brother turned and ran. But in less than 5 minutes, he stumbled back, and his face pale. Big brother. They've arrived. The entire bar is surrounded. What a... Crow jumped up. The younger brother grabbed his arm. Quick, let's go. The brothers can't hold on any longer. We won't have time to call for help. If we delay another second, something could happen. Crow's mind bust. Face. Right now his life is at stake. What face is there to talk about? Surviving is the only chance for a comeback. He pushed away the woman in his arms and shouted, back door. Hurry. At this moment outside the bar, Chun Dao stood at the street corner exhaling a puff of smoke, his voice very calm. Leave none alive. As his words fell, hundreds of younger brothers surged out like a tide, colliding heat in with the East Star reinforcements. The glint of blades flashed, muffled groans arose, and wails echoed continuously. Nearby, Wang Hao's legs trembled, his stomach churning, his face turning pale. He had never witnessed such a scene. Chun Dao remained unfazed, leisurely smoking, and lightly patted Wang Hao's shoulder with a faint smile. This is Xiangjiang, and this is my everyday life. At this moment, a younger brother quickly approached, leaning in to whisper a few words. Chun Dao raised an eyebrow. They ran away. After a pause, he shook his head with a smile. They say Crow is the craziest of the 5 tigers of East Star, but it seems not so much. Thinking of slipping away? No way. Chun Dao waved his hand. He signaled his subordinates to continue dealing with the East Star younger brothers in the bar. He himself led the way down another path. Mr. Wang, let's go. The good show has just begun. Wang Hao's face was pale, and he was wobbling. Two younger brothers in black supported him on either side, quickly keeping up. Soon Chen Dao turned into the back alley of the bar. As soon as they turned the corner, they ran smack into Crow and his group. They were frantically trying to escape. Damn, how did they get here so quickly? Seeing Chen Dao, Crow's scalp tightened. He had been half convinced before, but now he believed completely. The people before him had grim faces and fierce eyes. They didn't look like a makeshift group. He simply couldn't understand. Chen Dao is just a rookie who has just taken the seat of 4-9. Where did he get hundreds of loyal younger brothers? Crow gritted his teeth, standing firm a few steps away from Chen Dao, forcing himself to say, Chen Dao, I admit defeat this time. To give you face, they'll return your people immediately. Chen Dao sneered. Face? Do you think you're qualified to talk about face with me yet? You. Crow was so angry that he felt a tightness in his chest, nearly unable to breathe. But he didn't dare to act. Behind him, he had at most 100 men. On Chen Dao's side, there were at least 500 to 400, a sea of black, and they had their knives ready. He retreated while searching for an escape route, intending to slip away from the side. Suddenly, oh! A scream erupted from behind. Crow turned around sharply, his eyes widening. Unknown to him, a large group of younger brothers in black had appeared from behind, armed with cleavers blocking the way out. Surrounded from front and back, like being wrapped in dumplings, Crow and his men were trapped at the alley entrance. Damn! Crow turned his head, gritting his teeth and staring at Chen Dao. If you dare to touch me, E-Star will never let it go. Oh! Chen Dao remained calm and composed, leisurely lighting a cigarette, taking a puff before speaking lightly. I'm not afraid of Hongxing. Why would I care about E-Star? Crow was stunned, his mouth opening and closing without a word. This person is truly insane. In Xiangjiang's underworld, does he dare to offend everyone? But right now there was no time to think about that. He swallowed hard and forced out, don't forget your men are still in our hands. If you touch me, they won't survive. It's fine. Chen Dao shrugged, his tone relaxed. As long as I take you down, they'll be safe. You? Crow's face turned red, his whole body stiffened. The oppressive aura from Chen Dao made it hard for him to lift his head. At this moment, the cigarette in Chen Dao's hand had burned out. He took a deep breath of the last puff, flicked the cigarette, but which flew straight to Crow's feet, and only uttered one word. Go! In an instant, the two groups of black-clad younger brothers lunged forward simultaneously. Crow was startled and pushed away the younger brother beside him. What are you standing there for? Go for it. But those people were already so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. Where was their courage? They could only charge forward with their knives out of desperation. Unfortunately, earlier they could rely on their numbers to fight hard, but now, in terms of numbers, momentum, and ruthlessness, they were completely crushed by Chen Dao. Oh! Ugh! The sound of blades flashing and continuous screams echoed. East Star's younger brothers fell one after another, blood splattering on the blue bricks. Crow desperately swung his knife, chopping left and right, taking down a few black-clad men, yet sinking deeper into the quagmire. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people he brought were all lying down. The Crow was also firmly held down by two men in black, dragged before Chen Dao. He was drenched in sweat, his hair disheveled, looking utterly disheveled. Chen Dao merely waved his hand lightly, his tone calm. Disable his hands. No sooner had the words been spoken, a shrill scream tore through the night sky. The Crow completely broke down. He had heard of Chen Dao's ruthlessness, but today he finally witnessed it firsthand. Big Shot, where are you? Big Shot, are you okay? As the Crow clutched his severed hand and howled, a large crowd suddenly surged from the street corner, accompanied by hurried footsteps. In the next moment, a hefty figure with over 200 subordinates rushed to the scene. He had been in the hospital when he heard that the Crow was attacked and immediately came with reinforcements. But the sight before him left him frozen in place. Chen Dao stood in the center, surrounded by a sea of people. On the ground, the Crow lay curled up, blood flowing incessantly, crying out continuously. Yuan Lang was the territory of the Eastern Star. How could it be beaten like this in an instant? The hefty figure's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Yet he steeled himself and shouted at Chen Dao, you better release my boss. This is the territory of the Eastern Star. If you dare to act recklessly, don't expect to walk out alive. Oh! Chen Dao raised an eyebrow. I would like to see how you plan to stop me from leaving. At that moment, the back door of the bar opened. Tony, covered in wounds and accompanied by a few men in black, stepped out. Upon seeing Chen Dao, he hurried forward, saying, Dao, go. Are you okay? I'm fine. Tony raised his eyes to the hefty figure across the street, his expression instantly turning cold. Chen Dao took out a cigarette and lit it, asking, do you know him? It's him who surrounded me. Tony recounted the incident. The hefty figure had blocked him and killed several men in black. Chen Dao narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the hefty figure, his voice deepening. Anyone who dares to touch my people must pay the price. He turned and patted Tony on the shoulder, saying, I'll leave this to you, handle it yourself. Tony nodded, abruptly turning towards the hefty figure and shouted fiercely, you're the hefty one, right? Today I'm going to turn you into a corpse. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward with a couple hundred men. The hefty figure's face turned pale. He had long experienced the madness of this group of men in black, usually emboldened by their numbers, but now, facing 2,000 opponents with only 200 of his own, Not only he but even his subordinates were thrown into a panic. Before the fight even began, many had already turned and fled. The remaining ones, upon meeting the gaze of their foes, were quickly brought down to the ground. The hefty figure attempted to escape, who just as he lifted his foot a cold light had already pinned him down. "Wanna run? Dream on." Tony seized a machete, charging forward, the blade aimed directly at the hefty figure's face. The hefty figure, terrified, instinctively turned his head. The blade grazed his face, cutting deeply into his left arm, blood spraying everywhere. Soon the 200 men the hefty figure had brought were either fleeing, dying, or falling. Only he remained, dragged before Chun Dao, like a sack collapsing to the ground, trembling all over. Nearby, Wang Hao, held against the wall by several men in black, witnessed the entire scene. He was just a businessman, having never seen such a spectacle. This night completely shattered his perception. So this was how the Hong Kong gangs operated. He couldn't help but look up at Chun Dao, his eyes full of awe. Only then did he realize just how formidable his partner was. Just because his subordinate was beaten, he immediately brought 2,000 men to retaliate. It was simply unimaginable. Chun Dao flicked off the ash from his cigarette, not sparing Wang Hao a glance. Seeing Tony pull back, he casually asked, "What about those who attacked me?" Tony casually tossed the hefty figure, now like a lump of mud, to the ground, respectfully replying, "When we were captured, those Vietnamese were also taken away. They should still be in the bar." Chun Dao nodded. "Take people to find them and drag them out." "Understood." Tony acknowledged and immediately led more than 10 subordinates back to the bar, meticulously searching room by room. Before long, they discovered the Vietnamese and his few subordinates in the storage room, all passed out on the ground. Tony ordered that they be dragged before Chun Dao. Chun Dao looked down at the unconscious Vietnamese, his brow slightly furrowing. Tony immediately understood his meaning, and without waiting to be asked, proactively said, "They just fainted, they'll wake up soon." Chun Dao, upon hearing this, relaxed his brow and nodded. "Not a single one can die before we find out who's..." He turned to Tony, his tone calm, yet resolute. "I'll leave this matter to you. No matter the means, I must know who is behind this." Chun Dao always repaid his debts of hatred. Want to kill him? Then be prepared to bear the consequences. Ling Kuan was like this, and so were the ones behind this. Tony nodded, gesturing to his subordinates, who immediately hoisted the Vietnamese and several others away. At that moment, the Fly and Ahua also rushed over from different directions. "Dao Gu, all the Eastern Star thugs in the venue have been dealt with. Dao Gu, those who came to reinforce have all been chased away." Both reported in unison, their attitudes respectful. Chun Dao slightly nodded. Fly lowered his head and saw the crow lying on the ground, unable to resist. He asked, "Dao Gu, how should we deal with this person?" Chun Dao glanced at him, lightly contemplating for a moment, then raised his hand to indicate. "Hang him up. Let the Eastern Star see the price of offending me." The crow, drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this, struggled to get up and roared at Chun Dao, "Chun Dao, you will definitely regret this. The Eastern Star will never let you go." Chun Dao frowned slightly and turned to Tony, smiling. Tony understood, instantly stepped forward and shouted harshly, seeking death. Before he could finish his words, his knee violently struck the crow's abdomen. Then he grabbed his hair, forcefully lifting his face, and struck him with several slaps across the face. The crow's vision blackened, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, collapsing to the ground. "That's enough." Chun Dao spoke softly. Tony kicked the crow down and stepped back behind Chun Dao. Chun Dao took out a cigarette, slowly took a puff, and his gaze fell upon the crow's swollen, deformed face. "Eastern Star. Am I afraid?" After a pause, he smiled gently. "Since you say they will retaliate, then let's play something even harsher." The crow's heart tightened, a chill running down his spine. What are you going to do?" Chun Dao did not answer, only looked at Tony, his voice very soft. "Castrate him, then hang him." Tony was taken aback, then grinned widely. "All right." With a wave of his hand, several men in black immediately pounced, firmly pinning the crow's legs down. The crow was completely panicked, his arrogant demeanor vanished, leaving only a hoarse plea. "No. Chun Dao, spare me. I have money. He'll give you money." Chun Dao remained expressionless, simply uttering 2 words, "Do it." "Got it." Tony chuckled, picking up a baseball bat and aiming for the crow's lower body. Not hesitating, he brought it down with great force. "Huh!" The scream tore through the night sky, shaking the entire street as if it trembled. Even those next to Tony couldn't help but hold their breath. Dao Gu, truly ruthless. But there wasn't a flicker of emotion on Chun Dao's face. If the Eastern Star didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered. If they dared to come knocking, then they shouldn't blame him for making the fire burn even bigger. He was never afraid of trouble. The bigger the commotion, the louder the name. The louder the name, the more followers had attract. This scene once again shocked Wang Hao. This young man is even more terrifying than he had imagined. Yet Wang Hao was not afraid. On the contrary, his blood surged and his eyes sparkled. This partner was truly the right choice. Partnering with someone like him is undoubtedly the right move. Wang Hao silently resolved in his heart he must be tightly bound to him. Such a person will surely bring benefits beyond imagination. On the other side, what a 2,000 people. Is the information reliable? When the news of Chun Dao leading 2,000 subordinates into the Dongxing territory reached Deng Bo's ears, he was taken aback. Deng Bo was filled with disbelief, confirming it several times. Finally, he took a deep breath, his mind buzzing as if thousands of horses were galloping. How is that possible? How could he muster so many people? Where did 2,000 subordinates come from? He murmured to himself. This matter was too shocking. 2,000 people. This is not a small number. Let alone that Chun Dao had just become a hall master. Even the veteran hall masters of Lianxing Didi and Delu would not be able to gather so many capable fighters in a short time. Though Lianxing nominally had tens of thousands, most were just peripheral members. Each hall master really had only a few hundred subordinates who would obey orders and could be mobilized immediately. Deng Bo clearly remembered when Chun Dao first took office, he had only a few hundred people around him. How could it have multiplied several times in just a month or two? How did he do it? Deng Bo could not make sense of it. But he understood one thing: a storm was coming, a major event was about to unfold. He's simply a madman. How many days has it been since the last bloodbath at Hongxing? Now he has set his sights on Dongxing. Is he planning to offend all the gangs in Xianjiang? Deng Bo's expression, but he could only feel anxious. Chun Dao was too ruthless and aggressive, he did not even dare to advise him. After a moment of silence, he sighed. Continue to keep a close watch. Report any new developments immediately, especially from Dongxing. Yes. His subordinates responded and retreated. Once they all left, Deng Bo lit a cigarette, his expression complex, and murmured for a long time. This person suddenly emerged. Is it a blessing or a curse for Lianxing? At the same time, the leader of Dongxing, Lita, also received the news. Yuan Long was attacked by Chun Dao. Upon hearing 2,000 people, Lita immediately stood up. He knew Chun Dao was strong, but 2,000 subordinates. That was not something a new hall master should have. What is the situation over at Yuan Long? Still unclear. The subordinate's voice trembled. We just lost contact with them. Useless. Luotawa slammed the table, grabbing the teacup and throwing it at the man. Are you still standing there? Hurry and investigate. If you delay for another minute, they'll skin you alive. The subordinate fled, holding his head. When he was left alone in the room, Luotawa felt both shock and anger. Damn, a newly appointed hall master dares to be so arrogant. Does he really think there is no one in Dongxing? On Lantau Island, Debi also heard about this and was momentarily stunned. He was already feeling guilty, and now he was even more flustered. Just when he was anxious, a little brother rushed in. Boss Nin Gu is back. Debi jumped up. Quick, invite them in. Chen Haonan and Shanji were soon brought in. Anan. Debi just opened his mouth, glanced around at his subordinates, and swallowed the words back, waving his hand. Everyone out. Yes. Everyone exited. Once the door closed, only the three of them remained. Debi could not contain his anger and urgently asked, what on earth happened? Why is Chun Dao still alive? What about those Vietnamese? Are they just eating rice? Debi fired off a series of questions, his tone hurried. Chun Haonan and Shan Ji's expressions darkened, and sweat beaded on their foreheads. They recalled the scene where Chun Dao was hit by a car and flew several meters covered in blood, yet stood up and kicked the Vietnamese aside, uncontrollably trembling. That person is not human at all. Shanji blurted out. Debi's heart sank. What exactly happened? Chun Haonan took a deep breath, suppressing his panic, and said solemnly, Brother B, the assassination failed. Chun Dao is too sinister. The car hit him directly, and he actually stood up after falling. He even drove that group of Vietnamese away. What? Debi suddenly raised his head, his voice changing. Failed. Was it really that group of Vietnamese who were being searched for all over the city by Chun Dao's subordinates? His complexion turned pale instantly. He already knew Chun Dao was a madman. If he didn't eliminate him, the consequences would be as ugly as Liang Khan's death with disgrace. Brother B, we. Chun Haonan started to speak, but was stopped by Dai Bi raising his hand. It's not your fault. Debi sighed, his expression serious. I underestimated him. After a pause, he suddenly raised his head, his tone resolute. Immediately prepare. Recall all the little brothers, not a single one can be missing. A major event is about to happen. At this moment in Yuan Long, Huang Ziqing led the record police officers into the scene. The crow was hanging in midair, barely alive. On the ground lay Dongxing subordinates in disarray, groaning incessantly. Damn, this person truly doesn't care for his life. Does he not consider the consequences of his actions? Creating such a mess, does he want to go to war with Dongxing? Huang Ziqing's face was as dark as a pot bottom, cursing. But he quickly calmed down and immediately ordered seal off the scene, disperse the onlookers, and protect innocent civilians. Beside him, Chen Jiejun frowned tightly. As expected, Chun Dao was still the same madly righteous. Xianjiang is likely to face another storm. Once the scene was initially controlled, Huang Ziqing walked over, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. Jiejun, do you think Chun Dao is really crazy? Dongxing is not just street thugs, they are also a group of desperate men. Does he really dare to clash Heaton? Chen Jiejun pulled at the corner of his mouth, perhaps. He looked at the mess on the ground, feeling uneasy. Others did not know, but he was very clear. The bullets hitting him would not even break his skin. Human. Or something else. Who can tell? So, he really dares to start a war. Are you worried? Huang Ziqing noticed something was off with his expression. Chen Jiejun shook his head. It's nothing. Some words cannot be said, nor should they be said. Fortunately, Huang Ziqing was busy and did not press further. At this moment a police officer hurried over. Sir, Huang Chundao has left Yuan Long with his men. Finally gone. Huang Ziqing sighed in relief. The officer pointed at the injured on the ground, hesitatingly asked, "What about these people? How should we handle them?" Huang Ziqing glanced at them and waved his hand, "Withdraw." Later he'll find an opportunity to talk to him. Chen Jeju nodded. Once Huang Ziqing walked far away, he looked down at the hundreds of Dongxing members lying on the ground, sighing silently. Talk. What to discuss with Chen Dao? Would he even listen? Chen Jeju knew full well Dongxing had suffered heavy losses. With half of the 5 tigers incapacitated, they would never tolerate it. And Chen Dao never spoke of retreat. It wouldn't be long before the powder keg would explode. At that time it would be true chaos. After Chen Dao left, the news of the incident with Dongxing's crow spread throughout Xiangjiang like the wind. Everyone's nerves instantly tightened. At the pier, after hearing his subordinates report, Yu Tu Biao's face was so grim it could drip water, his brows knitted together. Damn it. Dare Chen Dao really do this? 2,000 men stormed Crow's den and crippled him on the spot. This isn't just flipping the table, it's shattering it entirely. Beside him, Feiji felt his chest tighten. Was Dongxing truly to be trifled with? Chen Dao had acted without a shred of concern for consequence. Yu Tushio cast a sidelong, contemptuous glance at Feiji and sneered, Dongxing never forgets a slight. Touch one finger, and they'll reclaim it tenfold with interest. He paused, growing angrier by the second. Damn it. Chen Dao stormed Dongxing's territory wearing the mantle of Ho Lin Sheng's acting leader. How is this merely his affair? It may well drag the entire Ho Lin Sheng into the abyss. Feiji remained silent, his face frozen in grim realization. Chen Dao struck alone, but he wore Ho Lin Sheng's robe. And now that robe was stained with blood, disavowal would not come easily. What troubled him more was this: with Chen Dao's ferocity, this would not end here. And he drew a slow, quiet breath. And this time, truly, the storm was about to break. Elsewhere, Jiang Tiansheng had just received the news, and his brow furrowed deeply. And after all this silence, how had Chen Dao suddenly ignited such a cataclysm? Hadn't he ordered Bi to eliminate him? And then why was Chen Dao still alive? And had something gone terribly wrong? Knock, knock, knock. And the sharp rapping shattered his thoughts. Mr. Jiang Bi requests an audience. Bi. Jiang Tiansheng stiffened. So late, nothing good could come of it. And could it be? Bring him in. Immediately. As the door swung open, Bi entered, head bowed, and murmured respectfully, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Tiansheng instantly sensed something amiss in his expression, and his heart sank. Speak. What has happened? Bi sat down, voice low and heavy. Mr. Jiang, the situation is grave. Chen Dao acted today because of us. What do you mean? I hired Vietnamese operatives to eliminate him. They failed. He paused, voice sinking even lower. I've confirmed it. He stormed Dongxing's territory today to hunt down those escaped Vietnamese operatives. What a... Jiang Tiansheng slammed his palm onto the desk, surging to his feet, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Last time when Liang Quan sent assassins after Chen Dao and failed, that madman retaliated by killing Liang Quan himself, and even Hong Xing lost its crown prince. And now, history repeated itself. And if those Vietnamese operatives fell into Chen Dao's hands and revealed Hong Xing's involvement, no one could predict what horrors might follow. Bi shook his head. They're still at large, for now. Jiang Tiansheng closed his eyes and took a deep, steadying breath. Seconds later he opened them, cold, hard, and resolute. Dispatch men immediately. Eliminate those Vietnamese operatives without trace. And then summon every Ho Lin Sheng member to full readiness. Prepare for Chen Dao's strike at any moment. Bi nodded. Yes, sir. And after he left, Jiang Tiansheng rubbed his temples and sighed heavily. And for the first time, he truly felt it. Chen Dao was red-hot iron, searing, unbearable, impossible to ignore. And if war erupted, could Hong Xing withstand it? And he dared not gamble. Yet he knew, once battle began, blood would flow in torrents. Damn it. How did such a ruthless force end up in Ho Lin Sheng? As the curse left his lips, a sudden chill gripped his spine. He issued orders instantly and mobilized nearly 100 men to guard his villa through the night. And the crisis could no longer be deferred. And gradually he stilled, calm but hollow. Dongxing headquarters. And upon receiving the report, Luo Tu rushed to Yuan Long. And the scene was chaos. Ni's brow knotted, anger flared hot and fast. What are you standing there for? Get the wounded to the hospital. Stop lying there playing dead. And he pointed at groaning Dongxing members sprawled across the ground and roared at his underlings. Just then 2 underlings hurried forward carrying a stretcher. On it lay Crow, freshly lowered from his perch. And Crow remained conscious, yet his gaze was vacant, his face ashen, as if his soul had fled. The moment Luo Tu saw him, his heart lurched. What happened? Fat corpse drenched in blood staggered forward and collapsed before him, wailing, Brother Luo Tu, you must deliver justice for Brother Crow. And then he recounted in brutal detail how Crow's manhood had been severed. Na sharp collective gasp tore through the air. The other 4 tiger lords of Dongxing recoiled in unison, shocked, horrified, and ruthless, unimaginably ruthless. And could Qin Dao truly have done this? And Luo Tuo stared at Crow's ruined form upon the stretcher, then sighed deeply and waved his hand, "Take him to the hospital, now." Once Crow was carried away, Luo Tuo's expression darkened into granite. Damn it. Do they think Dongxing means nothing? Do they truly believe Ho Lin Sheng frightens us? Call Elder Deng immediately. Ask him, what does Ho Lin Sheng really intend? Is this declaration of war? And if we receive no satisfactory explanation within 3 days, then war begins. We'll strike first, level their strongholds. At his words, Lei Yaoyong and the others nodded, expressionless, unwavering. And they welcomed war, not for Crow's sake, but to seize territory amid the chaos. News spread like wildfire, escalating beyond control. And Dongxing stirred. Ho Lin Sheng erupted. Qin Dao's assault, with 2,000 men, had gravely wounded Crow. And this was no skirmish. Mishandled, it could ignite total war between the 2 titans. Who wasn't afraid? And except Qin Dao, no one truly wished for this war. Nin an instant Gao Lao de Puhei Lu, and every home master, sat restless, hearts pounding. Elder Deng's villa. And the telephone rang. Elder Deng answered. "Hello. This is Elder Deng." "In Elder Deng. What the hell is this supposed to mean? Dongxing and Ho Lin Sheng have coexisted in peace for decades. Now you seek to tear it apart." In Luo Tuo's voice was pure accusation. Elder Deng's brow furrowed tightly. Knowing guilt weighed upon him, he hesitated before speaking firmly. "Luo Tuo, calm yourself. And calm myself. Your men invaded my Yuan Long territory, assaulted my home master, and you demand calm." Luo Tuo's tone turned glacial. "Don't presume Dongxing fears Ho Lin Sheng, Elder Deng." And the message was unmistakable. This was a summons, not a negotiation. And an answer. Within 3 days. Otherwise, we fight. Until only one remains. Elder Deng fell silent for several long seconds, then whispered, "I will provide an answer," and hung up. He sat motionless in his chair, unmoving. And he did not wish for war. No, Lin Sheng had known peace for years, peace it could ill afford to lose. And Dongxing was formidable, a victory uncertain. Yet this decision lay beyond his sole authority. And he summoned every home master, emergency conclave. In the ancestral hall, all were present. The moment they gathered, arguments erupted. Has Qin Dao lost his mind? Why provoke Dongxing? And is he hurling our entire organization into the fire? Damn it. Can't he just stay out of trouble? And amid the shouting, Elder Deng entered. And silence fell, absolute, instantaneous. In Elder Deng, in Elder Deng, Elder Deng. And each hall master offered formal greeting in turn. Elder Deng seated himself, his gaze sweeping over them. "You're all aware of the Dongxing incident. Luo Tuo just called me." And he paused, his expression turning grave. "This is serious." Qin Dao crippled Crow. "Dongxing will not endure it." Luo Tuo delivered his ultimatum. "Unless we give them a resolution they deem acceptable, war is inevitable." And, in silence descended, thick, suffocating. No one spoke. And all faces hardened somber. And would war truly begin? And not one among them desired it. And years of tranquility had dulled their edge. They sought only to hold their turf, not spill blood for glory. Who would win? Who would die? No one could say. "In your thoughts." Elder Deng's gaze moved slowly across the room, his voice low, deliberate. Dupuhe slammed his fist on the table. "What does this have to do with us?" Qin Dao struck alone. "This is his crime, his provocation. If Dongxing feels humiliated, let them confront him, not Ho Lin Sheng." As soon as the words were spoken, someone immediately chimed in. "That's right. It has nothing to do with our club. It's all Qin Dao's doing. He made his own mess, so he has to deal with it himself. The club has no obligation to clean up after him. I don't care. Dongxing can deal with whoever they want as long as they don't touch my territory." In an instant, nearly everyone chose to stand by and watch. Didi and Alu did not speak, but they thought along. They were not afraid of Dongxing. They simply remembered Qin Dao's previous outrageous actions. This time they wanted to watch him stumble. Dingbo listened without refuting or expressing his stance. He simply sat in silence. No one could guess what he was thinking. Meanwhile, as Qin Dao stirred up trouble in Xiangjiang, he had safely escorted Wang Hao and other businessmen to the hotel. "I apologize for startling everyone earlier. He'll handle the follow-up matters, so please rest assured I've arranged for someone to keep watch." He smiled and spoke with a calm and courteous tone. As soon as he left, several businessmen who hadn't gone to the scene rushed over to ask, "What on earth happened?" "Quick, tell." "Yes, do tell." Wang Hao gently shook his head, providing no further explanation, and calmly stated, "This Mr. Chun is no ordinary person. From now on we might have to look up to him." Stepping out of the hotel door, Qin Dao did not hurry back to the headquarters, but instead pulled up the system interface. The reputation gained from the battle in Yuan Long had increased significantly, allowing him to recruit over 2,500 subordinates. More critically, each subordinate would slightly enhance his physical attributes. It was like a water tank where each subordinate added a drop of water. Alone, a single drop is negligible, but what about 2,500 drops? The tank was already full. Chun Dao flexed his wrist, feeling the abundant power within him, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He fixed his gaze on a landscaping tree by the roadside, and suddenly swung his fist. Bang! The trunk snapped with a resounding crack, and fell to the ground. He shook his hand, and murmured to himself, "Looks like I need to cause a bigger stir." At that moment Tony arrived in a car, and upon seeing the severed tree, he gulped hard, his throat bobbing. The boss seems to have grown stronger again. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, a person who couldn't be killed by bullets breaking a tree isn't that What's the matter? Chun Dao turned around looking at Tony with a casual tone. Tony snapped back to reality, hurriedly got out of the car, and bowed his head. Dao Gu, those Vietnamese have all confessed. Chun Dao got into the car. Let's go back. I want to see who has the audacity to provoke me. Tony started the car, speeding away. Soon the car stopped at the entrance of Heaven Bar. Inside the private room, Ahua and the others were viciously kicking and beating the Vietnamese on the ground. When the door opened, Chun Dao walked in, and everyone immediately stopped, clearing a path. Dao Gut, Dao Gut, Dao Gut. Chun Dao walked to the side of the sofa, picked up a glass of red wine from the table, gently swirled it, gazing at the liquid, and spoke calmly. Now tell me who sent you to kill me. The man on the ground was bloodied, his clothes torn, and bones were exposed. He trembled and squeezed out a sentence. If I say it, can I live? Chun Dao sneered, placing the wine glass down, and slowly said, I hate it the most when others try to negotiate. If you don't speak, I have my ways to make you open your mouth. As long as I can't get the answers I want, you shouldn't expect a painless death. Do you want to try it? The man instantly collapsed in fear, his teeth chattering as he rolled and crawled, shouting. It was Hongxing. We were hired by Hongxing. Dao Gu, I was just a courier, please let me go. Hongxing. Chun Dao's lips curled up, but his eyes were as cold as a knife. They haven't learned their lesson from last time with Liang Kuan. Tony stepped closer, lowering his voice. Dao Gu, should we take action now? No rush. Chun Dao waved his hand. Hongxing had come to him willingly. He certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. But he would first play with them enough before reeling them in. It would be best if it stirred up more trouble. Ever since unlocking the new skill, the subordinates summoned by the system were not just thugs. They were also the source of his power. The more people, the stronger he became. Thus, he urgently needed reputation. Since Hongxing had proactively handed him this opportunity, how could he refuse? He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep puff, and slowly said, a gift must be returned. Jiang Tianxing wants to kill me. Then let's arrange an accident for him. Car accident, it counts as a return gift. Tony nodded. Understood, I'll take care of it right away. He then pointed at the few people on the ground. Dao Gu, how should we deal with these? Chun Dao waved his hand. Kill them. He didn't care whether the others were hired or innocent. If they wanted to kill him, they had to die. They could only blame themselves for taking this job. Upon hearing this, the few people on the ground all knelt down, crying and begging, Dao Gu, spare our lives. We'll never dare again. We just want to make a living. Chun Dao exhaled a puff of smoke, quietly watching them, and chuckled softly. Remember, next life, don't do this kind of work. As soon as his words fell, Tony clapped his hands. Several men in black rushed in and dragged the people out. Outside the private room, the screams erupted one after another and quickly fell silent. When everything quieted down, Chun Dao said to Tony, keep a close eye on Jiang Tianxing's matter. Also send someone to monitor Dongxing around the clock. As soon as they make any moves, report to me immediately. Yes. Just as Tony agreed, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Chun Dao answered it. A steady voice came from the receiver. Chun Dao, this is Deng Bo. Oh. Chun Dao paused for a moment, immediately understanding. This old man was here to seek accountability. Sure enough, Deng Bo did not wait for him to speak and directly asked, did you bring people to Yuan Long and take care of Wuing? Chun Dao had no intention of hiding it. He nodded directly, his tone relaxed. Yes, it was me. Deng Bo, are you here to celebrate my success? This statement was like a thorn, rendering Deng Bo speechless. The other end of the line went silent. After several seconds, Deng Bo let out a heavy grunt, his voice turning grave. Chun Dao, you've crossed the line this time. Did you really not consider the trouble you would cause before moving against Dongxing? Aren't you afraid of completely tearing apart the facade and starting a fight? His tone was filled with dissatisfaction and warning. Chun Dao's expression also turned cold. When did it come to the point where these old demers could lecture him on how to do things? War? What was there to fear? So what if it does? His voice was low and hard, devoid of warmth. If Dongxing is dissatisfied, they can come find me. I will personally teach them what rules are. He was never afraid of big troubles. The bigger the stir, the happier he was. Reputation increased rapidly, and his subordinates grew in number. With 100,000 troops at his command, what were a few gangs in Xinjiang worth? Chun Dao. Deng Bo was so furious that his chest heaved, yet he was completely helpless. He knew this person was unreasonable, and in his eyes rules were nothing but worthless paper. With no way out, Deng Bo could only take a step back. This matter has too much impact. You are the hall master of Lianxing, not a lone rogue in the Jianghu. After a pause, he added, you should come and show some guts. The hall masters are all here, you need to give an explanation. Chun Dao suddenly laughed. All right, he nodded. Let them wait. He'll personally give them an explanation. After hanging up the phone, he lazily leaned back against the sofa. Dao Gu, Tony leaned in, having heard the entire conversation. Do you want me to take some people over first? No need. Chun Dao straightened up, scanning the people in the room, lighting a cigarette with a calm tone. Aren't they the ones who want an explanation? He'll generously give them one. He continued, some people have been lying down for so long that they've forgotten. There are those in Xiangjiang they cannot provoke. After speaking, he stood up. Gather everyone. Since we want an explanation, let's make it loud. Those old fellows need to be cleared out as well. I don't want to be stabbed in the back one day. Tony nodded, turning to make a call. Soon he turned to Chun Dao and said, Dao Gu, everyone is here. Chun Dao stood up. Let's go. A group of them pushed open the door of the Paradise Bar. Outside, a sea of black-clad people had already gathered. Chun Dao walked at the front with Tony closely following behind them. Thousands of black-clad lackeys filled the entire street. Passers-by saw from a distance and quickly detoured, not daring to approach. Their target was the Yu Gucci restaurant. At this moment, inside a private room of the restaurant, Dang Bo had just hung up the phone, looking around at the attendees from Liansheng. Chun Dao is on his way. Damn it. Gao Lao was the first to pound the table. This kid is too arrogant. I don't care if he's crazy or not, but dragging the entire Liansheng down with him without giving an explanation means this matter is not over. Immediately, everyone began to argue. The D exhaled a puff of smoke. Dongxing. If we're going to fight, let's just fight. But does he even see us, the Hall Masters? Does he really think we're his henchmen? Don't even think about it. Although Lu did not get along with the D, he nodded this time. This matter has indeed gone too far. He has offended both Hongxing and Dongxing completely. If the two join forces against us in Liansheng, who will bear the consequences? It must be resolved immediately. As the urgency grew, the atmosphere in the private room became increasingly tense. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. A steady, heavy sound of footsteps approached, shaking the window frames. What sound is that? Who is coming? What's happening? Everyone froze and hurried to the window to look. The next second, they all froze. Downstairs, there was a sea of people. Surrounded. Tony raised his hand and waved. Over 2,000 lackeys quickly spread out, surrounding the Yu Gucci restaurant tightly. The lackeys brought by the hall masters downstairs were all alerted and rushed up to demand. What do you want? Who gave you the guts? Everyone stop. Tony did not rush to take action, quickly walking to Chun Dao's side, lowering his voice. Dao. Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Dao crushed his cigarette, waved his hand. Anyone blocking the way will be killed without mercy. Understood. Tony grinned. In the next second, dozens of black-clad lackeys pounced like tigers released from their cages. The people brought by the hall masters could not withstand it at all, and in less than 5 minutes they were all knocked to the ground, unable to move. The heads of the upper floor heard the commotion and were all stunned. Seeing Chun Dao striding over, Deng Wanzai gritted his teeth and bravely stood in front. Chun Dao, are you insane? We are all part of Liansheng. This is not according to the rules. Rules? Chun Dao sneered. Before he finished speaking, he lifted his foot and kicked hard, right in Deng Wanzai's abdomen. He flew out, crashing several meters away. Tony immediately took his people into action, and after a few exchanges, all the heads were subdued and controlled. Chun Dao walked up to Deng Wanzai, crouched down, and grabbed his hair, expressionless. Listen carefully. Don't talk to me about rules. Only the weak abide by rules. The strong set the rules. After saying that, he raised his hand and slapped him several times. Smack, smack, smack. The crisp sounds echoed, and Deng Wanzai's cheeks instantly swelled red. Know your place. Chun Dao released his grip, and Deng Wanzai fell heavily to the ground. He stood up, turning to scan the crowd of black-clad people behind him, his voice cold as ice. No one is allowed to leave without my order. Yes. Over 2,000 people responded in unison, their voices shaking the floor. Without saying another word, Chun Dao lifted his leg and walked towards the restaurant. Tony and the others immediately followed. No one dared to stop them. Once they reached the second floor, Chun Dao headed straight for the private room, where Deng Bo and the others were kicking the door open and striding in. Who has something to say? Who wants to explain? The private room fell silent. Everyone was frozen in place, even their breathing was muted. This was no longer a negotiation. This was bringing 2,000 people to directly seal off the entire building. A few seconds later, Didi suddenly slammed the table and pointed directly at Chun Dao, cursing. Chun Dao, are you trying to rebel? Are you still part of Liansheng? Do you really want to take us all out? Lu also stood up, his face pale. Chun Dao, why did you bring so many people here? What do you really want? We are all our own people. Have you considered the consequences? Our own people. Chun Dao scoffed, glancing towards Deng Bo in the corner. Suddenly, he dashed forward and grabbed Didi by the hair. Didi instinctively struggled, but as soon as he moved, he was pressed down. He was no match for Chun Dao, let alone the current Chun Dao, who was no longer the same. You bastard. Before he could finish his words, Chun Dao had already yanked his head down hard onto the marble table. Bang! The table cracked with a fine line. Oh! Didi let out a scream, blood gushing from his forehead. Chun Dao, stop! Lu shouted urgently. Tony was already prepared, firmly holding his wrist in place. Chun Dao did not let go. He grabbed the ashtray on the table and struck the DS head once, twice, 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splattered everywhere. Only when the ashtray shattered into several pieces did Chun Dao grab the D by the hair and lift him up, kicking out backwards. Thud. The D fell flat on his back, bloodied and convulsing on the ground. Chun Dao didn't even raise an eyebrow. He casually grabbed a towel from the table, frowning as he slowly wiped the blood from his hands. Ahua immediately stepped forward, bringing a chair and placing it steadily behind Chun Dao. Chun Dao sat down, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone calm. Is there anyone who still disagrees? Gulp. Everyone simultaneously swallowed hard, faces pale, their bodies frozen. A madman. He was truly a reckless madman. No one dared to move or speak. The private room was silent except for the DS intermittent groans on the floor. Dengbo stared at the faint smile on Chun Dao's face, a chill running down his spine. This person really shows no mercy. Chun Dao. Dengbo had just opened his mouth. Chun Dao had already turned his head, smiling at him. Dengbo, do you have something to say? As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Fly instantly tensed up, his cold gaze locking onto Dengbo like a dog ready to pounce. Dengbo shivered all over and quickly kept quiet. What a joke. His old bones couldn't withstand the kind of rough treatment Didi had just received. Seeing Dengbo silent, Chun Dao slowly surveyed the room. Everyone immediately lowered their heads, turned their faces, and shrank their necks. No one dared to make eye contact with him. They were afraid. Completely afraid. The once fierce leaders now dared not even to breathe. The private room fell into a complete silence. Tony pressed down on Alu, glancing at Chun Dao's calm demeanor, and sighed inwardly. Is the boss being too ruthless? One person can suppress the heads of the entire gang, leaving everyone in fear. This is truly not something just anyone can accomplish. Beside him, Brother Fly clenched his fists, secretly excited. I chose the right person to follow. Being with such a big shot truly feels uplifting. Even the veteran Jimmy was speechless. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to bring these leaders under control. When the official Zai-san was around, nobody dared to confront each other this directly. Big D may seem fierce, but he still bowed his head before Dengbo. But Chun Dao? He showed no respect to anyone, ready to strike at any moment. This kind of momentum perhaps only he in the entire Lianxing possessed. Chun Dao looked at Dengbo. Dengbo, now I presume no one has any objections, right? Is there anything else? Dengbo twitched his lips and said nothing. He opened his mouth and then closed it again. Faced with someone like Chun Dao, he truly did not know what to say, nor did he dare to say anything reckless. In his life, he had never seen anyone so ruthless, so insane. Chun Dao did not seem human. He appeared more like a ghost risen from hell. With such a person emerging from Lianxing, is it a blessing or a curse? After a long while, Dengbo forced a smile and shook his head, saying helplessly, we are all our own people. There's no need to escalate this. Let's have our men stand down for now. He pointed at Tony. Let Alu go first. He conceded defeat. There was no other option. Chun Dao's attitude was crystal clear. If this stalemate continued, everyone present today would have to lie down and keep Big D company. Lianxing was already under close scrutiny from Hongxing, Dongxing, and the police. If infighting broke out, it would immediately fall apart. Chun Dao took a drag from a cigarette, listened, then glanced at Dengbo, without speaking, merely waving his hand lightly. Tony immediately released Alu and retreated to the wall with Brother Fly. Dengbo let out a long breath. Take Big D to the hospital. 2 subordinates quickly entered, supporting the unconscious Big D and carrying him out. Once they were far away, Dengbo turned back to Chun Dao. We need to have a serious talk. Chun Dao shrugged, did not respond, and simply nodded, indicating for him to speak. Dengbo sighed. The reason for inviting you today isn't anything else. I just want to ask, why did you do this? Chun Dao lifted his gaze, his tone indifferent. It's very simple. Hongxing hired assassins to kill me, but they failed. The assassin escaped onto Dongxing's territory, and I sent someone to capture him. As a result, the crows surrounded my men, took the assassin away, and refused to hand him over. I had no choice but to invite him back. Dengbo. His lips twitched again. Just for this matter to pull 2,000 people to directly confront them. A madman is a madman. This is too reckless. Dengbo shook his head, troubled. But when the words reached his lips, he dared not speak them out loud. He could only force a smile. The crow is one of Dongxing's 5 tigers. If you cripple him, Dongxing will definitely not let it go. He paused, lowering his voice. The camel has already made it clear. If we don't settle this, they will go to war. Look at this situation. He wanted Chun Dao to make a decision, even if it meant lowering his head to admit a mistake, or hosting a few banquets to make amends. It could help suppress the matter. Unexpectedly, Chun Dao directly interrupted him. If they want to fight, let them fight. If they want war, I will accept it. Please convey to the camel, since they dare to draw blood, they must be ready to be uprooted by me. Want to play? He'll play them to the end. This. Dengbo was taken aback, his face frozen. Fight? How is this child's play? If it really comes to that, even if they win, Lianxing would suffer immense damage. He certainly did not want to fight. After thinking for a moment, he patiently said, we discussed this before. The crow was indeed at fault first, and you dealt with him. So you just need to show your face, and he'll handle the rest. Set up a few banquets to give Dongxing some face. You don't. Chun Dao's tone turned cold, as frigid as ice. Submit. Impossible. He was eager for war. Only through a fierce battle could he raise his reputation and recruit subordinates. Not fighting. Where would the troops come from? He extinguished his cigarette. If Dongxing wants to fight, I will accompany them. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Chen Dao? Deng Bo was anxious. How can this person be so stubborn? In his eyes, no matter how strong Chen Dao was, he was still just an individual. Dongxing was an established gang. Confronting them heated yields no benefits. He wanted to persuade him again, but Chen Dao raised his hand to stop him. His gaze swept over the silent leaders in the room, finally landing on Deng Bo's face, and he smiled faintly. It's not just Dongxing. If Hongxing wants to kill me, I won't let them live either. What? Deng Bo was stunned on the spot. The meaning could not be clearer. He not only wanted to fight Dongxing, but he also intended to challenge Hongxing at the same time. One is tough enough, but both together. Isn't this seeking death? Alu could no longer sit still, gritting his teeth and standing up. Chen Dao. We are one gang. He Lianxing cannot withstand a two-pronged attack. Are you trying to push the whole gang into the fire pit? Chen Dao's eyelids did not lift. Who said I needed you to step in? Alu was taken aback. No need for help. Could it be that he wanted to single-handedly take down the two major gangs? 2,000 little brothers is no small number, but combined Dongxing and Hongxing have over 10,000. Does he think of himself as a god? Literally. Chen Dao looked at Alu, a smirk tugging at his lips. Dongxing and Hongxing, I will handle them myself. You all. He paused, his eyes dismissive. Just don't make trouble. But let me be clear, if I go to war with them, anyone who strikes from behind, then don't blame me for not recognizing our ties. You. Alu opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. He is truly insane. Not just Alu, but all the leaders in the private room changed their expressions. Gao Lao could no longer hold back, suddenly looking up and glaring at Chen Dao. You're impressive. Go handle it yourself. Who can't boast? Don't drag the whole gang down. Chen Dao shot him a cold glance. He said nothing. Tony immediately stepped forward, kicking Gao Lao to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches. The other leaders clenched their fists upon seeing this. However, no one dared to speak out. They truly did not dare. Chen Dao's earlier fierceness had stunned everyone. No one wanted to be the first to stand out and take that heavy blow. After a while, Chen Dao raised his hand to Tony, signaling him to stop. Then he walked over to Gao Lao, crouched down, and deliberately raised his voice. My affairs I will handle myself. You. Just stay obedient. Don't meddle, or I can't guarantee your safety. This was directed at Gao Lao, but his gaze swept across all the leaders in the room. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Dao directly stood up. Deng Bo had just opened his mouth to speak, but he had already turned and led his men out of the private room, leaving no room for negotiation. The private room was instantly silent, until the sound of orderly footsteps came from outside. That was the sound of Chen Dao's thousands of subordinates leaving the restaurant with dignity. Only then did Gao Lao, who had been knocked down, struggle to get up, his face filled with anger. Damn. Is Chen Dao crazy? One person challenging Hongxing and Dongxing. Does he think he can take on all of Xianjiang? As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded in agreement. Ala looked at Deng Bo and asked, Deng Bo, what should we do now? Chen Dao is clearly determined to confront the two major organizations head-on. If a fight breaks out, can we escape unscathed? In his eyes, Chen Dao was merely making grandiose claims, overestimating himself. Yu Tu Biao sneered and replied, he says he wants to go solo, then let him go solo. Who can stop him? If he seeks death, who can he blame? As long as he doesn't drag our organization into it, that's all that matters. The others immediately chimed in, yes. Let him crash into a wall. Hongxing and Dongxing have nearly 100,000 members, and he only has about 2,000. Fight. What a joke. The newly appointed hall master dares to act so arrogantly. Does he really think he is the protagonist? Him not getting involved, he can die if he wants to. No one believed he could truly fight. It was too ridiculous. Deng Bo listened, sighing deeply. Let him bear this himself. I won't intervene anymore. After saying that, he stood up and left. He feared Chen Dao, but he feared even more that he could no longer contain the fire. What had just transpired had already shattered his remaining authority. As soon as he left the restaurant and got into the car, the phone rang. Hello. Deng Bo, my patience is running out. What's the result? You need to give me an explanation. Luota's domineering tone finally made Deng Bo unable to hold back. Initially worried about war, now that Chen Dao had stepped up to take the lead, he felt somewhat relieved. Luota, don't get too arrogant. The crow deserves to be beaten. He started this. Just wait. Chen Dao will come to settle the score with you soon. Smack. The phone hung up. Deng Bo gestured to the driver. Drive. Let them make whatever noise they want. I won't care anymore. At this time in Dongxing's territory, in a two-story villa, the busy tone was jarring. Luoto clenched the receiver, his face turning red, and suddenly smashed it onto the ground. Xiao Mian, who approached and asked, Boss, what's going on? Does Lianxing really think Dongxing is a pushover? Luoto shouted, gather all the hall masters. If Chen Dao wants to fight, then let's fight him to the end. I want him dead. Xiao Mian, who immediately understood that the negotiations had completely fallen through. After a moment's hesitation, he still reminded, Boss, Chen Dao has over 2,000 men, each one fighting for their lives. 2,000 men. Luoto scoffed. I've been in Xianjiang for so many years and am afraid of a young punk. Pass the word down. Everyone prepare for battle, ready to fight at any time. Xiao Mian, who said no more, quickly turned and exited. He nodded in agreement and went to execute Luoda's order. On the other side, at Hongxing's headquarters, Jiang Tianxing wore a serious expression. After a brief thought, he immediately ordered, "Call all the subordinates here. You will lead this matter. All hall masters must contribute money and manpower. Anyone who dares to shirk responsibility will be dealt with severely according to the gang's rules." Understood. Bi responded, hesitating for a moment, then asked, "Mr. Jiang, does Chun Dao really intend to act against us? This could lead to an all-out war, isn't he afraid?" Jiang Tianxing shook his head. "I'm not sure." After a pause, his tone became grave. "But this guy is a reckless lunatic. He dares to do anything. We can't worry about so much now. Gather everyone immediately, ready to deal with Chun Dao's potential retaliation." Understood. Bi said no more and promptly went to make arrangements. After Bi left, Jiang Tianxing sat alone on the sofa, his brows tightly knitted. He never anticipated that things would escalate to this point. What puzzled him even more was, when did Chun Dao become so ruthless, so tough, and so difficult to deal with? News of Dongxing and Hongxing mobilizing troops quickly spread throughout Xinjiang. The two major gangs acted simultaneously, alerting everyone on the streets. Some were keeping watch, some were probing, and the entire city was instantly on edge. This wind also blew into OS headquarters. Huang Zhiqing frowned to himself. What are Dongxing and Hongxing up to? Such a large mobilization. Could it be that they really intend to merge? Just as he finished speaking, Chen Jiaju pushed the door and walked in. "Huang, sir, we've just received intelligence. Among the 5 tigers of Dongxing, apart from the crow who is still in the hospital, the other 4 have all been summoned by Lutu. They've also purchased a large number of machetes and vans from the black market." "What a—" Huang Zhiqing sprang to his feet, his heart sinking. This matter is truly about to explode. Just then the phone rang. He answered it, listened for a moment, and his expression changed dramatically. After hanging up, Chen Jiaju hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Huang Zhiqing sighed deeply. Lutu was originally negotiating with Lian Sheng regarding the crow, but for some reason, he suddenly turned hostile, and the negotiations fell apart right there. "Are you saying?" Chen Jiaju hesitated. "Yes," Huang Zhiqing nodded. "Dongxing's commotion is not for anything else. It's to prepare for war. And the target." He did not finish his sentence. Chen Jiaju immediately understood. Who else could it be but Chen Dao? The two exchanged glances, falling into silence. They both understood a major incident was truly unfolding. "Huang, sir, what should we do next?" Chen Jiaju asked. Huang Zhiqing took a deep breath. The situation was extremely dangerous. In the past, minor skirmishes could be suppressed, but if Chun Dao and Dongxing engaged in direct confrontation, with two major gangs at war, how could they contain it? If they couldn't contain it, not only would the gang be thrown into chaos, but it would likely not be able to protect anyone. After a long pause, he looked at Chen Jiaju and said, "Find Chun Dao immediately. We must not allow this to continue. If this drags on, it would lead to an all-out gang war in Hong Kong." Chen Jiaju nodded, "But it's difficult to contact him now. He is extremely wary of O, and if we're not careful, it might escalate the conflict." Huang Zhiqing understood that this matter could not be rushed. But right now, there's no time. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jiaju suddenly thought of someone. What if we look for Deng Bo first? He is the most senior and respected uncle of Lian Sheng. If he steps in to persuade Chen Dao, it might be useful. Right? Huang Zhiqing smacked his forehead. How could I forget Deng Bo? Quickly find Deng Bo's contact information. I will call him myself. O had long kept records of information for these old-school gang bosses. A few minutes later, an officer handed over the file. Huang Zhiqing wasted no time, immediately dialing Deng Bo's number. After waiting for a while, someone finally picked up on the other end. "Is this Deng Bo?" "Who?" "Oh, Huang Zhiqing." He stated his name and department, getting straight to the point. There was a pause on the other end before Deng Bo's voice finally came through. "Huang, sir, I haven't done anything recently. Are you looking for me for something?" His tone was clearly defensive. Gangs are most wary of dealing with the police. Huang Zhiqing did not beat around the bush. "Deng Bo Chen Dao is one of your Lian Sheng members. Are you just going to let him create chaos?" Before he could finish, Deng Bo interrupted directly. "I can't manage this. You should speak directly with Chun Dao." Smack, the phone hung up. Huang Zhiqing's expression darkened as he turned and ordered, "Give me Luoda's number." If he couldn't get through to Chun Dao, then he needed to stabilize Dongxing first. As long as one side is held off, there would be room for negotiation on the other. Soon Luoda's phone was connected. Huang Zhiqing introduced himself and got straight to the point. Luotu was furious. "Negotiate? What is there to negotiate? Chen Dao has attacked my Dongxing members and still wants to pretend nothing happened." He paused, forcibly suppressing his anger. "I also want to sit down and discuss things, but Lian Sheng refused to negotiate." "Fine, then let's fight. Dongxing won't back down." After saying that, he hung up. Both sides hit a wall, and Huang Zhiqing grew anxious, grabbing the walkie-talkie and shouting, "Immediately locate Chen Dao. No matter what it takes, get in touch with him right now." The situation was spiraling out of control. If it dragged on, a major disaster would truly occur. The only way now was to find Chun Dao and cut it off at the root. He knew Chen Dao was crazy and difficult to deal with, but it was necessary to try. Beside him, Chen Jiejun silently watched and sighed softly. Only he understood. How could a person who couldn't even be killed by bullets be afraid of a police phone call? This matter was not so easily settled. At this moment, Chen Dao, who was being searched for by the O department throughout the city, was quietly sneaking into the territory of the Hongxing gang with Tony. Outside a high-end restaurant, Tony parked the car steadily and pointed to the building surrounded by dozens of Hongxing's subordinates, saying, Dao Gujiang Tiansheng has called all the hall masters today for a meeting inside. Chen Dao squinted and looked down. Below, De Bi was sternly discussing something with several hall masters. The distance was too far to hear clearly, but he knew. What they were discussing was most likely about him. He withdrew his gaze and said nothing, quietly waiting. At that moment, a Hua wearing a mask quickly approached, checking around to confirm no one was following, then swiftly got into the car and took off the mask. Dao Gujiang Tianxing hasn't arrived yet, we might have to wait a little longer. Chen Dao opened his eyes and stretched lazily, saying, Let's go. This place isn't suitable for action. His gift is due now. Yes. Tony replied, starting the car quietly and leaving without anyone noticing. 2 black cars immediately followed. A few minutes later, the car stopped on a deserted street. Dao Gujiang Tianxing must pass this way. Chen Dao rolled down the car window, lit a cigarette, and said, Get ready. Yes. Tony got out of the car and returned a moment later. Chen Dao extinguished his cigarette, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes to wait. About 10 minutes later. Boom. A car engine roared closer, shaking the ground slightly. Chen Dao slowly opened his eyes. Several black cars were racing towards his position. Tony raised a military binoculars and looked for a while, nodding in confirmation. Dao Gu, it's Jiang Tianxing. Make your move, Chen Dao said calmly. Tony immediately pressed the walkie-talkie. Action. Just as the words left his mouth, a heavy truck suddenly charged out, blocking the road in the center, completely obstructing Jiang Tianxing's convoy. Screech. The harsh sound of sudden braking tore through the air. Inside the car, curses erupted. Are you blind? Get out of the way. Move the car. Can't you hear me talking? Are you deaf? Several bodyguards in black jumped out of the car, menacingly approaching the truck. Clang. The truck door was suddenly pulled open. A fierce shout rang out. Chop. A dozen black-clothed minions jumped down with machetes, and without a word they started hacking. The bodyguards were caught off guard, barely able to defend themselves before they were all taken down. In less than a minute, the ground was littered with bodies. Only then did Jiang Tianxing's convoy realize something was wrong and turn to escape. However, before they could start, another truck surged out from behind, completely sealing off their escape route. They were trapped between 2 attackers. 2 groups of black-clothed minions rushed towards the convoy, instantly turning it into a chaotic brawl. At that moment, a black business vehicle's door opened. Several minions shouted as they charged. Protect Mr. Jiang. Call for backup quickly. Protect Mr. Jiang. In the crowd, Jiang Tianxing's face was pale as he staggered out of the car, dodging left and right, just wanting to escape. Chen Dao locked onto him with one glance. He snorted coldly, turned around to sit in the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and stepped on the gas. The car shot forward like an arrow, crashing straight ahead. Jiang Tianxing had just lifted his head when the front of the car was already upon him. He wanted to dodge, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to move. Bang! A deafening crash erupted. Chen Dao slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The front of the car crashed hard into Jiang Tianxing. Along with the few minions surrounding him, 4 of them flew out a dozen meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact was so severe that the front of the car was severely dented and even ran over one of the minions. Chen Dao kicked open the jammed car door, jumped out, and walked step by step towards Jiang Tianxing, who was lying in a pool of blood. Jiang Tianxing coughed blood and struggled to raise his hand, saying, You. Chen Dao didn't even look at him, kicked him hard, then shoved his hands into his pockets, expressionless, saying, This is your repayment. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. At this moment, the battle was already over. All the bodyguards were down, none left alive. Chen Dao turned around. Tony drove over. Get rid of the car. Several minions brought over gasoline barrels, pouring it all over the car, then tossed in a boom. Flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowed. Withdraw. With a command, dozens of people quickly retreated in an orderly fashion. What remained was a ground full of bodies of burning wreck and Jiang Tianxing twitching on the ground, bleeding profusely. Outside the restaurant, De Bi stared at his watch, frowning. Why hasn't Mr. Jiang arrived yet? Suddenly a minion pointed to the distance. Be good, there's smoke over there. De Bi was taken aback and looked in that direction. Far away, a plume of black smoke was slowly rising into the sky not far from here. His pupils constricted, he blurted out, Not good. Immediately waving his hand and shouting, Something happened to Mr. Jiang. Follow me. The other hall masters immediately became alert and hurriedly led their men towards the direction of the smoke. 10 minutes later, De Bi led over 100 people to the scene. The ground was covered with corpses, a shocking sight. His face turned ashen as he urgently ordered to search for the culprits, but Chen Dao and the others had long since vanished. Bi go. Mr. Jiang is over here. Chen Haonan squatted by the blood pool, shouting loudly. De Bi rushed over and immediately saw Jiang Tianxing lying on the ground covered in blood with faint breaths. His heart sank. He already had a suspect in mind for the culprit. At this moment Jiang Tianxing heard the commotion, struggled to open his eyes, and shakily reached out to be his voice intermittent. Chen Dao, Chen Dao. The voice was very weak, but to be heard it clearly. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Tianxing's head drooped to the side, completely unconscious. DB's heart sank. Chen Dao was too quick and too ruthless. He immediately dialed the emergency number to rush Jiang Tianxing to the hospital. Just after all the examinations were completed, a masked doctor hurried over, his tone somber. "My condolences." "What did you say?" DB suddenly stood up, his voice tightening. Jiang Tianxing was the leader of Hongxing. If he was gone, the entire organization would collapse immediately. He slammed his palm on the table, his eyes bloodshot. "Listen carefully. If my boss dies, your whole family will pay for it." The doctor smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The injuries are too severe. Internal bleeding, and the brain is also bleeding. With such injuries, the chances of survival are almost zero. We truly did our best." These words struck DB like a thunderclap, making his vision darken. He knew Hongxing was truly going to be in chaos. At this time, chaotic footsteps were heard outside the corridor. "DB, how is Mr. Jiang? Speak up, damn it. Who did this?" 13 Mei Kuan A Hao. A group of hall masters all rushed over. They were filled with killing intent, and the hospital staff didn't dare to breathe. Too loudly, no one dared to stop them. Huang Ziqing was taken aback. How did he know I was coming? But with matters at this point, he asked no further questions. "Lead the way." Tony raised his hand and whistled. In an instant, hundreds of men in black surged from all directions, surrounding the police officers Huang Ziqing had brought, until not even a drop of water could pass through. "Whoever dares to act rashly will be killed without mercy." "Understood." Big B waved his hand, allowing the doctor to leave first, then turned to face everyone, his voice hoarse. "Mr. Jiang, it seems he can't hold on much longer." "What?" Everyone froze on the spot. How could this be? Who dares to touch the dragon head? How could this happen out of... Big B clenched his fists. Only he and Jiang Tianxing knew. Someone had been sent to kill Chen Dao before, but it had failed. This matter could not be spoken of lightly. The name Chen Dao was no longer just a name within Hongxing, it was a shadow. But it was even more critical to stay silent now. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. "It was Chen Dao who did it." "Chen Dao, Sister 13 blurted out what happened. Big B recounted the failed assassination and the subsequent retaliation in detail. The hall masters were initially silent, then their anger erupted. "Has he gone mad? He hasn't settled with Dongxing yet, and now he comes to provoke us. Let's fight. Who's afraid of him? He's just a hall master. Does he really think he can step on two gangs?" Everyone gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Big B understood this battle could not be avoided. Meanwhile, Huang Ziqing had not yet captured Chen Dao. When he received news, all of Hongxing was heading towards the hospital, creating a tremendous commotion. "What's going on?" He frowned. Chen Jiaji responded, "We're investigating." Soon an officer rushed in. "Huang, sir, we found out. Jiang Tianxing has just been in an accident and is being rushed to the hospital. The situation is critical." "What?" Huang Ziqing was stunned. "Preliminary judgment. It's not an accident, it's an attack." "An attack?" He and Chen Jiaji exchanged a glance and simultaneously exclaimed, "Chen Dao?" Huang Ziqing's face darkened. He really dares to lay hands on Jiang Tianxing. He's crazy. He immediately ordered contact Chen Dao at once. Spare no effort to find him. The situation had spiraled out of control. Delaying further would result in rivers of blood. At the headquarters of Xinji, Xiang Huachang listened to the report, gazing out at the dimming sky, and whispered, "Tonight many lives are likely to be lost. Big brother, is it really Chen Dao who did this to Jiang Tianxing? Could it be someone else?" Xiang Huayan couldn't help but ask. Xiang Huachang shook his head, his tone firm. "It's him. I've heard that Jiang Tianxing hired assassins to deal with Chen Dao, but it failed. This incident is 80 to 90 likely to be Chen Dao's retaliation. Moreover, in the entire Hong Kong, who else would dare to shoot Jiang Tianxing of Hongxing directly in front of the entire underworld other than Chen Dao?" Xiang Huayan was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, he murmured, "This person really doesn't care about his life. He just finished provoking Dongxing, and now he turns to attack Hongxing. Can one person really take on two major gangs and survive? Hard to say." Xiang Huachang shook his head. If it were someone else, they would have been finished long ago, but Chen Dao. He really couldn't be certain. Everything this guy had done was beyond expectation. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff. "Let's just watch the changes and enjoy the show." At Sim Sha Sui and Ijia. As soon as the news arrived, Ai Kun's expression darkened. Ai Yongxiao stood nearby, whispering, "Dad, what does Chen Dao want to do? First he dealt with Hongxing's Liang Kuan and Prince, then crippled Dongxing's Crow, and now he's even gone for Jiang Tianxing. Is he declaring war on the entire Hong Kong underworld?" Even Ai Kuan, who had seen much in his life, was shaken. Having mixed in the underworld for a lifetime, he had seen ruthless people and madmen, but he had never seen anyone like Chen Dao. So ruthless, so insane, and without any scruples. He slowly exhaled a breath. "This Chen Dao is truly not an ordinary person. When I ventured out back in the day, I thought I was fearless, but compared to him, I was far from it. What should we do?" And I Yongxiao asked. And I Kun glanced at him. What to do? Do nothing. Just wait and see. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice, his tone stern. You must not get involved in this matter. Chen Dao Hongxing Dongxing. None of them are good people. It's not worth putting the Ni family at risk for a small gang. Understood. Ni Yongxiao nodded in acceptance. Once his son left, Ni Kun leaned back on the sofa, letting out a long sigh. One cannot refuse to grow old. If Chen Dao had been born a few decades earlier, who would have still had a position like Lulu back then? The most urgent was the O police. The police station was in disarray. Hongxing and Dongxing were mobilizing people throughout the night, and the entire Hong Kong was in alarm. Especially after Jiang Tiansheng was attacked, Hongxing lost control with hundreds and thousands of younger brothers gathering on the streets ready to explode at any moment. Huang Ziqing was overwhelmed. The phone rang one after another. Where is Chen Dao? We haven't found him yet. Still haven't found him. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. He hung up the phone and slumped in his chair, pressing his temples. At that moment, knock knock knock. A knocking sound came from the door. Come in. Chen Yongxiao rushed in, his voice tense. Huang, sir. The intel is confirmed. Chen Dao has returned to Heaven Bar and hasn't come out. He's inside. Huang Ziqing sprang up. Let's go. Are you going in person? Chen Yongxiao was taken aback. His temperament is too fiery. Oh, what if? How about I lead a team in? No, I'll go. Huang Ziqing had already put on his bulletproof vest. It's precisely because he is unpredictable that I must meet him in person. If you act rashly, you'll only mess things up. He raised his gaze, his eyes resolute. Moreover, I don't believe he really dares to shoot at me. Soon all police officers were geared up and ready to go. Huang Ziqing surveyed everyone, his tone heavy. Bring all your equipment. If there's a sudden situation, I authorize you to shoot back. Yes, Chief. At that moment, Chen Jiaju, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the O police. Seeing Huang Ziqing preparing to leave, he immediately asked, Huang, sir, what happened? Huang Ziqing did not hide it from him. We have located Chen Dao. I'm going to see him now. Chen Jiaju was taken aback. That person couldn't even be killed by bullets. Oh, what was there to discuss? How could he sit down and talk nicely? But looking at Huang Ziqing's ashen face, he ultimately didn't say the words don't go. He just quietly added, I'll go with you. Huang Ziqing nodded, turning to get in the car. Let's go. Chen Jiaju didn't follow immediately. Once Huang Ziqing's convoy left, he quickly called Chen Dao, reporting the situation truthfully before starting his own car and following from a distance. Soon the police cars stopped at the entrance of Heaven Bar. As Huang Ziqing got out of the car, Tony approached. Dao Gu is waiting. Tony turned to Huang Ziqing, who was seething with anger, and slightly nodded. Huang, sir, I apologize. The situation is sensitive, and we cannot afford to be careless about Dao guest safety. Huang Ziqing gritted his teeth, and accompanied by Chen Yongxiao, Chen Jiaju, and others walked straight in. Tony did not stop them, and led them to the private room. As the door opened, Huang Ziqing locked eyes with Chen Dao, his voice deep. Chen Dao, stop. Things have already gone far enough. Chen Dao glanced at him, responding indifferently, Huang, sir, if that's all you came to say, you can leave. Chen Dao? Huang Ziqing clenched his fist fiercely and suppressed his anger, slowing his speech. Do you really want to provoke a clash between Hongxing and Dongxing? Have you thought about the consequences? This ends here. Chen Dao smiled, poured a glass of red wine, and leisurely walked in front of Huang Ziqing. With one hand in his pocket and the other raised in a toast, his tone was calm, yet unarguable. Stop. That's not impossible. Huang Ziqing had just relaxed a bit. Chen Dao continued, let the leaders of Hongxing and Dongxing come to me personally and apologize. Perhaps I might consider sparing them. You. Huang Ziqing's chest heaved violently, forcing them to bow and apologize. How is that possible? This statement was clearly a refusal to negotiate, indicating that he intended to continue the fight. But at this moment he no longer wished to endure. His right hand swiftly drew a gun, and with a click the dark muzzle pressed against Chen Dao's temple. Chen Dao, you are forcing my hand. If you don't back down, I will handcuff you right now. Chen Yongxiao and others immediately drew their guns. Tony waved his hand, and his subordinates all grabbed their weapons. The air suddenly tightened. A confrontation was imminent. With a gun at his head, Chen Dao didn't even blink. He took a light sip of red wine, his voice calm. Give it a try. I'm giving you this opportunity. Huang Ziqing's knuckles turned white, the trigger already pressed half an inch. Staring at the faint smile on Chen Dao's face, he finally closed his eyes. Killing one is better than a bloodbath in the city. You forced my hand. He shouted harshly and pulled the trigger. The gunshot exploded. The bullet pierced through Chen Dao's head, red and white splattering, covering Huang Ziqing's face. Chen Dao's body went limp and slowly fell to the ground. Huang Ziqing gasped, wiped his face, put away his gun, and spoke to Tony. Chen Dao is dead. You think this will kill? Before he could finish, a voice softly sounded. What? A sudden shout erupted. Huang Ziqing was startled and turned back sharply. The sight before him made his entire body stiffen, his back instantly soaked with sweat, every hair standing on end. Chen Dao was slowly standing up from the pool of blood. His face was covered in blood, yet the deep wound on his forehead, which was visible to the bone, had completely vanished. Want to kill me? You are far from it. This is impossible. Huang Ziqing's mind buzzed, his eyes nearly popping out, but he didn't even have time to catch his breath. His face changed drastically as he raised his hand to aim his gun. This time Chen Dao didn't give him the chance to pull the trigger. Stepping forward, he struck directly at Huang Ziqing's wrist. Clang. The gun fell to the ground. Chen Yongxiao and others immediately drew their guns upon seeing this. But they still underestimated Chen Dao. In an instant, everyone except Chen Jiejun was taken down. Huang Ziqing and Chen Yongxiao lay on the ground, hands and feet cold, hearts trembling. This was strength beyond human capability, and not a life that a human should have. How could he not die? They finally understood why everyone in the underworld said, Chen Dao, don't touch him. Chen Dao bent down to pick up the gun that Huang Ziqing had dropped, the muzzle steadily aimed at his forehead. Huang, sir, I gave you the chance, but you couldn't grasp it. Huang Ziqing's face turned pale, his throat bobbing. At this moment, a policeman who had been knocked down struggled to get up, his voice trembling. You really dare to kill a policeman? You. Bang. Before he could finish, a blood flower exploded from his brow. He fell straight down, eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Chen Dao's face was expressionless, the gun barrel turned. Bang, bang, bang. A few muffled sounds, and several more corpses appeared in the room. He handed the gun to Jimmy. Jimmy quickly wrapped it in a towel and carefully wiped it clean. Chen Dao glanced at the stunned Huang Ziqing and Chen Yongxiao, his tone flat. Now do you still think there is anything I cannot accomplish? Gulp. Huang Ziqing swallowed dryly. At this moment, he truly saw clearly. What he had provoked was not a human at all. Chen Dao wiped the blood from his face and spoke two paths. Either lie down like them, or listen to me and be an undercover. Without waiting for Huang Ziqing to respond, he walked over to Chen Jiejun and patted his shoulder. Advise them. He pointed to the ground. You handle the aftermath of these people. The murderer will voluntarily turn himself in. Just as the words fell, a little brother in black walked up, arms spread wide, clearly ready to take the blame for Chen Dao. Chen Jiejun had seen Chen Dao rise from the dead before. He was shocked, but remained composed. Once Chen Dao left, Huang Ziqing personally handcuffed the little brother in black, slowly raising his head to stare at Chen Jiejun. You. Are you his person? I had no choice. Chen Jiejun sighed and recounted how his family was threatened. You all saw earlier. I told you he is 100 times more terrifying than you think. No, he is simply not human. We cannot provoke him. After saying this, he led the little brother in black out of the room without looking back, leaving Huang Ziqing and Chen Yongxiao frozen in place, unable to say a word. After exiting the paradise bar, Jimmy hesitated for a moment and softly advised. Dao Gu. Huang Ziqing is from the O record. Being so tough could cause trouble. Chen Dao paused, turned back to look at him, his tone steady. If you follow me, don't fear anyone. From now on, the entire Xiangjiang will be my territory. Jimmy was stunned and didn't speak further. Chen Dao turned to Tony. What's the situation with Dongxing and Hongxing? Just received news. Both sides have mobilized over 1,000 people ready to move at any time. Oh. Chen Dao slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the corners of his mouth rising. All right, let's play with them to the end. Gather everyone immediately. Also notify Hongxing and Dongxing. I'll wait for them in the suburbs tonight. Don't they want to kill me? I've given them the opportunity. He extinguished the cigarette but stretched lazily and spoke steadily. It's time for them to know who the real boss is. Tony immediately responded, but inside he was anxious. Hongxing and Dongxing had at least 3,000 to 4,000 people, yet Chen Dao's subordinates were less than 3,000. With such a disparity in numbers, can they really win? Chen Dao saw through his hesitation with a glance, patted his shoulder, and said just 2 sentences. Once they finish fighting, our numbers will only grow. In the end, only I will be standing. The night deepened. Outside the Dongxing headquarters, a sea of people. Thousands of underlings were ready for action. The eyes of the He Liansheng spies were fixed on this scene as Feiji Dongguan Zai and others looked on in stunned silence. Thousands of people. How many years has it been since I've seen such a scene? At the same time, Hongxing was also in chaos. Dado stood on the rooftop looking down, his palms drenched with sweat. This is too ruthless, right? Just like Dongxing, the whole hall is deployed. He muttered to himself, tonight I'm afraid there will be over 10,000 people fighting. Insane. Truly insane. Do the police really dare to manage this? Before he could finish, he had already grabbed the phone and reported urgently. Once the news spread, the entire He Liansheng was thrown into chaos and the entire Xiangjiang was on high alert. A battle of 10,000 people. This is no joke. Cheng Long stood by the window looking down at the street. A group of gangsters hurriedly passed by, their presence thick like a swarm. He furrowed his brow. He had heard that the gangs in Xiangjiang were rampant, but the scene before him exceeded his imagination. In just over half an hour, he had seen over 1,000 people. Even the patrol cars passing by took a wide detour. What exactly was happening? At that moment, Hong Jinbao walked over and followed his gaze. Below, the crowd was dense, yet he merely smiled faintly. It seems the East Star is really going to take action. War. Cheng Long was taken aback. Senior brother, what's going on? Such a commotion, won't the police intervene? Intervene? How can they? Hong Jinbao bit his cigar, chuckling bitterly. At least over 10,000 people are participating tonight. How can a few patrol officers stop them? Over 10,000? Cheng Long gasped. What on earth do they want? He usually never inquired about gang matters. Hong Jinbao was different. Though not a member, his connections were extensive, and he was more informed than anyone. Seeing Cheng Long's confusion, he lifted his wine glass and took a sip of red wine, slowly saying, recently a man named Chen Dao emerged. A few days ago, he crippled the crow from the 5 tigers of East Star. Tonight, East Star is targeting him. One person provoking 2 major gangs at the same time. Is Chun Dao really that formidable? Hong Jinbao nodded. Not just formidable. It's said to be a once in 100 years occurrence. Chun Long fell silent. He finally understood. Tonight Xiangjiang was destined to be sleepless. On the other side at the Gucci restaurant, East Star is moving. Over 3,000 are gathering towards Chun Dao. The Hongxing gang is fully mobilized, all hall masters are involved, and the numbers are still being counted. Chun Dao is also on the move. In the private room no one spoke. Messages came in one after another, and the air seemed to freeze. A deathly silence. Ales's expression darkened as he said, something big is about to happen tonight. Over 10,000 from Hongxing and East Star are about to engage in a brawl, something this city hasn't seen in decades. Upon hearing this, the other hall masters of Lianxing gasped in shock. Only the large D, whose head was wrapped in thick bandages, sneered dismissively. This is all of Chun Dao's own making. He will soon learn what it means to be absurdly wrong. How can one person take on 2 gangs? What can he use to withstand this? Just wait and see. Tonight Chun Dao is destined to die. Alu frowned, not responding. After all, the entire Lianxing was currently being suppressed by Chun Dao. As Chun Dao was about to falter, they were more than eager to watch the spectacle. Why would they feel sorry for him? Alu turned to Deng Bo and asked, Deng Bo, with such a big commotion, should we prepare in advance? Deng Bo was silent for a few seconds, then nodded, saying, keep a close watch on both sides. Also, each hall should immediately gather their manpower. If Hongxing and East Star eliminate Chun Dao and do not stop turning their attention to us, we must hold our ground first. Everyone responded in unison. They did not care about Chun Dao's life or death, but this alliance between the 2 gangs was too forceful. If they accidentally dragged Lianxing into it, it would be unbearable for anyone. With both major gangs exerting their strength, the pressure was immense. At that moment, everyone hated Chun Dao even more. And Sim Sha Sui and Ikuan was also startled by this commotion. It seems Chun Dao can't escape this time. 2 gangs, thousands of thugs gathering, something we haven't seen in decades. No matter how capable he is, he can't bear the numbers right. He puffed on a cigarette, slowly exhaling a cloud of white mist. And Yongxiao standing beside him also concluded that Chun Dao was finished. Dad, with over 10,000 people fighting, won't the O gang intervene? Intervene? How can they? And Cohen shook his head. 1,000 people can still be managed, but with over 10,000 eyes bloodied, even the O gang is afraid of stepping on landmines. At this point, the only way to stop this is to determine a victor. Once Chun Dao is dead, everything is over. On the XING side, Xiang Huaxing shared the same view. At this moment, Chun Dao, the subject of everyone's discussion, remained unusually calm. Dao Gu, the big B from Hongxing, is coming this way. Dao Gu East Star is also moving. Messages came in one after another. Chun Dao's expression remained unchanged as he sat steadily like a fisherman. However, Tony could no longer sit still. Watching Chun Dao act as if nothing were wrong, he finally couldn't help but ask, Dao Gu, with over 8,000 from Hongxing and East Star, are we really going to confront them heathen? Chun Dao glanced at him. In this world, one relies on their wits. With such a disparity in numbers, a heathen clash was foolish. He had already planned no group fights, only duels. First eliminate one, then take down the other. Hongxing and East Star already mistrusted each other. Whichever one engaged Chun Dao first, the other would certainly stand aside and wait to reap the benefits. Chun Dao exploited this gap to the fullest. Moreover, in recent days, as the rumors spread, he had gathered 3,000 loyal followers. Among 3,000 who dared to fight to the death, who could withstand them? Where are the Hongxing people? Chun Dao flicked the ash from his cigarette and asked lightly. Tony immediately understood his meaning and quickly reported a location. Chun Dao nodded. Then let's strike at Hongxing first. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the Paradise Bar. Outside, 100 large 8-wheeled trucks lined the entire street. The engines roared as the convoy set out, heading straight for Hongxing. At that moment, on the suburban highway, the Big B led a large group of men rushing fiercely towards the location specified by Chun Dao. In the rearview mirror, Hongxing's thugs followed closely behind in a long line. The corner of Big B's mouth curled up. He believed Chun Dao wouldn't survive the night. In the rearview mirror, Hongxing's thugs followed closely behind in a long line. The corner of Big B's mouth curled up. He believed Chun. This was perhaps the strongest assembly Hongxing had ever seen. Just as he was thinking this, the vehicle suddenly slammed to a halt. Screech. What's going on? Big B hit his forehead against the window, rubbing his head as he asked the driver. The driver looked just as confused. Big the front suddenly stopped. I don't know why. Before he could finish speaking, a small brother rushed over in a panic. Big go. The road is blocked. What? Big B was stunned. How many people? I can't see. It's all people densely packed. Big B sneered. Seems they know how to pick the right day to die. After saying that, he opened the car door and was the first to get out. 13 Mei Hanbin Defei and other hall masters immediately gathered around. What happened? Hanbin asked. Big B pointed ahead. Chun Dao is here. in a hurry to be reincarnated. Shh. DeFei casually picked his nose, grabbing a machete and shaking it. This person is mine. Bigby did not stop him and pulled out his weapon as well. Stay alert. Chen Dao is not simple. His men are all willing to risk their lives. Everyone nodded and got out of the car. Thousands of people all got out and moved forward. Fortunately, there was enough space. If it had been a narrow alley, they wouldn't even be able to stand, let alone fight. Very quickly, Bigby saw the opposing side clearly. In the distance, a large group stood neatly. All dressed in black, each person held a machete. Very quickly, Bigby saw the opposing side clearly. In the distance, a large group stood. Each of these individuals stands over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and long-legged, standing straight like a wall. The fierce aura radiating from them is suffocating, resembling a pack of wild beasts ready to tear apart their prey. At the front, Chen Dao leisurely smoked a cigarette, his expression calm. Behind him, Tony gripped a broadsword tightly, his eyes sharp as he focused on Dabi. Ahu donned steel knuckle gloves, licking his tongue with a chilling smile. Ahua and Wu Ying, though less eye-catching, stood with steady composure, unafraid. Jimmy and Aja were absent. They were guarding the heaven bar, keeping an eye on the rear. Chen Dao flicked away the cigarette, but took off his coat and accepted a machete handed to him by his subordinate, weighing it in his hand. His gaze swept towards Dabi, remaining silent, yet it felt as if a gust of wind was rushing towards him. Opposite Dabi and his fellow hall masters' expressions changed. DeFei leaned in and whispered, "Didn't you say Chen Dao only had 2,000 men? Isn't this at least 3,000? The others tightened their expressions. Dabi's heart sank. Just a few days ago there were only 2,000. How could it have doubled so suddenly? He took a deep breath. Don't worry about the numbers. Keep your eyes on Chen Dao. If we take him down, we win. Sister 13 and the others nodded. Dabi raised his machete and pointed forward. Chen Dao, did you attack Mr. Jiang? Before the gang fight, one always had to shout something to boost morale. However, Chen Dao had no intention of responding. Why waste energy? None of these people will escape. Just then a gust of wind suddenly picked up, growing stronger, rustling the weeds by the roadside. It's going to rain. The night sky, once clear, was swiftly covered by a large mass of dark clouds. Drip, drip, raindrops began to fall. Soon the rain intensified, pouring down in torrents. The atmosphere shifted, heavy, cold, and filled with murderous intent. Chen Dao flexed his wrists and shoulders. In the next moment, he raised the machete in his hand. Since it's raining, he said, let's not drag this out. Let's end it quickly. He shouted. As soon as his words fell, thousands of his black-clad subordinates raised their machetes in unison, charging fiercely towards the Hongxing direction without uttering a word. Seeing this, Dabi's face changed dramatically, but he reacted quickly, immediately waving his hand. The Hongxing men also quickly responded, rushing out. The two groups were less than 20 meters apart. In the blink of an eye, they collided violently. The suburbs were thrown into chaos, wails filled the air, blood mist spread, and severed limbs flew. Chunks of flesh, entrails, and splattered blood covered Chen Dao. He looked like a Shura emerging from hell, expressionless as he swung his knife. With one machete, in less than 5 minutes, he had taken down over 20 Hongxing men. After toppling one, his gaze shifted, locking onto Han Bin in the distance. Last time I let you escape, this time. Your luck has run out. Before his words fell, he dashed forward. Han Bin recognized him too, gritting his teeth as he raised his knife to meet him. Clang. Metal clashed, sparks flying. Han Bin's knife was violently knocked away. He turned to escape. Chen Dao retaliated with a swift strike. The head fell, blood spraying high. On the other side, Tony plunged into the enemy ranks at the onset of the battle. His broadsword danced with ferocity, making it impossible for the Hongxing thugs to approach. Within 3 moves, one would surely fall. However, as he fought harder, he pushed deeper into the fray, and it wasn't long before he was surrounded by the men of Hongxing from all sides. Too crowded, too chaotic. In the melee, he received a cut on his left arm, blood pouring out. Yet it seemed he felt no pain, fighting even more frantically, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a hungry wolf focused on tearing at throats. After dispatching one, he set his sights on a new target, the Hongxing Hall Master Grey Dog. Ahu was even more brutal. His steel knuckles were smeared with bits of flesh, and beneath his feet lay the loyal subordinate of Hongxing Zhang Xiao. In contrast, Ahua and Wu Ying appeared to be struggling. Together they had only managed to sever DeFei's arm. The rain continued to pour down. The fighting grew increasingly intense. Cries of anguish echoed back and forth. The rain mixed with blood, forming a dark red stream that slowly flowed towards the distant riverbank. Gradually the gap became evident. The thousands of Hongxing henchmen couldn't hold out for long, and were completely overwhelmed by the black-clad assassins beginning to scatter and flee. Dabi's heart sank. Seeing the tide turning against them, he dared not linger, fleeing in a panic like this. Battle concluded. Of the 11 hall masters of Hongxing, 5 were severely injured by Chen Dao on the spot. 3 died in the chaos, leaving only a few, including Dabi, who escaped by a stroke of luck. At that moment, everyone truly understood just how terrifying Chen Dao was. Chen Dao, covered in blood, was a sight to behold. His black shirt was soaked with blood, turning into a blinding crimson. Yet none of that blood was his own. After a fierce battle, he bore not a single scratch. Once they drove away, Hongxing, Tony, Hua, and the others swiftly dealt with their opponents and hurried to Chen Dao's side. Brother Dao, are you alright? Brother Dao, are you hurt? Brother Dao. Everyone spoke in a flurry filled with concern. Chen Dao waved his hand. These few can't hurt me. After speaking, he looked at Tony. Take a breather. Dongxing will be here soon. Once we deal with them, this matter will be settled. Yes. When Chen Dao turned to leave, Tony and the others finally looked back. Behind him lay nearly 100 Hongxing thugs sprawled in disarray. Some were still gasping for breath, writhing in pain on the ground, their voices hoarse and trembling. The surviving Hongxing thugs were either missing arms or legs. Many others lay still on the ground devoid of life. Gulps. Wu Wing swallowed hard, his voice dry. Did Brother Dao do all this alone? No one answered. This question didn't need an answer. Everyone looked towards the distance in unison. Chen Dao was sitting at the front of a vehicle, smoking the cigarette's glow flickering. Brother Dao is too terrifying. Ahu looked down at the blood and bits of flesh smeared on his knuckles, murmuring. Tony silently nodded. Everyone was clear Chen Dao was no ordinary person. He was exceptionally formidable. But strangely, everyone was probably scared, yet even stronger was their admiration. Such a leader commands respect. Just as Tony was directing the black-clad subordinates to clean up the scene. In the darkness, the two had been lying there the whole time, witnessing the entire battle unfold. His scalp tingled and his limbs felt cold. Is he even human? Just how ruthless is he? To go against him, it's like signing your own death warrant. He was utterly stunned. Having seen Chen Dao surrounded by a dozen people, yet effortlessly taking them all down, was surreal. It wasn't just Chen Dao who was terrifying. His little brothers were equally insane. The two had seen many thugs, but he had never witnessed, even with both arms severed, one could still rise and bite the enemy's throat. Is this really a subordinate? Just recalling it made the two tremble. At that moment, he understood how could Chen Dao go from being a lowly thug to this day. This guy is simply a monster. After a considerable time, he finally came back to his senses. Not daring to delay for a second, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the boss number, Gao Lao. At this moment, in a restaurant with Backbone, Gao Lao, holding a wine glass, was chatting and laughing with several hall masters. Hongxing has sent all its hall masters out this time, bringing along the most elite thugs. Chen Dao? He is undoubtedly dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. The tall man smiled triumphantly and raised the phone. Listen, the news of Chen Dao's demise has arrived. He picked up. Hello? Is that brat dead yet? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before a trembling voice came through. Boss. Chen Dao won. Then the big-head guy hurriedly recounted everything he had witnessed. He took out at least 70 or 80 of Hongxing's men all by himself. His subordinates are all desperate men. This isn't just a fight, it's a fight to the death. Smack. The tall man trembled, dropping his phone to the ground. His face turned pale and his eyes nearly bulged out. The other hall masters at the table were all stunned. The call was from the big-head guy talking about Chen Dao. But the tall man's expression was alarming. Something's off. Big D grew anxious and slammed the table. What are you dazing for? Hurry up and say, did they fight? Who won? Others immediately urged him as well. The tall man slowly raised his head, forced a bitter smile as he scanned the room, and took a deep breath. Hongxing. Lost. What a... The table erupted in chaos. What kind of joke is this? Hongxing mobilized their entire force. How could Chen Dao possibly win? Big D shouted. Fishhead was also dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that Hongxing sent over 3,000 men? Chen Dao only had 2,000. How could he turn the tide? Shut the hell up. Big D slammed the table hard. Only then did the tall man regain his composure, looked at Big D, and then at Fishhead, whispering. We made a mistake. Chen Dao's men were already more than 2,000. Now it has exceeded 3,000. Hiss, the entire room gasped. 3,000. Just a few days ago he only had 2,000. Where did this extra 1,000 come from in such a short time? Was it conjured like magic? Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, the tall man could only sigh. It's true. The big-head guy saw it with his own eyes. Then he briefly recounted the situation that the big-head guy had described over the phone. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. We underestimated Chen Dao too much, the tall man added. Hongxing's 11 hall masters, only Big B escaped with a few people. The rest of their subordinates were completely scattered. Over 300 were cut down. The more he spoke, the more uneasy the tall man felt. Not only him, but everyone present had their faces darkened, especially Big D. This is impossible. Where did he get such ferocity? This absolutely makes no sense. He muttered to himself, disbelief etched across his face. Suddenly he looked up and turned to Fishhead and Big Pheasant. Quick, make a call to find out where Dongxing is. The two immediately pulled out their phones and dialed their subordinates. After confirming that Dongxing would arrive in 10 minutes, Big D's face tightened. I hope the camel doesn't collapse like Hongxing did at the slightest touch. As for who wanted Chen Dao dead the most in Lianqing, it was none other than Big D. After all, he had been publicly humiliated by Chen Dao several times. Damn. No matter how fierce Chen Dao is, after just finishing a fight with Hongxing, can he still withstand Dongxing? He clenched his fists, his voice fierce. The other hall masters nodded in agreement. Yet this time no one could laugh anymore. Meanwhile, the plane hung up the phone, continuing to follow the Dongxing group, quietly approaching the empty area in the suburbs. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from nearby. The bushes shook violently. The plane immediately stopped and hid behind a large tree. Then a person emerged from the thicket. Big Head. The plane recognized him at once. Aren't you supposed to be watching? Why are you here? Big Head was startled, but after regaining his composure he wore a troubled expression and said nothing. The plane's heart sank. What happened? Big Head sighed heavily before recounting the defeat of Hongxing. The plane blurted out, they lost so quick. I saw them running with my own eyes. The two quickly hid in the shadows and Big Head explained everything he had witnessed. After listening, the plane froze. After a long time he finally exhaled, Chen Dao. This is too terrifying. Where's Dongxing? How far are they? Big Head reminded. The plane calculated the time. At this speed the two sides are about to collide soon. Big Head nodded. I hope Dongxing can take him down. Otherwise, in the future Lianxing might have to change its surname to Chun. Just as they were speaking, boss, the road ahead is blocked by cars. Cars. The camel paused. Hongxing's people got here first, but it looks like they suffered a huge loss. Nearby Sidu Haonan sneered. Those hall masters from Hongxing, besides eating, drinking, and playing, what else can they do? They say Hongxing can fight, but what happened? Just a paper tiger. The camel remained silent, only nodding. Hongxing and Dongxing had long been at odds. Hongxing occupied the most profitable territory in Xiangjiang, while Dongxing guarded the poorer areas, harboring grudges for years, with constant minor conflicts and major clashes. Now seeing Hongxing being beaten back, everyone was filled with ridicule, without contemplating how could Hongxing lose so miserably. Get out of the car. The camel was the first to push open the car door, leading the Dongxing group towards the distant light. At the same time, Chen Dao also received news. Dao, good, Dongxing is almost here. He jumped down from the front of the car and stretched his shoulders. Have you rested enough? Tony and the others were ready, brimming with energy. As for those men in black, they didn't need to rest at all. These people feared neither death nor fatigue. Even if they fought for 2 days and 2 nights, they would only collapse without a single complaint. This was the confidence that allowed Chen Dao to confront them heat-in. Since we're all ready, let's properly spar with Dongxing's people. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Dao grabbed that large machete. All the men in black immediately gripped their weapons tightly, standing ready. Soon the camel led Dongxing's thugs to arrive. When enemies meet, the atmosphere instantly ignited. You are Chen Dao, eh? The camel looked up, exuding an air of authority with a face full of disdain. A 4'9" kid can reach this position today. You indeed have some skill. But unfortunately, you picked the wrong fight. You attacked our Dongxing's hall master. This debt must be settled today. Settle debts. Chen Dao sneered coldly, with you. Damn, how dare you speak to our boss like that? Next to the camel, Situ Haonan jumped out and shouted. Chen Dao couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, a brawl erupted on the spot, several kilometers away in the suburban dense forest. Damn, is Chen Dao even human? Bigby leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Beside him, 13's sister had a long gash on her arm, blood still flowing out incessantly. A little brother hastily bandaged her wound, but 13's sister suddenly looked up, urgently scanning her surroundings. Where's Han Bin? Where's Han Bin? Everyone in Hongxing knew. Han Bin liked 13's sister, this was no secret. 13's sister always claimed she wasn't interested, but every time something happened, Han Bin was always the first to rush over. In her heart, she had long given him weight. After searching around, she didn't see him. 13's sister's expression changed, and she suddenly pushed away the brother supporting her. Damn, the people from Boland Street, come with me. 13's sister, are you crazy? Big B blocked her. In this fight, almost all the Hongxing hall masters had fallen, only they remained. If they fell here too, Hongxing would truly be finished. But 13's sister wouldn't listen. Dabi, if you're my brother, don't stand in my way. And Han Bin is gone. And bringing him back, no matter what. And before Dabi could even open his mouth, a subordinate rushed over, voice trembling, in the 13th sister. Brother Bin. And what about him? He's been eliminated by Chen Dao. And what? Na sharp, deafening ring exploded inside 13th sister's skull. Her body locked, rigid vision, dissolving into blackness. Between her and Han Bin, no words had ever been spoken aloud. Yet that unspoken bond weighed heavier than, fuck, Chen Dao, he'll carve you alive. And she whirled to charge forward, but slipped, crashing hard onto the ground. NDAB instantly signaled 2 men to tackle and pin her down. Stay calm. Chen Dao is too ruthless. Charging heat-in now means certain death. We retreat first, then plan our next move. But 13th sister seemed not to hear. Suddenly she fell silent. NDAB blinked, thinking perhaps she'd come to her senses. And then in the next breath, she snapped her head up. Eyes burning crimson, lips quivering. Her gaze locking onto Dabi with such chilling intensity that his spine went cold. Before he could utter a word, she rasped in, Dabi, do you still have those guns from last time? Guns? NDAB froze, stunned. Then comprehension struck, and he shook his head urgently. No. The heat is too intense right now. The OCU has us under full surveillance. Pulling out firearms now would be walking straight into a trap. Hong Kong has its own rules. Triads have their own lines they dare not cross. And with so many young thugs flooding the streets, the police force simply cannot keep up, and thus turns a blind eye. So long as innocents remain unharmed and firearms untouched, most incidents can still be buried. But once that line is crossed, it becomes a war without end. Yet at this moment 13th sister had no choice left. She held the bee's gaze, each word deliberate. And do we have any other path? And if we hesitate now, will Chun Dao spare us once he regains his strength? Right now Dongxing and Chun Dao are locked in mortal combat. That's our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While they bleed each other dry, we strike, finishing them both in one blow. Ndabe said nothing, merely lowered his head in silence. In truth, he'd already weighed this very plan in his mind. And meanwhile the battlefield between Dongxing and Chun Dao had already erupted into chaos. Dongxing outnumbered even Hung Hing. Meanwhile Chun Dao had just emerged from a brutal clash with Hung Hing, his stamina and composure still raw, unrefined. Thus an uneasy stalemate held. Dongxing's foot soldiers and Chun Dao's black-clad enforcers clashed fiercely, neither side gaining decisive ground. At that precise moment Chun Dao's eyes locked onto the farthest edge of the crowd, Luo Tua shielded tightly by over 20 Dongxing men. Without hesitation he lunged into the enemy ranks, blade flashing, bodies toppling, one after another, until he seized Luo Tua and hurled him to the ground. And far away Fei Ji stared, eyes wide, jaw slack. Could this man truly be that terrifying? And boss, and holy shit, it's Chun Dao, and cut him down. And no sooner had Luo Tua hit the ground than Situ Haonan and others spotted him, racing toward the fray with fury in their steps. Dongxing's men surged from all sides, converging on Chun Dao. And shoo, a blade sliced through the air, steel aimed straight for Chun Dao's crown. He twisted sideways, dodging the first strike, then the second, with astonishing speed. Yet that split-second evasion cost him the chance to finish Luo Tua. Chun Dao's gaze blazed like molten iron. Behind him battle cries roared like thunder. Without turning he swept his cleaver backward in a vicious arc. And pfft, Dongxing thug pierced clean through, blood gushing, entrails spilling across the earth. He wrenched the blade free, scanned the encircling mob, brows furrowing slightly. And to eradicate Dongxing entirely. This may take longer than expected. Fresh off the bloody war with Hung Hing, his black-clad brothers were fearless, tireless, but flesh and blood nonetheless. They fought with ferocity still, but their strikes lacked earlier precision. Dongxing might be weakened, yet victory demanded time. And to linger was to offer up lives for nothing. End it swiftly. And the thought had barely formed. In Chun Dao, do you truly believe yourself invincible? And Situ Haonan blocked every escape route, flanked by dozens. He wasn't alone. In Xiao Mian, Hu Wu Jiwei, and Jin Mao Hu Sham Ming arrived moments later, each leading 15 to 20 men. Three forces converged, walls of flesh sealing Chun Dao inside, no path left open. Tony locked in desperate combat with Lei Yaoyang, caught sight of the ambush, and bellowed at Ahu, go protect brother Dao, and dare you zone out while fighting me. Uffed. And Lei Yaoyang exploited the opening, a downward slash. And Tony barely twisted aside, the blade gashed his left arm. Blood welled, but the wound was shallow. Hearing the commotion, Chun Dao glanced up, saw Ahu rushing toward him, and commanded, voice low and iron hard, don't waste time on me. Aid Tony. Nahu faltered. Brother Dao. In these vermin. I'll clear them myself. Ni's tone brooked no argument, no hesitation, just cold, absolute finality. Nahu clenched his teeth and turned away. Situ Haonan, Sha Ming, and Xiao Mian who heard those words, and their faces flushed, livid eyes blazing with incandescent rage, fixed unblinkingly upon Chun Dao. And damn it, Chun Dao, you're too arrogant, and brat. You were still sucking milk when I ruled these streets, and fuck you. Begging for death, Na torrent of curses crashed over him, but Chun Dao didn't even lift his eyelids. He calculated silently this grinding stalemate could drag on indefinitely, but if he first severed Dongxing's core leadership, everything would collapse into simplicity. Slowly he raised his head, fingers tightening around his cleaver, gaze sharpening into twin blades. And honestly, 5 minutes. Is that enough time to erase all of you? As he spoke he opened his left hand, palm flat, fingers splayed wide. And then, fist slammed shut, driving forward with explosive force into the nearest Dongxing thug. 3,000 black-clad followers ringed the scene, and that single punch unleashed such monstrous power it sheared clean through a tree thick as a water barrel. Who in hell could withstand that? And thud. And the thug took the blow full force, launched backward like a puppet with cut strings, colliding with comrades midair before crashing to the ground. Chaos erupted instantly. Chun Dao didn't pause, not for breath, not for thought. His cleaver arced horizontally in his right hand. In cries of agony tore from throats as Dongxing men crumpled. Situ Haonan, Sha Ming, and Xiao Mian, who were caught utterly off guard, stunned into stillness. And then, rallying fast, they roared orders. And kill him, and charge. Whoever takes him down gets promoted, and no fear. All in. Eyes wild, blades raised, they charged like rabid dogs, blinded by fury, drunk on bloodlust. In the past, such overwhelming odds would have left Chun Dao reeling overwhelmed. But now, freshly unlocked abilities surged within him, amplified by the sheer aura of 3,000 loyal black-clad warriors. His strength felt inexhaustible. He felled over a dozen Dongxing men, without drawing a heavy breath. Blood painted his face, a shredded viscera clung to his clothes, his body was smeared with pulp and steaming gore. He stood short in stature, yet rooted there a cruel smile curling his lips, eyes frozen with glacial cruelty, like a demon clawed its way up from the deepest hells. After dropping another thug, he rolled his neck and lifted his gaze toward a cluster of trembling underlings. Ghost. Run. He's not human, he's a monster. Several collapsed outright, paralyzed with terror. None dared advance another inch. Even Situ Haonan and his lieutenants instinctively stepped half a pace back. It was that horrifying. They'd faced brutal men, but never this. That fist had caved in a skull like rotten fruit. Was this even humanly possible? Fuck, what is this thing? Situ Haonan snarled through gritted teeth, then froze mid-sentence. Chun Dao's gaze had already pinned him. Unblinking, unyielding absolute. Elsewhere, Wu Ying and Ah Hua led a dozen black-clad fighters into the thick of battle. As the two raised their heads, they simultaneously caught sight of the scene, near Chun Dao, exchanging glances filled with Dao. Brother Dao is just too amazing. Wu Ying exclaimed as he struck down his opponent. Brother Dao is stronger than before. Tony and Ah, who are almost surrounded, oh, let's put in more effort. The two stopped talking, their blades flashing faster and strikes more fierce. Tony also noticed Chun Dao. The overwhelming aura caused his heart to tremble. He thought he was strong enough, but following Chun Dao made him realize there are always mountains beyond mountains, heavens beyond heavens. Chop. Keep chopping until they can't take it anymore, he shouted, lunging towards Lei Yaoyang. Lei Yaoyang became increasingly flustered. Chun Dao was terrifying, his black-clad subordinates were all fighting for their lives. His fighting spirit gradually crumbled, and his defenses were becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, on the verge of defeat. Meanwhile, Chun Dao had his sights set on Situ Haonan and the other three. He smiled lightly, his voice calm, yet chilling. The game is over. Before his words faded, he had already surged forward. No one dared to stop him. Situ Haonan's pupils constricted sharply, a chill of death instantly creeping up his neck. Just as the blade was about to strike his head, he suddenly sidestepped, grabbing a nearby sand mantis. With a slash, the blade flashed, splitting the sand mantis head, splattering its red and white contents all over Situ Haonan's face. Ugh! He gagged, but didn't dare to wipe his face, turning to flee. Retreat! Situ Haonan shouted, pushing the sand mantis corpse towards Chun Dao as he ran, not even glancing back. Seeing the situation turn against him, the laughing tiger immediately led his men to escape without hesitation. Run! It's a monster! Help! I don't want to die. With their leader fleeing, the lackeys dared not stand their ground any longer. A few timid ones turned to run quickly, followed by a wave of chaos. The Dongxing gang members scattered like a pot of boiling water. In the blink of an eye, their formation was in disarray, collapsing under pressure. Luo Tuo felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, his legs trembling, not daring to look back, just desperately following Situ Haonan forward. Meanwhile, Lei Yaoyang had just taken down a black-clad subordinate, casually tossing the corpse towards Tony, and turned to flee. But just as he looked back, a bloodied face was right in front of him, so close, it was almost touching. Run! Now that you're here, you won't be leaving. Chun Dao's lips curled into a smile as he raised his blade. Lei Yaoyang didn't even have time to dodge and collapsed on the spot. Tony arrived just in time to witness Chun Dao casually kick Lei Yaoyang's corpse aside, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. So ruthless. To be allied with such a powerhouse truly promises a bright future. Stop chasing them. Chun Dao discarded his blade, blocking Tony, who was preparing to pursue. Clean up the battlefield. After fighting for so long, it's time to collect some compensation. Wu Ying and the others immediately stopped, collapsing onto the ground, finally able to catch their breath. They were exhausted to the point of falling apart. Only the black-clad subordinates were still busy cleaning up the aftermath. In the distance, Fei Ji, Dongguan Zai, and De Tu lay quietly, their bodies stiff with fear. Before them was Chun Dao, drenched in blood, and a group of Dongxing members fleeing in panic. De Tu remained relatively composed. After all he had seen Chun Dao take on the Hongxing gang alone. But Fei Ji and Dongguan Zai were rendered speechless. Dongxing. Lost. Dongguan Zai's throat was dry as he swallowed hard. Fei Ji's expression turned grave. Not just lost from the 5 tigers, sand mantis, and Lei Yaoyang were killed on the spot. Crow is half crippled, and a large number of our subordinates have perished. This battle has severely damaged Dongxing's vitality. De Tu sighed. Hongxing isn't faring much better. Over half of the 11 hall masters are dead or injured. He paused, looking towards the distant bloodied figure. Now do you understand how fierce he is? Fei Ji and Dongguan Zai nodded in unison. They had never seen someone so formidable. The three dared not linger, taking advantage of the night to make their escape. Just a few steps out, the phone rang. Fei Ji, the voice of Tudio came through. What's the situation? Did Dongxing take down Chun Dao? Dongguan Zai and De Tu heard this and shook their heads silently. Fei Ji was silent for a few seconds before truthfully reporting the scene. At the Gucci restaurant. How is that possible? You guys come back right now. Utudio hung up, his expression fluctuating. Big D, who had been dreaming nearby, felt a chill in his heart upon seeing Utudio's expression and frowned, asking, "What happened? How's it going over there?" Utudio sighed heavily. Chun Dao has once again broken through Dongxing. San Mantis and Lei Yaoyang are dead, and Sidu Haonan and the Laughing Tiger have escaped with Luo Ta. At this revelation the entire place fell silent. No one dared to believe it. First he wiped out Hongxing, then he crushed Dongxing. One person toppled 2 major gangs. Damn, how did he manage to do that? Utudio exclaimed. The others also changed their expressions. Even Uncle Deng took a deep breath and slowly said, "It's been years since I've seen such a ruthless character." Uncle Deng shook his head helplessly. This kid is truly about to turn the world upside down. What should we do next? Elo asked. Uncle Deng didn't answer immediately, just glanced around at the hall masters present, then sighed repeatedly. Both Hongxing and Dongxing were crushed by Chun Dao. At this moment Uncle Deng's wariness towards Chun Dao was heavier than ever. In this situation, even if he was unwilling, he dared not entertain any thoughts against Chun Dao. Such a ruthless character. If he was provoked, who knows what could happen. After a moment Uncle Deng's face turned serious as he said, "From today onwards no one is allowed to provoke Chun Dao. If you want to die I won't stop you, but no one is allowed to drag the gang down with you." On the other side in the suburbs, the rain had stopped. Yet the air held no earthy scent, only the thick, unyielding stench of blood. "Brother Dao, have some water," Tony offered a bottle. Chun Dao's face was cleansed of blood, yet his clothes were still soaked in it, making him appear as if he had just crawled out of a bloodbath. He took the water, took a sip, and asked, "Have the casualty reports come in?" Tony smiled wryly. Over 800 dead or injured, and only just over 2,000 left who can still fight. After 2 tough battles his black-clad brothers had suffered considerable losses. Yet Chun Dao's expression remained unchanged, not even furrowing his brow. Others led men into battle and lost more each time. He was different. "It's fine. There will be more people soon." He smiled slightly. Tony said nothing, just nodded. He managed the men, but had never figured out where they all came from. Always batch after batch appearing suddenly with no time to register them. He had long grown accustomed to Chun Dao's mystery and never asked too much. At this moment Chun Dao stretched lazily and said, "This place is too far. Bolin Street is closer. Take a team over and secure the main streets of these 2 gangs. From now on this area will be under my command." Tony's eyes lit up, his heart racing. This was truly a push for his rise. Indeed, he had chosen the right person to follow. "Thank you, Brother Dao." As soon as the words fell, he led 100 people straight toward the streets. Hongxing and Dongxing were severely weakened, leaving mostly small fries on the streets. Capturing them was merely a matter of time. After Tony left, Chun Dao glanced at the system interface. The losses were considerable, but the gains were even greater. This time it's a massive profit. He spoke softly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the 2 battles, more than 500 of his men had fallen on the spot, with total casualties exceeding 1,000. Yet for him such losses were hardly a concern, because his reputation had skyrocketed. The newly recruited underlings not only filled the gaps, but surpassed the previous numbers. He now commanded over 3,500 people. This was his confidence. Dongxing and Hongxing had been half crippled. How long would it take for them to recover? Not for 3 to 5 years. And him. Today 100 may fall, but tomorrow he can replenish 300. While others grow weaker with every fight, he only becomes stronger. With this ebb and flow, what could they use to contend with him? Chun Dao lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke, smiling. Now he only needed time. Given time, he could amass an army of 100,000. What was Aji? With 1,000,000 soldiers. What was the British Empire? By then, even the foreigners would have to kneel to hear him speak. Dao Gu. Just as he was thinking, Wu Ying and Ahua approached. Chun Dao glanced at the blood-soaked bandage on Wu Ying's arm, injured. Wu Ying scratched his head and grinned. "It's nothing, just a scratch, no big deal." Chun Dao acknowledged. He turned to survey the corpses scattered across the ground, his tone calm. "Tell Jimmy to bring people to clean up the scene. The Aji people are probably arriving soon." "Yes." Wu Ying immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Jimmy's number. Shortly after, several vans drove up. As the vehicles came to a halt, the remaining black-clad subordinates immediately sprang into action, lifting the corpses onto the trucks one by one. Chun Dao extinguished his cigarette and said to Ahua and another, "This area is up to you." After saying that, he opened the car door and drove away. News of Dongxing and Hongxing's retreat spread like wildfire across the harbor. The entire Xianjiang was instantly in an uproar. An family. Yongxiao rushed to the study, knocking urgently on the door. "Father, come in." He pushed the door open. Upon seeing his son's expression, Kuan immediately sensed something was wrong and asked, "What's going on? Is Chun Dao dead?" Have Hongxing and Dongxing turned their aggression toward us and Lianxing. Yongxiao didn't answer immediately, his face darkened. Kuan frowned. "He's not dead." Yongxiao nodded. "He's still alive." "Impossible." Kuan slammed the table. With 2 gangs teaming up to kill him, all elite forces involved, how could he survive? Before he could finish his sentence, an Ai Yongxiao whispered he won. Hongxing and Dongxing were completely defeated by him. Half of Hongxing's hall masters were killed, and Dongxing's Lei Yaoyang and Xia Ming are also dead. What? An Ai Kuan suddenly stood up, his voice shifting in pitch. He had sensed it coming, but hearing it still sent a shock through him. That Chen Dao truly challenged the two major heads and won. Is the news accurate? Absolutely true, An Ai Yongxiao replied tightly. Now Hongxing and Dongxing are severely weakened, and the territories of Yuan Long and Bolin Street have all been taken over by Chen Dao's people. An Ai Kun's mouth hung open for a long time, unable to close it. Hongxing and Dongxing, the two hardest bones in Xiangjiang, actually crushed by one person. He stared in shock for a while before finally uttering, everyone underestimated him. Xing. Xiang Huachang, upon hearing the news, stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time. Say that again. Who won? He grabbed the collar of the informing underling. The underling trembled in fear, but still forced himself to say, Boss, I saw it with my own eyes. All the Hongxing and Dongxing people scattered, each fleeing faster than the last. Yuan Long and Bolin Street are now all guarded by Chen Dao's men. Xiang Huachang gasped in shock. After a few seconds, he grabbed the phone and called his older brother Xiang Huayan. Once the call connected, Xiang Huayan listened and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he ordered in a deep voice, send the most reliable people to monitor Chen Dao 247. Spread the word. No one is allowed to provoke him. This person, we cannot afford to offend. After hanging up, Xiang Huachang nodded silently. He was unwilling to accept it, but the facts were laid bare. They had truly underestimated Chen Dao. This man was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Hongxing and Dongxing were no match for him. How could they still Once the call ended, Xiang Huachang immediately ordered everyone must cease their actions, keep the low profile, and never offend Chen Dao. Sim Sha Sui, the dinosaur of the big circle, was stunned upon hearing the news. This Chen Dao, who had just taken the position of Liansheng's leader, was even fiercer and tougher than he had anticipated. He suddenly felt a bit fortunate. Earlier, when Chen Dao had just established himself in Sim Sha Sui, he had considered swallowing up his territory. But at that time, he had been caught up with other matters and delayed taking action. Now thinking back, that actually saved his life. Had he really taken Chen Dao's territory? Could he withstand the retaliation? The dinosaur dared not imagine. He only knew one thing: anyone who crossed paths with Chen Dao now would be doomed. In the hospital, the crow also received the news. Damn, how is this possible? Damn, how did Chen Dao do it? Damn, absolutely impossible. Furious, he grabbed something to smash, but his movements were too vigorous, aggravating the wound in his groin, sending sharp pain shooting through his mind. Humiliated and angry, cold sweat soaked his hospital gown. The nearby underling just opened his mouth. Boss, the doctor said you. Get lost. Everyone get out. Before he finished speaking, the crow roared, driving everyone away. Once the ward was left with only him, the pain slowly subdued his anger. He slumped on the bed, soaked in sweat, his gaze vacant. That Chen Dao. Is he really that powerful? In the suburbs, Wu Ying and Ahua, left behind by Chen Dao, were clearing the scene with the black-clad underlings. After a heavy rain, the bloodstains on the ground had been washed away to faint traces barely noticeable unless one looked closely. All the corpses had been loaded onto the box truck, not one left behind. After the last one was moved onto the truck, Ahua walked over. The boat is ready at the dock. You guys drive over and take it directly to the deep sea for disposal. Be sure to clean up, leaving not a single trace. After finishing his instructions, he saw Wu Ying standing alone in the distance, lost in thought. He walked over, offered him a cigarette, and lit one for himself as well. The two leaned against the truck, gazing up at the dark night sky. Wu Ying took a puff of his cigarette and sighed. Dao Ge is truly inhuman. Ahua said nothing. Images flashed in his mind of Chen Dao single-handedly taking down hundreds of people, making his body subconsciously shiver. But he quickly patted Wu Ying's shoulder, his voice steady. But following such a leader, we'll have our day to shine right. Wu Ying nodded. Following Dao Ge is the best choice I've made in my life. He tilted his chin towards the truck, driving away in the distance, asking, will this really work? Don't worry. Ahua exhaled a puff of smoke. Dao Ge has arranged everything. Jimmy has brought in a cargo ship from a shipping company. Once the vehicle sinks into the depths of the ocean, these people will be completely erased from the world. Indeed, Dao Ge leaves no stone unturned. Ahua extinguished his cigarette, brushed off his pants, and stood up. Let's go check everything again, and don't miss any corners. The O-team is about to arrive. The two immediately brought their men and began to search the scene inch by inch. At the same time, at OS headquarters, this battle involving thousands of people had alarmed the entire police force. Damn, are these short mules crazy? A battle with thousands of people, fighting in the streets. Investigate immediately. Find me the location. Hearing the news, Uncle Biao slammed his hand on the table in anger. A police officer quickly stepped forward and reported the address. Uncle Biao frowned and asked, where's Huang Jiqing? In such a major case, where is he? The officer shook his head. Sir Huang has been unreachable and his phone is off. Uncle Biao's frown deepened. But now there is no time to think too much. He immediately called all O-team members together. In an instant, the entire O team was mobilized and rushed to the scene of the incident involving Chen Dao. But they were destined to be disappointed. As Uncle Biao's team arrived, Wu Ying and Ahua had already cleaned everything up. The ground was spotless, not even a cigarette, but was left, making it impossible to tell a fight had occurred. Sir, why are you still awake at this late hour, coming all this way? Is there something going on? Wu Ying, with a cigarette in his mouth, remained unfazed despite being surrounded by police, grinning as he asked. Uncle Biao snorted coldly without responding. At that moment, a police officer quickly approached and whispered in his ear, "We searched everything but found nothing." What a... Uncle Biao frowned. A battle involving thousands of people left no trace at all. There was only one possibility. Everyone had left long ago, and the scene had been thoroughly cleaned up. He glared at Wu Ying darkly. "Someone reported that you were fighting here." "Fighting?" Wu Ying immediately waved his hand, looking innocent. "Who said that?" "I was just taking a stroll after dinner." "Is that illegal?" "You..." Uncle Biao was so angry that his beard trembled. He waved his hand, and more than a dozen police officers immediately stepped forward to interrogate Ahua and the surrounding black-clothed thugs. But no one spoke. After questioning for a long time, not a single useful clue was found. Uncle Biao was shocked. This Chen Dao was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, in the private room of the Paradise Bar. "Let us out. Help. Do you know what crime it is to detain Huang Ziqing and Chen Yongxiao were anxiously pacing in the room. Suddenly the door was pushed open. Jimmy walked and glanced at them and said calmly, "Have you considered your options?" Chen Yongxiao spoke up before Huang Ziqing could. "Do you know what the crime of assaulting an officer is?" Jimmy frowned and clapped his hands. A few black-clothed thugs entered at his signal. "What do you want?" No one paid him any mind. Fists and kicks soon fell upon Huang Ziqing and Chen Yongxiao. After a while, Jimmy finally called for a stop. The two collapsed on the ground, covered in dust and dirt. Jimmy said expressionlessly, "No one can refuse Dao Go. Neither can you. Be sensible and don't resist. If you don't want to die, don't waste your energy." He paused and added, "Dao Go is far more terrifying than you think. He is destined to be the true dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. Don't test him. The consequences are beyond what you can bear." Chen Yongxiao opened his mouth as if to say something, but was restrained by Huang Ziqing. At that moment, a black-clothed thug entered from outside and whispered something in Jimmy's ear. Jimmy nodded. "Let him in." Chen Jiejun pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the two in a sorry state on the ground, he sighed. Jimmy patted him on the shoulder. "You should persuade him. Dao Gu doesn't have much patience." After saying that, he left with his men, firmly closing the private room door behind them. Only 3 people were left in the room. Huang Ziqing struggled to his feet and approached Chen Jiejun, his voice tense. "What's the situation outside?" "What? I told you. Chen Dao is far more terrifying than we imagined." Huang Ziqing's brow furrowed tightly. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Jiejun glanced at him and replied directly. "Hongxing and Dongxing have both been crushed by Chen Dao." "Impossible." Chen Yongxiao jumped up suddenly, disbelief written all over his face. 2 major gangs. He won alone. How is that possible? Chen Jiejun smiled wryly. "If you knew, he can't even be killed by a gun. You probably wouldn't say that." "Absolutely true," he said softly. "Chen Dao's strength far exceeds everyone's imagination." "This." Huang Ziqing said nothing, his face tightening. At that moment, the private room door was pushed open again. Chen Dao walked in, dressed in new clothes. He first scanned Chen Jiejun, then his gaze landed on Huang Ziqing's face. "Have you made up your mind? Either be my man or die." He walked over to the sofa, sat down, lit a cigarette, and looked at Huang Ziqing and Chen Yongxiao, speaking softly yet firmly. "I can't wait too long. The path is laid before you. Choose for yourselves." The words sounded bland, but everyone could hear the underlying menace. Huang Ziqing knew well if he shook his head now, Chen Dao would immediately take his life. Don't use common sense to judge this man. He truly dares to kill police. The last incident was not without precedent. He gulped. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed hard. "What? Do you think life is too long?" Seeing him hesitate to answer, Chen Dao's voice deepened, and his gaze turned cold with murderous intent pressing in. Huang Ziqing instinctively took a step back. Before he could steady himself, 2 black-clothed men lunged forward, grabbing his shoulders and delivering a harsh kick to the back of his knee. He let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. A knife was immediately pressed against his neck. The blade was cold against his skin, just waiting for Chen Dao's signal, and blood would spill. "Wait!" At the critical moment, Huang Ziqing shouted, sweat pouring down his forehead. Chen Dao raised his hand to signal. The black-clothed men released him and stepped aside. Chen Dao looked at him. "Have you decided?" "I." He moved his lips, paused for a few seconds, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. "I agree." With his life hanging by a thread, he had no choice but to bow his head. Chen Dao was even more ruthless than he had imagined, and what Chen Jiejun had just said, his family was also being targeted, made him even more unwilling to gamble. "Very good." Chen Dao nodded, smiling in satisfaction. Then he turned to Chen Yongxiao. "What about you?" Chen Yongxiao glanced at Huang Ziqing. The latter slightly nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he also nodded. "I agree. What's the point of risking your life for a few $100s a month at O Team?" Chen Dao chuckled lightly, clapping his hands twice. Jimmy walked in with 2 black plastic bags and placed them at the feet of the 2 men. Huang Ziqing was taken aback and looked up at Chen Dao. Chen Dao smiled at him. To recruit people, mere intimidation isn't enough. One must also offer incentives. This is a deposit. There will be more in the future. Once you take the money, you are one of us. For my own people, I never skimp. Huang Ziqing opened the bag. Inside were neatly stacked stacks of Hong Kong, at least 200,000. To him, it was an astronomical sum. Yet he understood once he accepted the money, there would be no turning back. He gazed at Chen Dao's smiling face and let out a long sigh. Was there even a choice? Thank you. In the end, he cradled the bag in his arms. His superior had accepted, and Chen Yongxiao, without hesitation, quietly picked up another bag. Click. Suddenly the sound of a shutter echoed. Huang Ziqing was taken aback only, then noticing several men in black standing in the corner taking pictures of him with cameras. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his face, but it was too late. Chen Dao waved his hand, and the photographers immediately withdrew. He spoke slowly, "Don't panic. The photos are merely a precaution. If you do your jobs well, they will never see the light of day." Pausing, his tone turned cold. "If you don't follow the rules, not only will you not survive until tomorrow, even in death your names will be tarnished." With that, he stood up, stretched lazily, and waved his hand. "All right, let's go. See Huang Sir out." Jimmy nodded, gesturing to Huang Ziqing. "Huang Sir, please." Huang Ziqing sighed, said nothing more, accepted the money, and left the private room with Chen Yongxiao. Chen Jiejun glanced at Chen Dao and turned to walk out. As soon as they exited the Heaven Bar, Chen Jiejun started the car, stopping beside Huang Ziqing. "Huang Sir, get in." Huang Ziqing took a seat in the back. The car then headed towards the O Department headquarters. Inside the car, Chen Yongxiao stared at the stack of money in his hands, unable to help but ask, "What's our next move? Should we?" Before he could finish, Chen Jiejun waved his hand from the driver's seat, cutting him off. "If you don't want your whole family to suffer, I advise you, don't act rashly." "What do you mean?" Huang Ziqing turned his head, his expression serious. Chen Jiejun remained silent for 2 seconds before slowly saying, "I suspect your family is already being watched. As soon as you make a move, the opposing side will act immediately." "What a—" Huang Ziqing jolted, quickly pulling out his phone to call home. "Hello? Is everything okay at home? I understand now. The people there are for me. Don't be afraid, they are here to protect you." The call ended. Huang Ziqing's face turned ashen. In the back seat, Chen Yongxiao hurriedly asked. Huang Ziqing took a deep breath. A few strangers suddenly showed up at home, claiming they were sent by me to protect them. Chen Yongxiao was taken aback. He knew very well. Those people were not from Huang Ziqing, but were sent by Chen Dao. The two said nothing more. The ride was quiet. Chen Jiejun first dropped them off at their respective homes to put down the money, then drove them back to the O Department. Just as they got out of the car, Huang Ziqing saw several O Department officers gathered at the entrance talking. "What are you discussing?" he approached and asked. "Huang Sir, you're back." One officer greeted him and continued, "You might not know yet. Tonight Chen Dao clashed with Hung Hing and East Star in the suburbs, resulting in numerous deaths, and it caused quite a stir." Huang Ziqing and Chen Yongxiao exchanged glances. Although Chen Jiejun had mentioned it earlier, hearing it again in person still tightened their hearts. The officer added, "What's even stranger is that when we arrived at the scene, there were no bodies, not even a drop of blood. Only a dozen black-clad men stood there, tight-lipped, unwilling to say a word." Both men frowned simultaneously. Chen Dao was truly not easy to deal with. Just then a loud voice called out, "Huang Ziqing, where have you been during such a big incident?" Huang Ziqing was startled, looking up to see Uncle Biao striding towards him, his face full of anger. Uncle Biao questioned where he had been. Huang Ziqing opened his mouth, but was at a loss. He couldn't tell the truth. Fortunately, Chen Yongxiao reacted quickly and immediately interjected. "Huang Sir took me to investigate a drug trafficking case, and we just got back." Uncle Biao didn't delve deeper, but still sternly lectured him. After scolding, he coldly snorted, "Have you heard about tonight's events?" Huang Ziqing quickly nodded. Chen Dao is tough to handle. The scene was clean, and the few black-clad men we captured are all pretending to be mute, unwilling to open their mouths. They'll handle the interrogation. Huang Ziqing immediately chimed in. He brought Chen Jiejun and Chen Yongxiao into the interrogation room. Inside, several black-clad youths sat on chairs, bruised faces, wrinkled clothes, yet their eyes were vacant and calm. Without needing to ask, it was clear that they had already been dealt with. In that era, the O Department showed no mercy to such individuals. Huang Ziqing and Chen Jiejun exchanged glances, stepped forward, and began asking questions. No matter how much Huang Ziqing pressured or tempted, those black-clad minions kept their mouths shut, not uttering a word, behaving as if they were mute. Huang Ziqing was at his wit's end. He knew he couldn't extract any useful information from these individuals. Yet he couldn't understand. What method did Chen Dao use to gain their unwavering loyalty? One thing was clear: Chen Dao's capabilities were deeper and more ruthless than he had anticipated. Such a person should never be provoked lightly. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open. Uncle Biao entered. Seeing Huang Ziqing's expression, he understood the outcome. Sigh. Uncle Biao sighed. How does Chen Dao manage to command these people? These minions are as tough as iron. He paused, coldly ordering, Immediately send more personnel to keep a close watch on Chen Dao. This person is too dangerous. We cannot afford to let our guard down. News had already spread. The subordinates of various gangs in Xiangjiang were discussing Chen Dao. Rumor had it he completely routed Hung Hing and E-Star overnight, causing an uproar across the island. The gangsters all raised their thumbs. This is the real boss. Especially among the lower ranks, when they mentioned Chen Dao, their admiration rivaled that for the seasoned leaders like Didi and Alu, perhaps even surpassing them. The next day, Sim Sha Sui, Hung Jinbao, and Cheng Long walked down the street, surrounded by excited chatter from the minions. Cheng Long, looking bewildered, asked, "Senior brother, what exactly happened last night? How did Chen Dao become a figure of prominence across Hong Kong overnight?" Hung Jinbao glanced at him, pulled him into a cafe to sit down, and then spoke. "What happened last night is far more than just becoming famous. Now in the eyes of the minions, Chen Dao is a living Cheng Long was even more puzzled. Though he wasn't involved in the gangs, he knew that anyone praised so highly by Hung Jinbao was extraordinary. Hung Jinbao took a sip of coffee and slowly said, "Do you remember when E-Star mobilized thousands of people to take to the streets last night?" Cheng Long nodded. "Didn't you say?" Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. "Could it be?" "Exactly." Hung Jinbao nodded. Chen Dao confronted East-Star Heaton. "And what happened?" "East-Star was breached. The casualties were heavy, with 2 of the 5 tigers taken down on the spot. Chen Dao won decisively." "What a—" Cheng Long was so shocked he nearly bit his tongue. East-Star was an established major gang, and yet they were defeated by a newcomer. "Is that what scares you?" Hung Jinbao shook his head and laughed, then continued, "It wasn't just East-Star. Hung Hing also sent a large number of men to surround Chen Dao, and the result was the same. They were routed. With more than a dozen leaders, those who escaped alive can be counted on one hand." "Did Hong Xing lose too?" The names of Dong Xing and Hong Xing are so well known that even the old man selling fish balls on the street knows them. Both major powers have fallen at the hands of a single person. No wonder his name is being whispered throughout the entire harbor. Hong Jinbao looked at him and asked, "Now do you understand why he is the idol in the hearts of countless underlings?" Cheng Long nodded vigorously. "Incredible. Such a person is bound to rise to fame. Isn't Chen Dao too ruthless?" "Indeed." Hong Jinbao sighed lightly. "It has been years since such a ruthless character has emerged in Xiangjiang. At this rate, reaching the pinnacle of Xiangjiang is merely a matter of time." At this moment, the protagonist of the hot debate throughout the harbor, Chen Dao, was leisurely having breakfast at home. "Is everything taken care of?" He took a sip of hot coffee and turned to ask Jimmy, who was standing nearby. Jimmy nodded. "Don't worry, Dao, go. The cargo ship last night has already taken the truck with the bodies to the deep sea, sinking both the vehicle and the people together. Now it has drifted out of territorial waters, leaving no trace." Chen Dao responded with a sound. He turned to look at Tony. "Daogo, we have taken over the most profitable territories of Hongxing and Dongxing, leaving them only a few impoverished areas." Breakfast was finished. Chen Dao lit a cigarette. "Well done. From now on, these territories will be under your control." "Thank you, Daogo. In addition, all the injured brothers from yesterday have been sent to the hospital. For the fallen brothers, choose a good place for a proper burial. Other gangs have to pay funeral fees and settlement fees for their deceased members. Chen Dao's underlings are summoned by the system, so there is no need to spend this money. The new underlings will arrive in the next couple of days, and you will arrange them." Tony nodded, feeling even more admiration for the boss. While other gangs are seeing fewer and fewer people, our own gang keeps replenishing like a flowing river, making it impossible to exhaust. It's terrifying. After giving instructions, Chen Dao stood up. "Let's go, it's time to meet Wang Hao." Soon Jimmy drove Chen Dao to the hotel where Wang Hao was staying. Upon entering, Chen Dao smiled and apologized. "Sorry, I was caught up with matters these past few days. Everything is settled now, and you will be able to return to the mainland soon." Wang Hao, seeing him, was filled with mixed feelings. Once Chen Dao finished speaking, he took out a contract. "Mr. Chen, we have discussed and would like to increase our cooperation. Here is the new contract for your review." Chen Dao accepted it with a slight smile. Before long, both parties finalized the details, continuing the maritime business even bigger than before. Wang Hao was thoroughly impressed with Chen Dao. He liked this kind of ruthless yet stable person. Meanwhile, Didi and Lu were having a sleepless night. Chen Dao's influence had already disrupted their upcoming leadership election. Now, in cooperation with Lian Sheng, Chen Dao's reputation had already surpassed the two of them. In other words, he was indeed qualified to contend for the position of decision-maker. Soon won. After Chen Dao bloodily wiped out Hongxing and Dongxing, Didi could no longer sleep peacefully. Originally in this election, his biggest opponent was just Lu. Even so, he was confident he could win. But now, with the emergence of Chen Dao facing him, Didi had zero chance of winning. What's worse, the two had long established a deadly feud. If Chen Dao were to sit in the decision-maker's position, would he spare him? Damn, where did this Chen Dao come from? Chen Dao, go to hell. The more he thought, the angrier he became, and Didi smashed the wine glass in his hand. At that moment, Cheng Mao pushed the door in. Seeing Didi's expression, he immediately understood what he was troubled about, and whispered, "Didi, go. How about we find someone to take him out? Are you just living off the fat of the land?" Didi interrupted him, scolding, "Take out Chen Dao. Is he that easy? Think outside the box." Chen Dao is already gaining momentum. Not to mention gangsters, even professional assassins wouldn't dare take this job. You going? Or should I? Cheng Mao was at a loss for words. But the next second his eyes lit up as if he thought of something, and he cautiously said to Di, I have an idea. While it might not necessarily take him down, at least it could clear our hands. Di calmed down, narrowing his eyes to size up Cheng Mao, and slowly lit a cigarette. Go on. We don't take action. Chen Dao has made too many enemies. Whoever takes action, it won't concern us. What do you mean? Di perked up, gesturing for him to elaborate. Cheng Mao looked around to confirm that no one was nearby before leaning close to Di's ear and whispering to Di. Last night, both Hongxing and Dongxing suffered severe losses, and now they hate Chen Dao to the bone. If we quietly contact them to take down Chen Dao together, they would most likely agree. Di did not respond. He had been too anxious earlier and hadn't considered this angle. Hearing Cheng Mao say this, he lowered his head to ponder. Indeed, Hongxing and Dongxing had just suffered a major setback, and all their anger was directed at Chen Dao. As long as we offer sufficient benefits, they might not hesitate to act again. However, upon further thought, he shook his head. Liang Kuan was the one who had Chen Dao killed. Jiang Tiansheng was also nearing his end. This person is really not that easy to deal with. It's not that simple. Hongxing is in such a mess because of the assassination attempt on Chen Dao. After being beaten to the ground, they're already scared out of their wits. How would they dare to touch him again? Cheng Mao understood Di's concerns. After a moment's thought, he immediately replied, then let's just blow him up. Chen Dao, no matter how strong, is still flesh and blood. If we blow him to pieces, can he still survive? We can pull Hongxing and Dongxing together. They will definitely be willing to do it. Di fell silent again. After a long while, his expression darkened and his gaze turned as cold as a knife. Let's do it this way. He stared at Cheng Mao. You go run an errand. Contact the people from Hongxing and Dongxing. Tell them as long as they take down Chen Dao, their original territories will be returned, and I will add a generous reward. Yes. Cheng Mao immediately agreed. Di stood up, heavily patted Cheng Mao on the shoulder, and said seriously, if this matter is accomplished once I sit in the decision-maker's position, with Lian Sheng, Chen Dao's position will be yours. Thank you, Di. Go now. After Cheng Mao left, Di sneered, Chen Dao, you forced my hand. Meanwhile in Jordan, Lu was also unable to sleep or eat. Fireball could not bear to see it, and suggested Legu, why not simply eliminate Chen Dao? Keeping him around will only lead to disaster. Alas, heart stirred. But soon he shook his head, slowly leave him be. He was frightened. The successive tragic defeats of Dongxing and Hongxing made him completely aware of how ruthless Chen Dao was. Not to mention Hongxing's 2 failed assassination attempts. Jiang Tiansheng's life and death were now uncertain. Who would dare to bet on a third? In Alas' eyes, Chen Dao was not an opponent, but a madman. An utterly reckless madman. This kind of person he simply could not provoke. Outside the O department interrogation room. After tossing and turning all night, this person still hasn't collapsed. Is he still a gangster? He hasn't even closed his eyes, and no matter how we beat and question him, he won't say a word. He doesn't seem like a gangster, he's more like a stone. We've tried every method, and his mouth is tighter than iron. Chen Dao is a madman, and his underlings are all madmen too. 2 policemen cursed as they walked out of the interrogation room. They were the 4th shift change of the night. Uncle Biao ordered an all-night assault, but after a whole night of shifts from 4 teams, they still couldn't pry a single word from those few black-clad lackeys. At this moment, Uncle Biao approached. Hearing the conversation, his brows immediately furrowed. Did he really not say anything? Really? The police officer smiled wryly and nodded. After a night of toil, we've exhausted all means. He didn't even raise his eyelids, as if in meditation. He truly seems like a madman. Uncle Biao no longer pressed for answers and waved for them to leave. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the interrogation room. Inside, 2 new officers were trying both soft and hard tactics on a black-clad lackey. What are you after? Be honest, and the police will ensure your safety. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If you don't confess, we can still convict you. Don't ruin your life for others. The effect was nearly zero. The black-clad lackey merely glanced at the 2 officers and shook his head expressionless. I have nothing to say. You. Just as one officer was about to explode in anger, he saw Uncle Biao enter and immediately stood up to salute. Uncle Biao waved his hand, signaling them to continue the interrogation. The 2 of them resumed their warnings and pressure. Still, it was useless. Nearby, Uncle Biao frowned and looked at one officer with a signal. That officer quickly secured the interrogation room door. Uncle Biao took off his coat and coldly said, bring me a dictionary. The police officer understood immediately and quickly fetched a thick dictionary. Another officer stepped forward, yanked the black-clad lackey, and pressed the dictionary against his chest. Uncle Biao picked up a nearby wooden stick and slammed it down hard on his chest. Bang! The lackey was jolted back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The dictionary didn't harm the flesh, but compressed all the force into his internal organs. This was an old method O division used to deal with tough nuts. After several strikes, the lackey could barely stand, blood continuously oozing from his mouth. Uncle Biao's face turned ashen as he grabbed his hair and growled through clenched teeth. You short mules deserve to die. I warn you, confess honestly, or you'll rot in jail until death. Is the mind of a thug broken? Why not be a decent person and instead be a short mule? What did Qingdao give you? Is it worth your life? Do you know what you guys have done? A battle with thousands of people. Are you all insane? But no matter how much he scolded or threatened, the lackey kept his eyes downcast, not a flicker of emotion on his face. When Uncle Biao finished speaking, the lackey slowly raised his head, his voice calm. I have nothing to say. Uncle Biao was furious, his chest tightening, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he gained nothing and stormed out of the interrogation room. Damn it, assemble the men. If we can't extract anything, well, directly find Qingdao. Bring him back. Just as he returned to the office, Uncle Biao slammed the table and roared. The news quickly reached Chen Jiejun's ears, and he became anxious on the spot. What a joke. Capture Qingdao. That guy is not someone you can easily deal with. If you really take action, it's easy to invite the god, but hard to send him away. He took off running straight to Uncle Biao's office. When he arrived, Uncle Biao was already at the door ready to depart. Uncle Biao, we can't do this. Chen Jiejun rushed up and shouted, blocking the way. Uncle Biao paused, turned back and frowned. What's wrong? Chen Jiejun gasped for breath, anxious. Qingdao is not an ordinary thug. If we forcefully invade his territory and he loses control, no one can manage the situation. Uncle Biao sneered and pushed him away. A punk, can he still scare the police? Thugs are like cats hiding in the dark. No matter how arrogant he is, would he dare touch the police? Chen Jiejun rolled his eyes inwardly. Not dare touch the police. What about those fallen colleagues? Was it really an accident? Just as he was about to persuade further, Uncle Biao raised his hand to interrupt. The higher-ups are already disappointed with O Division. Qingdao must be resolved quickly. Chen Jiejun, don't forget who you are. You are a police officer. What does it mean to speak for thugs right now? At this point, Chen Jiejun could only silently step aside. Watching Uncle Biao lead the team away, his expression darkened. He was too impulsive. Qingdao is not ruthless. He is insane. This provocation could lead to serious trouble. At this moment, Paradise Bar. After concluding a business deal, Qingdao looked down at the system. A night passed, and his name had already spread across Xianjiang. As his fame grew, his reputation soared. With a high reputation, his underlings quickly surpassed 4,000. At this time, the system popped up a new prompt. Unlockable personnel available. Name special technicians such as demolition experts, special operators, language translators, etc. Loyalty, absolute obedience. Qingdao's lips curved slightly as he chuckled. Special technical talents. It's time to move towards high-tech. Interesting. He raised his wine glass and took a sip, his expression satisfied. For now, the organization was still a foundation, but merely a stepping stone. Once Xianjiang returns, the Underworld will inevitably decline. If he wants to continue to grow at that time, transformation and legitimization are necessary. And these experts who do not require salaries and only follow his orders are his strongest trump card. Who could compete with him? He would become the godfather of the Underworld. Business tycoons, technological elites. He wanted all identities. He lit a cigarette, pondering his next plan. Bang, bang, bang. A heavy and urgent knocking sounded at the door. Come in. Tony rushed in, his face tense. Brother Dao, something happened. Qingdao frowned. Speak. The outside. Before he could finish. Crash. Dozens of fully armed police officers burst in, guns pointed directly at Tony's head, quickly surrounding Qingdao. Qingdao stood still, quietly smoking, his gaze as cold as a blade. Uncle Biao walked in slowly, revealing, Qingdao, you are suspected of murder, gang activities, and disturbing public order, among other charges. Please come with us for an investigation by O Division. Qingdao leisurely extinguished his cigarette and looked up with a smile. You really want to arrest me? Oomph. Uncle Biao sneered. Don't think you can do as you please just because you have numbers. With thousands of people fighting, do you dare? Just cooperate obediently, or, I don't mind using extraordinary means. Qingdao nodded. All right, I will cooperate. He stood up, unhurried. An officer reached out to cuff him, but was frozen in place by Qingdao's gaze. He walked towards Uncle Biao. Everyone tensed up, fingers on the triggers. Qingdao merely smiled lightly. Don't be nervous, didn't you say to let me cooperate? Let's go. After saying that, he walked straight towards the door. As he passed by Uncle Biao, he paused, leaning into, remember, if you arrest me, you will regret it. Uncle Biao scoffed. Qingdao, don't be too arrogant. It won't be long before I personally send you in. Killing through Dongxing and Hongxing. Not a small feat. But do you really think you have no flaws at all? Qingdao shrugged. Thanks for the compliment. He turned and exited without looking back. Uncle Biao led the team away. Tony stared at Uncle Biao's retreating figure, his expression grim, and immediately pulled out his phone to dial. O Division, Uncle Biao. Get it done within half an hour. On the other side. Just as Uncle Biao returned to the police station, his phone rang. The news came: his family was missing. He was taken aback. Qingdao's words, you will regret it, flashed through his mind. In an instant, a chill ran up his spine. Outside O Division, Uncle Biao held the phone, his hands slightly trembling. He stood there in a daze, his chest churning with rage. He never expected that Qingdao would truly dare to touch his. Every person has a soft spot. Family is his most vulnerable point. A police officer walked down the corridor oblivious to the ashen face of Uncle Biao and said directly, Chun Dao has been brought to the interrogation room. The sentence was left unfinished. Uncle Biao suddenly turned around, gripping the police officer's shoulders tightly. His bloodshot eyes were filled with fury as he growled, "Where is Chun Dao now?" The police officer was startled, his throat bobbing as he raised his hand to point towards the interrogation room, his voice tense. The interrogation room. Uncle Biao froze, realizing he had lost his composure. He immediately let go, took a deep breath, and patted the officer's shoulder to indicate that it was fine. The next moment, he dashed towards the interrogation room. The officer stood there bewildered. What just happened? Uncle Biao is usually quite composed. What on earth is going on? He couldn't make sense of it, so he could only shake his head and turn to leave. Meanwhile, inside the interrogation room, Chun Dao was sitting casually in a chair, legs crossed, smoking leisurely. Two police officers stood on either side, tense and staring at him. Seeing him so relaxed made them both angry and fearful. Who didn't know that Chun Dao had gained infamy recently? If it weren't for Uncle Biao personally ordering the arrest, they wouldn't have dared to touch this ruthless character from the gang. Such people don't abide by the law, they only respect brute force. They were police officers, but they were also ordinary people. In such chaotic times, who wasn't afraid that one day they might suffer an accident, a car crash, a fall, or go missing? If they angered him, who would bear the consequences? The air was tense. Suddenly, bang. The door was pushed open forcefully. The two police officers jumped, turning to face the newcomer, quickly standing at attention and saluting. Sir, sir. Uncle Biao nodded, his gaze sweeping over Chun Dao, and he said in a deep voice, "You two step outside." But, understood. The two quickly retreated, sighing with relief as they closed the door. Click. The lock clicked into place. Only Chun Dao and Uncle Biao remained in the room. Uncle Biao fixed his gaze on Chun Dao. Chun Dao exhaled a puff of smoke, the corners of his mouth curling up in a smirk, as if asking, "Are you satisfied with the gift?" Silence lingered for a few seconds. Suddenly, Uncle Biao stepped forward, slamming both hands on the table, sending ash flying. "Chun Dao, I warn you, release my family immediately. Otherwise you won't be able to leave OG today." The more he spoke, the more anxious he became, his face flushing red, his features tense. "Don't think that no one can deal with you. If you touch a single hair on them, it'll make sure you spend the rest of your life behind bars. Let them go. Otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." Chun Dao didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled even more openly. He shrugged. "Huh? What are you saying? I can't understand it all." Then, feigning surprise, he slightly opened his eyes. "Your family has gone missing. Well, you better go find them quickly. Times are chaotic. If you delay, it might take a lifetime to make up for it." Chun Dao. Uncle Biao's veins throbbed on his forehead, nearly grinding his teeth. "What do you want to do?" Chun Dao extinguished his cigarette, lit another one, and spoke calmly. "Perhaps. Once I get out, if I don't get out." He paused, looking at Uncle Biao with a smile. "Then it truly becomes uncertain." Uncle Biao trembled all over, wishing he could pounce on him and tear him apart. But he forced himself to stand still. He had heard of Chun Dao's methods, ruthless, decisive, and always following through. This wasn't a threat, it was a warning. He couldn't afford to gamble. If something really happened, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. After a long while, Uncle Biao slowly inhaled, his eyes fixed on Chun Dao, his voice hoarse. "Chun Dao, aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this?" "Retribution?" Chun Dao chuckled, lightly shrugging his shoulders. "I don't believe in fate, only in one saying. I control my own destiny, not the heavens." Uncle Biao stared at him intently, his gaze sharp as a knife. After a long pause, he let out a heavy sigh. He had given up. There was no choice. Chun Dao was too ruthless, too merciless. This kind of person was truly untouchable. Just then, knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door was urgent and loud. "Come in." A police officer burst in, his face pale, barely catching his breath, and shouted to Uncle Biao, "Uncle Biao, it's bad. OG is surrounded. Thousands of guys in black have blocked the entire building." "What?" Uncle Biao stood up abruptly. "Who did this?" The officer opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, sneaked a glance at Chun Dao, and spoke in a trembling voice. "They said they are here to pick up." The sentence was left unfinished. But Uncle Biao understood. He abruptly turned his head, his eyes widening, staring fixedly at Chun Dao. "You have some nerve, daring to send people to surround OG." Chun Dao raised his hands in a shrug. "I haven't done anything. Since I arrived, I've been in OG, not making a single call, or seeing anyone. Tell me, who could I have commanded?" "You." Uncle Biao's face turned pale. He certainly knew. The people outside were all Chun Dao's subordinates. To dare bring people to surround the police station. This person was either insane or completely fearless. "You will regret it," he growled through gritted teeth. Then he waved his hand. "Release them." "But, release them?" "Yes." The police officer immediately stepped aside, not daring to say another word. Chun Dao stood up, glancing at Uncle Biao with indifference. "We will meet again. But next time, it's best not to be in the interrogation room." "Chun Dao?" Uncle Biao clenched his fists. "Listen carefully. Don't touch my family." Chun Dao smiled. "As long as I am safe, everyone will be safe. If I come to harm, then it becomes uncertain." After saying that, he turned and walked away, his pace neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, calmly passing through the interrogation room towards the exit. Along the way, the police officers saw him, and all stepped aside, lowering their heads and retreating a few steps, no one daring to stop him or speak. Outside OG, thousands of black-clad subordinates stood in perfect formation, 2 straight rows, silent as the grave. They didn't shout, didn't make noise, didn't move, yet the air in the entire street became tense. Passers-by took a detour, not even daring to honk their horns. At the entrance of OG, police officers were fully armed, setting up a cordon. Although their guns were lowered, their hands rested on their waists, their eyes fixed on the crowd. Both sides were at a standoff. Suddenly, Brother Dao! A loud shout rang out, and thousands of voices bowed in unison towards the entrance of OG, their voices loud and synchronized. Everyone looked up. Chen Dao was seen walking out slowly from the main entrance of OG. The police at the door were stunned, but the next second they caught sight of Uncle Biao above, signaling with his hand, immediately stepping aside. With a swoosh, the crowd parted to create a path. Chen Dao walked through with no one following behind him, yet it felt as though an army was clearing the way. He got into a car, the engine softly humming, and the vehicle smoothly pulled away. Not far away, a plane that had rushed to check the situation saw this scene, its mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg inside, its heart racing like a drum. How spectacular. Thousands of people surrounding OG. Only Chen Dao would dare to do such a thing in all of Hong Kong. The two watched from a distance, his eyes wide, filled with envy. As soon as Chen Dao left, Uncle Biao immediately received a call from home. The other party said nothing. 5 seconds later, the call ended. Uncle Biao's face changed drastically as he grabbed his car keys and rushed outside. He rushed home and kicked open the door. His wife and child were all tied up in the living room, tape over their mouths, staring at him. He let out a long breath. At this moment, he finally understood why Chen Zhejun would rather let Chen Dao go than truly harm him. This person was truly ruthless and truly fearless. On the other side, Ma Chongmao, following the DS instructions, found the big shot Luota. What do you want? Luota looked up. I have no ties with the D. Are you here just to see me make a fool of myself? Luochuo's anger was still fresh after losing a match. Upon seeing Chongmao from Heliansheng, his expression darkened immediately. Chongmao waved his hand. Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. Brother D sent me here to have a word with you. Talk. I have nothing to discuss with the D. Get lost. Cheng Mao's heart tightened, but he held back his anger. This was the territory of Dongxing. Although Dongxing currently had only 40% of its strength, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. They were not to be easily offended. Moreover, he was here to discuss cooperation today, so he couldn't afford to fall out. He pulled a black briefcase from beside him and pushed it in front of La. This is a token of goodwill from Brother D. With a click, the case opened. Inside were stacks of brand new Hong Kong dollars, neatly arranged, looking like no less than $1 million. Brother D's intention is to ask you to accept this gesture of sincerity. Luota stared at the money, his tone softened a bit. He gestured to a nearby underling to accept it. Then he raised his eyes and asked, why does the D want to meet? There's no other intention, Chongmao smiled. We just want to join forces to eliminate a nuisance. Join forces? Luota frowned. Who are we killing? His heart skipped a beat. The D himself doesn't dare to take action, yet he comes to me. Could it be? He suddenly looked up, his voice hardening. Chen Dao. Yes, Chongmao nodded. It's him. This person is too domineering, making the entire Heliansheng unable to lift its head. But Brother Luota, you are also aware that Chen Dao is not to be trifled with. So Brother D wants to invite you to take action together and eliminate him. Luota remained silent, tapping his fingers on the table. The scene from that day on Dashiji resurfaced. Chen Dao single-handedly taking down over a dozen of his men. That defeat had long become a nightmare that disturbed his sleep. He took a deep breath. Do you think Chen Dao is easy to deal with? When he goes crazy, who can stop him? Chongmao didn't rush to answer. He had anticipated Luochuo's fear and had prepared his arguments. Once Luotua finished speaking, he glanced at the few Dongxing underlings standing in the room. Luotua immediately understood and waved his hand. You all go out first. Once the door closed, Luotua lit a cigarette and silently gazed at Chongmao. Chongmao sat up straight, his tone steady. Brother Law, no matter how fierce Chen Dao is, he still a person. As a person, he cannot escape bullets or bombs. Brother D said he will provide the explosives. He only asks you to provide the manpower, the land, and the opportunity. Additionally, he pointed at the briefcase of money on the table. This is just a deposit. After the job is done, the territory you lost to Chen Dao will be returned. Dongxing and Heliansheng will do business together in the future, splitting profits 50-50, and there will be a generous reward. Luotua slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. He was tempted. Chen Dao was indeed the thorn he most wanted to remove right now. But, is it really that easy? Chongmao seemed to see through his hesitation and added, it's not just you. On the Hongxing side, Brother D has also made arrangements. With the three of us teaming up, can we not deal with one Chen Dao? Hongxing. Luochuo's eyelids twitched, but he didn't ask further. Hongxing had just been defeated by Chen Dao, and its vitality was severely damaged. Dongxing and Hongxing had been at odds for many years, but the old saying is clear: there are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends, only eternal interests. At present, they were facing the same opponent, Chen Dao. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Once Law understood this point, he nodded immediately. All right, I agree. Then he and Chang Mao finalized the plan to join forces for a grand explosion to directly eliminate Chen. After meeting with Luotua, Chang Mao hurriedly went to find Hong Xing's Dabi. He was still saying the same thing. Shared goals, shared profits. Dabi nodded in response. Leaving Dabi's place, Chang Mao felt relaxed and pulled out his phone to call Dabi. Boss, the matter is settled, just wait to see the results. At that moment, Chen Dao was completely unaware that he had been targeted. At Paradise Bar in a private room. Dao Gu, the A goods and sea transport have already gotten on track, and the first profit has been calculated. Shun Dao responded, turning to Jimmy. Get ready, I want to start a technology company focusing on chips and personal computers. They'll leave this matter to you. He had top-notch research talents at hand, and he saw no reason to waste them. Shun Dao held a cigarette, the corner of his mouth curling up. His ambitions had long surpassed the realm of the underworld. He wanted to shake the very foundations of the era. A technology company. Jimmy was taken aback. Chips. Personal computers. This isn't just about collecting protection fees on the streets or smashing a few bricks. Having money is useless. Such technology is something even top billionaires find hard to get involved in, let alone them who are just gangsters. In this field, the only entities capable of engaging are mostly nations or colossal enterprises. The most immediate challenge is where will the people come from? Experts in chips and computer manufacturing in Xinjiang are tightly held by big families and the government. Upon hearing there was new activity, everyone immediately became interested. What business? What idea has Dao Gu come up with this time? Dao Gu could become a millionaire just by doing business without mingling in gangs. Several people began to praise him excitedly. Jimmy, upon hearing this, wore a more obvious bitter smile. He used to think the same way. But now things were different. Dao Gu wants me to start a technology company. The people who were chatting froze, all turning to look at Jimmy. What kind of technology company? You can't be serious, right? How did technology come into play? This business is not simple. Tony and the others began to discuss one after another. They couldn't figure out what a technology company actually did, but just hearing the word technology made them feel it had nothing to do with them. Did the mafia really venture into chips? It sounded absurd. Jimmy shook his head and conveyed Chun Dao's meaning if he really wanted to do it, he had to stake his entire fortune. Upon hearing this, Tony turned pale. Why didn't you stop him? This is no small matter. If all the money is poured in and it fails, it will be gone for good. Stopped. Jimmy retorted. Now that you know, why don't you go persuade him? The others immediately turned to Tony, their eyes saying, you go. Tony's mouth twitched and he waved his hand with a bitter smile. Forget it, forget it. Indeed, how could he persuade him? Shin Dao's decisions were never up for discussion. Who would dare to confront him directly? The group exchanged glances and sighed in unison. At that moment, Ahua pondered and said, forget it, Dao Gu must have his own plans. Besides, didn't he already find the right people for the technology? Who knows? It might actually work. He paused and lowered his voice to add, don't forget, he's been shot and the bullets left no scars. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. The scene reappeared in their minds. Chun Dao had a gun pointed at his head, fell down, then stood up, without even a scratch. Could someone who wasn't afraid of bullets really not succeed in technology? Tony nodded. Yes, Dao Gu must have his reasons. Go ahead and do it. If you need more manpower, just call me. Ahua added, there's enough money. The protection fees collected can be used first. If Dao Gu wants to go all in, we must keep up. Jimmy nodded in agreement. After chatting a bit more, he got up to leave. Over the next few days, Jimmy moved quickly. Finding a place, signing contracts, buying equipment. Everything was in full swing. The news spread even faster. Those gangs that had been keeping an eye on Chun Dao received wind of it that very day. Upon hearing it was a high-tech company, the entire underground scene of Xinjiang exploded. In a small bar in Tsuanwan, Big D frowned as he asked Chung Mao, starting a company. What is he up to this time? Chung Mao scratched his head. I heard it's a high-tech company dealing with chips and personal computers. What? Big D nearly spat out his drink, sneering. A scientist. Ken Shin Dao, who wields a machete, even code. He shook his head, disbelief written all over his face. Has his brain been caught in the door? Previously, Big D had misjudged the situation twice when Chun Dao was involved in a goods and shipping. Yet, even so, Big D still didn't believe it. A person from the mafia could really manage a technology company. Beside him, Chung Mao nodded in agreement. Chun Dao must be truly crazy. I heard he invested his entire fortune into that technology company and even took out a huge loan from HSBC, clearly betting everything. Big D sneered at this, his mouth curling in contempt. After a moment, he looked at Chung Mao with a cold smile. Is Big B and Camel's side ready? Yes, Chung Mao replied. They have agreed to join forces, and they are preparing their men and routes, just waiting for the signal to act immediately. Very good. Big D's eyes darkened, murderous intent rising as he gritted his teeth, and said, Chun Dao, I want your entire family to be left with nothing. You won't be arrogant for long. And Jordan Alu, upon hearing the news, also didn't take it seriously. The mafia doing technology. To him it seemed like amateurs were barging in. He turned to Fireball and asked, has there been any movement in Xinjiang lately? Fireball thought for a moment and shook his head. Strange. Xinjiang is unusually quiet. Both Hung Hing and East Star have been silent, not even a peep. After a pause he added, "Look, good do you think? They might be scared of Chun Dao and don't dare to provoke him anymore." Alu was silent for a moment and shook his head. "Impossible. Chun Dao has stirred up too much trouble. Neither side would just swallow their anger. This quietness is suspicious. Most likely they are plotting something big. Keep a close eye on Hung Hing and East Star. Report to me immediately if there's any movement. Also, we can't let our guard down around Chun Dao, but we need to quietly gauge Ding boss attitude as well. With the selection of the decision-maker approaching, I need to know what they are thinking." "Understood." Fire Bull responded and left. Only Alu remained in the room smoking and staring out the window in a daze. Finally, he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, shaking his head with a light sigh. "Chun Dao, you are still too naive. Some paths cannot be walked just because you want to." At that moment on the other side, Camel and Bigby met. Camel, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked calm. "Bigby, DS people should have already approached you, right?" Bigby sneered and nodded. When enemies meet, it should be a tense situation. But today neither of them broke the ice. Anger was suppressed, hostility hidden, maintaining a dangerous tacit understanding. After a moment of silence, Camel took a deep drag on his cigarette and went straight to the point. "East Star and Hung Hing have been fighting for over a decade. Now I propose a ceasefire." As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped the table, his face suddenly turning cold. "Our only enemy now is Chun Dao. The 5 tigers of East Star have lost 2, and your Hung Hing's head is still lying in the hospital fighting for his life. We must take him down before settling old scores. Do you agree?" Bigby stared at him, his expression darkening. After a long while, he finally nodded. At that moment, a younger brother hurried over and under Big B's signal reported in a low voice, "Jimmy's plan to start a technology company has spread throughout the entire port, buying land and equipment. The movement is significant." After hearing this, Bigby scoffed. "A technology company? Has he lost his mind? His life is at stake, and he's doing this. Gangsters are not cut out for this line of work." Camel also coldly nodded and stood up to leave. "Then let's proceed as planned. This time, let him completely disappear." NIS family. Ni Kuan shook his head upon hearing this. Chun Dao is too ambitious for his own good. Ni Yongxiao couldn't help but interject. "Dad, he succeeded in shipping and dealing a goods before, didn't he?" "Impossible." Ni Kuan immediately interrupted, his tone resolute. "A goods and shipping, I admit he has some skills. But technology cannot be achieved just by throwing money at it. Just hiring a decent researcher comes with astronomical salaries. Chun Dao trying to engage in high technology. It's purely a wild goose chase." He paused and then sneered coldly. "I thought he had some brains, but now it seems he is simply too naive. Taking too big a step can easily lead to a sprain." Ni Yongxiao listened and nodded silently. The little hope in his heart faded. It turns out that starting a technology company is not just about having guts. Not only the society was keeping an eye on Chun Dao, but even Li Jiaqing, one of the 4 shipping kings, had noticed him. Initially, upon seeing Chun Dao's shipping business grow larger, Li Jiaqing had considered intervening to suppress it. However, as soon as he heard that Chun Dao was starting a technology company, his interest immediately waned. In his office on the top floor of a skyscraper, the air was thick with smoke. With a cigar in his mouth, he glanced at the report on his desk, expressionless. "A gangster is just a gangster. What does he know about high technology?" His secretary tentatively asked, "Boss, should we still move against Chun Dao's shipping company?" "No need." Li Jiaqing waved his hand. "I thought he was promising, but now it seems I overestimated him." He stared at the words technology company on the document and chuckled lightly. Just this one project alone is enough to drag him down. There was no need to put in more effort. For a time, the entire Hong Kong was abuzz with discussions, saying Chun Dao had gone mad, that he was overestimating himself, and that he would inevitably stumble. But Chun Dao was unfazed. "Are you kidding? He had a system, top experts at his free disposal, and as long as he had enough experimental materials, the people would be there. Where can one find such a good deal? Besides, he was a transmigrator. Although he couldn't bring past technologies, he was clear on which directions would succeed and which products would be the most profitable. He knew what the future looked like. Within a decade, computers would be ubiquitous. Within a few decades, the internet would sweep across the globe. Personal computers were the gateway to the next golden decade. Since he had a system and foresight, why should he settle for being just a gang leader? He wanted to stand at the crest of the wave and personally define this era. And chips, computers, and smartphones, they were his first cornerstone. Securing them would be tantamount to grasping the lifeblood of the future. By then, his name would not only echo throughout Hong Kong, but would also be inscribed in the annals of history worldwide. He raised his glass, sipping slowly while listening to Jimmy babble about the rumors outside. "Dao Gu," I heard Li Jiaqing said. "Just a frog at the bottom of the well." Chun Dao replied with a faint smile, interrupting him. "They can only see the next 3 to 5 years, but I see 30 years ahead. What can they compare with?" Jimmy was stunned, looking at Chun Dao's calm and determined gaze, momentarily speechless. After following him for so long, he was increasingly convinced. This big shot is certainly no ordinary person. Perhaps he is not even from this era. He didn't ask more, just nodded and replied softly, "Okay." Chun Dao waved his hand. "Go ahead. First, get the research institute built. The people will come soon, or just ensure that the equipment and materials are ready and the rest can be left to them. Jimmy nodded and turned to leave. After the door closed, Chun Dao shut his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system interface. A line of text quietly floated on the screen. Countdown 72 days. He whispered soon. This world is about to become different. That would make things interesting. He raised his glass, opened his eyes, and finished the red wine in one gulp. Li Jiaqing, just as Chun Dao said. They have money, but compared to Chun Dao, they are merely frogs at the bottom of a well. They simply cannot see the future. And he can see it. With the key to the era in hand, what right do they have to compete with him? Just as Chun Dao boldly established his technology company, a major incident occurred in Hongqing. In the hospital. Damn, how could you let Mr. Jiang get like this? Big B grabbed the collar of the doctor in front of him, his eyes bloodshot. The doctor felt paralyzed under the gaze, barely daring to breathe. Chun Haonan and Sister 13 quickly stepped forward to pull him back. Biga, calm down. Saving him is the priority. Chun Haonan shouted urgently. Sister 13 immediately followed up. Yes. Let him go to save Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang will be fine. Big B slightly loosened his grip, but then tightened it again, growling in a low voice. I warn you, if anything happens to Mr. Jiang, I will burn this hospital down. After saying that, he shoved the doctor violently. The doctor felt wronged, but dared not speak out. He could only hurriedly lead the nurse away. Soon Jiang Tiansheng was rushed into the emergency room. Outside the emergency room, Big B, Sister 13, and a few surviving Hongqing masters gathered together. Jiang Tiansheng weakly looked at Sister 13. What's happening with Hongqing now? Bolon Street, Causeway Bay, Simsha Sui. All have been occupied by Chun Dao's people. We are left with just a few small venues in the village, and we can't even squeeze out any profits. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and she slammed her fist against the wall. What she hated most was not just losing the territory, but that Han Bin had died, and his body was nowhere to be found. That Chun Dao bastard. With so many bodies, where did he hide them? Even though records can't find anything. She cursed, her voice trembling. Big B's face turned ashen. Jiang Tiansheng was the backbone of Hongqing. Once he fell, Hongqing would truly collapse. He stared at the emergency room door, silently praying, please, don't let anything happen. The surgery lasted for several hours. As Big B and the others anxiously waited, the door suddenly opened. A doctor walked out, his white coat soaked in blood, his legs trembling. At the door stood dozens of tattooed gangsters with cigarettes. The doctor instantly felt weak in the knees. Big B's heart sank, and he rushed forward, once again grabbing the doctor's collar. Where's my boss? The doctor was so frightened that he couldn't utter a word. Mountain Chicken shouted from the side. I'm asking you. My elder brother is asking you. After several seconds, the doctor finally stammered, nearly crying. The patient was beyond rescue. My condolences. You are talking nonsense. Big B's mind buzzed, and he punched the doctor, knocking him to the ground. The hospital security rushed over upon hearing the noise, but as soon as they saw the gangsters filling the corridor, they immediately turned tail, even shooing away the onlookers. Did you kill Mr. Jiang? I will tear down your damn hospital. Big B furiously kicked the doctor's. Chun Haonan held him tightly. Bigo. First, let's get Mr. Jiang back. This statement was like a bucket of cold. Big B stopped, kicked a couple more times, and then let go. He was well aware that the person he should truly hate was not the doctor. He stared at Jiang Tiansheng, covered by a white cloth, being slowly pushed out, his teeth grinding together. Chun Dao, I will not let this go. At that moment, Big B slowly turned his head. Big B scanned the younger brothers standing in the ward. In this underworld, the essence is about brotherhood. Mr. Jiang was killed by Chun Dao. This grudge must be avenged. I Big B vow in front of everyone today, unless I personally take down Chun Dao and avenge Mr. Jiang, I am not worthy to be called Big B for the rest of my life. As soon as the words fell, Chun Haonan and Mountain Chicken immediately stood up to show their support. Bigo, wherever you point, I will strike. Bigo, I may be a bit lustful, but the words loyalty are etched in my bones. The two sang in harmony, their attitude firm. But what about the others? They all lowered their heads, no one daring to speak, even their gazes not lifting. It wasn't that they didn't want to step up, they were truly scared. In their hearts, Chun Dao was no longer human. He was a living king of hell. Who would dare to challenge the king of hell? Big B neither scolded them nor forced them. He knew all too well that the shadow cast by Chun Dao that night was too heavy, not something that could be erased with a few harsh words. Forcing people into a death trap would only chill their hearts. He had other paths to take. You all handle Mr. Jiang's funeral arrangements, he said, patting Chun Haonan on the shoulder before turning to leave the hospital. Outside the hospital, Big B took out his phone and dialed Chong Mao's number. Tell Lutaw I want to see him. It's time to take action on this matter. At the same time, at the headquarters of Dongxing, Law was gnashing his teeth thinking of Chun Dao. That night, Chun Dao single-handedly took down a dozen men, his fists dripping with blood, his gaze as sharp as a knife. In these past few days, he couldn't even sleep without waking up, his mind filled with the image of Chun Dao walking towards him. Dongxing was also on the brink of collapse. Of the 5 tigers of Dongxing, only the smiling tiger and Sidu Haonan remained, along with the barely alive crow. Half of their turf was lost, half of their low-level members had fled, and rival gangs took advantage of the chaos, trampling them mercilessly. To make matters worse, even Sidhu Haonan and the Smiling Tiger dared not mention revenge. Out of fear, Luotawa could not wait any longer. He entered the hospital ward, gazing at the crow who lay on the hospital bed pale and emaciated. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Crow, call back anyone we can still use. Dongxing is about to be completely dismantled by Chun Dao. Only by getting rid of him can we survive. The crow flinched violently, his lips turning white as he shook his head. Big B. I'm still injured and my men are mostly scattered. I really can't take them with me. Luotawa slammed his palm on the bedside table, causing a cup of water to jump. Are you still a part of Dongxing? Jiang Tianxing was killed and Dongxing is in this state. Which of these events didn't arise because you got involved with Chun Dao? Now you're pretending to be dead. No matter how much he shouted, the crow just shook his head, his hands still trembling. He wasn't afraid of death, he feared being targeted by Chun Dao again. Since that night, he hadn't even dared to mention the word man. There was only one life, he just wanted to survive. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Luotawa snorted heavily and slammed the door as he left. Once the footsteps faded, the crow struggled to sit up, staring at the phone on the table for a long time before finally reaching out to pick it up and dial a number. Hello, Jimmy. It's Crow from Dongxing. Unable to fight back, he could only lower his head. Chun Dao was too ruthless, he didn't dare to gamble. Just as Big B stepped out of the hospital and lit a cigarette, his phone rang. It was Chong Mao. Hello. Big B wants to see you. He said, it's time to start the plan. Big B. Luotawa was taken aback. Didn't he say to keep things steady and not rush? On the other end of the line, Chong Mao lowered his voice. Jiang Tianxing died this morning despite rescue efforts. Luotawa was stunned, then quickly understood. So that was it. Big B was in a hurry because he wanted revenge for Jiang Tianxing. Understanding this, Luotawa nodded. It was exactly what he wanted. Getting rid of Chun Dao as soon as possible had always been his plan. Even if Big B didn't contact him, he would take the initiative to reach out. He straightforwardly said, okay, just tell me the location. Chong Mao immediately provided the address. Luotawa quickly drove to an isolated area in the suburbs, sparsely populated and overgrown with weeds. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Chong Mao and Big B were already waiting there. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luotawa got straight to the point. You said to use explosives to take out Chun Dao. But where are we going to get such powerful explosives? Right now, both Hongxing and Dongxing are on the verge of falling apart. Acquiring something like this is harder than climbing to the sky. Moreover, Chun Dao has many eyes and ears. If he catches wind of our plans and prepares for it, our efforts will be in vain. Big B and Chong Mao exchanged glances. Chong Mao smiled. Don't worry about that, I've prepared it all in advance. He then took out a small, tightly sealed package of powerful explosives from the car and handed it to Luo. Top-grade stuff? Just this little bit is enough to send Chun Dao to his demise. Luotawa and Big B exchanged glances, their expressions uncertain. Especially Big B. He knew better than anyone how hard it was to kill Chun Dao. Previously, Liang Kuan had tried and Big B had too. What was the result? They lost men and energy, and not a single hair on Chun Dao was harmed. This time it might be their last chance. They could not afford any mistakes. Seeing the two of them doubtful, Chong Mao didn't elaborate further. We'll find out if we try, won't we? He turned and walked 100 meters away, stopping to take out a shovel. He dug a hole the size of a soccer ball, buried the explosives with the detonator inside, and then filled it back up. When he returned, he raised his hand. Watch closely. The three of them retreated to a safe distance as Chong Mao pressed the detonator. Boom. A massive explosion shook the ground. A pit several meters wide and bottomless appeared 100 meters away. Luochuo's eyes lit up. With this power, Chun Dao won't be able to withstand it no matter how tough he is. Now all that was left was to figure out how to lure him in. Big B nodded and asked, how much of this explosive do we have left? Plenty, Chong Mao smiled. Enough to blow up 10 Chun Daos without a problem. As long as we can detonate it, even gods would lose limbs. Big B was silent for a moment before gently nodding. With Jiang Tianxing dead, if he could personally eliminate Chun Dao, perhaps Dongxing could still turn the tide. Next, we need to find an opportunity to get close to him. You don't need to worry about that. Chong Mao adjusted his collar. He'll arrange the opportunity. Luotawa and Big B exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Chong Mao was connected with Lianxing. With him around, many things would proceed much more smoothly. The three of them finalized the plan on the spot, ready to kick it into action. It was as if they could already see Chun Dao turning to ashes in the flames. Meanwhile at Jordan, Alu stared at Hunyao. Are you sure? I saw Chong Mao leave with my own eyes. He has been frequently in contact with the people from Hongxing and Dongxing these days. Big D is likely planning to use them to kill Chun Dao. Alu raised his hand to silence him. He understood immediately. Big D wanted Hongxing and Dongxing to deal with Chun Dao. He kept silent, burying this matter deep in his heart. Although he did not take action, he could not wait for Big D to act quickly. There was no choice. Chun Dao was too strong. As long as he was not eliminated, he couldn't sleep soundly. The election for the new leaders of Lianxing was fast approaching. Chun Dao's momentum was too fierce. If this continued, next year's election, there would likely be no one in Lianxing who could contest against him. This was his current standing. Alu did not want to see this scene. What a joke. Lianqing had a 2-year term for its leaders with regular re-elections. But Chen Dao was too ruthless, too insane. If he really took the position, it would be easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away. Trying to pull him down afterward would be nearly impossible. At this moment, Huanyo couldn't help but speak up. Lugu, if Big D really kills Chen Dao, his prestige in the gang will immediately surpass yours. That would be too disadvantageous for you. He paused, running his hand across his throat. Should we take action too? Alu frowned. The next speaker is most likely him. Ale felt a stir of thought in his heart. But after pondering for a moment, he shook his head. No way. Lugu. Before Huanyo could say more, Ale raised his hand to interrupt. Chen Dao is not that easy to deal with. Hongxing is a cautionary tale. Liang Kuan tried to kill him but failed, and was killed by him instead. Jiang Tianxing was the same. This person did not rise by luck. He is truly daring and ruthless. Anyone who wants to touch him must be prepared to face the possibility of being killed in return. He sneered. Since Didi is willing to be the scapegoat, let him give it a try. If he succeeds, he will at most be the speaker for 2 years. After 2 years, they will have to elect again. Compared to Chen Dao, Ale would rather fight with Didi. At least there is a chance of winning. But going against Chen Dao, he had no chance at all. Moreover, Chen Dao was indeed difficult to deal with. If Didi failed, it would be a dead, and if he succeeded, Ale could still reap the benefits. Instead of taking risks, it is better to quietly observe and wait for them to fight each other to the death. For this matter, let's pretend we don't know. Ale slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Especially, we cannot let Chen Dao know that we are already aware. He is a madman. If he senses it and encounters the DS failure, none of us will be able to escape. Huanyo immediately nodded. Understood. Lugu. Select a few clever younger brothers to closely monitor Chen Dao and Didi. If there is any movement, report to me immediately. Yes. After Huanyo left, Ale sneered. Chen Dao. He has too many enemies. It is only a matter of time before something goes wrong. Meanwhile, Chang Mao, after meeting with Didi and Lutu, returned to Tsin Wan to meet Didi. How is it? Did Didi go? Didi and Lutu both nodded. Manpower and preparations are all set. Didi appeared slightly hesitant, so quickly they agreed. Chang Mao nodded. Jiang Tianxing died today after failed rescue. Now Dongxing only has Lutu who dares to speak. The others are all hiding. Moreover, Dongxing has offended too many people over the years. If Lu does not take this opportunity to turn the tables without Chen Dao needing to act, the enemies can easily overturn Dongxing. After listening to Didi finally felt relieved. No wonder. He said in a deep voice, then let's proceed as planned. After pausing, his tone turned cold. This time, there must be no mistakes. Chen Dao is a madman. If he escapes, no one can bear the consequences. Chang Mao also understood how serious the matter was, nodding, and saying, this time I have prepared enough high explosives. As long as we detonate them, Chen Dao will surely die, and there will be nothing left. Neither will a divine being be able to save him. After saying that, he paused, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Speak your mind. Chang Mao hesitated for a few seconds before saying, now Shingu has many subordinates, and their living conditions are tightly guarded. It is nearly impossible to place explosives near him. Let me add Luatu, and Didi must meet Chen Dao first. The chance to meet. Didi nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a difficult point. Suddenly he brightened up and thought of a solution. He leisurely lit a cigarette, speaking in a relaxed tone, isn't this easy? Didi, are you suggesting? Is it difficult to meet Chen Dao? Dongxing and Hongxing have just been beaten down, and Tony is still pursuing them. At this time, if they lower their heads to seek peace, anyone observing would find it acceptable, right? Upon hearing this, Chang Mao immediately understood and nodded vigorously. Got it. This time Chen Dao is doomed. Go prepare. After sending off Chang Mao, Didi reclined on the sofa and sneered coldly. Chen Dao, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's because you are too strong. As long as you are alive, no one can catch their breath. The smile on Didi's face grew wider, almost bursting into laughter. In his heart, this matter once accomplished would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only would he eliminate the greatest threat of Chen Dao, but he could also leverage Chen Dao's prestige to rise swiftly within Liansheng. Stepping on Chen Dao to ascend, next year's speaker would have to be him. Lu, you are not ruthless enough. Your subordinates are not as numerous as mine, and your fists are not as strong as mine. What do you have to compete with me? Just wait, once Chen Dao falls, you will be next. Didi's smile grew more maniacal, as if he had already taken his seat on the throne of the speaker. After Chang Mao left, he immediately informed Didi and Lutu of Didi's plan. You must contact Deng Bo right away. This negotiation is the best opportunity. Whether the feast succeeds depends on you. On the other side, Didi and Lutu made a decision with a phone call. Let's do it. The two immediately dialed Deng Bo's number. After the call connected, Didi got straight to the point. Deng Bo, we are being pushed to the brink by Chen Dao. We've given up. We ask you to help us arrange a negotiation to leave a way out. After hanging up, Luatu looked at Didi. How is it? Didi nodded. Deng Bo agreed and said he would speak to Chen Dao for us. Let's wait for news. Luatu sneered. Chen Dao, this time you cannot escape. Didi had the same thought. However, he still reminded, the fewer people who know about our contact with Didi, the better. If news leaks and Chen Dao catches wind of it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luatu nodded, understanding this clearly. The two finalized a few details before parting ways. At this moment, they both felt that the victory was already in hand. In their eyes, Chen Dao was already a dead man. Daogo, the building for the tech company has been rented. Everything is ready. Jimmy reported respectfully. Chen Dao listened unfazed. After all, only a few days had passed since he ordered the preparations. But for the gang, this amount of time was enough to get things done. Is everything in order? Rest assured, Daogo. The landlord is very satisfied with the price. Moreover, he had a few enemies before and Tony has already helped him clear them out. He is now particularly grateful to you leaving the entire building along with the equipment and materials for us, ready to use as soon as we move in. It turned out that a few days ago Jimmy was still troubled about the site selection. Starting a tech company is not a small matter. It requires a venue, equipment, qualifications. Everything is complicated. When Jimmy was worried about finding a venue, he happened to come across a tech company that was looking to transfer. The previous owner had offended the gang and dared not continue. He was eager to sell at a low price with complete equipment ready for immediate use. Although Jimmy was not from the gang, it was easy to resolve such small troubles after following Chen Dao. He helped the owner resolve disputes in no time, and the company was naturally rented. After hearing the report, Chen Dao nodded. These days, without a bit of gang background, business cannot stand firm. He stood up and said, "Let's go take a look." Soon Jimmy brought Chen Dao to the company. It was a 5-story building, not too big nor too small. The first floor is the reception area and the second, third, and fourth floors are laboratories. The equipment is basically complete and it'll supplement anything missing immediately. Leading the way while introducing, they went up to the 5th floor. This was the office area. The entire 270-degree floor-to-ceiling window was set up, and standing by the window, the street view below was clearly visible. Chen Dao sat on the genuine leather sofa, satisfied. Well done. Jimmy hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Daogo, the company is rented, but the previous owner got into trouble, and all the employees have fled, leaving only an empty shell." "It's fine." Chen Dao waved his hand. "The people will arrive shortly." Shortly? Jimmy was taken aback, suddenly remembering that Chen Dao had mentioned inviting scientific talent. Can he really invite them? He felt apprehensive. Not daring to ask further, he could only stand and wait. Suddenly a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Dao's mouth as he said, "They're here. Go down and bring them up." Although Jimmy didn't know who it was, he immediately went downstairs. 10 minutes later, he led a dozen gray-haired experts up to the 5th floor. There were those who specialized in computer hardware, experts in chips, and authorities in the field of lithography. Chen Dao looked at them, his gaze resolute. Having this group would change the era. It was just a matter of time. He spoke, "This is your workplace. Jimmy will assist you throughout. If you need anything, just ask him directly." "Yes, Daogo." Everyone responded in unison. They were all summoned by the system, obedient to Chen Dao. However, Jimmy quietly frowned. Were these seasoned experts really reliable? Unable to hold back, he leaned closer and asked softly, "Daogo, are they capable?" Chen Dao simply smiled. "You'll find out soon enough." Jimmy swallowed hard and didn't speak further. But he felt increasingly tense inside. What he was investing this time was all his life savings. If he failed, he would truly have nothing left. Before renting the company, he had inquired about the market from the previous owner. Upon hearing he was from a gang and wanted to engage in research, the other party had subtly advised him, why not switch to another line of work? Jimmy had wondered at the time, could a gangster really engage in high technology? Wasn't that too big a leap? But since Chen Dao had made a decision, he dared not intervene, only taking a deep breath and bracing himself to arrange everything. Following Chen Dao's instructions, he had already cleared out several dormitory rooms on the 4th floor and furnished them with the best appliances available. He brought the experts upstairs to settle in. "You'll live here from now on. Call me anytime if you need anything." After settling them in, he quickly returned to the 5th floor. "Daogo, there's one more thing." "Speak." "The crow from Dongxing wants to see you." "Dongxing? The crow?" Chen Dao frowned. If Jimmy hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about that person he had rendered powerless. "What is it?" Jimmy hesitated to speak. Chen Dao's expression darkened as he sensed something. "Dongxing is making moves, eh?" "Yes." Jimmy nodded. "The crow from Dongxing said that the camel wants to move against you, using this information to trade for a life." "Oh." Chen Dao sneered. The camel still wasn't giving up. Then he shouldn't blame him for being merciless. He nodded. "Let him come to the Paradise Bar." Soon Chen Dao returned to the Paradise Bar and saw the crow. As soon as the crow saw him, his legs went weak and he immediately bowed. "Daogo, the camel has set a banquet to deal with you. I don't know the specifics, but you must be careful." After a pause, he quickly added, "Daogo, I want to work with you." Chen Dao, with a cigarette in his mouth, raised the corner of his mouth, smiling coldly. A banquet? They really dare to do that? At that moment, his phone rang. He stared at the screen for 2 seconds before answering. The voice of Deng Bo came through. "Mr. Chen Hongxing and Dongxing want to arrange a meeting with you." Chen Dao chuckled lightly. "All right, tell them. They'll be there on time in 3 days. After hanging up, the smile on his face faded further. These gangs still didn't understand the meaning of fear. Then let them taste what it meant to provoke the wrong person. From now on, whenever they hear the name Chen Dao, they should tremble. Tony stood nearby, his expression dark. "Daogo, they dare to seek us out. Should I?" Chen Dao shook his head. "That's too simple. But after killing them, new gangs will still emerge. He lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly. Since they love playing the banquet game, he'll indulge them in a grand performance. Let's see what sort of show they can put on. It's also a good time to let everyone know what the consequences are for offending me. Tony hesitated for a moment, suddenly recalling the scene where Chun Jiaju fired a gun in the warehouse. What was there to fear from a banquet when even bullets couldn't kill him? He immediately straightened his back. Dao Go, what should we do next? Nothing. Chen Dao stubbed out his cigarette. Since the other side took the initiative to invite, it indicated they had already set the stage, perhaps even thought out their escape plan. Making a move at this moment would only scare away the prey. He needed to wait for them to set the net completely before tearing it apart. He looked at Jimmy. Go tell the crow that no one is allowed to speak of this. If even a single word leaks, he should weigh the consequences himself. Yes. Jimmy agreed and left. Once everyone had gone, Chun Dao sat alone on the sofa in the private room, lighting another cigarette. After sweeping through Dongxing and Hongxing, no one dared to provoke him for a long time, and his reputation hadn't risen much. This time it was just right to make up for it. He gazed at the curling smoke and whispered, "Camel, don't let me down." On the other side, the camel paced back and forth in the room, sweat streaming down his forehead. Why hasn't there been a reply yet? Has Chun Dao sensed something? Could it be already compromised? The success or failure of this plan hinged entirely on whether Chun Dao agreed to meet. If he refused, all plans would be in vain. If he agreed, there was still a chance for survival. He was already terrified from being beaten. If something went wrong, his life might be lost. Just as he was getting anxious, ding! A sudden phone call came from a nearby table. The camel startled and hurried over to answer. Hello, this is the camel. Camel. Deng Boss voice came through the receiver. Chun Dao has agreed to negotiate. 3 days later, at the bold restaurant, the camel felt a wave of relief. As long as he agreed, things would be manageable. Without waiting for him to speak, Deng Bo lowered his voice again. Camel, don't play tricks. You know better than I do how formidable Chun Dao is. If you really anger him, no one will be able to contain it. The camel nodded, but inwardly, he sneered. No matter how tough the bone, when it meets enough high explosives, it will be shattered. He simply nodded, understood. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Next, he immediately dialed the BS number, relaying the news of Chun Dao's agreement to meet at Xiaoyan Mountain in the villa. Debi listened, and his tense shoulders finally relaxed. Staring at the blackened phone screen, he smiled slightly and murmured to himself, Chun Dao, your days are numbered. Before he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Chun Haonan and Shan Ji walked in. Biga, Mr. Jiang's funeral arrangements have been completed, Chun Haonan said respectfully after standing still. The BS expression darkened, and he nodded expressionlessly, understood. Chun Haonan paused, glancing at Shan Ji, and straightened his back, saying, Biga, you mentioned before wanting to avenge Mr. Jiang. Shan Ji and I have discussed it. This time we will personally eliminate Chun Dao. Please grant your approval. Talk. And both men froze in unison. And wasn't this about revenge? Why had it suddenly become negotiation? And Big B sneered coldly, just wait and see. His death day is coming. They asked no further, merely bowed their heads in silent assent. And meanwhile, in Sun Wan in long hair rushed the news to Big D. Big D's brow furrowed tightly. Has Chun Dao grown suspicious? And even now his heart still raced with lingering dread. And Chun Dao had survived countless assassination attempts. His life force was unnaturally tenacious. Not a single misstep would bring catastrophic consequences. Longhair hurriedly assured him, Brother D, rest easy. I've assigned men to shadow him constantly. If he sensed anything amiss, he'd have stormed off long ago to confront Camel. And Big D exhaled slightly, yet warned gravely, this matter must remain absolutely secret. The fewer who know, the better. Stockpile ample explosives. Even if the Yuguchi restaurant is completely leveled, so long as Chun Dao dies, it will be worth it. And, understood. Longhair departed with the order. Alone in the room, Big D leaned back on the sofa, fingers pressing hard against his temples, a cold smile curling his lips. In this world, debts always come due. And Chun Dao, you've had your glory long enough. At that very moment, Fire Ox had already reported Longhair's movements faithfully to Alak, and Chun Dao has agreed to negotiate with Hung Hing and Dongxing in 3 days at the Yuguchi restaurant. Alak stroked his chin, murmuring, what does Big D truly intend? And the thought flickered and vanished. He shook his head almost immediately. No matter his scheme, it's clearly a signal to strike. And this so-called peace talk is almost certainly the prelude to violence. Alak lit a cigarette and drew a slow, deep breath. It's definitely Big D pulling the strings. Nay's finally moving. Let's hope it succeeds. Chun Dao was terrifying. Alak bore no personal grudge against him, yet each time his name was spoken, a heavy stone seemed to settle in Alak's chest. If Chun Dao were gone, everything would truly breathe easier. And he waved dismissively. Keep watching him closely. Report any movement to me immediately. Yes? And before long, word spread across Hong Kong, Chun Dao would meet with Hung Hing and Dongxing at the Yuguchi restaurant. And the entire city buzzed with speculation. In a dimly lit neighborhood bar, Big Head held his glass, puzzled. Is Chun Dao really going to sit down and talk with Dongxing and Hung Hing? Hasn't he held the upper hand all along? Why Why suddenly agree to negotiations? Dongguan Boy sat opposite shaking his head. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice. It wasn't his idea. It was Hung Hing and Dong Xing who initiated it. Huh. And, according to my boss, both triads have been thoroughly beaten into submission. Another round of fighting would shatter them entirely. They enlisted Elder Deng to mediate, and only after swallowing their pride did they approach Chun Dao, securing this so-called negotiation. Big Head blinked, then widened his eyes in astonishment. Oh, I see. So he single-handedly subdued both major triads. Now they're too afraid to fight, and forced to beg for peace. He paused for several seconds, then threw his head back and drained his glass, sighing sincerely. Chun Dao is truly Hong Kong's undisputed #1. Even Hung Hing and Dong Xing have backed down. Who dares challenge him now? Dongguan Boy gave a wry smile. Exactly. In recalling how he'd once openly defied Chun Dao, a chill ran down his neck, and sweat broke out on his palms. Thankfully, Chun Dao hadn't harbored lethal intent that day. Otherwise, the grass on his grave would likely have grown taller than himself. As the rumor spread wider, the banquet 3 days hence became the city's focal point. Everyone declared Chun Dao had forced Hung Hing and Dong Xing to their knees. Ni's reputation swelled daily. But what of Chun Dao himself? He continued his routine, spending each day immersed in his tech company reviewing data, refining code, as if utterly unaware of the brewing storm. This reassured Big B and Camel completely. Across from the Gucci restaurant stood an unassuming cafe. Two men sat hunched in a corner, hats pulled low, eyes never straying from the restaurant's entrance. Big B stirred his cold coffee, voice thick with tension. Are you absolutely certain he suspects nothing? You needn't remind me who Chun Dao is. If we slip up, not even our corpses will be found. Camel remained unruffled, sipping his coffee calmly. Relax. He hasn't left the office once these past few days, not even picking up his phone much. He's fully convinced. We're surrendering, plain and simple. Then let's do it. And they rose, each lifting a black cloth bag. Encircling the restaurant 3 times, they moved exclusively through blind spots in the surveillance, then slipped silently into the vacant alley behind. This is it. Camel scanned the area and nodded. Big B crouched, opened the bag, and buried several packs of high-grade explosives deep in the soil. Chun Dao was too formidable. Neither dared entrust such a task to anyone else. Then splitting up, they planted charges at multiple concealed locations around the restaurant, undetected, unseen. After installing the final charge, Big B brushed dust from his hands. Camel rose and whispered, wait until he steps inside. Big B stared at the restaurant's entrance, a cruel twist tugging at his lips. With this much explosive, the entire building will fly skyward. This time, he is finished. Confidence flooded Big B's face. Camel wore the same look of absolute certainty. To guard against mishap, he meticulously rechecked every placement. Only after confirming total infallibility did they quietly depart the Gucci restaurant. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they had long been under watch. At that moment, in a hospital ward, Crow leaned against his pillow, listening intently as his subordinate reported, Brother Camel's movements have grown erratic lately. Even members within the Triad struggle to locate him. Crow's frown deepened. 3 days hence marked the scheduled trilateral negotiation between Chun Dao, Dong Xing, and Hung Hing at the Gucci restaurant. Precisely now, Camel vanished so thoroughly. What could he possibly be planning? Crow couldn't fathom his intentions, yet instinct screamed this boded ill. Moreover, it was almost certainly tied to the upcoming negotiation. Perhaps Camel was secretly plotting Chun Dao's elimination. At that thought, Crow bolted upright. What nonsense. Nade just pledged loyalty to Chun Dao. How could he survive if Chun Dao fell right there before him? Last time he refused to act against Chun Dao, Camel's impatience had been unmistakable. Should Camel succeed this time, Crow wouldn't even retain standing within Dong Xing. Without hesitation, Crow yanked out his 4-needle, dismissed his subordinate, and sped out of the hospital alone. He had to stop Chun Dao, prevent him from attending that banquet. Soon he located Tony. Tony raised an eyebrow as Crow burst in, breathless. What's the urgency? Something wrong. Crow dispensed with pleasantries, catching his breath before blurting out, Camel's been leaving early and returning late. His behavior is deeply suspicious. It's undoubtedly linked to the negotiation at Gucci restaurant. He's almost certainly laying traps, plotting to kill Brother Dao. Pausing, his tone sharpened with urgency. You must persuade Brother Dao not to go. If he does, disaster will strike. Tony listened in silence for several seconds, then shook his head with a faint knowing smile. Don't worry. The one who'll fall won't be Brother Dao. It'll be Camel. No one understood Chun Dao's strength better than he did. A man bullets cannot wound. What threat could Camel possibly pose? Crow grew desperate. How can this be taken lightly? Hung Hing and Dong Xing have nursed bitter rivalries for decades, suddenly bowing together in humility. That's far too convenient. Tony lit a cigarette, inhaling slowly. So what? You still underestimate Brother Dao far too much. What does that mean? Nothing. Tony's expression remained calm, as he simply said, you'll understand when the time comes. The Crow was even more confused. Why was Tony not the least bit anxious? Did he really not fear Chun Dao encountering danger? He gritted his teeth and tried to persuade the two assassination attempts by Hongxing have failed completely, and both Law and Bigby have been scared off already. Last time Law dragged me into dealing with Daogu just because no one from Dongxing dared to take the challenge. Now that they dare to come knocking, it must mean they have a foolproof plan. Who would dare approach Daogu without absolute certainty? He expressed everything, but Tony remained unfazed. In the end, the crow was truly at a loss for words, and only then did Tony reach out to pat him on the shoulder. Since Daogu trusts you and gives you a chance, you should follow him with peace of mind. I will tell Daogu the truth about your, but there are some things you shouldn't know yet. When the time is right, you will naturally understand just how powerful Daogu is. He paused slightly and emphasized his tone. Daogu is a person of unfathomable depth. I can't say much else, but you must remember one thing. No matter what tricks Latoa and Bigby play, they won't harm a single hair on Daogu's head. Hearing this, the crow not only didn't feel relieved, but instead felt even heavier in his heart. The more casually Tony spoke, the more he sensed something was amiss. That indescribable sense of mystery weighed down on him like a stone, making it hard for him to breathe. How could the crow remain calm? He had just allied with Chun Dao. If something happened to Chun Dao now, he would instantly become the laughingstock of the entire city. Worse still, if Chun Dao was taken down by Luohua, would surely come back to settle accounts with him. If it was discovered that he had previously betrayed Luohua and switched sides to Chun Dao, then he wouldn't even be left with a bone. Chun Dao cannot die. He tried to persuade Tony, but Tony was unyielding. Seeing that he couldn't sway him, the crow stood up, said his goodbyes, and turned to leave. Before exiting, he lowered his hat brim to cover his face, glanced around to ensure no one was tailing him, and then quickly left the bar. But he didn't return to his own territory. After a moment's thought, he turned back to find Wu Ying and Ahua recounting everything in detail, anxiously rubbing his hands. What is Tony really thinking? How can he be so calm about such a big deal? This is clearly a feast of betrayal. Daogu must not go. Wu Ying and Ahua exchanged glances and laughed in unison. Ahua lit a cigarette, leisurely exhaling a puff. We understand the situation. Don't panic, Tony is right. No matter how much Dongxing and Hongxing stir, they can't touch a single hair on Daogu. Oh, the crow was taken aback. What do you mean? The more he listened, the more confused he became. How could both of them act like nothing was wrong? Do they really not fear something happening to Chun Dao? Wu Ying picked up his glass and took a sip, only saying, Tony has told you all he needs to. We won't repeat it. Just wait patiently. The show will start soon. A show? There are some things you don't yet know since you just allied with Daogu. No one understood better than Wu Ying just how tough Chun Dao was. Bullets can't harm him, and Emir Latoa, along with a few gangs, thinks they can move against him. That's pure delusion. The crow sighed, momentarily speechless. Since both of them said so, he could only nod. All right, I understand. After leaving, he went to find Jimmy, wanting to see Chun Dao in person. But Jimmy said Daogu is busy right now and can't meet anyone. In the end, he gave him an address, a tech company. The crow followed the directions. At the company entrance, over 20 black-clad henchmen stood straight, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings. As soon as the crow approached, he was immediately surrounded. Just as he was pondering how to speak, Jimmy's voice came through the intercom. It's our own, bring him up. He was led straight to the 5th floor, to Jimmy's office. Upon entering, the crow blurted out, Daogu really established the tech company. As soon as he finished, he hesitated. But can this thing really make money? I don't know. Jimmy shook his head, inviting him to sit down. I can't guarantee whether it will be profitable, but Daogu has never made a wrong decision. Understood. The crow nodded. Jimmy looked up and asked, you were in such a hurry to find Daogu. Is there something urgent? The crow suddenly remembered the main topic and hurriedly said, you must tell Daogu. He absolutely cannot attend the negotiation meeting in 3 days. Luohua has been coming and going at odd hours lately. He must be plotting something behind the scenes. Jimmy laughed. Didn't you already meet with Tony and the others? Don't mention it. They all said not to worry, but after the last incident, Luohua will definitely be more cunning this time. This matter is truly not simple. They already told you, right? Jimmy smiled and interrupted. What? The crow was taken aback. You don't need to worry about this. Daogu has it under control. They weren't wrong. Luohua isn't even worthy of making doubt. You just need to wait for news. The crow was completely stunned. What? Was everyone saying the same thing? Even he began to doubt, could it be that he was the only one overly anxious? What extraordinary abilities does Chun Dao truly possess? Luohua must have made arrangements long ago. No matter how great a skill, if one doesn't take precautions. The crow still wanted to speak. Jimmy, however, directly raised his hand, signaling that he could leave. The crow had no choice but to silence himself, nodding as he turned to exit the tech company. On the way back to the hospital, the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Why was no one anxious? Tony wasn't anxious, Jimmy wasn't anxious, even Chun Dao himself seemed unconcerned, but he truly had no way to resolve it. Back at the hospital, he silently prayed for Chun Dao's safety, while anxiously waiting for the negotiation meeting in 3 days. Time flew by. On the morning of the 3rd day at Paradise Bar, Daogu, are you really not preparing anything? Tony stood before Chun Dao, lowering his voice. The crow came to see me again yesterday, saying that La was in particularly good spirits, probably ready for everything, just waiting for you to attend the banquet. This matter is likely a trap. No need. Chun Dao waved his hand, interrupting him. They're just a few small characters. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep puff. I want to see what tricks they can play. After saying that, he turned to Jimmy. How is the progress on the tech company? Jimmy showed a worried expression, but seeing that Tony had already reminded him, he didn't elaborate. Hearing Chun Dao's inquiry, he handed over a list. The items listed are urgently needed equipment by the researchers. Those that can't be bought in Xinjiang need to be sourced from elsewhere, which will take a few days. All right. Chun Dao nodded. Whatever they want, just give it to them. The follow-up matters can be handled by themselves. Jimmy responded. Pausing for a moment, he couldn't help but ask Dao Gu, can these people really be relied upon? I've heard that many wealthy individuals are eyeing them, wanting to poach. Chun Dao chuckled, completely unconcerned. Want to steal people from him? No matter how much money they have, it's useless. Don't worry. They are just like our brothers outside. Oh, once they've chosen someone, they will stick to it unwaveringly. This is not something you need to worry about. He extinguished his cigarette, glanced at his watch, and stretched. Let's go. Since Lotoa has been working hard for so long today, we should also show up to lend support. After that, Chun Dao, along with Jimmy and others, headed straight for the Ichi restaurant. At the same time at the Ichi, the Raven had not slept well for 3 consecutive days and arrived at the tavern early in the morning. Tony and the others repeatedly urged him not to worry, but how could he not be anxious? Chun Dao's life was his life. As long as Chun Dao was alive, he would have a future. If Chun Dao fell, he would immediately face doom. Meanwhile, a sedan was approaching the tavern. Is everything arranged? Dabi asked Loatu, his tone somber. Loatu sneered, don't worry. All the waitstaff in the tavern have been replaced by my people. Once Chun Dao steps through the door, he won't be able to leave alive. Dabi nodded with satisfaction, a hint of ruthlessness curling at the corner of his mouth. They had waited too long for this day. Suddenly Loatu added, Dabi, don't forget our previous agreement. Dabi paused for a moment, then quickly nodded in response, no problem. As long as Chun Dao is dead, the territory you want will be taken by the Hongxin gang for you. However, profit distribution must change to 60-40, we take 60, you take 40. You? Luota's face darkened. But he could only grit his teeth and agree. There was no other choice. Right now Dongxing was worse off than Hongxing. Although Hongxing had suffered severe losses from Chun Dao, their foundation remained intact with many capable hands. Dongxing. They had little territory to begin with, and Chun Dao had seized their prime resources, leaving them with only impoverished streets and alleys. Half of their subordinates had fled, and their strength had plummeted. He could not afford to be without Hongxing. In the end, the two confirmed their cooperation again. After that, neither spoke. Now, they were just waiting for Chun Dao to appear. They were all prepared, just waiting for Chun Dao to show up. Today Chun Dao must die. Outside the tavern, Didi was standing by the roadside staring at the entrance. A suppressed sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. Chun Dao, today is your doomsday, he thought coldly. He turned to ask the person beside him, Chong Mao, is everything arranged? Chong Mao nodded and leaned closer to whisper. Last night, Lo Tu, and to be confirmed, everything. It's foolproof. We just need to wait for Chun Dao to enter. This time he will definitely not escape. Very good, Didi nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Chong Mao raised a hand and pointed, Brother Didi, Dabi and Lu have arrived. Didi immediately looked over. He saw Dabi and Litu just getting out of the car, not rushing into the tavern, but stopping at the entrance, as if waiting for someone. The two also spotted Didi exchanging a discreet glance, then slightly tilting their heads to indicate a direction. Didi withdrew his gaze, hands in pockets, waiting quietly. At the tavern entrance, Dang Bo looked at Dabi and Loato, unable to help but speak again. Dabi, Lu, don't play tricks. You know what kind of person Chun Dao is. If you really provoke him, I can't protect you. Dabi and Litu exchanged a glance, internally mocking, but their faces showed no sign of it. Loatu immediately nodded. Dang Bo, rest assured, we are here to seek peace today. As long as Chun Dao is willing to let Dongxing off, we will no longer interfere with each other. Dabi nodded in agreement. Yes, this is our only request. Dang Bo finally let out a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that something would go wrong today. This peace talk was orchestrated by him. If something happened, he would be the first to suffer. If Chun Dao turned hostile on the spot and dragged him in, that would be truly unjust. The three of them stopped talking, each silent, but all calculating their next steps. They were just waiting for Chun Dao to arrive. About 10 minutes later, a black luxury car smoothly stopped in front of the tavern. Chun Dao, dressed in a sharp suit and wearing sunglasses, stepped out of the car. The crowd instantly fell silent, all eyes fixated on him. The Raven stood in the corner, heart racing, wanting to shout, but not daring to make a sound. Loatu was right beside him, so he could only grit his teeth and hold back, silently praying, please don't let anything go wrong. Didi looked on from a distance, his sneer even deeper. He had waited too long for this day. As long as Chun Dao fell, the position of the spokesperson for Lianshang would be his. In the shadows, Wen Yo crouched behind a second-floor window, watching intently downstairs. The other leaders surrounded him, their eyes filled with envy and tension. Everyone's attention was focused on the tavern. As soon as Chun Dao stood still, Dabi and Litu immediately approached him, smiles plastered on their faces. Brother Chin, we've been waiting for you. No fight, no friendship, right? Later, please show mercy and give me a way out. Chun Dao watched them act, feeling it was absurd. However, he maintained his composure and calmly replied, fair enough. Loatu subtly signaled Dabi with his eyes. Dabi understood immediately and extended his hand saying, Mr. Chen, please, let's eat and talk. Chen Dao did not refuse and directly followed them inside. This negotiation was deliberately chosen to be held in the first floor hall. It was convenient for action. The heavy iron cage had already been welded to the ceiling waiting for the order. As soon as his words fell, Latu suddenly changed his expression and shouted, make your move. Boom. A loud noise erupted, shaking the doors and windows. Smoke rose and slowly settled. When they looked again, a heavy iron cage had crashed down, completely trapping Chun Dao in the center. Luatu raised the remote control and sneered, Chun Dao, no matter how strong you are, you can't withstand explosives. Nearby Deng Bo was stunned, his face pale, staring at Luatu. Are you really going to do this? He had genuinely been frightened earlier. The iron cage had suddenly fallen just inches from his head. Fortunately, a subordinate beside him had reacted quickly and pulled him away, otherwise he would have been done for. Deng Bo trembled with anger, shouting at Lu, are you crazy? Did your brain get flooded or something? Luatu turned his head and glared at him, his eyes red, pointing at Chun Dao. Ask him. When Dongxing was beaten to its last breath by him, why didn't you call him crazy? Deng Bo, he just arrived in Xianjiang and has already trampled the entire Yong Ning Ri beneath his feet. Don't you understand this principle? Deng Bo was momentarily speechless. Indeed, Chun Dao was too ruthless. The whole of Xianjiang feared him, even Hongsheng was gasping for breath in his shadow. But he still turned to Chun Dao, hastily distancing himself. Chun Dao, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was Luatu and the others who came to negotiate. How was I to know they set a trap? He understood Chun Dao's methods. Wanting Chun Dao dead was one thing, but if he didn't die and ended up being targeted, he dared not think of the consequences. Now he was only seeking one thing, to completely extricate himself. Chun Dao's life or death had nothing to do with him. But Chun Dao didn't look at him at all. He had come today just to see what kind of tricks Luatu could come up with. He leisurely lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and spoke calmly. Lu, you'll give you one last chance. Let me go now, and it'll only cripple your hands if you delay for another second. You won't survive the night. Luota's heart tightened. This guy still had a backup. He immediately signaled two of his subordinates. The two carefully circled the iron cage, checking thoroughly for any flaws before nodding at him. The camel let out a sigh of relief and sneered. What are you pretending to be? Still trying to scare people at this moment? Chen Dao, do you really think you are invincible? Nearby Dabi interjected with a cold laugh, pointing around the tavern. Chen Dao, to be honest with you, outside the tavern it's all explosives. The moment I shout ignite, you will instantly turn to ashes. He grinned, full of pride. In his eyes, Chen Dao was already a dead man. Dabi, camel, are you seeking death? Deng Bo shouted again. Dabi lazily glanced at him. Thanks. Without your connections, how would there be this opportunity? Once Chen Dao is dead, the benefits with Lian Shang will be plentiful. You. Deng Bo was so angry he couldn't speak. At this moment the camel stood up. Stop the rambling, let's move. A few underlings turned and ran outside, preparing to detonate the explosives. The camel raised his wine glass, down the red wine in one gulp, and waved at Chen Dao goodbye. After saying that, he led Dabi and a group of people striding out of the tavern. Deng Bo hesitated for a moment, glanced at Chen Dao, and hurriedly shouted, Chen Dao, it really wasn't me. Before his words fell, he was already rushing out the door with his subordinates. The explosives were outside, and he dared not linger a moment longer. In the empty hall, only Chen Dao and a few others remained. Chen Dao turned around. You all should leave. Dao Go, are you really okay? What do you think? Tony opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He knew Chen Dao was unyielding even under gunfire, but this was explosives. So close, an explosion would mean flesh and blood flying everywhere, not even a trace of bones would be left. Even if he believed in his abilities, he wouldn't dare to gamble this time. But they really couldn't help. They could only leave in silence. Tony and the others immediately rushed out of the tavern. There were many people outside the tavern, and no one knew what had happened inside. They only saw groups of people running out in panic, while the onlookers were bewildered, glancing at each other. Suddenly, run, there's a bomb, someone shouted. As soon as the word bomb was uttered, the crowd erupted in, run, damn it, there really is a bomb, escape. Run, hurry. In the blink of an eye, everyone on the street began to flee desperately. At that moment, boom, a loud explosion shook their eardrums. A gray-black mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky. The tavern collapsed into rubble on the spot. People over 100 meters away were also knocked to the ground by the shockwave. The entire street trembled violently, and several nearby shops were also torn apart with debris scattered everywhere. Fortunately, everyone ran fast, so the casualties weren't severe. Boom, boom. The aftershocks continued for a few minutes before they gradually subsided. The dust slowly settled, and people finally regained their senses. What happened? What the hell? This is so terrifying. If I had run 2 seconds later, I would have lost my life. Survivors stared at the ruins, their hearts still pounding as they chattered. Dabi climbed up from the ground, staring at the pile of rubble, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Chen Dao, you finally died. He suddenly looked up and shouted to the sky, "Mr. Zhang, are you watching from above? Debi has avenged you." Whether from too much excitement or deep sorrow, tears streamed down his cheeks. He had waited too long. Finally, it was over. Chen Dao was dead. The shadow of Hong Xing had completely dissipated. Beside him, the camel was also laughing wildly. "He's dead. Really dead. Chen Dao, no matter how strong you are now, you are nothing but ashes." He laughed uncontrollably, his eyes glazed. The battle earlier had terrified him. He dreamed every night of Chen Dao chasing him. He didn't dare close his eyes while sleeping. He even hesitated to change his clothes, fearing he wouldn't react in time and lose his life. Now, the nightmare had truly awakened. On the other side, Didi looked at the ruins, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. He's dead. Finally dead. In the past, he walked with Lian Sheng without anyone daring to speak against him. But the moment Chen Dao appeared, he was repeatedly beaten until he spat blood, was hospitalized, and begged for mercy. All that humiliation was gone today. Chang Mao quickly leaned forward, bowing respectfully, and saying, "Congratulations, Didi. With Chen Dao dead, no one will dare to challenge you anymore. If the organization knew that you orchestrated this, Lu would have to give you 3 points. Didi laughed heartily. "Chang Mao, thanks to you this time. Once I take the position of the decision-maker in Lian Sheng, the position left by Chen Dao will be yours." "Thank you, Didi." Not just them. In the shadows, Lu, who had been watching the tavern, couldn't help but burst into laughter. So that's how it is. They had set this up long ago. Such power, even a deity would be reduced to dust. Didi, you finally did something worthy. Chen Dao's death lifted the heavy stone that had been pressing on his heart for so long. With Chen Dao down, next year's struggle for the decision-maker would see him and Didi as the favorites. No one could suppress him anymore. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The crow had just climbed up from the ground, staring blankly at the devastated tavern, his mind buzzing completely blank. How could it be like this? Wasn't it said it was foolproof? Why? His lips trembled, unable to believe the scene before him. Did Tony and the others not swear that Chen Dao would definitely be fine? But now, the tavern was gone, leaving only a charred ruin. Is this still called fine? Even a deity would likely not withstand this blow. The crow exploded in anger. "Chen Dao, were you not supposed to be so capable? How did you die? Wasn't it said you wouldn't die?" He had originally planned to follow Chen Dao and become a notable boss later. But in the blink of an eye, he was gone. All was over. Cough, cough. Tony the fly and others got up, dusting off their clothes, gazing at the pile of ruins, their faces pale. The fly quietly asked Dao, "Dao, are you really okay?" Ahua furrowed his brow and turned to Tony. Tony remained silent. He wasn't confident either. Although he had seen Chen Dao die and be reborn with his own eyes before this time, the entire building had exploded. No matter who went in, there wouldn't even be bone fragments left. Could Chen Dao really survive? After a few seconds, Tony took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on the camel, then looked away, his voice low, yet barely holding on. "Dao Ge. He will definitely be fine." He said so, but in his tone, even he didn't quite believe it. Just then, bang! A muffled sound came from deep within the ruins. Then the rubble trembled slightly, as if something beneath was pushing up. Huh? Is someone still moving inside? No way. After such a huge explosion, who could still be alive? This is unreasonable. The onlookers crowded closer, but dared not get too close, whispering and discussing. A bold person had just taken 2 steps forward. Bang! A concrete slab suddenly flew out. The next moment, bang! A figure slowly stood up from the dust. "Dao Good." Tony was the first to shout. "I told you he was fine." Ahua and the others let out a sigh of relief, their hearts returning to their places. But then a chill ran down their backs. They were even more scared. How could he survive such an explosion? This is not a human, it's a monster. Without a word, a few of them grabbed the new clothes they had prepared and dashed towards the ruins. The crow, who had just been cursing, was frozen in place, his eyes wide, his jaw nearly dislocated. How is this possible? Chen Dao really didn't die. How can a person survive in such an explosion? He stared at the figure standing in the ruins, his mind blank. Only after confirming that Chen Dao was indeed standing well, did he suddenly realize. It turned out Tony and the others were not bragging, they were truly calm. What kind of being is this? Even explosives have no effect on him. This scene stunned everyone. He's still alive. The camel's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Debi was frozen, unable to utter a word. Chun Haonan and Shan Ji exchanged a glance, both inhaling sharply, their eyes fixed on that figure. No wonder he hadn't even a scratch after the last collision at the docks. Didi trembled all over, grabbing hold of Changmao's arm, his fingers shaking. Why isn't he dead yet? Changmao was also dumbfounded, staring blankly at the ruins, unable to respond. At that moment, Chen Dao had changed into his clothes. He lit a cigarette, brushed off the dust from his hair, and cast a glance at the camel and the crowd, smiling faintly. "Is this all you can do? Then, it's my turn." The camel's face turned deathly pale. No longer believing the facts were laid bare before him. Chen Dao was not only alive, but also remarkably composed. He thought of turning to flee. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From all directions, footsteps surged like a tide. Thousands of black-clad little brothers had quietly surrounded the entire ruins. The camel had nowhere to escape. Chen Dao approached step by step. The camel panicked. He pushed away the subordinate beside him and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go kill him. Don't just stand there. Are you still standing there?" The dozens of Dongxing lackeys he brought were all stunned by the scene. How could a person emerge unscathed from an explosion? No one dared to move. But the camel cursed anxiously and they gritted their teeth and charged forward. After all, it was either way, death might as well give it a shot. Charge together, kill him. Hack him. Finish him off. With knives and clubs drawn, dozens of people lunged at Chen Dao. As Tony and the others were about to step forward, Chen Dao raised his hand to stop them. "He'll handle it." A slight smile formed at the corner of his mouth as he flicked away the cigarette butt and charged forward. The first punch landed on one man's chin. That man spat blood and flew backward, knocking over a string of companions. Chen Dao moved quickly and struck hard, no one could withstand him. In the blink of an eye, the crowd scattered like paper. He charged straight for the camel, stepping down and pinning him firmly to the ground. The camel's face turned white as paper, trembling all over. Chen Dao looked down and smiled. "I told you wouldn't survive today." As the words left his mouth, he pressed down harder. "Oh!" The camel's ribcage collapsed, blood gushed forth, and he fell silent. In the distance, the D and A Lu stood frozen in place. They watched Chen Dao walk into the center of the explosion and emerge unscathed. His clothes weren't even torn. "Is he even human?" A Lu murmured. The D's scalp tingled, his palms drenched in cold sweat. He suddenly grabbed Chang Mao's collar. "Didn't you say Chen Dao was doomed? Where is he? How is he still standing?" Chang Mao trembled, struggling to speak a full sentence, finally squeezing out a line. "The D, could it be? He's not even human." The D opened his mouth to curse, but saw Chen Dao standing in a pool of blood, his eyes eerily calm. His throat tightened, and he couldn't utter a word. Perhaps he truly isn't human. At that moment, Chen Dao's gaze shifted, locking onto the members of Hongxing. Chen Haonan, Shanji, and Debi instinctively swallowed hard and took half a step back. "This Chen Dao is even scarier than before," Shanji whispered. Chen Haonan remained silent, his face ashen. "Is this a joke? A person who can survive an explosion that levels a building is still called fierce. No, that's inhuman." Debi's calves trembled, but he forcibly snatched a machete and shouted angrily, "Chen Dao, you killed my leader, killed my boss. Do you really think there's no one left in Hongxing?" Chen Dao tilted his head, shrugged. Whether or not anyone was there, he was unclear. But he was clear. Hongxing indeed had no one capable of fighting. "Charge." Debi trembled with rage, suppressing his fury, pointing at Chen Dao and shouting, "Charge. Let's fight him." He had prepared for this day. Afraid of complications after killing Chen Dao, he specifically brought a group of people. But now they were all dumbfounded. "As long as we keep the Green Mountains, we don't need to worry about firewood." The little brothers shouted, one after another, wanting to escape. Debi exploded in rage. "Shut up. Hongxing is not filled with cowards." In the distance, Chen Dao did not rush to strike, but stood quietly watching coldly. Suddenly, a little brother gritted his teeth, threw down his knife with a clang, and ran. With someone leading the way, others immediately followed. "I don't want to die. Help. Run. If we don't..." Knives and clubs were thrown about, figures scattered. Debi cursed loudly but did not stop them. He understood Chen Dao was too frightening, and who among these ordinary people would be willing to die for nothing? Shanji and Chen Haonan pulled him. "Be bro, let's retreat first." He pushed the two away, readied, and shouted, "Chen Dao, I'm going to fight you to the death." While others could run, his little brothers were insignificant, and Chen Dao couldn't be bothered to chase. But he couldn't run. He was one of the masterminds. Would Chen Dao let him off? Shanji and Chen Haonan pulled him. "Be bro, let's retreat first." He pushed the two away, readied, and shouted, "Chen Dao, I'm going to fight you to the death." Seeking death. Just as the blade was about to cleave down on his head, he sidestepped and yanked Debi's wrist hard. Debi couldn't stop himself and fell forward. Chen Dao's right fist struck like a hammer, ruthlessly smashing into his abdomen. Puff. Blood sprayed out. Debi curled up like a shrimp, his face contorted. Chen Dao did not stop, delivering a flying kick. Debi flew like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. Cough. Cough, cough. He coughed up blood, his vision darkening, his limbs weak, unable to support himself. Chen Dao had just raised his foot to approach him. "Chen Dao, I'll kill you." 13 Sister screamed as she charged from behind, delivering a fierce slash. Shoo. The blade cut across Chen Dao's back. She had gone mad. But just as the wound opened, it miraculously healed. At the same moment, a matching wound appeared on the back of a nearby black-clad little brother. Seeking death. 13 Sister raised her knife to strike again, but Chen Dao had already moved first. He did not dodge or evade, delivering a punch directly to her wrist. Bang! The knife slipped from her hand and fell with a crisp sound. She retreated in panic, but it was too late. Chen Dao reached out, gripping her throat and lifting her off the ground. "Do you want to avenge Han Bin? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Now I'll send you to see him." 13 Sister kicked her legs wildly, desperately trying to pry his fingers off, but she couldn't budge an inch. Shen Dao's hand was like a vice tightly gripping 13 Sisters' neck. She couldn't catch her breath, her face rapidly turning pale, her mind spinning. Crack, echoed sharply. Shen Dao exerted force, directly twisting her neck. 13 Sisters' body went limp, collapsing to the ground, twitching twice before falling still. On the other side, at the moment 13 Sister fell, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji rushed to support the fallen Dabi. Dabi still wanted to charge forward, but Chun Haonan firmly held him by the shoulder. Dabi bro, run. We can't fight this person, he's a monster. Shan Ji shouted anxiously. Chun Haonan immediately chimed in, yes. If we don't leave now, it will all be over. Chun Dao has gone mad, he will kill us all. Damn, I want to slice him up. Dabi struggled to break free. At that moment, he caught sight of the motionless 13th Sister on the ground. In that instant, his anger dissipated and he froze. Chun Haonan and Shan Ji had no time to say more as they quickly lifted the big B and blended into the chaotic crowd, turning to flee. Run, there's been a murder. Help, someone has died. Don't kill me. The onlookers were completely stunned, screaming as they scattered. Who would dare provoke them? They were merely ordinary people passing by to watch the excitement. How could they confront the ruthless members of the gang? Chen Dao did not stop the fleeing pedestrians. After eliminating Shursan Mei, he slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the circle of Hong Xing's subordinates surrounding him. Avenge Sister Shursan. Kill him. Chop him. Everyone attacked together. The shouting was deafening, yet no one dared to take a step forward. Chen Dao sneered coldly, 3 seconds. Leave or die. The last word left his lips, his eyes cold as a blade, exuding a murderous aura like a wolf fixated on it. The sound of someone swallowing hard was particularly clear. The little brother who had been shouting just now weakened in the knees and turned to run. It was said that Chen Dao was ferocious. Today he truly witnessed it. Was this even a human? He seemed like a grim reaper sent by the underworld. No one dared to oppose him anymore. Chen Dao did not pursue. Eliminating them was not difficult, but it was unnecessary. Leaving behind a few corpses would only cause trouble. After the little brothers had fled, he turned to look for the big B, but it had already disappeared. He frowned, not thinking much more about it. Then he raised his eyes to gaze at the group of hall masters of Lianxing, standing not far away. Yu Tu Biao and others instinctively took half a step back. Too frightening. Was this even a human? Clearly, it was an evil spirit coming to collect souls. Especially Didi and Alu, whose faces turned pale, palms sweaty. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chun Dao's mouth, his voice very calm, yet each word was as cold as ice. If I find out that any of you were involved in today's incident, don't think you can survive. Yu Tu Biao and others retreated several steps, sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Didi was so flustered, he kept glancing at Chong Mao. Chong Mao trembled like a piece of paper in the wind, and the two of them didn't dare to breathe. Fortunately, Chun Dao did not speak further. He withdrew his gaze, looking towards the group of black-clad individuals rushing over in large numbers, waving his hand at Tony and the others. Tony quickly stepped forward. Chen Dao spoke in a calm tone, "Bring back the big B." Yes. Tony acknowledged the command, then led his men to search the surroundings. At this moment, Chen Dao looked towards Crow. Crow felt a chill run down his spine, and immediately took a step forward, his voice tense. Dao. Dao go. Chen Dao glanced at Crow, his tone calm. If you want to follow me, fine, I give you this opportunity. Wu Ying. He raised his hand to point at Wu Ying. You two take people to deal with Dongxing. Any objections? Crow dared not utter a word, repeatedly nodding no. No problem. He was completely stunned. One unbelievable event after another made him see clearly. Chen Dao was simply not an ordinary person. Crow and Wu Ying immediately led their men to charge out. Not far away, Deng Bo watched Chen Dao issue orders calmly, his throat moving as he swallowed hard. He knew in his heart today a major event was about to unfold. At the same time, he secretly felt relieved. When Chen Dao was surrounded back then, he had not spoken hastily or chosen the wrong side. Otherwise, he would probably be dead by now. This thought made his heart tremble. Indeed, this person was truly not. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the entire Xinjiang. An Ai family. An Ai Kun was stunned upon hearing that the Yoshi restaurant was blown to the ground, yet Chen Dao was unscathed, his face filled with disbelief. He frowned at An Ai Yongxiao. Chen Dao? I've heard this name, but is he really that formidable? Surviving a bomb blast. Can he really take on 100 people? Are you all acting in a movie? An Ai Yongxiao's lips twitched, finding it absurd. But the facts were the facts. After An Ai Kun finished speaking, he smiled wryly and nodded. That it's true. Then he recounted the entire process in detail, emphasizing there were many witnesses. It was definitely not a rumor. Is this still human? XING. After Xiang Huachang finished the report, he shook his head. Not killed. Did he really enter the restaurant? Did you see it with your own eyes? The little brother nodded vigorously. Absolutely true. At the moment of the explosion, Chen Dao was inside. When the smoke cleared, he walked out from the ruins without a single tear in his clothing. Luatu was executed on the spot, and the big B couldn't get up. Right now he is gathering people to encircle and eliminate Hongxing and Dongxing. Xiang Huachang was stunned. After a long while he sighed. I underestimated him too much. After today, Hongxing and Dongxing will probably be eliminated from Xinjiang. The news quickly alerted the O department. The office was in chaos, everyone running around anxious and flustered. Huang Zicheng, who had just returned from a mission, walked in and was puzzled. What happened? What happened? He stopped a colleague. Huang, sir. The police saluted, their voice tense. There was a massive explosion at the Yochi restaurant, and a gang fight broke out, resulting in numerous casualties. The calls from above are almost blowing up. What? The Yochi restaurant exploded. Huang Zicheng was stunned. Just a few days ago he had heard that Hongxing and Dongxing wanted to negotiate with Chun Dao, and it was today. His heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, Chun Dao had an accident. The police shook their head. No accident. This fight was instigated by him. I heard that many people have already died. Huang Zicheng suddenly understood everything. After sending the other party away, he stood in place, his face filled with shock. Unable to help but mutter softly. Why not focus on high technology and stay quiet for a few days? Why provoke him? Looking for death, are they? Are these people from Hongxing and Dongxing tired of living? They dare to move against him. Damn. Just when it was quiet for 2 days, they come again. He cursed while walking towards the office. On the way, he happened to run into Chun Jiaju, who looked bewildered. Chun Jiaju stopped Huang Zicheng. What happened at the O department? Everyone is running around like their butts are on fire. What happened? Could I not be anxious? Huang Zicheng smiled bitterly. He has acted again. Chun Jiaju was taken aback, and several seconds later he suddenly looked up, eyes wide. Chun Dao. Isn't he working in high technology? Why again? Who provoked him? He asked while quickly following Huang Zicheng. Sigh. Huang Zicheng sighed. Let's talk inside. The two entered the office, and Chun Jiaju casually shut the door. What exactly is going on? He asked directly. Hasn't Chun Dao been behaving for a long time? Why suddenly start killing again? Who provoked him? Hongxing and Dongxing. Huang Zicheng took out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Chun Jiaju, and lit one for himself. Jiang Tiansheng died 2 days ago, and I was worried when I heard. Would he seek revenge? But he really had no fear of death. He paused. Did you hear? Hongxing and Dongxing arranged to talk with Chun Dao. Chun Jiaju nodded. Such a big commotion, it was impossible not to know. The problem lies in the word talk. Huang Zicheng exhaled a puff of smoke. They never intended to negotiate. Just received news that the Yochi restaurant exploded. The entire building collapsed. It was said to have been detonated by a bomb. Most likely it was the work of Hongxing and Dongxing trying to kill Chun Dao on the spot. He is dead. Chun Jiaju blurted out. Huang Zicheng did not reply, only gazed at him in silence, his expression grave and heavy. Chun Jiaju instantly understood. Huang Zicheng took another drag of his cigarette. The entire O branch has been thrown into chaos. Not because Chun Dao is dead, but because he is very much alive and utterly berserk. It said dozens have already fallen outside the Yu Guqi restaurant. What a... Chun Jiaju froze, drawing a sharp, icy breath. They detonated the bomb. How could he still be? The Hongxing and Dongxing triads had prepared for this moment for months. Surely their plan was flawless. The bomb had exploded. By all logic, he should have perished instantly. Suddenly he recalled the warehouse scene. He had fired point blank into Chun Dao's chest. And yet the man had risen, as if unscathed, not even a tear in his clothing. Was he even human? Not even the bomb could kill him. He murmured, unaware that the cigarette had burned down to his fingertips. In that instant, true cold dread seeped into his bones. Huang Zicheng remained silent, too, his face devoid of relief. Both men were lost in thought, wondering what cataclysm Chun Dao would unleash next. Thump, thump, thump. A knock sounded at the door. Huang Zicheng crushed his cigarette. Enter. A uniformed officer stepped in. Uncle Biao wants you both immediately. Uncle Biao. They exchanged a glance. Understood, Huang Zicheng said, waving the officer away. Only after the door closed did he murmur low and grim. He still refuses to back down. Chun Jiaju's face tightened. Summoned at such a critical moment, the intent was unmistakable. They looked at each other. We'll try to reason with him. If we don't intervene now, disaster is inevitable. Chun Jiaju nodded. They turned and walked toward Uncle Biao's office. As they entered, Uncle Biao stood, their eyes alight with fervent excitement. You've heard, haven't you? Chun Dao has grown outrageously brazen. He murdered someone in broad daylight. There are numerous eyewitnesses. This time he cannot deny it. At those words, both men knew instantly. Uncle Biao was preparing to strike again. Huang Zicheng stepped forward. Uncle Biao. No need to speak. Uncle Biao cut him off with a sharp wave of his hand, voice charged with zeal. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Witnesses are secured. Evidence is irrefutable. Arrest him. Send him straight to prison. His gaze swept over them. You two will lead the team. Take him into custody now. Uncle Biao. Huang Zicheng's voice rose sharply, forcibly cutting him off. Uncle Biao halted mid-step, fixing Huang Zicheng with a hard, narrowed stare. What is it? Do you have difficulties? A faint tremor flickered at the corner of Huang Zicheng's mouth as he chose his words carefully. Uncle Biao. Chun Dao's emotional state is highly volatile, like a panther whose fur has bristled in fury. Forcing him now risks provoking him further, into even greater madness. Chun Jiaju interjected immediately. Exactly. Uncle Biao, this man shows no mercy. If we provoke him. Slam. Before he could finish, Uncle Biao slammed his palm onto the desk, his gaze like a blade. Don't forget, you wear the badge of the O branch. The two fell instantly silent, exchanging weary, resigned sighs. Chen Dao has caused one catastrophe after another. Our superiors are furious. Fail to apprehend him now in our ranks, and our livelihoods will be shattered. Huang Ziqing and Chun Jiaju exchanged a glance, eyes shadowed with bitter resignation. I understand, Huang Ziqing said quietly. Then go now. Huang Ziqing had no choice but to leave with Chun Jiaju heading for Paradise Bar, intending to approach Chen Dao, softly urging him to stand down. After they departed, Uncle Biao sat in quiet contemplation for a moment, then summoned his most trusted subordinate. Uncle Biao, immediately deploy your team to shadow Chen Dao and secretly gather every shred of evidence against him. His subordinate hesitated, but Senior Inspector Huang and Inspector Chen have just left. Uncle Biao scoffed coldly. They're paralyzed by fear, hesitant, indecisive. When will this case ever be solved? His expression hardened. We are police officers. He is a Triad boss. He has repeatedly humiliated the O branch. If we don't act decisively now, who will ever take us seriously again? Understood. The subordinate bowed his head and hurried off to carry out the order. Stepping out of the office, Huang Ziqing and Chun Jiaju moved like deflated men. Neither wished to face Chen Dao. That man radiated sheer, chilling dread. Yet orders were orders. With authority pressing down, evasion was impossible. They led their team directly to Paradise Bar. Inside a private lounge, Chen Dao sat calmly, awaiting news from Tony. A junior member pushed open the door. Brother Dao, the O branch's Huang Ziqing and Chun Jiaju have arrived. Oh. Chen Dao set down his glass. Show them in. Moments later, Huang Ziqing and Chun Jiaju entered, followed closely by several subordinates. A rookie officer named Ma Jun strode in and pointed straight at Chen Dao. So you're... Silence. Huang Ziqing seized Ma Jun's arm and yanked him backward with fierce authority, barking a sharp rebuke. Ma Jun stood stunned, bewildered. Huang Ziqing had no time to explain. Turning swiftly to Chen Dao, he offered an apologetic smile. Mr. Chen, this young man is new, unfamiliar with protocol. Please, sir, overlook his rudeness. You're far above such trivialities. Chen Dao ignored Ma Jun entirely, his gaze resting coolly on Huang Ziqing's speak. What is it? Huang Ziqing's throat bobbed as he spoke with deliberate caution. Senior leadership takes this matter extremely seriously. They urge you not to escalate matters further. Do you truly believe that's possible? Chen Dao interrupted, expressionless. He lifted his wine glass, swirling the deep crimson liquid within, and smiled. A cold, razor-edged thing. Since Hung Hing and Dongxing wish to play for keeps, I shall oblige them to the end. Today both these triads will vanish from Hong Kong. A pause. Then his eyes lifted, sweeping over Huang Ziqing with lethal calm. Anyone who intervenes, dies. Did you understand? Huang Ziqing sucked in a sharp, frozen breath, his entire body locking rigid. Not a single syllable of refusal dared pass his lips. Chun Jiaju's scalp prickled. He knew Chen Dao never joked. They exchanged a glance. Huang Ziqing lowered his head, instantly bowing deeply. Yes, Mr. Chen. We respectfully withdraw. Chen Dao gave a slight, imperceptible nod. Huang Ziqing exhaled slowly, then led his team hastily out. Chen Dao said nothing, turning without ceremony and walking out. His men followed instantly. No one glanced back at the lounge, no one dared inspect it. Ma Jun remained rooted in place, heart hammering against his ribs. He was new to the O branch. This was his first time witnessing firsthand how even Huang Ziqing stood mute, uttering not a single stern word before Chen Dao. Only now did he grasp, truly grasp, how terrifying Chen Dao truly was. Stepping out, Ma Jun couldn't resist whispering, Senior Inspector Huang, why didn't we search the room? Huang Ziqing paused, turned, and met his gaze, voice flat, uninflected. You'll understand soon enough. Then he walked on, offering no further explanation. Chun Jiaju approached, placing a firm hand on Ma Jun's shoulder. You nearly died just now. Do you realize that? What a... Ma Jun blinked, startled. Chun Jiaju didn't elaborate, only held his gaze, voice dropping to a low, solemn timbre. Remember this, well, it is natural law that triads fear the O branch. But the man inside that lounge, he is the exception. From now on, keep your distance. Under any circumstance, for any reason, never engage him. Some men, we simply cannot afford to cross. With that, he turned and walked away. Ma Jun stood alone, ears ringing, mind roaring with dissonance. Seconds passed before he snapped back to awareness and hurried toward the exit. But just as he reached the doorway, he froze. Huang Ziqing and Chun Jiaju stood motionless at the roadside, staring upward. Beneath the streetlights, silhouettes dangled, swaying gently in the night breeze. All were O branch officers. All were the undercover agents Uncle Biao had dispatched earlier to surveil Chen Dao. This is our colleagues from the O branch. Chun Jiaju murmured, his face ashen. Ma Jun looked up and saw them, blood-soaked bodies suspended from lampposts, swaying lifelessly in the wind. He gasped violently. How dare he? Huang Ziqing sighed. There is nothing he dares not do. Ma Jun felt utterly, completely silent. At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to be ruthless and what it meant to be insane. Just then Jimmy walked by, glanced at Huang Ziqing and the others without saying a word, and headed straight into the Paradise Bar. Chun Jiejun patted Ma Jun on the shoulder, saying, "Remember my words. Do not provoke that person inside, not even a single word. This is the consequence." Ma Jun did not ask any further, simply nodding in understanding. He did not need anyone to repeat it. "Let's go," Huang Ziqing said. "But what about them?" Ma Jun pointed at the person on the streetlight. Huang Ziqing shook his head. He said, "Whoever intervenes will die." Ma Jun closed his mouth and silently got into the car. On the other side, outside the Dongxing territory, Wu Ying handed a shiny machete to Crow, speaking in a low voice. "Crow, you understand what Daogo means. You are familiar with this area. Tonight, you will lead the operation." Wu Ying took a deep breath and nodded. He understood after tonight Dongxing would no longer exist in Xinjiang. But so what? He only wanted to survive. At that moment, dust billowed in the distance. C2 Haonan charged over with hundreds of men. Upon seeing Crow, he immediately pointed and shouted, "Crow, you traitor. You won't have a good death." Crow let out a cold laugh, licking his lips with his tongue, raising the blade to point directly at C2 Haonan. "The ones who won't have a good death are you. Blame it on the camel." If he had truly gone to negotiate peace today, Dongxing might still have had a chance to survive. He raised the machete high and shouted fiercely, "Daogo has ordered. Leave no one alive. Chop them down. Kill." Thousands of men in black behind him roared in unison, surging towards C2 Haonan like a tide. C2 Haonan's expression changed drastically. He already knew the ruthlessness of these men in black, and now that they were numerous, he had no chance of winning. But with arrows drawn, he had no choice but to fight. Gritting his teeth, he waved his hand. Hundreds of Dongxing men behind him charged forward. Unfortunately, this fight had no chance from the very beginning. Within 5 minutes, the Dongxing men were thrown into chaos. C2 Haonan, trying to slip away among his subordinates, was caught and brought before Crow. "You come here." Wu Ying's tone was calm. Crow nodded, his gaze sweeping over C2 Haonan, who was struggling desperately. Upon seeing Crow, C2 Haonan immediately shouted, "Crow, what the hell are you doing? We are all part of Dongxing. Are you really going to betray us?" Crow let out a cold laugh. "I already said, today you will die." After eliminating C2 Haonan, Crow led his men directly into all the Dongxing venues. At the same time, Tony also led his team to capture all of Hongxing's territory. On the streets of Xiangjiang, the sound of blades clashing erupted. Blood flowed like a river. But this was not a fight. It was an overwhelming cleanup. Before long, the territories of Hongxing and Dongxing were completely taken. The remaining leaders of the two factions were hung on the streets for public display. The entire Xiangjiang was in turmoil. In the Ni family, Han Shun, one of the 5 tigers of the Ni family, was stunned upon hearing the news. After confirming that Hongxing and Dongxing had been eliminated and their leaders hung on the streets, he gasped in shock, shaking his head and murmuring, "This Chen Dao, truly a madman." Huang Ziqing, Chun Jiejun, and Ma Jun did not return to Aji, but walked down the street. The streets were filled with men in black wielding knives, chasing and hacking at Hongxing and Dongxing subordinates. Ma Jun walked with his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. He swallowed hard and tremblingly asked Huang Ziqing, "Does Chen Dao really not fear death? Doing this, is he not risking his life?" Huang Ziqing and Chun Jiejun remained silent. Fear of death? Did he ever fear it? Bullets couldn't pierce him, explosives couldn't harm him. What does a person like that know of fear? Huang Ziqing sighed. "Chen Dao is the most ruthless and terrifying person I have ever seen in my life. Do not provoke him." He turned to stare at Ma Jun. "Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If Chen Dao hadn't bothered with you, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand here and talk." Ma Jun fell silent. He truly understood. Chen Dao was not just ruthless, he was completely insane. After a long while, Chun Jiejun finally said softly, "Hongxing and Dongxing are truly finished this time. The other factions in Xiangjiang will probably not sit still. With such a big commotion, who can still remain calm?" Sure enough, Sim Sha Sui, the major gang stronghold. Has he gone crazy? Quick, call everyone back. If anyone gets involved with Chen Dao, they are on their own. Don't drag me down. Tyrannosaurus stood at the door watching the men in black scurrying through the streets, his palms drenched in sweat. At a close distance, he could clearly recognize the Aji police hanging outside the Paradise Bar. Damn, he dares to hang even Aji's people. This person simply doesn't fear death. At this moment, a subordinate rushed over. "Have you figured it out? What exactly happened?" The subordinate's face was pale, stammering, unable to say a coherent sentence for a long time. Tyrannosaurus kicked him. "Are you mute? Can't you find out a thing?" The subordinate got up trembling and said, I heard that Hongxing and Dongxing set a trap to kill Chen Dao under the guise of negotiating peace, but it failed." Chen Dao became enraged and ordered, "Wipe these two factions off the map in Xiangjiang." "What?" Upon hearing the subordinate's words, Tyrannosaurus was stunned, his pupils constricting as he stared intently at the subordinate. "Are you saying that the explosion at the Bone Spirit restaurant was done by Hongxing and Dongxing?" The subordinate nodded. Tyrannosaurus felt a chill run down his back, his palms sweaty. "What the hell? Is Chen Dao even human or made of iron? With that much explosive, not to mention flesh and blood, even steel and concrete would be blown away." Yet he emerged completely unscathed. He was dazed for a moment before slowly exhaling. This time, Hongxing and Dongxing are truly finished. The two major factions were completely eliminated, something that had not been accomplished by anyone in Hong Kong for decades. Perhaps only Chun Dao dared to do it, and truly succeeded. Madman. Pure unadulterated madman. At the headquarters of the new record. What? Hongxing and Dongxing are to be eliminated. Xiang Huayan stood up abruptly, shocked, staring at his brother Xiang Huachong, his voice changing tone. Xiang Huachong smiled wryly and nodded. The camel was killed on the spot at the Bone Spirit restaurant. Big B was heavily injured, and several subordinates helped him escape. Now both factions are in disarray, and the morale is scattered. Chun Dao directly mobilized over 1,000 men to press forward. His subordinates are too ruthless. Most of the territory has fallen into their hands. At this rate, in just a few days Hongxing and Dongxing will be left with only their names. Xiang Huayan's expression darkened. Never underestimate an established faction. Even if they have been severely damaged, Hongxing and Dongxing have a solid foundation, a large number of people, and deep connections. To truly eliminate them, it requires getting rid of all the leaders, breaking up all their forces, and cutting off all avenues for survival, none of which is an easy task. He suddenly frowned. Doesn't Aji care about Chun Dao hacking people in broad daylight? No matter how fierce the gang conflict, there is a strict rule: never harm ordinary people. But this time over 1,000 people wielding knives rampage through the bustling streets. How could they guarantee not to harm anyone? Could Aji really stand by and do nothing? Xiang Huachong sighed. Aji sent people to investigate him. As soon as they stepped into his territory, they were caught, beaten up, and hung at the entrance of the Paradise Bar for public display. Now no one in Aji dares to even mention the name Chun Dao. Xiang Huayan took a sharp breath. He even dares to touch Aji's people and hang them up. This person truly doesn't fear death. Immediately order all venues shut down completely. Anyone who encounters Chun Dao now is seeking death. Xiang Huachong nodded. Before coming here, I have already closed everything. Only then did Xiang Huayan feel a bit relieved. He knew, once today is over, Chun Dao will swallow the territory and manpower of Hongxing and Dongxing, and his power will surge again. By that time in the entire Xinjiang, no one will dare to look him in the eye.